The Eschatology philosophy. H80ZJ Dastoi Jamas. ASA. JLL1. 11MUM2. 2 I Duke University Library Treasure percent 77, The Philosophy of the Mazdayasnian Religion under the Sassanids. Translated from the French of L C Casartelli, with prefatory remarks, notes, and a brief biographical sketch of the author, by Firaz Jamas G. Dastur Jamas ASA ad registered under v.bt/mf, Bombay Jahangir Bijanji Karani, 17 and 1/8, Parsi Bazaar. Ayat 89. Alt/Reddit R, Bombay, printed at the Education Society's Press, Bikola. A2HE. The RT Honorable Lord Ray, G.C.2, LLD, Governor of Bombay, in grateful recognition of his eminent services to the cause of education in this presidency, and in token of the immense interest which he invariably takes in the promotion of science and arts, this translation is, by permission, most respectfully dedicated by the translator. I Bombay, April 1889. IJLI_contents. Translator's prefatory remarks opinion biographical sketch abbreviations introduction page 9 11 13. 15 IBIOI Chapter I. The Divinity. I Diversity of doctrines on the divinity during the Sassanid period L2. This diversity is a consequence of dualism 3-3. The Zoroastrianic system, Destiny 5-4. Zoroastrianism is a philosophical system 12b. The relations between Zoroaster and Ahura Mazda 12-6. Ahura Mazda, his names H7. Titles and attributes of Ahura Mazda 21-8. God the Creator, his relations with the creation 27-9. Relations between God and destiny 31x. The doctrine of divine wisdom 33:11. The doctrine of Bohuman, son of the Creator 42 Chapter 2. Evil. I the dualistic system of Mazdayasm 52. Names, attributes, and qualities of the evil spirit 54:3. Ahura Man, the creator of evil 61:4. The end of Ahura Man and of evil 64,174,054. 6 Contents. Chapter 3. The Spirits. Page I Distinction between the material and the spiritual world 69:2. Origin of the good and evil spirits equals 7 degrees 3. The good spirits, I, Bohuman 72, 2, the other Emishakpan 74, 3, the Yazd 76, 4, the primordial war of the spirits 77, b, the principal Yazds, a, genii of the last things 79, b, genii of the physical world, abstract genii, and c, 6, the Fravahars are 8 leaders 83, 7, worship of the good spirits 87 4. The evil spirits I, the 6 principal devs 88, 2, the other demons 90, 3, questions relating to the demons 92 Chapter 4. Cosmology I2. 3-4. V. Distinction between the spiritual firmament and the material sky 94 Firmament, A. Signs of the zodiac, constellations 95, B. Astronomical systems 97, C. The sun and the moon 98, C. Planets, the evil stars 99 The material world A. Creation IOO, B. Primitive qualities and elements, C. Cosmogony of the Dinkart D. Form of the world material sky meteorology 102 103 106, 08 The earth A. Mountains, Keshvars, geology Ho, B. Water, its circulation. Seas. Rivers 113, C. Fire and its different species IJ.6, Contents. 6 Organic world, A. Sex, 6. Vegetable kingdom Botanical notions Mystic trees, C. Animal kingdom Zoological notions Mythical animals Vili page 117 118 121 124 127 Chapter V Man ** I Anthropogeny The first man 129 2. Vegetable origin of the human races 133. Earliest genealogies 131-4. The constitution of man, the body, physiological notions 134v, psychological notions 137-6. Men and demons 144, chapter 6. Ethics. I. Bases of ethics. A. Intellectual nature of man. B. Action of the evil spirit. C. The spiritual combat. D. Destiny. M2. Classification of virtues and vices. A. Virtues and good deeds. I. General lists. 2. Special virtues. 1. 3. Duties of the state of life. 4. Good deeds peculiar to Mazdayism. V. Vituktuk. 3. 6. Sins and evil actions. I. General lists. 2. Sins specially condemned. 3. Legal impurities, philosophical theory. 4. Classification of sins, merit, responsibility, casuistry. 4. Contrition, confession, penance 145 146 Jai 48 in it J. I. 3 156 JCGIQ 162 163 166 JG. 60. V. Lil contents. IV. Religion, duties of the faithful with regard to it. A. The good law. The only true religion. B. The priesthood, its importance. C. Other religions, infidels, apostates. 6. Sententious morality of Mazdayism, page 171 173 174 175, chapter 7. Eschatology. I. Fate of the soul after death. A. Before the individual judgment 178. B. The Sinvat bridge and the judgment of the soul. 182. C. The world beyond the grave. I. Heaven 185. 2. Hell 190. 3. Hamektagan 194. 2. End of the world. A. Last millennia 196. B. Resurrection of the dead 197. C. Arokotov 99. Translators' prefatory remarks. Pahlavi was, until recently, looked upon as a mere jargon by the savants of Europe, who neglected its study on account of its difficult and enigmatic reading. Of late, however, a few European and Parsi scholars, by their unsparing labor and indefatigable zeal, have aroused such an interest in the study of Pahlavi that the cultivation and correct exposition of this language attracts considerable attention at present, both in Europe and in America. Several tests and translations, grammars, and lexicons, have been published, and much, if not very considerable, light has been thrown upon many obscure and knotty passages of its literature. Dr. L C Casartelli has been a laborer in this field, and after having been a student for many years of the learned and distinguished Professor de Harlez of Louvain, has given to the public his celebrated and important essay, entitled La philosophie religieuse du Mazdayisme sous les Sassanids, as the most comprehensive result of his study of the Iranian languages, and especially of Pahlavi. This treatise is mainly based upon the Pahlavi texts that have hitherto been published, and embodies the fruits of the learned scholar's untiring and persevering efforts towards elucidating, in a concise yet clear and thorough manner, the theological, cosmological, anthropological, moral, and eschatological ideas of the Mazdayasnian religion, as it existed in the Persian Empire under the rule of the Sassanids, the period when that religion attained its highest phase in philosophical completeness. It is an essay that will be welcomed by scholars as a valuable and erudite contribution to the exposition of philosophical questions mooted by the post-Avestaic exegesis, and an English translation of a treatise like this must be both useful and important to the Parsis, while it cannot fail to be of interest to the English-speaking public at large. The translator has added a few footnotes tending to supplement or contradict the views of the author. Quotations from well-known writers are given in some cases. The German passages quoted by the author have been translated into English, and references to *he Avesta texts are reinserted wherever it is deemed necessary to do so. All these notes, for which the translator alone is responsible, have been enclosed within square brackets, in order to distinguish them from the original notes of the author. Ex-translator's prefatory remarks. At the suggestion of the author, Two indices have been appended, one of things, places, persons, and sea, referred to in the work, the other of all Pahlavi, Avestaic, Sanskrit, and Persian words explained by the author. The translation has undergone a thorough and careful revision by the author himself, who has in some places added to or altered the original context. For this and for other valuable suggestions, as also for expressing his impartial opinion on this translation, my sincere and warmest thanks are due to the author. I must avail myself of this opportunity to acknowledge my deep sense of gratitude to that eminent scholar and statesman, H.E. Lord Ray, Governor of Bombay, for his kind and gracious permission to my dedicate this translation to him. Thanks are also due to the trustees of the Sir Jamshedji Jajibhai Translation Fund for subscribing to a goodly number of copies of this work, and to the Parsi community generally for their kind support. Firoz Jamisbji Dastur Jam Aspasa. Bombay, April 1889. Opinion. I have great pleasure in stating that I consider Firoz Jamisbji Dastur Jamispasa to have my translated treatise, La philosophie religieuse du Mazdayasme sous les Sassanids, with conspicuous care and fidelity, and that his version is a thoroughly reliable rendering of the original. I am much indebted to the translator for the great pains he has taken to secure this result. L C Casartelli. A brief biographical sketch of the author. Louis Charles Casartelli, son of an Italian, Lombard, family settled in England, was born at Manchester on the 14th of November 1852. At the age of 15 he went to Ushaw College, near Durham, connected with the University of London, where he passed in 1870 his preliminary A Arts with exhibition in Latin, in 1872 his B with scholarship in the classics and prize in the scriptural examination, and in 1873 an *SMA with gold medal in the classics. In 1874 he joined the University of Louvain in Belgium, where he studied, for several sessions, under the famous Professor de Harlez, the Sanskrit, Avesta, and Pahlavi languages. In 1876 he was ordained a Catholic priest at Salford, Manchester, and was appointed in 1877 professor and prefect of studies in St. Bede's, Commercial, College in the same city. He again went in 1884 to the Louvain University, where in the month of July he passed the examinations in Sanskrit, Avesta, and Pahlavi. In the same year he published his celebrated dissertation on the philosophy of the Mazdayasnian religion under the Sassanids La philosophie religieuse du Mazdayasme sous les Sassanids, and obtained the degree of Doctor in Oriental Literature. In 1886 he reprinted from Le Museen at Louvain his celebrated treatise on Mazdayasnian medicine Trat de Médecine Mazdine, in which he gives, after an introduction on the subject, an analysis of what is found in the Avesta on medicine, followed by an analysis and a translation of the 157th chapter of the Dinhart, which is an old medical treatise, based and developed on the system of the Avesta. Then follows an appendix containing grammatical notes. The work presents a clear picture of the Iranian art of healing and curing in the Sassanian period. Besides this he has written many papers and articles on Oriental and philological subjects for Le Museen, the Babylonian and Oriental Record, and other periodicals. He is also connected with several learned societies, for instance, the German Oriental Society, 1876, the Manchester Geographical Society, 1885, in which he also holds the office of a counselor, the Société Orientale of Louvain, 1886, of which he is an honorary member, and the Royal Asiatic Society of London, I. List of abbreviations AEG. Arab. AVAVNBD by. Cald. Chapdi KEA ed. Or edit. FOL gap. GF. Kurd. LAT lit. MK Ms NNROK. Pel. PERSPTRV SAS. Circe. Sis. Socket or Sans. SV Seer for Spiegel, Vergleichend Grammatik der Altera Enisch.cn Sprachen. Arabic. Avesta. Art I Viraf and Met. B. and Andi Hesh. Bailment Yasht. Chaldic. Chapter. Dinkard. Spiegel, Erdnisk Alter Thursday TNSgun.de. Edition. Folio. Justi, Geschichte Alien Persians. Gasht I Farai, and No. Kurdish. Latin. Literal, or literally. Manual I card. Manuscript. Footnote. Nakshi Rajab, or Rustum. Geiger, Ostiranis Kultur im Alter Thumb. Pahlavi. Persian. West, Pahlavi texts. Rig Veda. Sassanian. Sariza. Shtayist id Shtayist. Sanskrit. Subvoci. Syriac. 16 List of abbreviations. Trad. Lit. Or TL. For Spiegel, Traditionelle Literatur der Parsen. UI. Olam die Isultan. VVD.ortend. Vendidad, Visp. Visperd. Vol. Wester. Volume. Westergaard, Zendavesta. Yadalar. Yag Nayt. ZDMG Zor. Stud. Yasht. Zeitschrift der Tuchen Morgenelden Gesellschaft. Windishman, Zoroastrisk Studien. ZS. Tsadsparam. Introduction. T/RLLHISSA is an epitome of the philosophical $% and religious doctrines of the Mazdayasnian or Zoroastrian religion, as it existed in the Persian Empire under the national dynasty of the Sassanids, from AD 226 to the conquest of Iran by the Arabs in 650. The importance of this epoch is explained by the fact that the Sassanian kings were the adherents of the Mazdayasnian religion, and that they were the first who made it the state religion. It is especially the case that at this time the reconstitution of the Mazdayasnian religion with the introduction of new notions made it into a special system. We are astonished to see the illustrious Iranist Mr. E. W. West, in a recent work, styling the religious writings of the Mazdayasnians, such as the Avesta and the Pahlavi treatises, the last remnants of the faith professed by Cyrus, the anointed of the Lord, the scattered fragments of the creed professed by Darius in his inscriptions. 1/7e believe that after the last decisive arguments adduced by Spiegel 2 and Ahura 3 it will be no longer possible to make a mistake on this point. The Avestaic religion is not identical with that of the F1c Pahlavi texts, Part I, p. 9. Oxford, 1880. 9 Sievergleichende Grammatik der Altiranischen Sprachen, pages 6,7, Leipzig, 1882. Asterisk C, Introduction of Elic de Avesta, pages XXI. Paris, 188 1. 1 Lee Introduction. Achaemenian Kinages, although in both really Rons the supreme god is called Ahura Mazda. It was only with Ardashir Papekin, AD 226, that the Avestaic or Zoroastrian religion ascended the throne of Persia. The following table gives a short summary of what seems to us historically ascertained concerning the annals of the Mazdayasnian religion in their relation to the national history, before Christ. Dynasty. 700 to 559 Medians. Kings. Records of Mazdayism. Contact between the Medians and the Semitic peoples. Zarathustra in Media, about 600, L. Propagation of his religion in Bactria. Commencement of the Avesta. 2-1 The era of Zarathustra is quite uncertain. The Greek and Roman writers assign him a very ancient date. Aristotle and Hermippos place him even before 6000 BC. But Mr. K.R. our well-known Orientalist, after making a careful examination of all the facts, fixes the date at 1300 BC. See Zarathustra N.A. IA, Chapter 3. Tr2 Drive W. Geiger has made a last attempt to put the origin of the Avesta further back, but this attempt is not destined to succeed. Dr. Geiger's opinion that the Avesta must have been in existence in a pre-Achaemenian, most probably in a pre-Median epoch, is warmly supported by Dr. Karl F. Kilner, the most accomplished Avesta scholar of the present day, in his dissertation on the Old Iranian languages and literature in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Vol. 18, 9th ed., p. 653. Dr. Geiger bases his opinion upon the following arguments: because the Avesta does not speak of any of the towns famous during the latter period with the exception of Raga, the high antiquity of which is thereby established. 2. The Avesta does not mention any of the names of nations that were commonly known at a later period. Neither does it allude to the Persians, Parthians, nor Medes, but simply to the Aryans. 3. The Avesta contains no historical statement concerning the battles between the Medes and the Babylonians, the rise of introduction. Ill before Christ. Dynasty. Kings. Records of Mazdayism. 559-331 Armenians. Cuneiform development of the Avesta. Inscriptions of Darius I, Xerxes I, Artaxerxes II, Artaxer XES III. Between 600-400. 331 to -250. Seleucids. Grecian kings. Decay of Mazdayism under Alexander. 250 BC to Arsacids. 225 AD Parthian kings, religion doubtful. Avesta translated into Pahlavi. AD Sassanids. 226 to -651. Mazdayasnian kings. Mazdayism becomes the state religion. 226 Ardashir-I heresy of Mani, 258, 350 Shapur the Avesta texts collected, 2. Revised, and corrected under Adurbad Marspand. 438 Yazdegerd 2. Edict of the Minister Mir Narse, 440. Writings of Esnig the Armenian. 490 Kobad. Heresy of Mazdak, 488. Formation of the Avesta alphabet, in the 6th century. The Persians, the prosperity and downfall of the Persian Empire under the Achaemenian dynasty, the invasion of Alexander the Gr***, which agitated and reorganized the whole of the Orient, the states which rose on the ruins of the empire of Alexander, and the dominion of the Arsacidi. C. Dhib Dastur Peshhotansanjana, English translation of Dr. Gager's Ostyranisklik Kultur, Vol. 2, p.il-tr. 4. Introduction. Before Christ. Dynasty. Kings. Records of Mazdayism. 531 Khosrau Anashira the Golden Age of the Pahlavi literature. Editing of the principal treatises. The Greek and Syriac civilization flourishes in Persia. Writings of Paul the Persian. 632 Yazdegerd 3. Final suppression of Mazdayism by the Arabs. 651 Arab conquest. The reader sees in this table the precise limits to which I have restricted myself. I do not speak at all about the Mazdayasnian religion, such as is found exposed in the Avesta. I have endeavored to answer this single question: what were the philosophical and theological doctrines inculcated by Mazdayism, considered as the national and official religion under the Sassanids? To answer this I have consulted those of the Pahlavi treatises which seem to have a right to be reckoned among the writings of the Pound-Assanide epoch, and I have arranged in a philosophical order the various precepts which are found therein. I have scarcely touched therein upon the questions of origin or of comparison with other systems. Among the works used, the Bundihesh, the Mainyo-I card, the Art-I Verdfnani, the Bamanyesht, the Shtiast-I Dishtayast, and the small history of Gusht-I Fridno are unanimously admitted by Iranists, students of the Iranian languages, as belonging to Sassanid literature. Introduction. V. It is not so with the Dinkard, to which is often assigned a more recent date. However, I have been led to the conviction that this opinion is erroneous. It is true that we can judge only from the portion of this work already published, the 4 volumes edited by Dastur Peshotan of Bombay, 1874-1884, scarcely containing a fourth part of the whole text. I have been unable to avail myself of any mis material. But to judge from the portion of Dinkart which has been published, it seems to me that this remarkable treatise is undoubtedly a genuine and characteristic production of the Sassanid epoch. I rely mainly upon, the continually repeated theories of the duties of the king, of his prerogatives, of his relations with the true religion, and the relations between the state and the priesthood, which reveal very evidently an epoch when Mazdaism was certainly the religion of the state. 1. 2. The continuance of the four political and social divisions of the people. 2. 3. The frequent polemics against the Jewish, Manichaean, and Christian religions, without any mention of Mohammedanism. 5. 4. The pronounced hostility against Rum or Aram, i.e., the Greek Empire * which can only suit the Sassanid period. 1 see volumes I, 46, 58, 2, 92, 96, 3, 164, and see * 9 seal, 50, 4, 157. 8 seal, 29, 2, 80, 4, 166. 4c3, 134. 124, 129, 133, 4. 6. Introduction. V. The categorical assertion that the religion of Aaron is the Mazdayasnian law, Aarono to dito Magiansno, one which would no longer be true after the Arab conquest. What is more, certain Sassanid treatises, as the Bahá'í Faith, contain many traditions of high antiquity, even often more ancient than those of the Avesta, but the Dinkart appears to be the production of the philosophical thought of its own epoch, too, and therefore it gives us a more faithful idea of the systems peculiar to that time. Moreover, the more accentuated monotheism and the more elevated spirituality which distinguish it with the very explicit indications which we shall see further on betray a very prominent influence of Christian ideas upon its authors. 3. If I have quoted at full length many passages, it is because I find myself face to face with the translation of Mr. Ratan Shah Arich Shah Koyar, made from the Gujarati version of Dastur Peshotun. Experience has, 1 CI, 28. 8. It is manifest from the Dinkart itself that several chapters of the book were based upon some original Avesta nasks, which are now extinct, but which were extant at the time when the book was written, because the authors of it often say Davan din Pedilk, in the Ravan-led religion it is said. Tr. 8. The authors of the Dinkart seem to have followed and developed the theology of the Gathas, which inculcates strictly monotheistic notions. The modern researches of savants, both Parsi and European, have conclusively proved that the fundamental principle of the theology of the Gathas and some other portions of the Avesta, is pure monotheism. It is quite unjust to say that the authors of the Dinkart were influenced by Christian ideas. Tr. Introduction. VLL shown that this translation is incorrect to the highest degree / so much so that I have been almost obliged in each case to retranslate and retranscribe the quoted passage. Again, it is on account of the prescribed limits of this study that I have left aside everything that refers to more recent Mazdaism as, for example, the Sadda Arbio-Idik Share, the Dadista-Iduiyak, the Epistles of Mahushayr, the Persian Rivayets, the Sadar, and c. which are all posterior to the Musalman conquest. Lubat, July 6, 1884. 1. If a proof be required, one has only to compare the version of Dirakart 2, 80, on the Kvitukdas by Peshotun with that given by Drive West, Pahlavi texts, Vol. 2. The language of the Dinkart is very ambiguous and obscure, and many difficulties lie in the way of reading and translating such a difficult Pahlavi. Even many eminent scholars translate the one and the same passage in such a different way that it quite perplexes one to find out whether they are versions of one and the same passage or of two different passages. Therefore, taking the ambiguity and difficulty of the Pahlavi of the Dinkart into consideration, it may fairly be said that what Dastur Peshotun has done is satisfactory. Notwithstanding many discrepancies in his translation, it cannot be said to be incorrect to the highest degree. Tr. Observations. The quotations from the Pahlavi works, except the Dinkarf, are made by chapters and verses according to West or Hogg. Thus BD XXX. 2, signifies Bundi Hesh, chapter XXX. Verse 2, according to West, Pahlavi texts, Vol. I. The quotations from the Dinkart are made by volumes, chapters, and verses of the edition of Daster Peshotun, thus DK4. 157, 32, signifies Dinkart Vol. 4, chapter 157, verse 32, according to the edition of Peshotun. Chapter I. The Divinity. / Diversity of doctrines on the divinity during the Sassanid period. I Paul of Der Ishar, a learned Persian, who flourished at the court of the greatest of the Sassanid kings, Khosrav Anushiravan, AD 531-578, gives us, in an impressive picture, the different theories on the nature and attributes of God, which were shared at the time among the minds of his fellow countrymen. There are some, he says, who believe in only one God, others claim that he is not the only God, some teach that he possesses contrary qualities, others say that he does not possess them, some admit that he is omnipotent, others deny that he has power over everything. Some believe that the world and everything contained therein have been created, others think that all the things are not created. And there are some who maintain that the world has been made ex nihilo, according to others, God has drawn it out from an v/r, pre-existing matter. 1-2. One might suspect that in this passage, amidst some general remarks on philosophical theories, Paul is speaking about various doctrines scattered over the whole world, especially as he was a Christian, and had studied the heathen philosophies of Greece in the schools of Nisibis or of John Dissapur. 2. But it must be remembered that the writer is here addressing himself directly to King Khosrav, and mentioning to him details which must have been familiar to him, just as he cites elsewhere 3 in proof of multivocal words the 1 Paulus Persa, Logica, FOL 56, Land, Anecdote. Syriaca, Vol. 4 Leiden, 1875, Translation, p. 8. 9 Land, Ibid, Scholia, p. 100. 3 Paulus Persa, Logica, FOL 58, v2 The Divinity. Persian names of the Sunday one. It is therefore very probable that the author is here describing the opinions which were current in his time in the bosom of the Iranian religion itself. 2 Moreover, it cannot be doubtful to those who are aware of the divergence of opinions which separated the numerous Iranian sects, that Paul is here enumerating faithfully the characteristic doctrines of the Iranian sects of the Sassanid period. 3 It is true that under the kings of this dynasty, Magism or Mazdayasm 9 became the national religion in Persia. However, a just idea must be formed of what is meant by this word. Though all the followers of this religion boldly declared themselves to be the worshippers of the god Ahura Mazda and disciples of his prophet Zarathustra, yet they won Abtab and N, Kershid, and Mr. Hudam Schindler compares the word ABT and BDN with the Kurdish word DTDW, ZDMGXXXVIIIP 48. 2 It is also manifest from MK, I, 17, that there were numerous sects, beliefs, and doctrines under the Sassanids. Tr. 9 It is the opinion of Westergaard, George Rawlinson, and other distinguished scholars and writers, that Magism was in origin completely distinct from Mazdayasm or Zoroastrianism. It will not be out of place to quote here the opinion of Professor Westergaard from his preface to the Zendavesta, p. 17. The faith ascribed by Herodotus to the Persians is not the lore of Zoroaster, nor were the Magi in the time of Darius the priests of Ormuzd. Their name, Magu, occurs only twice in all the extant Zen texts, and here in a general sense, while Darius opposes his creed to that of the Magi, whom he treated most unmercifully. Though Darius was the mightiest king of Persia, yet his memory, and that of his predecessors on the thrones of Persia and Media, has long since utterly vanished from the recollections of the people. It was supplanted by the foreign North Iranian mythology, which terminates with Vishtaspa and his sons, and with these persons the later Persian tradition has connected the Achaemenian Artaxerxes, the long-handed, as if he especially had contributed to the propagation and establishment in Western Iran of the Zoroastrian belief. But this latter would appear early to have undergone some modification, perhaps, even from the influence of Magism itself, and it may have been in this period that the Magi, turning to the faith of their sovereigns, became the priests of Ormuzd. Tr. This diversity is a consequence of dualism. Three were far from being in complete accord on all the great dogmatic questions. They were rather divided into numerous sects, a list of which is given us by Muhammad Ash-Sharistani, a Musalman writer of much later date, and which is quoted by Spiegel in his Antiquities. One may also doubt whether this great Iranist does not go a little too far when he distinguishes an orthodox religion from among the many sects which he enumerates. 8 Indeed, we notice in the most venerated works of Mazdayism, such as the Bundihesh, the Mainyoi card, the Dinkard, the Art-I Viraf Nama, the Shayist La Shayist and others which we shall have to quote, some very different tendencies which clearly separate them into several schools or sects. Except, perhaps, the systems of Mani and Mazdak, which were rather new religions inoculated upon Mazdayism, all these sects are grouped as derived from the system of Magism, and all were tolerated even in the midst of one and the same national faith. This point of view is justified by the remarkable edict of the minister Mir Narsar published with the assent of the king Yezdijerd II, and preserved by the Armenian historians Eliseus and Lazarus of Farb. 3. It shows what latitude there was in the Mazdayasnian religion for theories on the nature of God. / This diversity is a consequence of dualism. For indeed, the reader will have remarked that the different systems described by Paul the Persian are finally brought back to the question of the nature of the Supreme Being and of his relations with the creation. Is not this a necessary consequence of dualism itself? This characteristic dogma of the Iranian religions teaches the existence of an evil principle, which is distinct from, and independent of, the good principle, i.e., God, as we generally say. Now, this idea of the coexistence of the two eternal principles, distinct from each are 1 vol. 2, pages 175 to -2351 9 vol. 2, p. 175. S. Justi, G.A.P., pages 197 to 198, Spiegel, EA2, p. 183, who calls it to some extent an official document. For the divinity other is more repugnant to the human mind than polytheism itself. One sooner or later the mind will push further one. It is a well-known fact, and it is proved by many distinguished savants, both European and Zoroastrian, that the leading feature of the theology of the original or Zoroastrian Mazdayism, as contained in the Avesta and especially in the Gathas, was strictly based on monotheism, and that its speculative philosophy was based on dualism. According to it, Ahura Mazda was the only supreme being, the first creative cause, who had no equal or rival. He employed two principles, one good, holy, just and always creating, and one evil, wicked, base, and always destroying, to keep the universe in motion. These two prima eval causes, though contrary, were united, and each was indispensable to the other in producing the material as well as the spiritual world. But in course of time the good, creating principle was wrongly identified with Ahura Mazda himself, and both began to be considered as one and the same being, and consequently the evil, destroying principle became an antagonist and rival of Ahura Mazda. This wrong notion seems to have taken root even in the time of the Avesta itself, as traces of it are found in the first Fargard of the Vandadat and in some stray passages of the Avesta. The later Pahlavi and Persian writers have strictly followed and developed that wrong notion. But the original dualism, i.e. the dualism of the two contrary principles employed by Ahura Mazda, seems to be conformable with the laws of modern science, and is even admired by eminent students of philosophy and science. One of them says, the existence of evil in the world is as palpable a fact as the existence of good. There are many things which to our human perceptions appear to be base, cruel, foul and ugly, just as clearly as other things appear to be noble, merciful, pure, and beautiful. Whence come they? If the existence of good proves a good creator, how can we escape the inference that the existence of evil proves an evil one? It is a fact that polarity is the law of existence. Why we know not, any more than we know the real essence and origin of the atoms and energies which are our other ultimate facts. But we accept atoms and energies, and accept the law of gravity and other laws. Why not accept also the law of polarity, and admit that it is part of the original impress, one of the fundamental conditions under which the evolution of creation from its ultimate elements is necessitated to proceed? This the human mind can understand. Beyond it is the great unknown or unknowable, in presence of which RVE can only feel emotions of reverence and of awe, and faintly trust the larger hope that duality may somehow ultimately be merged in unity, evil in good, and every winter turn to spring. See Samuel Lang, A Modern Zoroastrian, pages 170 to 172. Tr. The Zurvanic System Destiny. 5. Its theories in order to repose in an original unity of principles. If this is generally true, how much more so for the Iranian mind, a mind which is extremely and passionately fond of systematization? The Turanian Magi, from whom the Iranians very probably adopted their original dualism, one did not feel this logical necessity. Upon the Iranians this necessity very soon obtruded itself. 3. The Zurvanic System, Destiny. 5 different schools had recourse to different means of avoiding the difficulty. Some found the solution in a pre-existing, indifferent and immutable being, from whom they derived both the good and the evil principles, a source of being rather than a personal being, an eternal, divine source, a primeval deity, ergothet, as Spiegel calls 2/T. This is the Zurvanikarana, the unlimited time, which is confounded with destiny. It is he who has begotten Ahura Mazda as well as Ahura. In this system, therefore, there is not strictly one God. 3 other philosophers maintain that this primeval principle is Ahura Mazda himself, and even derive from him the evil spirit, or attribute to him the two spirits, the one good, the other evil. In this hypothesis God possesses contrary qualities. According to the expression of Paul *, we seem to find in the Dinkart a real monotheism developed perhaps under Christian or Jewish influences. 5 On the contrary, in the Mazdayasna destiny and eternity play a one to Harlez, Origins du Zoroastrisme, Part 2. Lenormant, Chaldean Magic, p. 145, Sequentia SEA2, page 177. 3. Zarvanakarna is nothing, but the time without bounds or eteroidi *, the Avesta, where it is never mentioned as creator of anything, neither it is praised as Anyazada. Cf2 of this book. Tr*. This doctrine seems to be identical with that of the Gathas, for which cp4, n. 1. Tr. 8. See the translator's note, 3, on pvj. 6. The dtvfntty. Very important part. Finally, in the Ulama Isl and Tn, a Smal treatise of a later date, it is said that some people consider Ahura as a reprobate angel. *J, but we do not know whether this altogether Christian idea can be traced back to the Sassanid times. 6. The idea of the Zurvanikarana is treated at full length by Spiegel in the second volume of his Antiquities. Generally, it is not easy to clearly distinguish this divinity of time from destiny. If we consult the Armenian Vardabed Esnig, a writer contemporary with the Sassanids in the 5th century, we shall find the following definition of the being of Zurvan in his description of the Mazdayasnian religion as flourishing in his time. 8. When there was as yet nothing, say the Magi, neither heaven nor earth, there existed a certain Zurvan, whose name, when translated, signifies fortune or glory. 5. Here, then, Zurvan and Bak seem to be identical, as Theodore of Mopsusta affirms. Also in Persian Zamn, equivalent to Zurvan, is used to signify time in general, and Zamana designates fate, destiny, as in the following verse of the Shnema, Zamana na dad ash zamani dirang, destiny did not grant him a long time, life. 5. 7. The Mainyoi card, as we have already shown, develops chiefly the doctrine of eternity and destiny. Sometimes this book seems to separate these two beings. Give here an example: the affairs of the world altogether proceed through destiny, EYJ, Dress 6 and Time, 1 UIP 5, Voller's translation, p. 52. 8c. The more recent and more faithful translation of M. Gatrius, L. Armeni et les Armenians, Paris, 1880, p. 40, cfp 10. See also Spiegel, EA2, pages 182, 183. 3. Spiegel, Geschick, Bat, Destiny, or Glanz, p. Arkerluster. Phocios Biblioth, p. 63. C6 quoted by Pizzi in his Manual Delta Lingua Persiana, SVP 388. The exact translation would be Destiny did not grant him a moment's respite. TR equals CF Pahlavi and Persian Bihar Fate, portion. The Zurvanic system, Destiny. 7. Zamn, and through the supreme decree of the self-existent eternity, the King and Lord of long-time Vaser Ibrin Rabed Igad hast Zuradniptisht Udirain Ode. 1. In another chapter it is said of unlimited time that he is imperishable and immortal, he is without grief, without hunger, without thirst, and without affliction, living eternally, everlasting, nobody being able to stop him and to remove his control from his affairs. 2. By these last words of the passage quoted above, time is again brought into contact with destiny. Elsewhere it is said of destiny, destiny is what has been ordained from the commencement. 3. And again, destiny is that which is supreme over everyone and everything. 4.8. Spiegel entirely distinguishes the Zamdirain Kadi from Zurvanikarana, of which mention has been made above, and which is evidently the Zurvandarag Ho Kadhata of the Avesta. 9. He considers it as a subdivision of Zurvan, or rather as a part of it, carved out by Ahura Mazda for his own use, and it is from it that he creates the god of destiny. Doubt whether this idea can be reconciled with the fact acknowledged by Spiegel himself, that this Zamdirain Kade is the created time, the time of the existence of the world. But one is tempted to believe that the Zurvanikarana itself was considered by certain sects not only as the eternal source of all being, including Ahura Mazda, 7, but also as a vast chaos, an infinite pre-existing matter, the $N of Paul the Persian, from which Ahura Mazda formed all his creatures. 9. In the first volume of his Pahlavi texts, 8. West energetically defends the Avestaic religion from having admitted 1 mkxxvii. 10.8 mk8. 9.3 mkxxvii. 11 m asterisk, k slayi. 7.6 Nyash I, 8, Saraza I, 21. EA2, 11. 1. See the translator's note, 3, on p5. 8 Sacred Books of the East, pt. I, plxx. 8 The Divinity, the belief of an infinite time. His argument is chiefly based upon a passage of Zdd Sparam, translated by himself, where it is stated that Zorvan was a creature of Ahura Mazda, and he accuses the Greek and Armenian writers of being incorrect in their assertions. Tzad Sparam says, in fact, Ahura Mazda has produced the creature Zorvan to aid the celestial sphere, and Zorvan is unrestricted, so that he made the creatures of Ahura Mazda to move. 1. Now West has proved that these extracts though written about the year 88-1, are based upon documents, which can certainly be attributed to the Sassanid period. 2. It must be added that in this very book Zorvan is mentioned as destiny. It is said that it was by the decree of appointing Zorvan that Geomard had only 30 years of certain life. 3. We willingly admit that we have here the doctrine of a Mazdayasnian school of the Sassanid time, even if we will grant what Spiegel calls the orthodox faith. Still it seems impossible for us to reject the very evident testimony of the contemporary though foreign writers, the testimony of the edict of the minister of Yazdijerd II. And that of a book like the Ulama-i Islam, which, though bearing the date, like Ksad-Sparam, of the Musalman period, must also represent like it some very old traditions. It appears that an important sect called the Zoroastrianists really existed *, and the Ulama-i-Islam must have been written by a partisan of that school. 5. We do not know in what century this doctrine of the Eternal One Zs. I-24. APT, I, P. Slai. *Zs4. 5 Spiegel, EA, 2, 176-187. 5 Ibid, p. 178. The Zurvanic, Chaomarthian, and other such beliefs and sects were heretical and diametrically opposed to the received doctrines of Mazdayism, just like those of Mazdak and Hani. From the writings of Shahrastani, a celebrated Mohammedan writer, we learn that the Mazdayasnians were split into several sects, which very likely arose at the time of the Sassanians, such as the Mazdakiyas, Chaomarthiyas, and Zurvanists, whose doctrines being altogether strange to the ancient books must have been derived from other creeds. Cf. Hogg, Essays on Tle Sacred the Zurvanic System. Destiny. G. Zurvan was formed, and whether it was contemporaneous with the beliefs of the Avesta or was formed only in the Sassanid times. But we are tempted to believe, even by the nature of things, that it could not be much posterior to the Mazdayasnian dualism. 1. Was it perhaps borrowed from Babylonia at a very ancient date? Io. That the idea of this prima eval principle, principe, may have been mixed up with that of destiny must not much astonish us. Destiny plays a prominent part in all the Oriental religions, all tainted with more or less fatalism, and its effect is to disturb the idea of divinity everywhere. We have seen this belief in destiny very strongly developed in the Ma'anyo card, certainly a Sassanid work and attested by contemporary writers. 2. The idea of an inevitable fatum. A blind power, which is even above the will of the gods, is not reconcilable with the idea of a true divine and supreme being, especially like that of the Mazdayasnian religion. But we must not expect to find too much consistency in these beliefs, because, in that case, we should equally have to exclude dualism itself. These fatalist ideas are preserved and propagated chiefly in the minds of the people. Nor can we be surprised to find this power, vague, mysterious and shapeless, confounded among the Mazdayasnian sects with that other being, equally intangible and misty, viz., Zurvan. The transition from the one to the other is quite natural. Language, writings, and religion of the Parsis, p. 15. Therefore no reliance should be placed upon them, and they should not be reckoned as Mazdayasnian sects and beliefs. Trx, the doctrine of Zurvan seems to have been formed only in the Sassanid times, because no mention of it is found in the Greek, and we Roman authors who flourished before the Sassanids find some testimony of it only in the Greek and Roman authors contemporaneous with them, and also in the Armenian and Mohammedan writers of a later time. Tr. 2. Naturally it was still more developed after the contact with Islamism. Cf. de Harlez, Introduction A V Avesta, Pielskci. 3 Mkxxii. 3 Io the Divinity. 11 There is another point of view according to which Zurvan, the infinite time, is neither the source nor the creature of Ahura Mazda, but rather a eternal quality, an essential attribute of this God. Such is the point of view of the Avesta. It also appears in the Sassanid writings. According to the version of Spiegel, it is said in the Bundi Hesh that Ahura Mazda is endowed with boundless time damned Nyakonarak Homand, 1 West, however, does not approve of this translation. Now, this term is explained by the fact that Ahura Mazda himself, his abode, his law, and his time daman, i.e. the duration of his existence, have been and are and ever shall be. Yeha and Va8 Va Hamd K Yehavtinat. The Bundhesh therefore conceives the space occupied by God, the duration of his existence and his eternal law, his will, as divine attributes pretty nearly in the Christian sense. 12 As regards space, which is referred to here, it would appear, if Spiegel is to be trusted, too, that this conception also as much as that of time was one of the transcendent beings three considered by the Iranians as divine, eternal, and anterior to Ahura Mazda, or at least co-existing with him. This being is personified in the Avesta under the name of Thudsha, i.e., infinite space, very distinct from the Asman or created heaven. For it is invoked with boundless time and with the 1 BD, I. 3. West translates the phrase, independent of boundless time, which is not reconcilable with any of the Mazdayasnian theories. Nevertheless, he adds that the construction is very obscure and leads us to believe that there are some omissions in the text. Do not see any obscurity. The sense is explained by the words that follow. On the etymology of the word damned equals zamden and dof zervan, etc., see Darjarles, Manuel de Villavesta, p. 304, and Spiegel, E.A., 2, 5, NEEA, 2, 13-17. 3 Ibid, p. 4. Die Grundbedingungen, welch für den Bestand eines jeden Dingen anbietig sind heißen seit und Rom und dies wurden als gottlich und persönlich Wesen aufgefasst. The primary conditions, which are necessary for the duration of any one being, are called time and space, and these are understood as divine and personal beings. Irvad Kawashi Adulji Kanga in his glossary of Vandadad, translates the term Thidsha by the void between heaven and earth, atmosphere, air. Tr. The Zervanic system. Destiny. Ri same qualificative of Kadda. 1. It seems that some have conceived it not only as the vague and immense space, but also as the firmament to which are attached the 12 signs of the zodiac. Therefore, it is nothing but the Pahlavi Splhr, the modern Persian Sipir, the celestial sphere. 13. But it is clearly asserted in the Bundihusk that this celestial sphere was created by Ahura Mazda, that it was the first of his creations, 2. And that he assigned to it the signs of the zodiac. 3. Spiegel admits this interpretation, but doubts whether the Iranians always regarded the space as a creature. Relying upon the assertions of Herodotus and Damasus, he believes that this infinite space was in former times a primordial divinity along with time. The solution of this point, however, does not fall within the limits of our essay. What is undeniable is that in the Sassanian philosophy this celestial sphere was the creature of Ahura Mazda. We shall therefore have to refer to this subject again whilst speaking about the cosmogony. However, we have to remark that the idea of destiny was as closely attached to this being as to that of the infinite time. The Avestaic name Thwasha seems even to have been formed from a root Twakshare, which is no other than the tvx of the destiny of the Greeks. 2.5 The Pahlavi name Splhr is even used to signify destiny, as in the Mainyoi card. 6 This accounts for the fact that it is called in the same work the strongest being. 7 The Persian word sipir has been employed in the same sense of destiny. 8 1 Nyash. I. 8, Saras, I. 21, VD 19. 44, 55, Wester, 13, 16. 2 According to the Avesta, Yas 19:8, the Amishaspentas were the fifth of the creations of Ahura Mazda. They were followed by the Ahunavarya, the firmament, water, earth, animals, and man in success Zion. Tr. 3 BD, 2, 2. *EA, 2, 15. However, Herodotus is neither describing the Avestaic nor the Mazdayasnian religion, but the naturalist religion of the Persian people of his time. For this very important distinction, see Darjarles, Introduction, pages 14-16, XXI. 5 Spiegel, EA, 2, 13. M8K, 2, 28. 7 Ibid, XXVIII, 10. 8 See the Shndmet. Spiegel, EA, 2, 15. 12 The Divinity. 4. Zoroastrianism is a philosophical system. 14 So far we have spoken about the primordial divine beings, the transcendent beings if I may say so, the ideas of which are rather the result of philosophical speculations proceeding from the dualistic system. These theories were probably developed in the Iranian mind from a very early time. Among certain sects they were freely and clearly expressed, and coordinated in the minds of others. These beings floated in a very vague manner in the midst of conceptions about the divine nature. Finally there were other schools which rejected them and formally attacked them. But nowhere were these beings, this infinite time, and perhaps this infinite space, properly called gods by the Iranians. One, undoubtedly they formed to themselves a primordial Zervan in order to get rid of the embarrassment of the speculative theories, but this Zervan is everywhere a pale and doubtful figure which serves only to introduce the true Iranian god, Ahura Mazda, about whom we have now to speak. V. The relations between Zervan and Ahura Mazda. 15. But first of all, some words must be said about the transition imagined by certain schools from the primary being Zervan to the god Ahura Mazda himself. If we turn to the celebrated edict of the minister of Yazdijerd II, this is what we read in this document of a Sassanian king: according to the Armenian historians too, before the heaven and the earth existed, Zorovan, the Reet god, sacrificed for 1,000 years and said, if perhaps a son of the name of Armizd were born to me, he would create heaven and earth. Now Zorovan conceived two beings in his womb, the one because he sacrificed, the other because he said perhaps. /1 Even in the Avesta Thudsha and Zari and Ia are nowhere praised with the appellation of Yazida. Tr. 2 Justi, GAP, p. 197. 3. The relations between Zervax and Ahura Mazda. 116. The narration of Esnik in his description of the Mazdayasnian religion is almost identical, only it is a little more lengthy than in the edict. According to Eliseus and Lazarus of Farp, during Ioo years, Zervan offered sacrifice, saying to himself that perchance a son would be born to him who would create the heaven and the earth and everything that they contain. After 1,000 years of sacrifice, he commenced to turn over his thought in his mind, saying, of what use is the sacrifice that I offer? Will my son Armizd come? Or will my efforts be useless? Whilst he thought thus, Armizd and Arhaman were originated in the bowels of Zervan, Armizd on account of Zervan's offering the sacrifice and Arhaman on account of his being doubtful. 117. Such is therefore the origin of the two spirits, they were really begotten by Zervan. That is a doctrine indisputably adopted in the Mazdayasnian schools under the Sassanids. Spiegel finds another proof of it in a contemporary Greek author already mentioned, Theodore of Mopsuestia. 2. If we take into consideration the importance of the document of Mir Narse, addressed to the Armenians and commencing with these solemn words, you must know that every one of those who live beneath the sky and do not believe in the Mazdayasnian religion is deaf and blind and deceived by the divs of Haraman. 3. If we add that all the contemporary foreign writers have represented this Zervanist system as the true dogma of the national religion of the Sassanians, and Kfiat this dogma gives proof of its vitality long after the downfall of the national kings in works, such as the Ulama-i-Islam, it must be acknowledged that these Zervanists were anything but a small peculiar sect, and that they probably once see the translation of M. Gatirias, U. Armi et les Armenians, p. 40. 2. Phocios Bibliath, p. 63. Ea. 2, 184. 3. Justi, GAP, p. 197. 14. The divinity formed the most considerable part of the Mazdayasnians for a certain number of centuries. 1. The great religious works of the Sassanian epoch that we now possess, however, appear much more orthodox and monotheistic in their doctrine, as we shall see when discussing the existence and characteristics of the great god, Ahura Mazda. 6. Ahura Mazda, his names. 18. If we wish to know how the Persians under the Sassanids called their national god, we have an infallible means of succeeding in our investigation. It is sufficient to consult the Pahlavi inscriptions on the monuments or on coins. The form which is found engraved in the so-called Sassanian characters is Ahura Mazda. Now, referring to the written Pahlavi literature, we find by the side of the rare form Hormizd, $, which resembles the modern name 1C Hog, Essays, 8 FC, 2nd ed., pages 309-310. That dualism was actually the doctrine of the Zendics, we best learn from the commencement of the Bundi Hesh, which book purports to expound the lore of this party. The Magi seem still to have clung to the prophet's doctrine of the unity of the Supreme Being. But to refute the heretical opinions of the Zendics, which were founded on interpretations of passages from the sacred texts, a new and fresh proof of the unity of the Supreme Being was required. This was found in the term Sarvanakarana, one boundless time, which we meet with occasionally in the Zendavesta. The chief passage, no doubt, was Vend. 19:9, but the interpretation for proving that Sarvanakarana means the Supreme Being, out of whom Ahura Mazda and Angramaniash are said to have sprung, rest * on a grammatical misunderstanding, as we have seen above, p. 24. This interpretation, however, must be very old, for all the present Dasters believe in it as an incontrovertible fact. That this doctrine of Sarvanakarana was commonly believed in Persia, during the times of the Sassanians, may be distinctly seen from the reports quoted above, pages 12 to 14. The true meaning of the expression, that the beneficent spirit made them, in boundless time, is that God, Ahura Mazda, is from eternity, self-existing, neither born nor created. Only an eternal being can be independent of the bounds of time to which all mortals are subjects. Cf. also K. Kanga, translation of extracts from IHE Zendavesta of Ainquetil du Peron, Preface, PVTR. Ahura Mazda. His names. 15 used by the Parsis. Another form which is more difficult it is the almost universal name *#h. For this antique form there is the traditional reading Anhumd, which is considered as a Huzvarish or Semitic word. 19 Here we have to encounter many difficulties. Because, we have already seen according to the unsuspected testimony of the Sassanian alphabet that at that period they certainly said Ahura Mazda, we ought to meet again with this same form in some literary document of the epoch. Now the reading of the form $5 R cannot be doubtful, therefore or must represent the form of the inscriptions. This is the reason why the modern Aranists Hogg, West, Daharles, etc., read this form Ahura Mazda, and in this they are followed by many Parsi savants of our time, that is to say, they give to the second one the very common value of J and they see in the last character the value of asterisk, i.e., of ZD or WDD. One can allege in favor of this reading the fact that even in the Sassanian inscriptions the second and the fourth characters have the same ambiguous form too, which like the Pahlavi one can be read R as well as N20. In support of this opinion other proper nouns are cited, such as, OO which represents Yazan of the inscriptions, though the traditional reading is NJT1, YTN *N, 2TTO or Yazd, traditionally JIYNT, and, IH, as the name of the king T Yazdigard, Ses. Yazdakardi. In all these cases the reading of SZD re-establishes the harmony between the literary and monumental forms. For IJ, XCF Hogg, the Book of Art Virov, Introductory Essays, P. Spiegel, TLP, p. 439. Dester Peshotun compares it with the Semitic RV or VTB. See his edition of the Dinkard, Vol. I, p. 13. *Haig, AVN, Introductory Essays. L6 The Divinity. 21 On, 2, the other hand, it is observed with great justice that #N** is the traditional form, established by some generations of the Parsi doctors, Desters, and, that whatever might be said of other terms, it would be quite unprecedented that the true pronunciation of the most sacred and the most important name, not to say the most in use in the whole Iranian religion and literature, should have been forgotten. However, we might see therein nothing but an ideogram or a mystical term, perhaps in origin Semitic. Thus it is that Spiegel simply believes to have found in it the name Diphthon 1 Dut. This interpretation does not fit in the Pahlavi characters. He adds, Ich glaube, man hat while dies fremd form deswegen vorgezogen, es in jener Periode, wie bei den Rabbinen, für unpassend geht, den Namen Gott selbst, i.e.j. Aussprechen. 2 These last words appear at the first sight to supply the key to the difficulty. It may be said that because the people did not dare to pronounce the sacred name they forgot the exact form or rather substituted a mystical and altered one in its place. Is it not the same case with that of the Hebrew word, fl, p and its traditional pronunciation Jehovah. But a little consideration will render this theory at least impossible, as there is absolutely no trace in Iranian theology of any such prohibition to pronounce the divine name as existed among the Jews. 22. It is true that the Sassanian form Ahura Mazda suggests another objection to us on account of the final z, which insinuates some contractions in the words mentioned above. Thus we might be tempted to read Ahurharmed for Ahura Mazda, just as Yakart for Yazdakartal, Yan for Yazdan, etc. 3 but 1 TLP, p. 361. Cf. de Harlez, Manuel du Pahlavi, p. 197. 2. I think that this strange form was probably preferred because it was considered improper at that period, as by the rabbis, to pronounce the name itself of God, i.e. f. Tr. 3. Objection may be taken on account of the difference of quantity equals of the a, however, it must not be forgotten that k, pound Mazdayasna sas. Mazdayasna. See Hogg, A. V.N., Introductory Essays, pxxviii. Ahura Mazda. His names. I7 This difficulty has little weight when we recollect that the final L is added without any etymological value to the Sassanian words with almost as much facility as the Pahlavi U1. In any case the final I cannot be explained as a representative of the original of the ancient Avestaic form Ahura Mazda and the Achaemenian form Ahura Mazda. We may therefore assume without any difficulty that the national god was called Ahura Mazda in Sassanian times, although this name is engraved on the coins and inscriptions with a final I, which is altogether useless. 2. 23. The other divine name which is used in the Avesta, viz., Spentomanius, is found in Pahlavi under the form Spanakmenoi. The history of this term is very curious. The identification of the name Spentomanius with that of Ahura Mazda in the Avestaic religion too is the effect, as we know, of an amalgamation of two systems and of the names of two divinities, the former the truly one God, the latter the god of dualism, the twin of the evil spirit. 3. Indeed the traces of this original difference are not obliterated in the Avesta. But in the religious philosophy of the Sassanids all this is long forgotten, and we meet with another phase of the evolution of this divine name. 1. Though the usage is not quite parallel, cf. Hogg, A.V., N. Pxxix. 2. In the Avesta Spentomanius is identified with Ahura Mazda only in the first Fargard of the Vendidad and in some stray passages, but he is mostly mentioned as a being quite different from Ahura Mazda and as the creative agency of God. C.S. XXX, 3-5, XLV, 2, 19, 9, Slai, 4, 13, 4, XJ16 and, Ki, 2. Vend, 19, 9. Yash 13, 13, 15, 3,43, 44, and 19, 44, 46. Moreover, Ahura Mazda is always mentioned with the attributes in the superlative degree. He is called Manu Spinishta or Manius Spento Tempt, but never Spento Manu. Tr. 3 seconds Je Harlez, Introduction at Avesta, P. Ihtzvatin the divinity. The name Spanakmenoi is generally used as a synonym of Ahura Mazda. Thus in the Dinkart it is expressly said that the adorable name which has been, which is, and which shall be is the divine name of Spanakmenoi. Then it is added that his unique peculiar name is also Ahura Mazda. N.I.B.A.B. We find also such expressions as the Spanakmenoi of Ahura Mazda, as if the title of Spanakmenoi was an attribute or a part of the being of Ahura Mazda. Here one is tempted to suspect a Semitic and even a Christian influence, such as we shall often notice later on, because these terms remind us in a striking manner of the Chin Th degree F the New Old and Trevefia to Iof of the Testament. 2. Indeed we have Spanak Mendi Dater A4 Harmazd Z literally the Holy We Spirit of the Creator. Ahura Mazda would therefore say that as the good mind the good conscience of man was personified as Vohuman, in the same manner Kpanakmenoi was looked upon as the mind the soul, if I may say so, of we God. 4. Read also that the intelligence of Ahura Mazda IDK, 2, 81,3. 2. In the same manner the Munichines had also a Holy Spirit. Spiegel, E.A., 2, p. 226. The idea of the Holy Spirit, Spanak Minui, is found in the Gathas as well as in other parts of the Avesta, and it has been noted before that Spanak Mindi is the creative power of Manu Spenis Lita, God. It is therefore evident that the writer of the Dinkart was not obliged to borrow his ideas from the Semitic or Christian religion. 3 DK, 4, 138, 2. Peshotun has badly translated this phrase, CP 194, one would believe that Spanak Minui is a creature quite distinctly from Ahura Mazda. Shall return to this point. 1. The one, who produced the reality, is called Vohumanu, the good mind. The other, through whom the non-reality originated, bears the name Akamano, the evil mind. All good, true, and perfect things, which fall under the category of reality, are the productions of the good mind. While all that is bad and delusive belongs to the sphere of non-reality, and is traced to the evil mind. They are the two moving causes in the universe, united from the beginning, and therefore called twins. They are present everywhere, in Ahura Mazda as well as in men. These two prima eval principles, if supposed to hold united in Ahura Mazda himself, are not called Vohumand and Akaman 6t but Ptomaniash, the beneficent spirit, and Angros Maniash, the hurtful spirit. Hogg, Essays.xc, 2nd ed., p. 303-304-tr1 Ahura Mazda. His names, 19 was revealed to his own Holy Spirit before the creation, Gan Kaval Benafshman Qp and Na Kamanoi Pitke Yehavanto. The Sassanian speculation does not seem to have gone further. The modern Parsis have however much further developed this idea of the Kpanak Manoi. According to them Hormizd has two principles, the one good, the Kpnamano, and the other evil, the Gantmino, i.e. Gant Kamanoi. 2 But then, this is only the logical consequence of their system and of their tendency towards a more real monotheism. Even this belief was perhaps old among certain sections. 3, 824. Divine name which presents more difficulty is that of Yazdin, which has become the well-known Persian word cj **g. The history of this name is not without interest. In the terminology of the Avesta the word Yazida * signifies like the Sanskrit Yajita what is worthy of worship, adorable, venerable, and is applied to Ahura himself as well as to the Amishas Spentas and other inferior angels. The Yazitas are often the angels inferior to the Amishikpantas. Then it is employed in the singular for only one angel, thus in Yez. 17:2, Wester, 1, Ahura Mazda is called Mazishta Yazida, the supreme Yazida. In Pahlavi books the Yazitas or Yazds are again the angels, the good spirits, sometimes even distinguished from the Amishaspans 5 as in the Avesta. Ahura Mazda is also qualified by this title. Once in the Dinkart he seems to be called one of the Yazd / if we can accept the translation of Dester Peshotun in the phrase, Az Yazdano Ivak Kayatai Anshuta. One of the Yazds is the 1 DK, I, 40, 22 CF Peshotun, DK, I, P18, and 3 CS. 19, 21, Wester, 9, and CF West, PT, 2, P14. But Daharles translates the text FRD Misfanya.6 Manaveo Tavika, in another way. The Pahlavi translation of the phrase is, Fr and Z Lipavanov Zunik Mind Ashguft, which seems decisive in favor of Daharles. * Old Persian is 8, according to Tacitus, Annals, 12, 14. 6 DK, 28 I3. 20 The divinity. Lord of man. 1 In the Manyo Ikard the word Yazd in the singular seems, to signify God only once, Panak Yazdritapushtler, God is the surest protection. 2 But what is more certain and more common is the usage of the plural Yazdin as the divine name signifying God, quite as in the modern Persian. 3 It also appears that among the Geomarthians, one of the Iranian sects, the two principles of good and evil were called Yazdin and Ahriman * 25. This use of a plural form for expressing the name of God is not only very ambiguous but can be explained only by a Semitic influence, it must be a pluralis majestatis formed on the model of the Hebrew Qin7 and $*4, 26. Another divine name which had little vitality is the ancient title Bah, the Old Persian Baga of the cuneiform inscriptions, 3. The Bagha of the Avesta, memory of which is preserved in the name of Baghdad, the city created by gods. In the Sassanian inscriptions we read Bag God and Bagi divine. The Pahlavi books show us the word in the term Bagho Bakt, which seems to signify providence, literally what is bestowed by God. But generally the word Bah seems to have had a very restricted use. 1 DK, 4, 174, 2. But this version is incorrect, see further on, chapter V, 207, note 2 MK, 14, 9. 3 for instance, see MK, I, 16, etc. BD, 17, 8, Cis, I, O, 8, 22, etc., DK, 4, 174, 6, etc. It is often difficult to decide whether we should translate the word God in IHE singular or the angels in the plural. Spiegel, EA, 2, p. 187. T. 5 Bhagavasrika Ahura Mazda Haya Imdbumatun ad, and c. A great God is Ahura Mazda, who has created the earth. Nr. A. and c. Persepolis. CFMK, 8, 15, XXIV, 5, 7. Titles and attributes of Ahura Mazda. 21-7. Titles and attributes of Ahura Mazda. 27. Let us now pass from the names to the titles and attributes of the Supreme Being. In the first place we find that he is called the Being or the existing par excellence. 1. He is also the one who was, who is and shall always be. 2. He is the pure intangible Spirit. 3. The Spirit of spirits. 4. He is omniscient and omnipotent, he is the Supreme Sovereign. 5. He is perfectly good. 8. He is beneficent to all. 7. Benevolent. 3. And merciful. 928. As to the divine attributes we find recorded, I, omniscience, Vispodk/Isaac, his omniscience is one of the principal attributes of Ahura Mazda. Quite in the beginning of the Bayan Dehesh we read that he is supreme in his omniscience Bulistopavan ten Harvispiltse. This knowledge does not extend only to the present and the past but also to the future, for he foresees the end of his combat with the evil spirit. 11. Who on the contrary possesses a knowledge extending only to the past events. 12. And Ri/*Ada. The omniscience of 1 DK, L, 40, 2. 2 BDI, 3, DK, 2, 81, 3. 3 Cis, 15, 2. DK, 2, 81, 3, 109, 4. Here we cannot admit the translation of Pashotun, his perfect knowledge about the Menoid me/o, perfect strength, etc., as if Menoid minbai was a word distinct from the being itself of Ahura Mazda. Here there is simply question of the attributes of the Creator which are enumerated, Menoid no minkia, Vispodkade 0 ISPC 9 UB and $7 IHVA Vispokutith VA Vispavhit. DDTDR DDSTDR the quality of spirit of spirits of creator and preserver. Secretary the learned Dester has correctly translated it in his vol. 2, p. 103. 5 DK, 3, 130. 6 MK, I, 14. 7 MK, I, 1. MK, I * 16. 3 MK, I, 16, DK, 2, 81,3. 10 BDI, 2. 11 BD, I, 13, 17, 20. 12 BD, I, 3, 9. 22 The divinity. Ahura Mazda is the source of the knowledge of other creatures, even the highest ones, one and the foundation of the innate wisdom of man, Dun Snokardo. 2 It is also identified with wisdom, /chart. 329. 2. Omnipotence, Vispotubamite. This is an attribute 4, generally accompanied by the first and the third in enumeration. This quality appears chiefly in the creation of the creatures, and the action even of the highest creatures on the creation is due to a communication of this supreme power, as in the case of Bohumino. 5. The attribute of Vispoculeia, the supreme sovereignty, omni-sovereignty, if we may coin a word, agrees very nearly with this attribute. 6. It is a consequence of the creation that God is the supreme possessor and Lord of everything that exists. It is the title of Kutti, king, sovereign, that has given birth to the modern name of God 1 * Kota. 30. 3. The supreme goodness of God. This is indicated by the namio Vispabalha, all goodness. 7. The Bilchesh expresses the same idea, saying that he is supreme in all goodness. 8. The goodness is not only in God himself, but it is also made manifest as the source of supreme beneficence to the creatures, as sovereign beneficence, Vispo Siddhalha. 9. We often find the divine attributes enumerated together as follows: Vispo Akasa, Vispo Tubana, Vispo Kuda. These are grouped together and always in the indicated order. Sometimes Vispo V is added. 1 DK, I, 40, 3. 2 DK, 3, 109, 4. 3 BD, 2, 10. Asterisk DK, IL, 109, 4. Asterisk DK, I, 40, 3. DK, I, 40, 3, 3, 109, 4. Asterisk 7 DK, IL, 109, 4 BD, asterisk I, 2. MK, asterisk CFI, 1. Asterisk O in a post-Sassanian work, D. Ancest and Anidynic, XXXVII, 4, Ahura Mazda is also called Vispno Vispo, all in all. West, pt. 2. Titles and attributes of Ahura Mazda. -3 We 31. Also find some very long lists of the titles and excellences of Ahura Mazda. Thus in the prayer attributed to a Dester of the Good Law / and inserted in the Ding card, 1 we read the following attributes after the names and titles mentioned above: Pstiimist va Denakdator va Fravarder va Pa, Iufk va Huapar. Va Kurfakar va Avakshutra va Aviazak Data Stonic, Rabba I Hustikan, that is to say, Supreme Sovereign, Wise Creator, Supporter, Protector, Giver of good things. Virtuous in actions, merciful, pure legislator, Lord of the good material creations. The title Ip is obscure. It may be read Hujr, signifying very strong, from Arab, JJ, or patient, according to Peshotun, or Huapar, which is more probable in view of the Avestaic pra, a word in itself not clear, but which may signify who produces good things, or asterisk who protects by himself. 2. This word is very often found. 3. West reads it Vapar, and translates it as persistent or self-sustaining. Asterisk 32. Also in another chapter of the same book 5 there is a panegyric on the creator Ahura Mazda, who bears the following title in opposition to the other beings: 1 DK, 2, 81. 2 CF de Harles, Manuel de la Longue de Iavesta, p. 464. 3 E.G. Sis, XXII, 21. Asterisk FT, 2, 45, n. He also cites the Persian word kapdra, active. Cf. also pt. I, 403, n. The term is equally applied to the other spirits. Nariosan in his Sanskrit translation of the Mainyoi card seems to give a correct meaning of the term JYF, which I would prefer to read var. The word copyright occurs twice in the Mainyoi asterisk card, in chap, XXXVII, 4, where it is translate Deeplana, and in asterisk lai, 14, where it is translated Pratiplana, which means sustainer, nourisher. Tr. 5 DK 111, 130.2. 24 The divinity. The ID Bandik, 1 Abu ID Fartsand, Peshlke ID Kshlke Ahilo La Ermino, Rado ID Ratvad, Dikshti idea hudslak, 7, 2, Dnak id padak, Mnestik id vidran, Z and kadnishnobanav shervian la afstra, Vindravand la vindratuk, Deri id biharvar, Dranelter id fertnitak, Hamkardra id, Ham /kkdr, Handatar la hantik s rodsen elter id rodsen lk. That is to say, sovereign, and not servant, father, and not child prior, and not dependent, master, and not obedient, chief, and not having a chief, lord, and not subject to a master protector, and not protected, immutable, and without desires 5 possess, ing in himself living knowledge, and not by any medium disposing, and not disposed, distributing, but not receiving anything, illuminating, and not illuminated, operating, but not receiving cooperation, acting, and not subject to any action, directing, and not directed. 33 This remarkable enumeration already anticipates the relation of God with his creatures, of which we shall have to speak presently. It must be confessed that we have here a description of a very elevated and perfect nature of a supreme being even in the Christian sense, and one which does not altogether agree with other conceptions about Ahura Mazda which we find in other works of the time, chiefly those connected with destiny and time. The fact is that the monotheism of the Dinkart is very pure as compared with that of the other Sassanian writings. 34 The only attribute of the Supreme God which appears to be wanting in these titles of Ahura Mazda is that of the immensity or infinity. It is true that he is called Amidnik in one reading MJ for MJ, Bundik. May 2nd This be read Havislok, disciple. 3 Reading X for J, asterisk Perhaps the 4th and the 6th terms have been interchanged and they should be read, Aliyo idea Hudstik and Ptokshahi la Ermino. 5 Yarfm equals lust, desire, therefore Ahura Mazda is tranquil, passionless. His knowledge is immediate and not mediate, Afedra equals means, instrument. Titles and attributes of Ahura Mazda. 25 The Dinkart 1 and that Peshotun gives to this word the sense of infinite and unproportioned. 2 But this title seems to signify simply without medium, or independent, as the author continues to explain the sense of the term, saying, Amihanakizak, Zagashmenavorak /HVA Yehufnanakidashnan IV and Seksha, Vamadnak Homanan Zak 1 Amark Pandno, Avarik Mino Yano etc. 3 The word Amihanaka designates freedom from dependence on the prayers of the creatures created, by, and receiving their existence from him, and those who are dependent are the Amishakpans, the other angels, etc. The author only endeavors to deny the dependence of God on sacrifices and prayers, which doctrine is taught by many Oriental religions, especially those of the Hindus. 35 It is in the Bundi Hesh that the infinity of God is expressly excluded, and the reason of this exclusion is also given. Indeed, it is precisely the existence of the evil spirit and his kingdom that involves the impossibility of infinity for Ahura Mazda. 4 In the beginning of the Bundi Hesh we read, both the spirits are limited and unlimited, for this supreme light is called infinite, and this profound darkness is called infinite, and there is a void between the two, and thus the one is not contiguous to the other, and, secondly, both the spirits are limited as to their bodies. 5 This means that neither of them is immense in the sense of the Christian theology. The author continues to explain that the infinity of Ahura Mazda is in his omniscience and supreme sovereignty. 6 Thus we see why we have not found the 1 DK, 2, 91, 3. Asterisk in his translation, Vol. 2, p. 114. A DK, 2, $1,3, 4. Asterisk in the Dinkart, 3, 127, Ahura Mazda is said to be everywhere, but this has connection with his own creation only. 5 BD, I, S. BDI 6,7. 526 The divinity. Qualificative infinite among the titles of God, and also that this is a rigorous consequence of dualism. 136. There is still another consequence and it is that Ahura Mazda has a fixed residence. This residence, this heaven, or paradise, is often described. Ahura Mazda dwells in the eternal or endless light, Afarurashano, which is a brilliant space, Rashamkap, and is expressly denominated the place of Ahura Mazda, Fwakai Ahura Mazda. 2 Further on, this light is clearly distinguished from the created light of the world, Ftik Roshani. 3 This is therefore one of those eternal divine beings whom we have spoken of, 12, and who belong to the class of those whom Spiegel has called Ancherweltlichen Gothitet, extramundane deities. For the doctrine of the Dinhart is quite the contrary. This purely monotheistical work teaches that the residence of Ahura Mazda is a part of the created sky, Akma and No, and therefore itself a creature. 537. Something must be said here about the spirituality of Ahura Mazda. It seems that to the Iranians the essential idea one it is related that originally there were ioi appellations and attributes of God, of which only 101 remain now. These ioi names are found in the editions of the Vendidzde, and are daily recited 10 times by the Yazdathrigar Mobds in the beginning of the Paragna ceremony, which is preparatory to the Yajashna ceremony, and thus the recital of them is considered as the foundation of the whole Yajashna ceremony. The recital of these names seems to have been introduced in the ceremony from a very ancient time, perhaps from the Sassanian time. Among them we find the 2 attributes Abeta and Avtanjam, joy or O and P, Y or J or E, meaning respectively without any source or beginning and without any end. The infinity of God seems therefore to have been known to the ancient Iranians tr*. Abd, I, 2. Asibid, 25. *EA, 2, p. 420. DK, 2, 74, 2. God the Creator, His relations with the creation. 2 Of this spirituality was only the invisibility. 1 Thus Arda Ivarov when introduced in the presence of Ahura Mazda saw nothing but a light, although he heard the voice of God, because I have seen a light but I have not seen the body, Maman Amrbshani did, Afm Tanu La did. 2 The modern Parsis explain the title Mnoyan Manoy the spirit of spirits by saying that Ahura Mazda is invisible to the other spirits who are themselves invisible to man. 3 This idea seems to be very old and is also found in the Avesta. This brilliant light was sometimes considered as the body of Ahura Mazda *, and sometimes it is also called his residence or garment. It was in no wise a real body, but only a kind of manifestation of his presence, as, the N, 2 *oll? Degree the Old Testament. If in the Sassanian sculptures Ahura Mazda has been represented under a human figure, 5 It no more indicates an anthropomorphism in the religious ideas of the epoch than the figures cf. God the Father under the form of a venerable old man do in Christian art. It seems however that Ahura Mazda could reveal himself to Zarathustra in a dream and in the human form, but the latter could not touch him by the hand, because I am an intangible spirit, says Ahura Mazda, it is not possible to hold me by the hand. 6-8. God the Creator, His relations with the creation. 38 The favorite title of Ahura Mazda is that of the Creator we, ddtdr. See thereby that the verb employed to signify one from the translation of Dester Peshotun. Voltil, p. 174, one would say that in chapter 127 of the Dinkart Ahura Mazda was expressly called invisible. It is sufficient to examine the text to see that not a single word is there said about it. 2 avn, ci, 2, cf. Dante. Peshotun, dk, 2, 103, and Spiegel, ea, 2, 67. 5 For example at Nakshari Rustam near Persepolis where Ahura Mazda is on horseback with the inscription, the figure of the god Ahura Mazda. See the engraving in Justice Gap, p. 69. Also the same thing at Firozabad and Nakshari Rajab, Justi, p. 178. *Sis, 15, 1, 2, 3. This passage is quoted as being in the Avesta. 28 The divinity. To create is Giatano which is nothing else than the Avestaic Ruta. The Huzvarish term which often takes its place is Barlunuano from Semitic FCD*. Another favorite term, especially in the Dinkart, is Avoratano. What are we to think of this creation? Is it a real creation ex nihilo or formation from a pre-existing matter? Spiegel 2 and WEST 5 believe that neither the Avestaic nor the Pahlavi terms can be understood in the sense of a real creation ex nihilo. However, this opinion is not easily reconciled with the very beautiful passage of the Bayan Dehesh which is translated by West in the following manner. 39. Zarathustra asked of Ahura Mazda, as regards the final resurrection, how the human body which has been dismembered and parceled out by wind and water will be formed again. Ahura Mazda answered him thus, when through me the sky arose from the substance of the ruby, without columns, on the spiritual support of the far-compassed light, when through me the earth arose which bore the material life, and there is no other maintainer of the worldly creation but it, when by me the sun and moon and stars are conducted in the firmament of luminous bodies, when by me corn was created so that, scattered about in the earth, it grew again and returned with increase, when by me color of various kinds was created in plants, when by me fire was created in plants and other things without combustion, when by me a son was created and fashioned in the womb of a mother, and the structure severally of the skin, nails, blood, feet, eyes, ear * and other things was produced, when by me legs were created for the water, so that it flows away, and the cloud was created which carries the water of the world. And one there is also the verb bihari nx.no from the word bihar equals vilot. Share. CFDK, I, 43. *EA, I, 454. *PT, I, P9, and God the Creator, His relations with the creation. 29 reigns there where it has a purpose, when by me the air was created which conveys in one's eyesight, through the strength of the wind, the lowermost upwards according to its will, and one is not able to grasp it with the hand outstretched. Each one of them, when created by me, was herein more difficult than causing the resurrection, for it is an assistance to me in the resurrection that they exist, but when they were formed it was not forming the future out of the past. La Yehavant. Yehavunit men Yehavant. 140. Another very remarkable expression is that of the creation accomplished in or with the assistance of time. In the Mainoai card it is said that the Creator Ahura Mazda formed, Brelnid, the material and spiritual worlds from his own splendor and in, for, the glory, of the boundless time, as an Ikesh Roshani Upad Frin Izuru and I Akinara. 2. This is very obscure. Perhaps it may be translated for his eternal glory. Spiegel translates, with the acclamaton of the boundless time, mit dem Jubelruf der Unendlichkeit. 3. Further on, it is in this same boundless time that Ahriman made his treaty of 9,000 years with Ahura Mazda *. May it be that Akin and Ra is only an epithetone perpetuum applied to the time in general? In that case these expressions would be employed only to exclude the creation of Cedar No. Or is it that the Zervan is taken here as destiny? 5.1 BD, XSX, 5. 6. As for the style and the ideas, this passage must be compared with Job. XXXVII2MK, 8, 8. Nariosan translates by the ablative, Tasmat Yasvayadayata Ashurvadana Ca Samayasia Anantasia. Spiegel has shown that the expression God has created everything from time in the UI, P2, is owing to a false reading of / and plus or minus for JS star. And it must be translated everything is created except time. The author of the Olamd, as we know him, was a Zervanist. 3 EA, 2, 6. *MK, 8, 11. 5 C6, 7. It is certain for ZS, 4, 5, perhaps also for ZS, I27. 30 The divinity. 41 The doctrine is very clearly expressed in the Dinkart that Ahura Mazda is the creator of all creatures without any exception. Indeed, we read in the prayer quoted below, Afrito, Pavan Nefshman and Mbi Idol Xanar Vadenkik, Avarder Kash Amashakpan Va Kabadai Yazatan Va Roshan Bahist Va Garbn Va Gartoy Aindno Va Var I Tijak Va Rna I Bumik Va Star I Kapt Kamak, Va Vat Va Andar Va I Va Dash Va Maya Va Zaniak Va Hervar Va Gospand Va Iak Shusto Va Anshuda L, i.e. he has created through his own essential power and knowledge 6 supreme Amashospans and numerous Yazds, the most excellent paradise and the Garot man. The vault of the sky, the burning sun, the shining moon and the stars of numerous germs, the wind and the atmosphere, the fire and the water, the earth and the plants, the animals, metals and man. 42 From his having created the world and all beings it follows that there are relations existing between him and his creatures. The Pahlavi books speak very often about these relations. Have anticipated many of them while giving the lists of the titles attributed to Ahura Mazda W. 3.2, he can sum up these relations as follows. 43. Ahura Mazda is not only the creator but also the God who sustains Shtar, his creation. 2. He protects it and governs it like a sovereign Ahu. 3. He directs Rafanit it. He approves Padarafter it, as it is worthy Gidh, of him. 5. It is his kingdom, Tokashaki/I. 6. While the evil spirit introduces disorder in the creation, 7. Ahura Mazda can draw good out of evil itself. 8. He reveals himself to his creatures by the visible creation. 9. He rewards and punishes his creatures according to their merits. And 1 DK, 2, 8I, 3. 2 DK, 2, 81, 3 SDK, 3, 130. Asterisk DK, 3, 130, I 41. DK, I, 41, CFPERS says 6 Ibid RMK, XXXIV. 8 DK, 4, 162, MK, 8, 24-26. Degree DK, 4, 120. Relations between God and destiny. 31 Demerits. 1. He is the author of the sacred writings, i.e., the Avesta. He is the master of mankind. 8. He dwells among the good. Wherefore the righteous are called men of God, Yastmartuman. 5. He has relations chiefly with the Yazds who assist him in his works, for instance, in the production and distribution of rain. 8. But chiefly in the moral government of the world and in assisting his creatures. Of his special relations with Bohuman we shall have to speak by and by. 44. Consequently all creatures should pray to him and should adore him. 3. In a manner which recalls to our mind the faith, hope and charity of our catechism. This worship of God, Hwikri, is performed in the pure and good religion of the Mazdayasnians, is good. Its foundation is virtue, truth, and faith without doubting Avejum and Mh, in God. Man is grateful to God, whether he has obtained little or much benefit from him, and when distress and evils come upon him from Ahura man and his demons he neither doubts the benevolence of God nor lessens his thankfulness unto him, and of this he doubts not, that God, beyond what is good, does no harm to man. 9. Relations between God and destiny. 45. The Manuai card very openly inculcates that there is a divine providence. Indeed, this work distinguishes what is called Baghobakt from destiny-backed. 10. West sees divine providence in this term. 11. He seems to us to be right, because the passage referred to gives the following: 1 DK, 2, 90. 3 DKI, S, 3. 3 DK, 4, 174, 2, CF 24. Asterisk DK, 3, 132, I, 55, 4. 8 ABN, IHC 8. Hogg remarks that the expression is rare. DK, 3, 112. 7 MK, LLK Passim. MK, 8 Lyin, DK, 2, 81. MK Li, 5-15. 10 MK, XXIB, 5-8. 11 C West, MK, pages 37, 142. 32 The divinity. Definition: foot destiny, bakt, is that which is ordained from the very beginning, and bakt is that which is bestowed secondly, deity ca box hand, dot. 1. Here a mention is made of the yazds, the mediums of communication with the y-action of God 8, and it appears correct to understand the expression second time, or secondly, as the result of the prayer. In another place 3 it is said that the divine providence or divine interposition will destroy at the end of the world the creatures of every kind made by Ahura. The etymology of the word confirms this interpretation, because bakt literally means and what is bestowed by God. However, this divine interposition is very rare, cam. 5 because Arman by the assistance of the planets greatly hinders the action of the yazds. 46 The influence of destiny is terrible indeed. Even with the strength and power of wisdom and knowledge, even with arms it is impossible to contend with destiny. For when predestination for good or for evil shows itself, the wise becomes foolish in action and the foolish becomes intelligent, and the timid, vdd becomes courageous and the courageous becomes timid, and the industrious becomes lazy and the lazy becomes industrious. Precisely because it is predestined for one thing, the cause which must produce it enters in man and paralyzes any other 8 effects. It is impossible for human activity to obtain advantages which are not predestined. 7.1 The Pazendity is an old misreading for Pahlavi Tani according to West, p. 61. 2 See Chapter 3, cf. Spiegel, EA, 2, 11. Perhaps Yazdan means God. 3 Mk, 7, 15. Equals asterisk about Bah God, c. 26. 8 Mk, xxiv, 8. Asterisk Mk, xxii. Asterisk Mk, xxii. The Doctrine of Divine Wisdom. 3347. But this idea of destiny, like the other Sabaean doctrine connected with the idea of the influence of the planets, one borrowed probably from the neighboring religions, greatly interferes with the conception of the supremacy of the god Ahura Mazda. This was clearly felt and reservations were made too in favor of the intervention of God. Thus it was naturally asked whether this power of destiny being admitted, it was worthwhile to pray. Do the yazds, perhaps God, bestow upon man for his prayers and good actions things other than what has been predestined? 3 It is in answer to this difficulty that the author gives the above-mentioned explanation of the term bakt, which, for the Mainuri card at least, saves its monotheism from an irreconcilable fatalism. X. The Doctrine of Divine Wisdom. We 48. Have just traced the portrait of the Ahura Mazda of the Sassanid period and seen that he is the same Ahura Mazda of the Avesta, though some developments have been introduced, partly owing to philosophical speculations and partly to some foreign influences. 8 It now remains for us to examine 2 other very important and remarkable external influences, which have left their unmistakable traces in the religious literature of the period. 49 One of the most important works of the Sassanid literature is unquestionably the remarkable book which has hitherto been known to us under the Pazend name of Mainoi Card or under the Persian designation of Minakai Rad, but which in Pahlavi 8 is probably called Dina-i Mainagai Kairad, who that is to say, tl the doctrine of the Spirit of Wisdom was the Spirit of Wisdom. Mk, 1 cf 8, 17. 2 Mk, xxii, 6. 4 Mi4, xxiv, 2. Asterisk for instance, Zoroastrianism. 3 For instance, destiny and the influence of the planets. 6 West, in the Museum, number 3, 1883. Since translated by him in Sacred Books of the East, pt. Part High, 1886. 34 1 HK Divinity. 50 In the first chapter of the treatise which bears his name, the Spirit of Wisdom seems to be considered as one of the Amashok Pans, for it is said that Ahura Mazda has performed for him more prayer and worship than for the other Amashok Pans. 1 If this expression is not a rhetorical figure, Mainoi Card must be identified with Vodaman, an identification already suggested by the comparison of the terms Kratos vo Humanan ho in the Avesta 2 and by the traditional version ASN card of these words. 3. But in other chapters he is clearly distinguished from the Amashokpans. 4. That Uncard and Manyo-Icard are the words for one and the same being is proved from another passage. 5. As regards many other abstract names in certain passages, it seems sometimes difficult to decide whether they are personified or not. 51. Elsewhere wisdom appears also to be identified with Ahura Mazda, because in the Bundi Hesh the latter is clearly called Kard Harvav Pdkds, the omniscient wisdom. 6. It is taught in the Manyo-Icard that Ahura Mazda has created the world by means of wisdom Pa-Kard, 1, and the creatures in the world also by means of the innate wisdom, Pa-Aknkard. 6. The advancement of the world and of the spirit, i.e. of the material and spiritual creation, is made through wisdom Pa-Kard. 9. Mention is made of the spirit of wisdom of the Lord, Ahura Mazda, and of the Amashokpans, Hormazdikadua, Neshtpandan Manyo-Icard. 0. This spirit of wisdom can assume a visible body, as he did for the sage, Dana, 11, whose conversation with him forms the whole of the Manyo-Icard. Now, this spirit himself affirms that he has been created by Ahura Mazda like the ML, 1I, 53. Ayas, Tsui, I, Wester, 2. Ea, 2, 33. Asterisk MK, 88. 6 MKI, 11, 49. 7 MK, I, 11. 8 MKI, 49. 8 MK, I, 50. MK, Lai, 4. MK, 10I, 51. MK, 11I. 57. The doctrine of divine wisdom. 35. Amashokpans and the other creatures X and that I who am the innate wisdom Aknkard, have been with Ahura Mazda from the beginning. We 52. Here reproduce the following praises of wisdom. The Creator Ahura Mazda created, preserves, and moves the yazds of the spiritual and material worlds and all the remaining creatures and creation, by the power, strength, knowledge, and skillfulness of the innate wisdom. 3. And at the end of the latter days it is possible to cause annihilation and destruction of Ahura and his malformations more fully, by the power of the innate wisdom. 4. Sasyans and Kaikasrav and those who cause the resurrection of the dead and the final body Tan-I Pasaln, are able to act more fully, by means of the power and assistance of wisdom. The knowledge and skillfulness of the world, the learning and instruction of every trade and all advancement of the seasons, are through wisdom. And the souls of the righteous, in escaping from hell to the paradise Garodman, arrive better by means of the power and protection of wisdom. It is possible to solicit the good living, enjoyment, comfort, and every advantage of men in the world, through the power of wisdom. The capability of preserving the seeds of men, beasts, herds and flocks and also of every remaining creature and creation of Ahura Mazda, the Lord, which are in the womb, that they shall not die from hunger and thirst, and the making evident that their food is, in the womb, and the bestowal and maturing of the limbs, are possible to effect more fully, by means of the great strength and force of wisdom. The arrangement of the earth and the distribution of water in the earth, the growth Mk, 183, 8. 2 Mk.Jai 4. Scf Ahura Mazda 26. The world first began through the agency of the wisdom and knowledge of Ahura Mazda, and it will end also through the agency of them. Tr**cf Hogg, Essays, Fyc, 2 ed., p. 151. Wisdom is the shelter from lies, the annihilation of the destroyer, the evil spirit. Yes. XXX, 10. Tr. 36. The divinity and the increase of plants, the color of various kinds, and scent, taste, and pleasantness of various things are ordained and made more fully through wisdom. 1. And the arrangement of Alberts around the world, and making apparent of the earth of the 7 Keshvars. 2. And the sky above the Mount Alberts and, the motion of the sun, moon, and the 12 constellations, and the 6 seasons of Gahambars and the 5 times of Farvardian, and heaven which is in the place of good thoughts, and the place of good words, and the place of good deeds, and the all-radiant Garodman which is preeminent, number and the road of the heavens and the worlds, the bridge of Candor, are made and ordained through the power of wisdom. And the watery cloud seizing water from the sea and advancing in the atmosphere, and gradually dripping, drop by drop, to the earth, and the knowing the properties of heaven and hell, which is for the creatures of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, and the protection of Ahura Mazda and the Amashokpans and the remaining Yazds over their own creatures, and the devastation and destructiveness of Ahriman and the demons, over the creatures of Ahura Mazda, it is possible to know more fully by the power of wisdom. And the sayings of the good religion of the Mazdayasnians, the experience of the worlds, the demolition of the demons' bodies which are of the world, and the making them concealed which is from the sight of men, are done more fully by means of the preeminent appliances of wisdom. Also the struggle and conflict which is with the non-Aryas, and the destruction of Ahriman and the demons, it is possible to perform through the power of wisdom. It is also possible to cause the sun's observation of the hidden water below the earth and to bring it for cultivation and habitableness, and the advantage, ease and enjoyment of men, beasts, herds and flocks, through the power of wisdom. The understanding of the pain and sickness of men, beasts, herds and flocks and the remaining 1 cf. The passage of BD, XXX, 5, 6, mentioned in 39. 2. For these terms, see our chapter on cosmology. The doctrine of divine wisdom. 37. Animals, and the bringing unto them medicine and remedy and health and ease, are possible more fully by means of the power of wisdom. And it is evident that he who is good in disposition and good in conduct, then praise is to be considered his from wisdom. This also is declared that, Ahura Mazda, made an assembly with the Amashokpans and Yazds of every kind, and the praise of that which is his own wisdom was spoken and recounted by him. 153. In other verses it is said that it was by means of wisdom that Zarathustra triumphed over the temptations of Ahriman to that, Gushtasp, Zarathustra, Gaomard, and others obtained by means of wisdom a share more fully from heaven, and that it was, on account of the absence of full wisdom, that Jim, Fridon, and Cause were less successful in obtaining heaven. 3. We 54. Have quoted this long passage in order that we may compare it with the doctrine of the sapiential books of the Old Testament, such as Wisdom, Ecclesiasticus, Ecclesiastes, we and Proverbs. Will not develop here this comparison, of itself so important, but content ourselves by suggesting the principal parallelisms. I came out from the mouth of the Most High, the firstborn before all creatures. Ecclesiasticus, XXIV, 5*I, who am the innate wisdom, have been with Ahura Mazda from the beginning and before the heavens and the material world. MK, Lai, 4. From the beginning and before the ages I am created, and I will not cease at all unto eternity, and I have served before him in his holy residence. Ecclesiasticus, XXIV, 14. 1 MK, Lai, 5-18, 23, 30. MK, Lai, 24-29. 3 MK, Lai, 20, 21. *cf also Ecclesiastes, I, 4. 33 The divinity. All wisdom is from the Lord God and has always been with him. Ecclesiasticus, I God possessed me in the beginning of his way, before he had created anything in the beginning. I was established from all eternity during the ages before the earth existed. Proverbs, 8:22-23. Thou hast formed man through thy wisdom to reign over the creations made by thee, Ja vnb krovyevo fivkov kt firu, and to rule the world with righteousness and justice. Wisdom, 9:2, 3. The Creator has created and preserved and made to move the Yazds of the heaven and earth and all other creatures and creations through the power of the innate wisdom. MK, Lai, 5. Ahura Mazda has created these creatures and creations which are in the world through the innate wisdom, and the advancement of the material and spiritual worlds is by means of wisdom. MK, God has given me true wisdom in order to know the arrangement of the world and the force of the elements, the beginning and the middle of the times, the alterations of the tropics tfbvdxeds, and the changes in the seasons, the circuit of the year and the position of the stars, the NAI, 49, 50. The knowledge of the world of the management of the seasons is by mere eyes of wisdom. The fact that the cloud seizes water from the sea and advances in the atmosphere and drips it drop by drop on the earthy, the knowledge of the spiritual and material properties, it is one Belan, het Bochterwichsheit, p. 48, n. I. The doctrine of divine wisdom. 39 Tours of animals and the ferocity of wild beasts, the force and lot are, of the wines, the thoughts of men, the difference of plants and the medicinal properties of roots and all that is either concealed or visible kpv kalf have known, because wisdom which is the foremost of all things taught it to me. Wis Duin, 7, 17, 21. I was present when he prepared the heavens, when he enclosed the abyss by a fixed law and limits, when he fixed the firmament above and rayed the sources of water. W7 Hen he assigned limits to the sea and gave a law to the waters in order that they may not pass out of their limits, when he laid the foundation of the earth, then I wisdom was with him, arranging everything. Proverbs, 8, 27-30. Possible to know all these fully by means of wisdom. The knowledge of the pains and diseases of men, beasts, herds and flocks and other creatures, and the application of medicines and remedies to these is possible through the power of wisdom. Mk. Lai the germs of creatures are preserved, and the embryo lives and is nourished through the power of wisdom. 11. The arrangement of the earth and water, the growth, colors and odors of plants. 12. The arrangement of the Mount Alberts which surrounds the world, the manifestation of the earth and her 7 continents, Keshvars, and of the sky on high, the motion of the sun, moon, constellations, and of the times and the seasons, the 3 paradises, the road to the next world. 13. The action of the sun on the water hidden in the earth. 17. All these things are accomplished through the aid of wisdom. Mk. Lai. 1. The Vulgate has Imperwarisa, and perhaps read a, Pavi, C. Belan, het Bochterwichsheld, p. 48. 40. The Divinity. God has created wisdom in the Holy Spirit, Ecclesiasticus, I, 9. Those to whom wisdom has appeared in vision love her at her appearance. Ecclesiasticus, I, 15. The innate wisdom and the incarnation of the virtue of Bohuman are born of the Panakmanoi, lit the Holy Spirit. DK, 3, 122, 123. Wisdom shall praise herself. Ecclesiasticus, XXIV, 1. Doth not wisdom cry? Saving, O you men! I call unto you, and my voice is addressed to the sons of men. Ye little ones, understand wisdom. And ye fools, attend. Hear me, blessed are they who follow my ways. Hear instruction and be wise and refuse it not. Blessed is that man who heareth me. Whoso shall find me, shall find life and obtain the favor of the Lord. Proverbs, 8. The spirit of wisdom on account of the thoughts and wishes of the sage displayed unto him a body, and it was said unto him by it, Friend who praiseth me. Seek instruction from me, who am tne spirit of wisdom, that I may be to thee a guide to the pleasure of God and the good, and to the deliverance of the body in the material world and of the soul in the spiritual one. Mk. I, 57-61. I 5. 3-2, 33-35. Wisdom has protected and conducted Adam, Noah, Abraham, and other patriarchs, the people of Israel, against their enemies, and see wisdom, X, 11. Wisdom has assisted and made Geomard, the first man, Gushtasp, Zarathustra, Tjim, Fredun Ankyle, Ta Prosper. It has assisted the Mazdayasnians, especially against the non-Aryas, etc. Mk. Lai, 20, 21, 16. 55. It would be easy to multiply these quotations, but we do not wish to insist on the point any longer. It appears to us that the passages we have just quoted are sufficient to suggest to our readers the very remarkable coincidences of the doctrine of divine wisdom. 41 Many ideas and even locutions peculiar both to the Sota of the sapiential books and to the Adal-no-Kart or Maino-i-Kart of the Sassanian philosophy. Besides, numerous proverbs and maxims and aphorisms of morality and of prudence of these books of the Old Testament have a striking parallelism with those that are found in so great a number in the Maino-i-Kart and to a certain degree in the Din-Kart. Shall quote some instances therefrom in our chapter on Ethics, chapter 6. Think therefore that no one will have the least difficulty in agreeing with Spiegel 1 when he affirms the close relationship between the Iranian Akhnokart and Sakpla of the Old Testament, of the Alexandrians and of the more recent Gnostics, and that the Iranians have been in this indebted to the West. 256. However, in converting the Alexandrian law to their own use, the Iranians, faithful to their instinct of systematization, easily managed to find a place for it in the ancient hierarchy of the Avesta. For this purpose they identified personified wisdom with the Akhnokart, which is no other than the Akhnokratus of the Avesta. Now, these Iranian terms are employed to signify first of all the natural intellect and innate wisdom of man, as distinct from knowledge acquired by teaching. For instance, see in the Avesta, Yakna XXII, 29, Wester 25, XXV, 17, Wester 6, YT. 2, 1, Saras. I, 29. 1 EA, 2, 34, CF Trad. Lit. P 136, SQQ. 2 Almost all the Sassanian works seem to have been based upon nasks or portions of the Avesta which are now lost but which were extant at the time of the Sassanids, and it is seen from the Din-Kart, books 8 and 9, that many such nasks were available at the time when it was written. Could not the doctrine of wisdom as contained in the Maino-i-Kart have therefore been indebted for its development to one of these nasks rather than to the West? And could not the West have borrowed the ideas of that doctrine from the Iranians, the more especially as it is a historical fact that the Jews were long in close contact with the Iranians? Tr 42 The Divinity. In the Pahlavi books a no-kart is one of the principal faculties of the human soul. Mention of it is often made, 1 and it is opposed to Gas Hankriat Kart, wisdom acquired by hearing or by experience. 2 On the other hand, mention is also made of the innate wisdom of Ahura Mazda himself as one of his attributes. It has not been created by him like the human faculty, but it belongs to his own being. It is not certain whether the term Akhnokratus is used in the Avesta in this double signification. However, Spiegel believes to have found this sense in YT. X. 107, and probably in YT. 17, 2. 3 Such is also the case with Spentamanius. The wisdom of God was spoken of just as the good spirit of God was spoken of. Now, is it not natural to personify this wisdom and then to identify it with the Zophala, the more so because this very word is used in the sapiential writings precisely in the various senses which we have undeniably established for the Iranian Kart * believe that we here meet with a characteristic development of the Sassanian epoch. 11 Doctrine of Vohuman, son of the Creator. 57 From a Jewish influence of the Alexandrian school we now pass to a purely Christian influence. There is a very important passage in the Din-Kart, 5 which seems to us to have been misunderstood by Peshotun, and which we transcribe and translate more exactly below, 1 DK, 2, 81, 4, 3, 109, 4, I, 60, 2 This is the cart of the IOI card, Slayath, 8-9. Perhaps Goshen's Rutcleart is to Spenta Armadi what a $no cart is to Vohumano? Cf. Spiegel, EA, 2, 38. 3 EA, H 34. Wisdom. That is to say religion and virtue. By wisdom is also sometimes indicated in the Book of Wisdom the wisdom of God Sapientia Essentialis, and sometimes it indicates the personal divine wisdom Sapientia Notionalis, the second person of the Blessed Trinity. And even in other significations does the name wisdom occur in this book. Beelan, Bokterwich Slide, P1. SDK, I, 40, 2,3, 4. Doctrine of Bohuman, son of the Creator. 43, 2, Ato benefshman Atoi, Zak I Pitke, Va Pitaki benefshman Valdentke. Virukbenishman Peshkitnan KDR, Gankaval benefshman Ben Kamendi Pitke Yevunto. Hamdi benefshman Atoi. 3, Va Pitaki Zak I Ato Pavan Atoi Valka Bard Gabbard benefshman Garad. Si Gun Pitaki Ahura Mazda Pavan Atoi Val Bohuman, Dgar Menavorit, Zak Ash V6HUMAN Pavan Kianishno Yehavunto. Levati Man Afratarid I Bohuman Pavan Datra, Frashunda Ishna, Va Levatmanda Ishno Dinaki, Dino Ham Vakedka. Lva of Izak Ash Kuda Va Pasay Jaki I Bohuman, Pavan Datra Ben Mana Va Dar Pavan Bohuman Abulha. Dino Nakai Zo Adinka Zak I Val Benefshman Datra Peshka Men Bohuman Da Ishno Pitke Yehavunto. Val Bohuman Tsi and Motto Yekavamunit, Kand Darpotash Dangd Kinit, Gankada Ishno Adizishan Tubnok Dik and, Kand Datra Men Nefshman Viktkaitsa Va Vikchubna Va Viktkudibi Haranit Brildga Zakapartar Pavan Dnishan Tubno Val Zakapartna Pavan Danishan Tubno Val Zakapartuna Ayazishno Yehavunit. 4. Va Menka Shidrestno Mand Datra Benefshman Aov Pavan Abid, Benman, Abu La Peshman Benman, Benman Lodgar Men Abu, Kola Duden Dayak Ham TK, Kesh Levatman Yehavunto Lash Dayak Tano *1 Bihar I Ivok Benefshman, Hamid Benefshir Man Ivok of Orakto. Akarka Vajanand Pavan Du Pesh Va Dudgar, Ivok Mentani Mehim Abu Benman Gaftan, Zak I Du Pesha Vd Dudgari Ivok Mentani Pavana Batara Va Benmana Yehavunit. Yin Thurikamak Ho I Mind Vam Ravano, Vaid Mehim Abu I Pavan Sahar Pesh Men Benman, Afash Va Benman Pavan Sahar Dgar Men. Abu 58. The existing, cf 27, is self-existence, this is what was revealed /1, and the revelation itself was for knowledge, _1m_. Number 1, or, hamniastki. Cji, x, 2 instead of the infinitive biliaranitano. S probably it must be read, Yehavuntano id shudi arto. 44 The divinity. The knowledge of himself was before his operation and was revealed to his own Holy Spirit. 1 It was the perfect self-existence. And the revelation of this existing one by his essence was also subsequently unto man himself. As the revelation of Ahura Mazda by his essence was unto Bohuman after his creation, his Bohuman existed by formation. In the creation of Bohuman by the Creator was the first creation, and with the creation came knowledge and the development of the law. And this excellence of his nature and the creation of Bohuman by the Creator is called filiation / and the relationship of the Creator to Bohuman is called paternity. The exposition of the law is in this manner, and this, law, was manifest to the Creator himself before the creation of Bohuman. Knowledge came to Bohuman in the proportion in which the Creator made it known to him, and the power in the accomplishment of the creation came to him in the proportion in which the Creator communicated it to him by his own omniscience, omnipotence, and omnisovereignty. And he who is very powerful in his knowledge is not on account of that knowledge superior to the supremacy either in power or in accomplishment. And as to those teachers who say that the Creator, in himself or by a Father, is Son, that neither the Father is before the Son nor the Son after the Father, that both of them are necessarily co-eternal, according to religion this could not be. The lot of the one is in himself too, whilst the other is himself created. And afterwards they work as two principles 3, but the one, being, anterior and the other posterior of the two, the one by opposition to the other is called Son comparatively to the Father. This anteriority and one and his Holy Spirit was to himself Reve'ad. He has self-existence, is the Ato. 3 Unless, however, the repetition of the word du pesli should be erased, and the translation runs, and afterwards they work, as the one being anterior and the other posterior of the two. Doctrine of Bohuman, son of the Creator. 45 Posteriority of the two, on the part of the one in opposition to the other, involves paternity and filiation. In generation there is a certain order, and the Father being by origin anterior to the Son is not Son, and the Son being by origin posterior to the Father is not Father. 59. There is nothing extraordinary in Ahura Mazda being called the Father, 1. Because this title is frequently found even in the Avesta. 2. Thus from Yanaxxxi, 8, it follows that the father of Bohuman, named in Yagna Liv. Wester, XLV, 4, is Ahura Mazda. 3. But it is unquestionable that Spiegel 4, is right in saying that all these locutions are purely and evidently figurative. Thus in some Pahlavi texts we find the epithet of father given to Ahura Mazda. 5. But it appears that in the passage which we have just quoted, we have a polemical passage relating to a paternity in a very different sense. Indeed, the author is trying to establish, I, that Ahura Mazda is the supreme being, CDT, self-existing Benefshman Alto 6, and, 2, that he existed alone in the beginning, having a perfect knowledge of himself through his own spirit Spinakmanoi. Then, 3, he endeavors to show that Bohuman has been created, of Dripto, by Ahura Mazda, and that after having created him this God revealed himself unto him. These are the reasons, he says, 1 cf. Hogg, Essays, and c. 2 ended pages 151n and 306. Vyojamano represents the life in men and animals, the principle of vitality. If Ahura Mazda is called the father of Bohumano, it means that all vital powers in the animated beings have sprung out of him, as the supreme being. Bohur-ano is regarded as the vital faculty in all living beings of the good creation. Originally his name was nothing but a term for the good principle, as emanating from Ahura Mazda, who is, therefore, called the father of Bohumano. He pervades the whole living good creation, and all the good thoughts, words, and deeds of men are wrought by him. Tr2vd, xi.v, 45, Wester 13, ya. Sliv. Wester, XLV, 4, YT, 17, 2, 16. J3 Spiegel, EA, 2, 32. Asterisk EA, 2, 24. 5 DKT, 130, CF 32. 46 1 UE Divinity, for which Ahura Mazda can be called the father of Bothman and the latter the son of Ahura Mazda. Firstly, on account of the excellence of his nature of exact Ashkh and T, Bohuman, who is the first Freedom, and the most noble Apertar, creature, is worthy to be called XAI_XHV, the Son of God. Secondly, on account of his creation or formation Papajakas/I, by God, he may be called the Son. But all his knowledge, however great it may be, and his influence over the progress of the creation Gondashno Ayazishnu, have been communicated to him by his Creator, who is supreme, and he cannot be called superior in comparison to him. Then, 4, the author refutes those theologians, Keshidra and No, who try to prove that the Father and the Son are identical and co-eternal, and that there is no priority nor posteriority between the two. This according to him is impossible. The one is self-existing, the other exists only by means of creation. It may be true that both of them act as principles as far as the rest of the creation is concerned, but the one is always anterior to the other, and for this reason they are father and son. If this be a paternity and affiliation, is it not contrary to the nature of things, which follow a fixed order in generation, that the father should be identical with the son and the son with the father? 60 Is it not abundantly clear that the Dinkart is attacking here a Christian doctrine, or rather an attempt made by some leaders of the Mazdayasnian religion to introduce and assimilate a Christian doctrine into the midst of Mazdayism? We would say that these doctors wish to identify God, the Son, or the Aios of the New Testament with Vo'i Yunan of the Avesta, precisely as we have seen the two Om borrowed from the Jews and identified with the Ignokart. Our author seems to admit a great deal. He is willing to place Bohuman very high above other creatures, even higher than what he was in the epoch of the Avestaic Amishikpantas. He will also allow him a very important part in the work of creation, even that he should act as a principle. He allows him to be superior to any other being by his doctrine of Bohuman, son of the Creator. 47 Knowledge of the nature of God. Finally he acknowledges him as the Son of God / and God as his Father. But notwithstanding this he does not at all tolerate that human should be identified with God, that he should exist with God from the beginning, and that his existence, his knowledge, and his power were not communicated to him but original. And he proves his theme by the argumentum ad hominem and reductio ad ajj certum. He proves by the fact that the one is the Son and the other the Father that the one must be posterior to the other, otherwise the very sense of the terms paternity and filiation is lost. 61 Such is the argumentation of this chapter of the Dinkart against the doctrine of the Aios in the very imperfect sense in which it was understood. 1. When we consider the number of Christians that there was in Persia under the Sassanids even in the court of the kings 2, and that the first ecumenical councils, wherein the dogma of the Aioi was the principal subject of the definitions, were held precisely in Sassanid times, it seems quite natural that we should find some traces of this doctrine in a religious work like the Dinkart. It is true that these traces are those of hostility towards the Christian doctrine, but when we think of the very remarkable position given to Vohuman even in this passage, we cannot deny that the influence of Christian ideas has been very profound. 31 Is there perhaps an allusion to the Uephia to Iof of the New Testament Friday the Kbent KMW 6% in the beginning? A Mazdayasnian would have less difficulty in accepting this idea as understood in his sense, c. 23 2 cf. Land, Anecdota Syriaca, vol. 4 pages 98 to 101. 8. Dr. Casartelli often speaks of the influence of the Jewish and Christian Religion.s upon Mazdayism, but it is the opinion of many eminent scholars, both in Europe and America, that the Jewish and the Christian religions owe a great deal for their doctrines to the religion of ancient Iran, and not the Iranian religion to them for any of its doctrines. It would be worthwhile to quote here some of them, /s the divinity. 62 It also appears to us that the Mazdayasnian author had in view, if not the Gospels, at least the works based upon them. For the course of his argumentation follows pretty nearly that of the doctrine concerning the Enoids in the beginning of the first chapter of the fourth Gospel. There it is inculcated that in the beginning the Aoess existed, that he was with God and that he was himself God, verses 1-2. Everything created was without any exception created by him. W.R. Alger, an American author, says in his critical history of the doctrine of future life, the charge has repeatedly been urged that the materials of the more recent of the Parsi scriptures were drawn from Christian sources. No evidence of value for sustaining such assertions has been adduced. Under the circumstances, scarcely any motive for such an imposition appears. In view of the whole case, the reverse supposition is rather to be credited. In the first place we have ample evidence for the existence of the general Zoroastrian system long anterior to the rise of Christianity. The testimony of the classic authors, to say nothing of the known antiquity of the language in which the system is preserved, is demonstrative on this point. Secondly, the striking agreement in regard to fundamental doctrines, pervading spirit, and ritual forms between the accounts in the classics and those in the Avestian books, and of both these with the later writings and traditional practices of the Parsis, furnishes powerful presumption that the religion was a connected development possessing the same essential features from the time of its national establishment. Thirdly, we have unquestionable proofs that during the period from the Babylonish captivity to the advent of Christ the Jews borrowed and adopted a great deal from the Persian theology, but no proof that the Persians took anything from the Jewish theology. This is abundantly confessed by such scholars as Gazanius, Rosenmeier, Stewart, Lyack, DeWitt, Neander, and it will hardly be challenged by anyone who has investigated the subject. But the Jewish theology being thus impregnated with germs from the Persian faith and being in a sense the historic mother of Christian theology, it is far more reasonable in sealing the origin of dogmas common to Parsis and Christians to trace them through the Pharisees to Zoroaster, than to imagine them suddenly foisted upon the former by forgery on the part of the latter at a late period. We therefore no reason for believing that important Christian ideas have interpolated into the old Zoroastrian religion. The influence has been in the other direction. CKR, stray passages extracted from Alger's Critical History of the Doctrine of Future Life, pages 2-5, The Doctrine of Bohuman, Son of the Creator. 49, v3. The life and existence was in himself, it was neither communicated nor created, and this life was the light which enlightens men, v4, 9. The Aoy6s is the only Son of the Father, v14. If we compare these propositions of the first chapter of St. John with the points of the polemic of the Dinkard, we shall find that the latter follows almost exactly the same order of ideas. The late Dr. Martin Hawk says in an article contributed to the Journal of the German Oriental Society, 9, SS 286, pages 683 to 692, Judaism after the exile and, through Judaism, Christianity afterwards received an important influence from Zoroastrianism, an influence which, in regard to the doctrine of angels, Satan, and the resurrection of the dead, cannot be mistaken. Ckr, stray passages extracted from Alger's Critical History of the Doctrine of Future Life, p6. Dr. Edward Roth, professor of philosophy in the University of Heidelberg, says in the Egyptian and Zoroastrian doctrines of faith as the oldest sources of our speculative ideas, an exact acquaintance with these two circles of ideas, viz. the Christian religion and the Grecian philosophy, teaches us, however, that even they again are not at all original, but flow down out of yet more remote sources, and in truth by a curious coincidence both from just the very same two common sources, the Egyptian and the Bactro-Persian doctrinal belief. The Christian circle of belief in fact agrees most precisely with the Jewish. The so-called Jewish doctrine of faith developed itself among the Jews not until after the Babylonian captivity, when Judea was a Persian province, and is found in the later books of the Old Testament and in the Jewish writings a little older than, or contemporaneous with, the books of the New Testament, as well as in the oldest portions of the Talmud. That more ancient form of the Jewish doctrine of faith has its origin, like the entire political and civil organization of the Jewish nation in the Egyptian culture, the recent one, on the other hand, in that Bactro-Persian circle of ideas that had spread itself out beyond Persia over the whole of Western Asia, so far as it was subjected to the Persian supremacy. Thus then, at last we have the Egyptian and the Bactro-Persian speculations left to us as the earliest sources, as well of the Grecian as of the Christian circle of ideas, and consequently also of our presente philosophy. In Egypt and Persia, or properly speaking in Bactria, there was accordingly the cradle of our philosophic culture of the present day, and its development up to its present state must have required a period of time of nearly 3,500 years, Ckr, English translation, pages 19 to 22. Tr. 8 tons 50 Evil. Chapter 2. Evil. L. The dualistic system of Mazdayasm. 63. The origin of evil has been in all ages one of the principal difficulties which different religions have tried to solve. It may also be said that the form given to the solution of this question characterizes the divergences which distinguish them from one another. Need hardly repeat that for the Mazdayism of every age the solution has been sought in dualism, or in other words in the doctrine of the existence of two independent, hostile, and perfectly opposite principles, the principle or spirit of good and the principle or spirit of evil. 64. Quite recently Drive West attempted to defend Mazdayism from the accusation of dualism, made in good faith by Muhammadan writers and echoed more incautiously by Christians. Drive West blames the Parsis themselves for having admitted it, at least as regards their religious doctrines in the Middle Ages. Perfectly agree with Drive West that it is first of all necessary to determine with great precision what one means by dualism, in order not to include in its definition most of the religions of the world, not excepting Christianity. But we cannot admit the definition which his reasonings involve, that an omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, or eternal evil spirit is necessary for a real dualism. 2. It is not difficult to show that in Mazdayism these attributes do not belong to the evil spirit and even that they are explicitly withheld from him. But the foundation of dualism, in the complete sense of the word, appears to us to be precisely in this, that there exists a being, evil by his own one West, pt. I. Pelxiathlzix. Also 2. Pxxib. 4 Ibid. One may remark that even Ahura Mazda is not omnipresent, c. 34-35. See also the translator's note 1, p. 26. The dualistic system of Mazdayasm. 51 Nature and the author of evil, who does not owe his origin to the creator, of good, but who exists independently of him, and such is the exact notion of the Mazdayasnian doctrine. 165. Drive West says that the origin of Ahura Mazda is, like his end, as uncertain as that of the devil, in Jewish and Christian scriptures. But can he seriously assert that the origin of the devil, the fallen angel, remains doubtful in Christian theology? Or that there exists any obscurity as to his final destruction? The fundamental idea of the devil in the Christian doctrine is that of a creature of God, good in his origin but fallen by his own will. Now it must be really confessed that such a conception does not agree in any way with the description of Ahura Mazda in the Bundi Hesh, I. 3, 5, 9, etc. 66. But yet a more capital difference, as will be seen from the interpretation of Drive West, is that Ahura Mazda is capable of producing evil spirits and demons, BD, I. 10, 24, and that evil-doing creatures are said to be his, BD, 3, 15, 14 30, 18, 22. He therefore shares with Ahura Mazda the power of creation. He creates not only abstract evil, but also living spirits, men, and animals. What distinction more decisive than this could one find between such a spirit and the devil of the Jews? D.W. Christians. It is therefore impossible to agree with Drive when he writes, if the belief in Ahura Mazda, as the author of evil, makes the Parsi religion a dualism, it is difficult to understand why a belief in the devil, as the author of E, does not make Christianity also a dualism. 3. That the T is considered as more intelligent and more endowed ubiquity * than Ahura Mazda is nothing to the purpose. T. Essential characteristics of the evil spirit in the Mazda G1. This doctrine is quite contrary to the doctrine of the seems to HA/E, sprung from wrongly understanding Ahura Pantumanius as one and the same being. See note IOP2 PT, I, Pelzix. 1 Ibid, PLSX. Ibid, Pelzix. VE 52 Evil. Religion, viz. I. His independent origin, and, 2. His share in the creation, place him much above the fallen angel. 1 We 67. Willingly admit that this dualistic system is irreconcilable with a real monotheism. Too much consistence must not, however, be expected in the Mazdayasnian doctrines. We have already seen other dogmas which come into collision with this monotheism, as for example, Zoroastrianism and the We belief in destiny. 2. Have also seen that from early times the Iranian mind has sought some means of escaping from the difficulties of this dualism, and we have already anticipated the solutions devised for this purpose by several schools. It is therefore sufficient for us to sum up briefly what we have already said on this subject. 68. These solutions are grouped generally under 2 hypotheses: that the two spirits, Ahura Mazda and Ahura Mazda, have sprung from a single, indifferent, pre-existing source, and that the evil spirit proceeds from the good spirit by generation or creation. The first is the doctrine of the Zoroastrianists and the second of the Gaomarthians. For the development of the first system we refer the reader to the passages cited in 15 and 16. The genesis of Ahura Mazda in the other system is described, follows in the narration of Shahrastani, 69. The Gaomarthians believe in 2 principles, Yazdan 3 and Ahriman, and affirm that Yazdan is without inning and eternal, but that Ahriman has had a begin and has been created. They say that Yazdan thought himself, if one had an adversary, how would he be 3? This was an evil thought and was not in harmony nature of light, and therefore from this thought the MNG proceeded and was named Ahriman, and evil, corruption, wickedness and malevolence are N.ve become origin of the doctrine of Satan or fallen angel in Jude Dianite, CP 49, note. TRC $24. The DUAL1 STIC system of Mazdayasm. S3 His nature. Then he revolted against light and by his nature and words contradicted it, and a war burst out between the army of light and the army of darkness. 1 It is remarkable that in this description the origin of Ahriman is an evil thought of Yazdan, just as we have seen his birth attributed to a doubt on the part of Zurvan. 2. The doctrine of a Zurvanist school mentioned by Shahrastani agrees closely with this doctrine. Some of the Zurvanists say that there is incessantly something evil in God, either an evil thought or an evil corruption, and that evil is the source of Satan. They think that the world was free from evil, corruption and dissensions, and that its inhabitants lived in perfect happiness and in pure pleasure, but that no sooner was Ahriman brought forth than evil, corruption and dissensions began to prevail. 370 No discussion as to these questions of origin is found in the Sassanid literature which we possess. On the contrary, Ahriman is represented therein as having existed from all eternity like Ahura Mazda himself. For the Bundi Hesh says that the latter, Ahura Mazda, has been, and is, and one always shall be, but as to Ahriman on the contrary it says that 3 There shall be a time when he will exist no more. For now, this idea implies that the only difference between these two spirits /s, as to the duration of life will be in the future. It follows Ahriman has existed as long as Ahura Mazda, that is to say, from all eternity. The following is the remaining description of the evil spirit given in the Bundi Hesh. Revelation is the explanation of both spirits, the one is endowed with the infinite time. Cf 11, and Ahura is darkness with backward knowledge, Akkardnishmite, A/D1 translated by Harbriaker, quoted by Spiegel, EA, 2, I, 2 SSEIs, 16-3 Spiegel, EA, 2, 176 *BD, I, 3, West translates, and it is he who will know / we, prefer the version of Spiegel, TL, P95, Windishman, Tud, P56, and Dahar Lesmanuel du Pahlavi, P211, 54 Evil desire for destruction was in the abyss and there will be a time when he will not be. And the place of that destruction, Zatdril, and also of that darkness is what they call the endless darkness. 1 Ganak Manoy on account of his backward knowledge did know nothing about the existence of Ahura Mazda. But afterwards he rose from the abyss and came towards the light, and he rushed in to destroy the splendor of Ahura Mazda, which he perceived unassailable by the demons on account of their malicious and cruel nature. This passage appears to give us a very clear and decisive idea of the dualistic doctrine of the Mazdayasnian religion. It now remains for us to examine the details relating to the evil 3 spirit. / Names, attributes and qualities of the evil spirit. 71 The 2 most common names in the Pahlavi literature are those of Ahriman, Ahriman, and Ganak Manoy. Most Iranists, among whom are Spiegel and West * think that these 2 words are alterations of the same Avestaic form Anromanius the destroying spirit. However Daharles 3 as well as Justi 6 and Dester Peshotun 7 separate the 2 words and admit the above-mentioned etymology only for the form Ahriman, which is also that of the Sassanian inscriptions, Aharmani. For the other they jan suggest a root gan, to strike, to beat, to kill, tc destroy. B1d, I, 3. B*d, I, 9, 10. S. The Bundi Hesh identifies the good principle, Ben Kamenoi, with Ahura Mazda, and puts the evil principle, Ganak, II and 6i, in antagonism Viralim. For explanations of the term Panakmanoi, and the theory Ox SM, see notes on pages 4 and 17. Tr. M / 2, 121, N, edition of K. Glossary, p83, translation of BL3, 4. Duction, p.ci. 6i Glossary, p222. D. Ailery to K. ISVFF names, attributes and qualities of the evil spirit. 55 We may remark that the orthography of the latter term is extremely variable. Have Ganak Minal, 1 Ganrad Kamenoi, 2 Ganradnoi, 3 Gonragirani noi asterisk Gonagaim noi 5 and also Gonak or Gand quite alone. West objects to the suggested derivation on the ground that the root gan has already given a we verb in the form zan, zatano. Might, however, insist upon the same objection being taken to the double derivation of the names Aharman and Gonrik Manoi from one and the same Avestaic form. The evident opposition between Pent-K equals Mnoit Pentumanius and Gan, R, DK Manoi seems to decide in favor of the derivation which traces the last word from the Avestaic and Romanius. But even in this case, the first part, Gonruk, might probably be a translation and not a simple transcription of the Avesta Anro, the root of equals as equals, which seems to be on to strike, to beat 7. Otherwise we how is the pound initial to be explained s, must add that there are two forms of the name even in the Avesta, Anrs Manius, -o, asterisk pound w, and Angros Manius, ejj 6 vj 3 pound, f, and though the same derivation is assigned to both, yet there are some Aranists, such as Daharlez, 9 who see equals 2 distinct words in Anro, Iram the root on as, and Angros equals, from the root Ang-ix. There is nothing wonderful, therefore, in our meeting with the two parallel forms again in Pahlavi. 1 VD, 19, 2, BD, I, 9, Payteti code, 27 R, K asterisk VD, 19, 16, BDI, 1, 12, 13, and C, Payteti code, I, ABN, C, LT8MK, 2, 187, XXVII, 55. A asterisk VD, 19, 20, 27 X0R, 8 VD, 19, 32, JLKTYJ1, MK, 79, XXVII. 22, IVE, 26, UF, in DK we find Gankik, J, VIT underscore, 7 Daharlez, Introduction, Peak CI. 8 West remarks, A Parsi would probably suggest Gar Stink. PT, I3, N9 Long de Via Vesta, 2nd ed., P 264. /56 Evil. 72 In any case, it seems to us that the two names of the evil spirit have been modeled upon the two forms of the name of God, as we might expect from the systematizing spirit of the Iranians. Thus the name Aharman seems to be modeled, if we may so say, on that of Ahura Mazda, with which it corresponds syllable for syllable. On the other hand, the name of Gonak Mtol, or Gonruknoi, is evidently opposed to that of Panak 7 Nhi 6 / both in form and sense. 173 What is more embarrassing is that in several passages the Bundi Hesh appears to distinguish Aharman from Gonak Manoi in a very precise manner. For example, it teaches that at the end of the world all the good spirits will make a combined attack upon the evil spirits, each of tle former seizing Veet Dund, or perhaps killing Vainand, as suggested by West, to one of the latter ones. Thus Ahura Mazda will overpower Gonruk Manoi. But after that he will restore liberty to two demons Aharman and As, the serpent. 3. In another chapter there is given a description of Gonak Manoi, of his form, which is that of a lizard, of his malice, and it is added that he seduces men and makes them practice the worship of Aharman. The author continues his description of several demons and of their respective occupations, and portrays Gonak Minal at full length between Aspanjargak and Kumdak. 3 And at the end of the chapter he adds, they, who are enumerated, have a share in the assistance and in the deceitful nature of Aharman. 6:1 From this one would be tempted to ask whether Aharman, Araman, not perhaps a Semitic form of the form of Gadman, Yadman, Argebnan, Nman, Puman, and C, derived from Akar, Arb. _a. I, Akri, adjective, nifying posterior, last. There would be an allusion to his inti to Ahura Mazda as well as to his slow, backward, knowledge. I is often mentioned. It must be added that the last syllable man ids like vohuman, akoman, represents neano and not manius. Ti, 128. Asterisk, dot, XXX, 29. Dot, XXVIII, I4. XXVIII, 3942. A. XXVIII, 46. Names, attributes and qualities of the evil spirit. 57. One is really puzzled in presence of these passages, as West has truly remarked. 1. It is not the case with Ahura Mazda and Spanakmanoi, because as we have shown before, 23, in the Pahlavi books the distinction is no other than that between the person and his soul or spirit. In the present case, the difference seems to be more positive. One may perhaps reply that in one of the passages which we have just quoted the distinction disappears, as after saying that the two demons as an Ahriman will be restored to liberty, the author continues, then, Ahura Mazda himself comes to the world. Holding the kusl, holy girdle, by the Kasistif Jairmidagonrikmanoi, and as, the serpent will be defeated and will become resourceless and weakened, and by the same way, through which he rushed towards the sky, he will rush to the deep darkness. 2. Now in this passage Gonrikmanoi, associated with as, cannot be other than Ahriman, associated with as, in the first part of the same verse. 74. There is a very obscure word which is found in our texts, especially in the Dinkard, under the form 3, E.O. West reads it as K'et and translates it condemnation, destruction, and adds that the word is often used as the name of a principal demon. 41, thus the Mainyoai card says that activity is good in keeping back Abigad and opposition from us. 3. He, West, derives this term from the Semitic, Kald. NNJL, PES and Degree Tun reads it Albdad, and translates it constantly as blemish giver, and derives it from the Semitic, blame, fault 6. But he applies this term especial to Ahriman, and even takes it as one of his ordin names. Daharles is of the same opinion, but his Aria 1 pt. I, pages II, 128, and PD, XXX, 30. 8 DK, 2, IOI, 2, 73, 3. MK, asterisk glossary, P4. 8 Ibid, 2, 74. 8 DK, IN2, glossary. WK58 evil. Is quite different. He reads it AGIDDT, and translates it as equals we evil creator, 1 from AG equals X sinful, evil. Wonder however whether the frequent term pi asterisk VO1 which, it appears, must be read ably by it too and which seems to signify corrupted, deformed, does not decide in favor of Peshotun, because it would be difficult to explain that term by AG. As to the signification of the second word, though Peshotun translates it as an equivalent of the first and as a name of Ahriman, yet it seems to be rather the name of one of the we inferior demons. Hesitate therefore to recognize it as a new title of the evil spirit. 75. As to the qualities of Ahriman, we have to notice, I. His malice. Whatever be his origin, Ahriman is of an essentially malicious nature. Erash Guhari. There is a perpetual opposition between him and the good spirit. For this reason he is always occupied in attacking his creatures and in doing evil to them, as we shall see later on. He is cowardly and cruel, because he scoffs at the wretches who are thrown into hell in his power. 5. 2. His ignorance. In opposition to Ahura Mazda, Ahriman is ignorant of Arjanak, and blind, Abanak, 6. And possesses a bad or imperfect knowledge, Dust Kafa, 7. As contrasted with the omniscience of God. His knowledge, as we have said, is a knowledge after the event, Dgardana/Mik, 8. And not a foreknowledge as that of Ahura Mazda. He was ignorant at first even of the existence of the latter. He had a knowledge of him Manuel du Pahlavi, p. 325. Cf. Dusdo. OK, 4. 154, and CD, I, 10, MK, X, 7, 8, 10. K, X, BD, XXVIII. N, CI, 19X, 84. And, 3. 9 C names, attributes and qualities of the evil spirit. 59 Only by accident. 1. Thus Ahura Mazda deceived him easily. 2. He was ignorant of the result of his great war with Ahura Mazda till the latter revealed to him his future defeat and ruin, which revelation overwhelmed him with despair and dread. 3. And he is still ignorant of the date of the end of the world, and will perceive it only at the time of its approach on account of the signs which will then be accumulated. 4. 3. His timidity. When Ahura Mazda announced to him his future destruction and recited the prayer Hanvar, he was so much confounded and terrified that at the first part of this formula his whole body was contracted through fear, men bunta no yinovato, at the second part he fell upon his knees, at the third he was reduced to a pitiful state of confusion and impotence, which lasted 3,000 years. 5. Later on, after the creation of the righteous Geomard, Ahura and his demons were equally confounded. He himself fell in a state of lethargy, to rouse him out from which the archdemons Cam and Rakan tried in vain. Arise, our Father, they cried, for we will raise up a conflict in the world, the distress and injuries of which equals H. All reached to Ahura Mazda and the Amek Hokpan / then they exposed to him in detail GVLT Hushmerald, the evil actions which they proposed to do, but such was his rear of the righteous man that he was unable to lift up his head. Finally came the female demon Je, who twice recounted to him her evil actions, but in vain. 6. It was only at the third and fourth repetition of the evils which she was going to produce against the good creation, after having excited him by the words, "O rise up, our Father," that the Evij spirit found the courage to come out from his miserable state and to 1 BD, I, 9, 10. BD 2 FI, 13, 15, 17, 19. On the character of Ahura as Dummer Tukvi, stupid devil, cf. Spiegel, TL, p. 184, West, pt. I, L6. 3 BD, I, 21, 22. J DK, 4, 167. 9 BD, I, 22. B.D.J 3, 3, 4, 5. 60 Evil. Commence his war against the creation of his rival. 1 Even then, on seeing the sky he trembled as a sheep does before a wolf. A 76. 4. His spirituality. Although Ahura is a spirit we like Ahura Mazda, yet he can assume a body. Know the history of his subjugation to Temurith under Jhe form of a horse. 3 In the BVND Hesh his ordinary form is described as the body of a log-like lizard, Vazak, but when Je encouraged and excited him, as we have just seen, he appeared to her, if we accept West's translation, under the form of a young man of 15. 6 Arda Ivirov on arriving at the deepest hell was likewise able to see the evil spirit, Atake Mkat Tunt Gunrukmanoi, although he could not see Ahura Mazda. 7 As we have already seen. One might therefore say that a grosser kind of spirituality, if we may use such an expression, than that of Ahura Mazda, is attributed to him. 877. V. There is nothing astonishing in the fact that Ahura is finite, because we have seen that Ahura Mazda himself is so 9, both of them are limited by the intermediate space action 8 in \T6 high k, and also as regards their person. But it is also said that both of them are equally infinite. In the case of Ahura Mazda, we have already seen TL.E explanation of this fact. 35 It is his omniscience and eternity that obtain for Hiri this title 10 But there is no such explanation for Ahura, because these two qualities are expressly denied BD 13, 7 Ibid, 12, cf 101. 8 MK, XXVII, 22, cf Spiegel, TL, p 317. BD, XXVII, I, 3, 9, according to West. 8 BD, 3, 9. 9 AVNCI 7 Ibid, CI, N8 later on, AD 881, complete spirituality and invisibility were ascribed to Ahura, for example, Manuskahar in the Distinide Xnik 19, West, pt. 2. Asterisk BD, SI. J degree BD, I, 6, 7. Ahura Man, the creator of evil, asterisk, him. Perhaps his infinite malice and the endless darkness, zo fatifarl tdrlk, where he dwells, one were taken into consideration. We 78. Might notice the following epithets often applied to Ahura Man. He is called full of death per marg, to this being his Avestaic title, destroyer of the world, Kid Maran Sinatdr, 5, of evil religion, Dush Dini, asterisk wicked, Darvand, 3 the Drujpar, excellence 6 the, demon of demons Shedden Shedoi 7, evil creator Dust, 8, of evil knowledge, Dush Dandk, 9 and many other similar epithets. 79 Like Ahura Mazda he had a dwelling, Fanak, from the beginning exactly contrary to that of the good spirit. Ahura Man was in the abyss, Zufti, in darkness, Taraka, and that place of ruin and darkness is called endlessly dark, Akarl Tarak. 10 Later on he came out of this abyss in order to attack the splendor of Ahura Mazda, and it is in the intermediate space that the long war between the two creations takes place. Must not confound this original dwelling of the evil spirit with hell, 11 about which we shall speak at the proper time and place. 3 Ahura Man, the creator of evil. Asterisk 80. But the most distinguishing characteristic of Ahura Man, which raises him above all other beings except Ahura Mazda himself, is that he is a creator. Whatever is bad in the material as well as in the spiritual sense is miscreation. All the demons, even the most powerful and formidable, are his creatures. He BD, 1 S. ABN, C, I asterisk ibid 8 Payteti code, 2J, MK, 8, 10. 6D star dot, 4, 148, 3. 1 VD, 19, IVD, 6, 2. J8 VD, 19, 32. 10 BD, I, 3. X1 Speak 1, EA, 2, 121. 60 Evil. Has created all his creatures in opposition to those of Ahura Mazda but after them. In this they are inferior to the creatures of the good spirit, because they are wanting, if we may so say, in respect of originality. Having seen by accident the glory and splendor of Ahura Mazda and being envious of this scene, Ahura Man rushed back into darkness and immediately formed Karaiite, many male and female demons caved Sheda Vadruj, these are therefore the creation of the murderous spirit, Dam I Maran Sinatdr, El Ahura Mazda saw this creation of Gonrukmanoi Dam I Genrud Km in all, and found it terrible, stinking, bad and good for nothing. 2 The evil spirit produced, Yed Bunt, 5 First of all falsehood Mitocht, and Akoman asterisk we 81. Have noticed that the term dam is applied to the evil creation as well as to that of God, and the other verbs are employed in the same sense. There is however a special pasend verb to designate the creation proceeding from Ahura Man, which is found in the Mano card asterisk it is Vashadan, which can be translated as to misform, misproduce, deform / thus combining the ideas of creation and of ruin as Drive West remarks. 6 Indeed, it seems that the authors of this book have felt the difficulty of applying to Ahura Man the same terms of creation which they apply to Ahura Mazda. 7 They have specially hesitated to admit of a true creation ex nihilo, and have tried to get a clear idea of the evil production of IBD, I, 10. Ibid, 2. 3 On this verb, see West, pt, I, 9, and C asterisk BD, I, 2. MK, 8, 4, 10. 6 MK, Glossary, p. 210. This distinction is also found in the Avesta. In the first fargard of the Vendidad the verb $frdthavare is used for the creation of Ahura Mazda and the verb $frdkiret for that of Ahura Man. The lative term contains in itself the ideas both of creation and destruction. The Pahlavi translators of the Vendidad seem to have marked the difference between these two terms, because they translate the term frati one where dollar by frdz barayanidun and frd karet by frdz karanidun. Tr. Ahura Man, the creator of evil. 63 Ahura Man by means of a personal pollution. 1. It is therefore, no more a real creation, but rather a self-emanation. It is doubtful whether this explanation is to be found in the other Pahlavi books, and we can therefore believe with Spiegel too that the authors of these books considered the creation of both the spirits as a true creation without any pre-existing matter. Ahura Man not only created evil beings but also introduced every species of sickness into the creation of Ahura Mazda. He was able to render immortal heroes like Jim, Fredun, and cause mortal, though he could not give immortality to his own creatures. 3. He can seduce even the best of the creatures of Ahura Mazda to gain them on his side. 4. He can spoil everything that Ahura Mazda has created. 3. For instance, the plants are the creation of Ahura Mazda, but Ahura Man has given them thorns and bark and often the poison which did not exist in them before. Hence the origin of the poisonous plants, as the bis, Napalus moisus, and the tall hemp, cand, which kill those who eat them. 6. Ahura Man is the only cause of all the diseases which afflict men, and there are 4,333 kinds of them. 7. But it is chiefly moral evil that he brings upon men. He deceives them and leads them to hell through prosperity or adversity, through infidelity, doubt, or avarice. 8. He takes pleasure in breeding discord among men. 9. If he deprives a man of his wife, his children, his whole terrestrial wealth, nay even his life, he does not consider it as a great misfortune. 1 Mk. 8, 10. Ea. 2, 144. 3 Mk. 8, 24 to -30. *BD, I, 17. 5 Mk. XXXIB. 6 BD, XXVII, 1. On the dangerous qualities of the drink, hashish, ben, cf. Saket Banga, prepared from hemp in Persia. C. Geiger, Ostiranis Kultur, p. 152. 1 DK, 4, 157, 41, 43, 162. But 10,000 according to BD, 9, 4, and 99,999 according to the Avesta, VCL, XXII, 6, Wester 2. SMK, XLV, 8. 9 Ibid, 9. 64 Evil. But if he succeeds in carrying off his soul and in ruining it, he considers it indeed a great wrong that he has done him. 1. We shall have to discuss in our chapter on ethics the manna in which Ahura Man seduces man, and the duty of man in the combat which he has to carry on against him. The perpetual war between the two spirits and their respective creations will also be the subject of another part of this essay. 3-4. The end of Ahura Man and of evil. 82. It now remains for us to say something about the end of the evil spirit. The question is whether Ahura Man is immortal or not. We have seen, the testimony of the Bundi Hesh on this point is not doubtful. Therein Ahura Man is distinguished from Ahura Mazda in the following manner. 8 Mono unit *. Now, whether we translate these words by there shall be a time when he will no more exist / 73, or like West by it is he who will be no more / the sense is evidently that the evil spirit will cease to exist, and that he will be destroyed / at the end of the world. 3 We have similarly seen, 73, that after the great attack by the good spirits upon the demons, which will take place at this final crisis, only two spirits, Gonruk Minoy and the serpent, as, Mar, will be restored to liberty. Then this serpent will be burnt in the melted metal which will be poured out on the earth. 6 This metal will purify the whole earth and also hell. 7 According to another source it seems that although 1 Mk. Slv. 3-5. S. Chap. 6, 212-213. 3 Ibid, 214-216. *BD, I, 3. 8 This description of the end of Ahura Man does not seem to correspond with that given in the Avesta. According to YT. Aaron, 96, Angramanius will not perish in the final resurrection, but will become weak and helpless and will obey the good spirit. Trebd, XXX, 31 Ibid, 32. The end of Ahriman and of evil. 65 The demons will be destroyed, yet the wicked who are in hell will be purified and saved by the one fire. The passage which we quote below seems to offer us yet another doctrine concerning the end of the evil spirit, based upon the immortality of an intelligent nature. The following is the transcription and an attempt at translation, as it is written in a very difficult style. 83. 2. Kushel, Tuno va marinel Tuno I Gohar Mindavam id Anait / ih Gohar, zdkiid Shayat Yehavunto. Bart Vloteki Alto Mindavam Men Mindavam Zakish Pavan Hamel Karl Ha Yehavunto. Zaki Pavan Gvital Haktri I Hamta no Akevald. Benafshman Alto Mano Hamta no Kushtu no Va Akdrutno. Si Gunta no Man Gvito Kihikade I Fash Rat Anal Tabard Akdrulha, Alto no Vashufadai Tunand. Tu Gent Kami Al Frashkir Tu Afgm, Hamd K Kutak Afstru, Benafshman Akt Mok. Hanjamel Hupavan Andiftano I Mindavam Ksablu Harval Benafshman Bayertano J Menzak I Potash Jumped Tano 3 Mehim Kills Hito, Va Perberto Lokdru, of Bash Anaidril Va Anaidl Asterisk Cardo, Lokdru Val Garl Stack 5 Afash Val DD /NG SG Akronto, 1 Ramel Tunt, Ano, Fruto, Kushishilto. 8 Alto Mendino PLTDK, 3. TDCD Vispahert Thwami Maj Kshathrui Avoya THRD. 4. Zaxia Pavan Harver Poai Harmist Pavan Hand Ilak Kutl Frodo Kills Hito 9 Gok Nol Pavan Harvi CPO Vandgari. 5. Va Zandake Mano Aharman Tar Pavan Farjam Val Kunzlshni Men Roshanel Haverdra. 2. VC Ramelton Tano Payatok 10 Pavan 1 DK3 114. LO. Reading J-**E, W, instead of, CF. Persjumbidan equals to move. 4 CF PERSYDD equals memory. 5 CF Avesta. Dres, PERSGURTIDEN. Spiegel, AEG, P 152, 6 CF PERSDDM equals fetters. N7 Peshotun quotes the Semitic J, enclose. BCFPERSK.shish equals endeavor, exhaustion, fatigue. 9 in Spiegel's Yak, XXXIV, 10, Pel. Translation, there is kushto. 10 CF perspade equals standing, walking on foot, 1066 evil. ZDM Utano Itar, Men Roshanel Hivakokto, Ham Nihavaltar Moham Kokto Roshano. Ashham Roshano Bashidраtar Cardo, Va Tavar Dafto Karatar Pavan Akondrest no Cardo. Val Nefshman Hamperd Mono asterisk Parvik take 2 Va Kayambo asterisk MDNDK Eyes of Shno Yetibianicto. Akondri Zakish Medhin Tarsayan asterisk Kashi Ham 2. 5 Kokto Kandra Homan 6 Gifto. Pish Malid Zakish Medhim Akondraktanoi Itar Pavan Han Beshna 7 Va Shuftano. Akarmal Yazakish Mehim Akondrak Dam Lianarak Homan Shno. 8 Parvik Tano Pavan Yehavuntano La Shaito, Avankardo Yehainit. 84, 2. Striking or killing the essence of a thing is not the annihilation of the essence, this is impossible. It is, simply, the separation of a thing from the other with which it worked in common. It is that which happens in the dissolution, of the body, which is its, inaction. That is, only, what is to kill the compound or to reduce it incapable. As the body, by the separation of the soul and on account of that only, is reduced to, annihilation or incapability, so on the arrival of Frashkir II, renovation of the world at the end of the time, Ganakmanoi will undergo destruction, all his means are cut off, lit. Small, he is in himself without, more power to, wish, reduced to no more power to attain anything, having, his lot to support himself, deprived, of the means, to rise up again, thrown completely back, to the bottom, and thereby without resource and without memory, besides shut up in lamentation and in chains, fallen, exhaust ed. This is declared in the religion. 1. Corrected from Piraimono. 2. Peshotun derives it from the Avestaic Parivieta, and compares it with Pers Pivavtake, which rather is Fiat Vadalartano in Pahlavi. Scf Pers Gvta, I equals to hide, conceal. Perhaps it ought to be read Nihum 1 from equals stj perishable, perished. 5. Probably for ham. Are corrected from Liam Nand. 1. Bishna, cf Bishit, and are above. 8. Unless it should be corrected to Zindagno, Perszbdag and Ni equals duration of life, which seems to be indicated by the sign, Ov, and the end of Ahura Mazda of evil. 67. 3. Tact VLCPD, etc. 1. That is to say, 4, and that in everything, O Ahura Mazda. By this thy sovereignty beat down. 2. That is to say, Ganakmanoi with all his criminality. 5. And the schismatic, 3. Who was in the darkness of Ahura Mazda, will, on the arrival of the future life, be adorned with light, and those who were thrown far away by the diffusion asterisk of darkness, having light only from one side, will suitably have light from both sides. And, also, a small light will be very tormenting for him, and a very strong, formidable hand will be placed on him by the immortals. Ahura Mazda, by himself, having around him a wall and a narrow place for his life, will bow seated. The infinity of the wretches of darkness is revealed. Their punishment is called finite. The first word refers to the infinite extent of the darkness with its punishment and its depth. The other term refers to the finite duration of this infinite prison. It is not possible to restrict him as to his essence, but he will be blind of knowledge. 585. If we have understood this very difficult chapter correctly, it seems to us that the author wishes to prove, that it is impossible that Ahura Mazda should be destroyed, because nature, soul, does not perish. 2. That his destruction must be understood in the sense of the death of the human compound, that is to say, as a man is supposed to die when his soul and his body are separated, although the O1 XXXIV, 10. And all these things, Ahura Mazda, are conducing to thy realm. Cf. de Harles, Aista Traduit, p. 332. 2. The Pahlavi translation, according to Spiegel's texts, Avesta Übersetzt, 2, 133, has understood avoyatra as to drive away, which seems to be impossible. 3. The term Zandik is specially applied to the Manichaeans. Spiegel, E.A., 2, 2231 * perhaps causative from zam equals jam equals / okme, 2, arrive. 5. This description of the end of Ahura Mazda at the resurrection rather seems to correspond with, and to be a development of, that in the Yash 19, 96, for which cp 64, note 5. Tr. 68 Evil. Soul does not die, it is rather an inactivity and torpor of the being. 3. That at the end the evil spirit will be destroyed, and in this way that his whole creation will be separated from him, and he will remain alone, motionless, desireless, devoid of memory, a prisoner during the whole eternity. Evil will perish, but not the evil spirit. This will be like the separation of the soul and body. 4. That one can say that he is limited or mortal, because the infernal region will have an end, but one can also say that he is immortal, because his existence itself, the soul of the compound, will never perish. It will be seen that the author here combats the doctrine inculcated in the Bundi Hesh, basing himself on the immortality of the soul. Is it not possible that we hf.ve again some traces of the influence of Christian doctrines? 186. It is evident, therefore, that the Mazdayasnian schools of the Sassanid period did not always agree on the questions connected with the origin and the final destiny of evil. These differences have been perpetuated, because they are formally mentioned again in that small work of later date, Ulamdi Islam. It cites some 5 different opinions too, and at the end of his book the author admits, there is a veil over evil, we which should not exist and yet exists. Cannot comprehend it by our knowledge. But as it is a work of God, we must therefore leave it to God, and do what he commands and avoid what he forbids. 3 This is a theory quite contrary to the spirit of the Mazdayasnian religion. It seems to us very doubtful that such opinions could have existed before the Arab conquest. 1 The description of the end of Ahura in the Avesta is itself based upon the immortality of the soul, because it is clearly said in YT 19:06, that Ahura will not be totally destroyed at the resurrection, but will become very Iviak and annihilated and will obey his opponent. That shows that the description of the end of Ahura in the Pinkert is not influenced by Christian doctrines, but is based upon, and is a development of, the original doctrine of the Avesta. Tr. 2 UI, p. 4-5, Volas translation, p. 52. 3 Ibid, p. 10, Volas translation, p. 67. Distinction between material and spiritual world. 69 Chapter 3. The spirits. Distinction between the material and the spiritual world. 87 Along with dualism in the notion of good and evil, Mazdayism has also always scrupulously maintained a sort of dualism of the spiritual beings and the material ones. 1 In this symmetry we again meet with the innate tendency of the Iranian mind to systematization, of which we have already had so many proofs. This symmetry appears in both the evil as well as the good creation. One is induced to think that the Iranians had not a very precise idea of spirituality. Have already remarked that the principal element seems to be invisibility, but opinions agree very little also on this point. Here is the explanation of the Dinkard, which distinguishes 3 kinds of beings, a Yoan, 88. Adoan Inyok Denman Cace. Ibok Zak Mano Klarut Ih Amarg, A/Ashpatmakano Agnishna. Va Ibok Zak Mano Kud Amarg Homand, AFAS 1 Patmakano Vanakanishno. Manaful Nishan K Tihano Amar CPNda.no, Mano Yazdano Kuti, Amarg. Va Manvinishnik Tihano, Korshit Manash Amarg Alto Gdi Kuda, Akanipatmakano Ado. 1 There are these 3 kinds of beings. The first comprises those whose nature is immortal and whose garment is impassible, lit in repose. And another, those whose nature is mortal and garment passible, lit susceptible of injury. To the invisible creation belong the Amashokpans who have the immortal nature of God. And in the visible creation there is the sun, whose nature, though material, is immortal and whose garment is impassible. 1 See this kind of parallelism represented in a graphic manner in the curious table, Naxley, attributed to Destur Adarbad in the Dinkard, 4, 137. 23 DK, I51, 2, 3, 4. 670 The spirits. 89 Here, immortality is openly distinguished from spirituality, because the sun, who is said to be an immortal being, is however only material, and the good spirits are said to be participating in the nature of God, because they belong to the invisible world, of Ina/Inikftahano. 1 The last term is very remarkable, as although etymologically $tis signifies simply creation, yet it is strictly employed in Pahlavi to indicate the material world in opposition to Manoimanyo, which designates the spiritual world. 290. There is a spiritual world even in the evil creation, but we see that an endeavor is made to introduce into it a kind of inferiority as compared with the spiritual world of Ahura Mazda. Thus, in the vision of Arda I Virov, Pound Rosh and Adaro promise to show him the reality, Didalai, of God and the Amashokpans and the non-reality, Lolda, of Ahura and the demons. 3 Evidently we cannot take these terms Adi and Loitla very literally. To deny the real objective existence of the evil spirit and his creatures would be to overthrow the whole system of the Mazdayasnian religion. One must see therein an expression of the inferiority of nature of the one creation as compared with the other. 2. Origin of the good and evil spirits. 91 In order to expound the theories relating to the spirits of each of the 2 creations, it will be necessary to anticipate partly the Mazdayasnian cosmogony, as the spiritual worlds we form the first stage in this history. Have already seen from the Bundi Hesh the original constitution in which the two primordial spirits of good and evil are found. Ahura Mazda, the author continues, by his omniscience knew the existence of Ahura and his projects. He knew that 1 may compare Sis, 15, 3, where Ahura Mazda and the Amishik Pans are called the intangible and invisible beings. 3. The Avesta, however, distinguishes between the Manyava Pti and the Gaethya Pti. Cf. Windishman, Zor. Stud, p. 148. 3 AVN, v. 11. 1 Origin of the good and evil spirits. 7 In his desire for injury he would produce confusion, Yengit Meljade, 1 Till the completion, of things. He also knew by what means the completion would take place. Then in a spiritual manner he created the creation which was necessary for these means. During 3,000 years the creation, was in a spiritual state, so that it was immutable, unchangeable, and its body was intangible. 2. This passage offers certain difficulties. What is this spiritual state in which the creation was plunged for 3,000 years? West explains it as a preparatory creation of embryonic and immaterial existences, the prototypes, fravishis, spiritual counterparts, or guardian angels of the spiritual and material creatures afterwards produced. 3 Spiegel and Windishman understand this as a creation existing at first in heaven, and which was afterwards let down, Harab Jellison, into space. 4 As to the 3 epithets, West reads the first term as a minelter and translates it unthink eno y5w Indishman and Justi, on the contrary reading the term as amuatar, translate it invulnerable / and they take for their basis the Avestaic term amwayamna 6 with which we it seems to correspond. Have followed the version of Professor de Harles. 7 But if one accepts either of these last interpretations, he cannot agree with that of West. Indeed, how can we imagine spirits, minute, who exist without thinking, many to know? This would be a contradiction in terms even we to the Iranian mind. Might ask whether this passage does not simply signify that Ahura Mazda first of all created the world of the spirits, the Amishogpans, and the Yazds, and we one follow the version of M. de Harles, Manuel du Pahlavi, p. 320, which is justified by the technical term gunajmti in BD, I, 17. 2 BD, I, 8, also XXXIV, I3 PTI/SN, * Spiegel, EA, I, 503. Windishman, Zor. Stud, p. 57. M6 in accordance with the Ms in Chap, XXXIV, 1. CYT. 13, 35. 133, 17, L7 1975 7 who compares it with Lat Muvra. 72 JMK spirits the other beings mentioned at the end of the first chapter? 1 These spirits then existed without being attacked by the evil spirit, who became acquainted with them only afterwards. The spirits also did not move, arrived, from their shining residence to enter the intermediate space where the war between the two creations subsequently took place. But at last Ahura happens to see the light and splendor of Ahura Mazda, and disturbed by this splendor, he fled back into the darkness. There he formed Karanit, many demons and Druj, a murderous creation. 2 Ahura Mazda saw these creatures of Ganakmanoi, and found them a frightful, stinking, and evil creation, which he did not consider to be of any value. 92 Such is, therefore, the origin of the spiritual creation on either side according to the narrative of the Bundi Hesh. We see that the evil spirit produced his creatures after and in opposition to those of Ahura Mazda. If it is said that Ahura Mazda has created his creatures for the confusion of Ahura Pavan Dartal Hi Ahura *, it must refer to the divine foreknowledge of the combat which was to happen. 5 It now remains to see what were the spirits thus produced. 3. The good spirits. I. Vo human. 93 As we have seen before, Vo and man was the first of the creatures of Ahura Mazda. 6. God made use of his assistance in the development of the other creatures. This position gives him superiority over other beings. It is he who produced 1 Bdi, 23, 27. Ibid, 10. Ibid, 2. 1 Ibid, 23. This verse is not the continuation of the narrative in verse 22, but it agrees with vs. The narrative is resumed in order to enter Eneo details. It is, perhaps, a new genealogy like that of the chapter 2, and several documents may have been combined in the narrative. 5 BD, I, 8. Ibid, 23, DK, I, 40, 3. Etc. The good spirits. 73. Later on the light of the world Tik Rashio, with which was the good Mazdayasnian law, Din I Shaper I am. 1. Commenting upon this passage Drive West rightly says that the position here ascribed to Vodman, or the good thought of Ahura Mazda, bears some resemblance to that of the word in John II 5. And indeed we have seen that there was very probably a Mazdayasnian school which wished to identify him with the Aoids, 60. But it is equally true that in Orthodox Mazdaism Vohuman essentially differs from him in this that he is only a creature. One is surprised at the resemblance between many traits of Vohuman and those of wisdom, of which we have spoken in the first chapter. It is not always easy to get a precise idea of the relations of the one to the other. In the Avesta there is mention of the wisdom Cradix, of Vodaman, and the tradition explains it as Achnocart. In the Diocart also it is said that the Achnocart and the good religion Shaper Dino, and the virtuous incarnation of Ognocart, Kerfani Hinardvadi Achnocart, are born together, Hamzuk. 3. Subsequently it seems that this incarnation is explained as being Vohuman himself, because it is elsewhere said and AC. Nocart and also his virtuous incarnation, Vohuman, are begotten of the 9 Pinakmanoi va Achnocart a Fashherf and Hohuner and no Vohuman Panahumanoi salt. Here the good religion, which, according to the Bildehesh, has been produced by Vohuman, is born with him. Therefore these three ideas wisdom, Vohuman, and religion form one group, the exact relations of the elements of which it is difficult to determine. 94 Vohuman seats in heaven on a throne of gold *. As for men, Vohuman is the protector Patra, of their conscience and intellect, Hashva heart. 5 He also gives 1 BD, I, 25. P7, I, 9, N *. 3 DK, 3, 122, 2. AVN, 11, I. So in the Avesta, VD 19102, Wester 31. A DK, 3, 116. 1174 The spirits. Them wisdom. 1 He aids Tishtar in pouring down the rain water on the earth. 2 He is also the special protector of cattle, and he is pleased when men take care of the flocks. 3 The cock is his favorite bird. 4 And the white Jasoman Cayman, is his flower. 5 In the last combat, which will close the war between the two creations, it is he who will seize Akoman, his special adversary among the demons. 6, 2. The other Amashok Pans. 95 So far we have considered Vohuman in the unique position which he occupies as the first creature of Ahura Mazda and as his principal agent in the development and growth of the whole creation. But he has also his place in a SPE Chale group of the good spirits, the Amashok Pans, of whom he is the principal and the chief. These spirits form again, as in the Avesta, a group intimately connected with the Creator, though, perhaps, there is no longer a very clear distinction between them and the other spirits. The latter are raised to a position scarcely inferior to that of the former, and we see them pell-mell together. 7 Have neither to discuss here the origin nor the Avestaic character of the Amashadalar Pentas, for which we refer to the work of Professor de Harles Origins du Zoroastrisme, pages 43 to 74. In the Sassanid time, both these characteristic Iranian spirits and the other Yazatas of every kind form the spiritual court of Ahura Mazda, which * differs 1 cis, XXII, 2. 2 BD, 7, 3, ZS, 6, 3. Asterisk cis, 15, 5, 9-11. 4 ibid, x, 9. 8 bd, xxvii, 24. 6 bd, triple x, 29. In YT 19, 96, it is also said that Vohumano will detroi akamano. Tr. 1 in the BD, XXII, 24, all the spirits to whom the days of the month are dedicated are sealed Amishopans. In Cis, XXII, 14, Disk and Ravan is called an Amishokpand. Krish is raised to an analogous position TC that of the Amishokpans, CFBD, triple X, 29. For wisdom as an Amishokpand, see chapter I, 50. The good spirits. 75 Scarcely in anything from the angelic hierarchies of the Christian theology. Thus there are some, like Drive West and others, who prefer to translate the names Amishokpans and Yazds by archangels and angels, though we cannot approve this incorrect usage. 96 The name of the former set of angels occurs under the form of Amisho-pans, or more rarely under that of Amdrospans. A list of them is often given. Sometimes we see mentioned therein 7 Amishokpans, Ahura Mazda himself being reckoned in the number, then Vohuman, Artabasht, Shatvario, Poundpendarma, Horvadat and Emeridat. But generally Ahura Mazda is clearly distinguished from them. He is the only being who is independent Amihanak, 2 and for that reason he is above other creatures who are dependent, among whom are firstly the Amishokpans, just like the inferior beings, 3 for Ahura Mazda has created them by his wisdom. 4 They were among his first creatures, for after having created Vohuman and produced the light of the world and the good religion, Ahura Mazda created Artabasht, Shatvario, Pendarma, Horvadat, and Amerodat 597. They are said to be males and females, 6 since among the number there is the female spirit Pendarma. Description is given of their qualities, of the creatures, D and Jack, which each of them has formed as his earthly representatives, of the benefits which each procures for men, of the flowers which are dedicated to each of them, and of the special adversary among the demons whom each shall have to crush in the final battle. 7-1 Cis, 15, 3, 4. 2 For this term see 34. 3 DK2, G \. Asterisk mk.jaii, 5, cf 51. 5 BD, I, 26. 6 by 2, 64. 7 S1S, XAIII, 15, XXII, BD, XXVII. 24, triple X, 29. 76 The spirits. 3. The Yazas. 98 In the Avestaic system the Yazatas are spirits of an inferior rank to the Amishakpantas. In Sassanian Parsiism the distinction between the two classes is little more than nominal. The name of Yazds is used in a very general manner to signify all good spirits, like that of angels in the Christian theology. Even Ahura Mazda and all the good spirits are called all the Yazdan of the heaven and earth. 199. The Yazds play the intermediary part between the deity and man. They spread benedictions like Ahura Mazda and the Amishokpans and like the spirits of the blessed in heaven. 2 With the Amishokpans they assist in the distribution of rain on the earth. 3 Their duty is to develop and increase the creation and to fight against evil. It is for this very reason that Ahura Mazda has created them in a great number, Kavd Yazdan, in order to keep watch over the heaven and the earth, the blowing of the winds, the flowing of the waters, the growth of the trees, and the life and nourishment of cattle and men, and also to protect the material worlds against the creation of the murderous demons Valvenarishnoi a $mano va damali, va vato vitidishno va mayo, taktshno, va hervarvakshishno, va gokpan va anshuta yehavunishno va fravarishno, a fash valpnal thitidishnano mendam merendnelterano shetaho. 100. Their beneficent action extends also to spiritual things, the good religion and its adherents. For this purpose they must be assisted by the practice of the good worship, Vayajishno, and the recitation of the liturgical prayers, Josmarishno, as the demons are thereby defeated. 3. It is again by the explanation of the law that man is made expert. 1 Zs, I, O. The phrase is a modern one and belongs to Tzad Speram himself, ADS 81. 82 AVN, 3, foot 3 DK, 3, 112. Asterisk DK, 3. 125 8 Ibid the good spirits. 77 in intelligence, and that the power of the Yazds is exerted in the battle against the Drujas, and the deliverance of the body and soul, and hence the power of directing the rest of the material world, are brought about Mendino Nakazo.os/Iadif Vyardam Pavan Nirovk, Va Patikal Zarathustra Koshno I love Atman Drujo Va Bosishno Itano Va Rub and No, A/Ask Tubano Mehim Road Simtano Iafani FTI/Idishno. 1 Ahura Mazda has placed the prosperity of man in the hands of the Yazds Mendator and Dajishno Mardam Mehim Yazdin Road Sini Terut Alto Yehabunto Vanlrtiki Nito. J. 4. The primordial war of the spirits, IOI. The Yazds form the army of Ahura Mazda against the evil spirits. In the beginning of things, there was a great Abar in the heavens, it is related in 5 chapters in the Bunwi Dehesh. Cannot enter here into the question of the origin of the remarkable tradition of these Götterkämpfe, combats of the gods, 3 as Spiegel calls them, but we may note the striking analogies with the celebrated war of the evil spirits against the sky in the Babylonian traditions. Instigated by Je, the evil spirit conducted his allied Hamdastwi demons against the sky, of which he penetrated the third part. 5 It was at noon in the month of June of the vernal equinox. 6 But on seeing the sky this cowardly spirit was frightened like a sheep before a wolf. 7 Because the DK, 11,77,2. 3 EA, 2, 212. 2 DK, 2, 77, 2. Asterisk West translates the term Hamdast as confederate, CPT, I, PW 15, N BD, 3, 10, 2, ZS, 4, I6 BD, 3, 12. 7 BD, 3, 12, ZS, 2, 2. It is curious that West translates this passage, thereby the sky was as shattered and frightened by him as a sheep by a wolf. It is, indeed, quite conformable to the character of Haman to appear timid and cowardly, cf 75, and that he was terrified at the sight of the sky, cf Daharles, Origierts, p. 162. However, it seems to us that in ZS, 2, 2, the passage must be translated, he sees the sky, and according to his nature he, Ahar-man, fears as much as a she fears a wolf, which is just contrary to the version of West. 78 The spirits. Spirit of the sky, Mo'i $MDN, according to West, 1, 01, perhaps, the spiritual sky, 2 put on arms like a warrior, and Ahura Mazda made a rampart, Dryapush Th, round the sky. Stronger than the sky itself. 3 Elsewhere the second rampart is called the righteous forethought Ashikt Krib, asterisk the Fravahars, as numerous as the hair on the head, gathered round on horseback with lances in their hands. 5 The demons, being unable to penetrate, precipitated themselves from the sky to the earth. 6 They however found the gate of their former abyss closed against them. 7 It seems that since then Ahar-man and his demons have been obliged to remain in this visible world, 8 Where the combat lasts forever. C 102. In the subsequent stages of the Great War, Ahar-man and his army successively attacked the different parts of the creation in the same order in which they were created, first of all, the water, whose principal protector is Tishtar, Tyr, 9, then the earth, in which they produced the mountains 10, then the plants 1 then the primeval ox, 12 then the primitive man, Geomard, 13 and lastly, the 14. Fire. This primeval war is ever continued under the command of the creator Mendator farmed no. The Yazds are occupied in fighting against and driving out Vedneltano Va Bard 1 PT 125 2 Windish man, Zor. Stud, p. 67. Cf. Spiegel, EA, 2, 10. 3 BD, 6, 2. Asterisk ZS, v, 2. 8 BD 6, 3. 6 BD, 6, 4, 3, 2. 7 ZS, v, 3, CF2, 4, BD, 6, 4. 8 Spiegel, EA2, 121. 9 BD, 7. ZS, 6. 10 Ibid, 8, Ibid, 7. 11 Ibid, 9, Ibid, 8. 12 BD, X, ZS, 9. ZS, X Ibid, 11. The Good Spirits. 79 Bertino, every evil and all the oppositions of innumerable kinds which proceed from all sides patidruk mena marcano ivakak ibak motto. X, v. The principal yazds. Asterisk 3. It would be impossible to give here a complete description of each of the numerous yazds. Can speak only about the principal ones. A genii of the last things. A very important group is composed of the yazds who are placed in charge of the dead. These are Mitro, Krush, and Rushnug. The Sasarjan Mitro, Meir, has no longer the same importance as the Mithra of the Avesta and bears very few traces of his Aryan origin. With Krush, the spirit of obedience to the law, religion, and Rashmk, the spirit of rectitude, Mitro stands near the Sinvat bridge to weigh the actions of the man just deceased and to make him pass the bridge or not to pass it according to his merits. To these three yazds are called Mayaji, which term is translated by West in mediation. 1. It is however certain that the idea of mediation never existed in Mazdayism. The phrase signifies nothing more than intervening between, not as a mediator but as a judge pronouncing the sentence, giving up the sinful to punishment and preserving from the attacks of the demons the righteous, who need no mediation to obtain heaven. 5. This is evident from the following verses 6, 104. Of the three funeral spirits, Rashno is specially entrusted with the weighing of the merits of the dead, he 1 DK, I, 44. 2 MK, 2, 118, ABN, V3 MK, 2, 118. Asterisk MK, P 133, and Glossary, P 139. Spiegel translates this term Verjated Aleph, mediator, TL, 2, 138. 5 Daharlez, Introduction, pages Sa. C, where Phi. Question is discussed at length. 8 CMK, 2, 119, SQQ. So the spirits. Makes no unjust balance of the spirits on either side, neither for the pious nor for the wicked, neither for lords nor for rulers, he varies not even as much as a hair's breadth and he shows no favor, he treats the sovereign and the ruler on an equal footing with the humblest. 1. The balance, Tarazuk, which he holds in his hands is of yellow gold. 2 105. The duty of Krish is to assist the righteous in passing the Sinvat bridge. 3. It was he who with Adaro conducted Arda Ivira through hell and heaven and explained to him all the scenes which he saw there. 4. For invoking these yazds the following prayer is recited, May Mitro be thy judge, may not Krush, the righteous, seize thee as unjust, may Rashna conduct thee to the resplendent heaven. I 5 106. Krush has some attributes in the present world. He protects the world during the darkness of night from demons and sorcerers, for this purpose the cock and the dog are specially consecrated to him. 6. At the time of the end of the world he will have also a very important place. Among the yazds he is the only one who is mentioned with Ahura Mazda and the Amashakpans as an adversary and destroyer of one of the principal demons, Echm or K/IA/IW, the demon of wrath, who will oppose him. 7. And after this battle when Ahura Mazda himself will come into this world as pontiff, Zo/A, to complete the destruction of evil, it is Krash who will accompany him as assistant priest, Rastfli. 8 1 Ibid, 120 122. This is why a person celebrated for his justice is called the Rashno of Cin 5. BD, XXXI, 3. Asterisk ABN, V, 53 MK, 2, 124 asterisk ABN, Passim 6 Cis, XXII, 16 to 18 asterisk BD, 19, 33, GF, 2, 25 to minus 26 1 BD FXXX, 29. According to Bai, 3, 35, it is Mitro who will smite him. 9 BD, XXX, 30. The good spirits. OL 107. As these three yazds Mitro, Rashno, and Pound Rosh play such an important part at the end of human life, it is natural that they have also to perform certain most important duties in the lost days of the world. Thus, they will all three assist Peshiutnu, who is destined to smite the demons and to destroy idolatry at the end of time. And when the prophet Hashadar will command the sun, like Joshua, saying, "Stand still," it is Mitro who after 10 days and nights will give the signal to command him again to move on too. And it is Krish assisted by Ner Yosang, who will be sent by God to excite Sam or Kiri/ISP3 who has been sleeping for centuries and has to put as Idahak to death 108. There are other yazds who are often associated with the preceding three as angels of the time of resurrection. These are Vi the good, Varum the victorious and Ashtad, who receive the soul of the deceased person at the Sinvat bridge, 3 who received Arda I Viraf at the entrance of his pilgrimage to the other world, 6 and who will play a part in the last days of the world. 7 but all of them are auxiliaries of an inferior rank to the 3 judges of the dead. All these angels are well known in the Vesta, we need not insist upon their origin. B. Genii of the physical world, abstract genii, and c. 109. Genii of the physical world. Among these there is we Akmeno, the personification of the material sky. Have 1 by 3, 31 to 38. 2 Ibia, 45 to 49. 3 It is very doubtful whether Sam and Kir Casp are the names of one and the same personage. According to the Avesta they are 2 different persons. In Ya. 9, 10, Sam is mentioned as an ancestor of Kir Casp, but in Yt. 13, 61, 136, he is called a descendant of Kir Casp. Thus there were 2 persons of the name of Sam, of whom one seems to be an ancestor and the other a descendant of Kir Casp. Tr by 3, 59 to 60. Mk, 152, 115. 6 ABN, v. 3. By, Hi, 32. 1282 The spirits. Already seen him fighting against the demons and defended by a rampart stronger than himself. 1 Then comes Amiad, 2 The spirit of the earth, Aban or Avan, the personification of water to whom the water lily is quite naturally dedicated, Ker or Kilrashid, the sun, and Mali, the moon. Tishtar or Tyr is probably Sirius and therefore the representative of the stars in general. It is he who is chiefly entrusted with the rain, which he defends from the attack of the demon Apis 3, it is he who in the beginning caused rain on the earth and thereby produced the ocean which divides the earth into 7 Kes/Ivers*, and now he draws water from the ocean to form it into rain 5 which he pours down again with the seeds of plants upon the karth. 6.110. Abstract genii. Arshasang or Art is a female yazd, personifying rectitude, who bestows riches and well-being. 7 Dino, the religion, the good Mazdayasnian law, is a very important personage born with, Akno Kart and apparently with Vohuman, according to one system 8, but according to others formed by the latter. 9 Dino seems to be an abstract being rather than a person according to the expression of Spiegel. 10 He is ranked among the very numerous spirits who aid Tishtar in producing rain. 11 We must silently pass over a good number of spirits of a certain importance, of whose enumeration is of little use for the illustration of philosophical principles. YBE find very complete lists of them in our authorities. 11 C 101. 2 BD, XXVII, 24. 8 BD, 7, 9, ZS, 6. Asteriskibid, 9. 5 Ibid, 19, 2. DK IL, 112. BD, XXVII, 3, ZS, 8, 1, MK, IXI, 42. 7 Ibid, 12, 4. SDK, 3, 122. 9 BD, I, 26. 10 EA, 2, 104. 11 DK, 3, II2. 12 BD, XXVII, 23, Cis, XXII, XXIII. The Good Spirits. 83, 6. The Fravahars. 112. There are few subjects which present more difficulty, both in the Avestaic system as well as in that of the more recent Mazdaism, than that of the spirits called Fravmars, Farohars, Fravish, or Fruhars. The principal embarrassment proceeds from this that the name is applied both to a faculty of the human soul, united with the body during life, and to that faculty detached from the body and leading the independent life of a celestial spirit. It is on account of this double nature, or rather of this double state, that it is necessary for us to treat the Fravahars in two distinct chapters. 113. It is not our business to relate here the history of the Fravahars of the Avesta, whose double origin and development have been treated in a very complete manner by Professor de Harles. This learned Iranist has also given a summary with many details of what is said of them in the literature of the period with which we are occupied. He is perfectly justified when he says on this point, of all these explanations relating to the nature of the Fravishis there are not two which agree with each other. Do not all these incongruities evidently show that too much importance is generally attached to the isolated affirmations of the one or the other Parsi book, and that the Mazdayasnian authors trust themselves very often to the inspiration, to the imagination of the moment rather than trouble themselves about an accepted system or real orthodoxy? Must it not be admitted at least that the systems have often varied and that it is very dangerous to affirm that some more modern work reproduces exactly the primitive doctrines? 114. It therefore remains for us to pass rapidly in review the doctrines concerning these remarkable beings which are found in our Sassanian texts. Let us put aside to begin with one introduction A I Avesta, pages 6 CXXV, Origins du Zoroastrisme, pp 196-210, cf. Lenormant, Chaldean Magic, pages 199-201. 2 Introduction, pages C8, Civ. 84 The Spirits. The passages which speak about the Jairavahar only asawi faculty of the soul. Shall have to speak about this in chapter V115. The Farvahars existed before the creation of the material world, one apparently also with human intellects, Baal, and Ahura Mazda consulted them before sending them into men. Which seems to you the more advantageous, when I shall present you to the world? That you shall contend in a bodily form with the Druj and the Druj shall perish, and in the end I shall have you prepared again perfect and immortal, and give you back to the material world, and you will be wholly immortal, undecaying, and undisturbed, or that it be always necessary I provide you protection from the creator of evil, agitai it, or abigat. 2. Thereupon Thefrav and Hars of men were unanimous with the omniscient wisdom Kart Harvik Plukak, about their going to the material world, on account of the evil that comes upon them, in the world, from the Druj Ahar man, and their becoming, at last, again unpersecuted by the adversary, perfect, and immortal, in the future existence, forever and everlasting. 116. After that, these Fravahars, mounted on war horses, have taken an active part in the celestial war against the demons. For Ahura Mazda is shown to the female spirit Gashurban the Fravahar of Zarathustra, which was created long before his birth, and thus he consoled her. Moreover, the Fravahars of men, who are not yet born, Azardnatano Frahar, dwell with Ahura Mazda ard the Amashokpans and the other Yazds in the heaven grot Mano. 61 CFYT, 13, 76-TR. 2C74 for the term Ajid or Ilugit in this passage. 8 BD, 2, IO, 2. Asterisk Ibid, 6, 3. 8 Ibid, 4, 4. 6 DK, 2, 74. 2 CFVD 19, 32, and also Ajar Tanai Ardoi Ravish, 15, according to the text published in 1883 by Irbad Temuraz Dinshaji Ankal Sharia of Bombay. Tr. The Good Spirits. 85 117. After death the soul of the deceased, considered as a young man, meets a young damsel, extremely beautiful if his actions have been good in his lifetime, ugly and abominable if he has lived sinfully. 1. This damsel, in response to his questions, declares to him that she is his own religion so, and his actions, good or evil as the case may be. 2. Hogg has taken this maiden to be the Fravd/Zar, because he says, that this virgin was believed to exist before the soul entered the body clearly follows from the circumstance of her telling the pious man that her original beauty had been increased by his good works. 3. The testimony of this virgin herself seems to us, however, too formal to allow us to admit this identification. The Fravd/Zar is never said to be the Zo or religion. But the maiden openly says that she is the personification of the actions, words, and thoughts of the man. This is a trait quite strange to the Fravakar *. Neither do we see that this maiden had existed before the union of the soul and the body. She simply says that in proportion as the man has continued to do good or evil actions, she is rendered more and more beautiful or ugly as the case may be, in other words, he has continually added to the sum of his merits or demerits. 118. It is not necessary, on the other hand, to insist upon the distinction between the Fravd/Zar and the soul. This difference appears as clear as daylight when we consider that whilst prayers were offered for the souls of the deceased, the Frav and Hars are invoked and worshipped in the same manner as the Amashokpans and the Yazds. 5. The Fravidars retain, therefore, very little of the character of the manes which they have in the Avesta. 1 ABN 4, 18-20, 17, 12, MK, 2, 125, 126, 167, 168. MK2 ABN, 4, 21-33, SAII, 13-25, 2, 127-139, 168-181. 8 Ibid, Introduction, pages LXI, LZI. Asterisk It is much more probable, as Hogg says, T-Fiat this suggested to Mohammed the idea of the celestial Hurus. Maiden has CAVN introd. PLXI, N, 5S1S, X, 11. 86 The Spirits. Another change consists in this that we find no longer in the Pahlavi books the Fravahars of Ahura Mazda and other celestial spirits. 1 On the other hand we still meet with the Fravahars of animals and inanimate objects, as the earth, cattle, trees, and waters, and they are mixed up with those of the pious in paradise. 2 NG. In those books, therefore, which we have mentioned just now, the doctrine of the Fravahars seems to be much simplified and systematized. Can summarize as follows: I. The Fravahars are the celestial archetypes and antitypes of material creatures only, and not of the spirits. They have been created in the beginning of things, they exist with Ahura Mazda and the spirits till they are unted with the material creatures, a union, however, that is voluntary on their part. 2. During life the Fravahar enters into the human compound as one of the faculties of its being. 3. They separate themselves again from the compound after death and return to the spirits. 120 It will not be strange to find a quite different doctrine K in the Manyo-I Hard, 5 a work of a fatalist and Sabaean tendency. According to this book the Fravahars are simply stars, the stars not included in the 12 zodiacal constellations. 4. Because for every creature of any kind created in the material world, as well for those which are already begotten as for those which are yet unbegotten, for every single body there is a spiritual archetype. 5. But what is more remarkable is this, that the Frabahars, at least those of the righteous one Daharles, introd, p. exiv. C2 AVN, 14, is, 15, 13, 14. SC 5, 7, 46, 47. Perhaps the author of the Manuai card had in view YT, 13, 42, where it is mentioned that the Frabashis, when they become pleased with the invocations offered to them during their sojourn in this world, return secretly to the sky above. But this passage does not say anything to the effect that the Frabashis or Ferdars are stars. However, it is evident therefrom that they abide in the starry regions of the lofty heaven. Cf. Urvat Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, Essay on Frahar, pages 54 to 55. TRSMK Slicks, 22, 23. The Good Spirits. S7 who will appear at the end of the world Frabishafrashagard Kardaram, have been formed from the body of Geomard. 1. These are certainly conceptions foreign and probably new to Mazdayism, besides they are peculiar to the Manuakard 1. The other questions relating to the Fra'ahars will be treated later on in their place. 3, 7. Worship of the Good Spirits. 121. To all these spirits man owes a worship of praise and gratitude, Tano va/TIF. This worship is performed first by prayers and benedictions. At the commencement of every ceremony and of the consecration of the DRDN, it is necessary to invite the Yazds and the Frabahars. It is not because these spirits have need of this worship for themselves, but it is because they cannot protect men from evil if the latter do not invoke them. 5. Very minute details are given for these invocations. Then there are certain offerings and sacrifices which a man must offer them. When one sacrifices a sheep, there are exact rules for the division of the parts of the offering amongst several yazds and amashakpans. Thus the tongue, the jaw and the left eye belong to Horn, the neck to a Shavist, the right shoulder to Artvizir, the left shoulder to Druak, and c.6 eggs, DRDNS. And other offerings of food are also offered to the sovereign moon, Mahikude, and to the other yazds. One must neither be niggardly nor estimate too closely the quantity of the presents. 7. One should often go to the fire temple and perform there the salutation Nayishnt, of fire with much reverence, because the Amashakpans assemble there thrice a day and distribute benedictions to the righteous. 8. At the 1 MK, XXVII, 17. 2. Daharles, Introduction, Peksiv and 3. For example, in chapter V1 SLS 9, N5 Ibid, 13, CFDK, 3, 125. 8 Sis, 11, 4. Sis, 12, 8, 9. 8 Ibid, KX, 1. 88. The Spirits. End of the world. Peshiatanu and his disciples will honor the Amashakpans and Ahura Mazda with blessings. 1. We see that there is no distinction between the worship rendered to Ahura Mazda and that rendered to the other spirits. 6. The evil spirits. We 122. Can examine these evil beings very rapidly, because, though their names are more numerous than those of the Yazds, yet all of them were created after the Yazds, of whom they are the opposites and, so to say, parodies. The general name which is applied to these evil creatures is the Avestaic Dev, written 5, a term which is however almost everywhere replaced by its corresponding Aramaic shed, -000, **. Even the Sassanian inscriptions employ this name in the plural form Shiddan. As in the Avesta, the name of Druj2 at R, is used df degree R. The female devs, without the distinction of the sex being scrupulously observed, so, also the term Druj is often used to signify demon in general. I. The 6 principal devs. 123. As the Amashakpans hold the first rank among the spirits of Ahura Mazda, so there is a group of spirits in the creation of Ahriman who are specially opposed to them. It does not appear, however, that these spirits ever had a collective and distinctive name like those of the Amashakpans, unless the word Kadmarakan, I, which is translated by West as archfiends, may be considered a such asterisk in the beginning of the Bayan Hesh. They are mentioned as those who tried first of all to awake Ahura from his lethargy. 3 and later on the 6 demons opposed to the Amashokpans are expressly said to be the K and Marlkaden asterisk the one by 3, 28, 37 2 sometimes written Jjo e.g. in DK, I, 56, 8. 3 BD, 3, 2. Ibid, XXVIII, 12. The evil spirits. 89 other demons being only their co-operators and allies. But in the same chapter, the 7 planets and other astronomical beings are equally called Kamarikan, ringleaders/West, of the new demons. 1:124. The first of the creatures of Ahura Mazda is Vohuman, the good thought, so the first of those of Ahura ought we to be Akoman, the evil thought. Are therefore astonished to read that Gonrukmanoi produced first Mitocht, the spirit of falsehood, and then Akoman asterisk, which disarranges the systematical parallelism of which the Mazdayasnians are generally so jealous. This Mitocht is afterwards called the liar, Drahan, of Gonrukmanoi 3 or the demon of skepticism, Dryajgumanikik, ***. Elsewhere, however, we read that as Vohuman and the good religion and the of no cart are born together, so Akoman and Varian are equally born together with Gonrukmanoi. In this difficult passage, it appears to be said that Akoman is the incarnation of the vices of Varian Kerfano Iahukanima Atak Varian Akoman, in the same manner as Vohuman is said to be the incarnation of the virtues of Inokart. 5:125. The Bundi Hesh sums up the names, qualities, and occupations of the 6 principal demons in the following manner. The business of Akoman is this, that he gave vile thoughts and discord to the creatures. The business of the demon Andar is this, that he constrains Afshard, the thoughts of the creatures from deeds of virtue, just like a leader Sirdar, who has well constrained Kup Afshardo, and he casts this into the thoughts of men, that it is not necessary to have the sacred shirt and thread girdle. The business of the demons Dvar, that is a leader of the demons, is this, that is, misgovernment, oppressive anarchy, and drunkenness. The business of the demon Andikias, otherwise written 1 BD, 3, 44 2 BDI, 24. 3 BD, XXVIII, 14. 4 according to Ms. TD. 5C and 1390 the spirits. Nakakt 1 or Nonghas 2, is this, that he gives discontent to the creatures. The demon Taprev or Tdiref 5 is he who mingles poison with plants and creatures, as it says thus, Taprev the frustrator and Zahirik the maker of poison / each of these demons is opposed, in the order mentioned above, to one of the Amashokpans, as we have shown in 96. The opposition between their respective actions, however, is not always very striking. 2. The other demons. 126 Among the inferior and auxiliary demons 5 we have to mention first Ichma or Kashm, 6 who is intimately connected with Akoman. Thus the influence C-pound Akoman and Ishma on the human soul is opposed to that of Vohuman, and in the case where this influence prevails, the sense and intelligence are disturbed, then the government of the 3 Talita, that is to say, a mixed government, is substituted for that of the one, that is to say of Vohuman. 1 Ishma is the spirit of anger and violence. 8 His instruments, Afzar, are the same as those of Mitocht, Taromat, and Arashk. It is said that 7 powers, Zor, have been given to him so that he 1 BDI, 27. 2 Ibid, XXS, 29. 3 Ibid, I, 27. 1 Ibid, XXVIII, 7-11. 5 Ibid, XXVIII, 12. The name Enchma is Avestaic. In Pazendand Persian it is Kaslim, M equals, or Hishmaioa which is afterwards identified with the Arabic, Awas signifying Angor, Angustia Menta 7 DK, 3, 116 SS to Ichmadava equals Asmodeus of the Book of Tobias, see Windy's Chman. Zor. Stud, P 138 and SQQ. Spiegel EA2, 132, Cara, e semi-critico del sistema geologico e linguistico, p. 329, Prado, 1884. We must however remark that we meet with the Palef name ACS/IBD Mashid, written as a single word in XXVIII, 15, which would suppose as an Avestaic form ish, Anatava, and according to the theory which is met with in the Herv and Resh words of simple ideograms, this name would even be pronounced as AI.SHMDTVI1. The evil spirits may ninth completely destroy the creatures. 1. It is he who mostly causes evil to the creatures of Ahura Mazda. 2. Just as Krish J.S. raised to a position similar to that of the Amashok Pans, in like manner Isham, his adversary, is also brought together with the 6 principal demons, and at the end of things it is Lai who shall be vanquished by Krish. 3. Isham truly seems to play a predominant part in the introduction of evils in this world, because it is mentioned that he once rushed into the presence of Ahura complaining that Ahura Mazda had produced 3 things in the world which prevented him from doing anything: the Gahambar feasts, the Mayazd feast, of the Druns, and the Kvitukduk, next of kin marriages. 4. We have already seen that Varun is supposed to be born with Akoman. He is the demon of evil cupidity. 5. With Akoman and Isham he reigns over the hearts of the wicked. He is specially opposed to Aknokart J. From what we have seen we may believe that the group of Mitocht, Varun and Akoman is opposed, member for member, to the group of Dulno, or the good religion, Kartandvo human. 127. There is a long list of different devs in the Bund Ches/I, but it would be irksome to mention all of them. 8. Among the principal devs we may mention Aktovidat, who inflicts death on man, the demon of death. 9. He is sometimes identified with Vikaradar, or the evil wind, who seizes life. 10. None can escape from him. 11. He keeps himself ready with Frezist, Nizist, and Isham to seize upon the soul of one BD, XXVIII, 15. 2. IBTD, XXVIII, 17. 3. Ibid, XXX, 29 *sis, 18, 1-3. C. Justi, in the BD. S. Probably he is Varsi.no of BD. XXVIII, 25. DK, I, 33. 1 DK, IL, 109, 4, CF 122. 9 BD, XXVIII. 37 8 GF, 2, 41, SQQ. 10 BD, XXVIII, 35, but neither in the Avesta, VDV, nor in the Manuai card, 2, 115. 11 MK, SJAEI, 8. 92 The spirits. The dead before it proceeds to the Sinvat bridge. 1 Another demon occupied in tormenting the soul after death is Visa. We to have already spoken about Je, 75, as well as about Apis, the demon of drought and enemy of rain, 109. Bushasp is the female spirit of untimely sleep, slothfulness. 3 Besides these other demons who are furies, Kashmakan, are very numerous. They are demons of ruin, pain, old age, Zoroastrian, producers of vexation and bile, revivers of grief, the progeny of gloom, bringers of stench, decay, and vileness, who are many, very numerous, and very notorious, and a portion of all of them is mingled in the bodies of men, and their characteristics are glaring in mankind. For these evil spirits are so numerous that new demons arise from each new sin. 5 Among others there is the white demon, Shedaqplh, who is the demon of Christianity. 6 Called the Reem non-Shedacpth of Kiltsyaka. 7 Isionxv. We find very little about the Perik, Parsi Farid, the Patrika of the Avesta, and the modern Peri, Demonis, or sorceress. 8. 3. Questions relating to the demons. We 128. Have already seen how Ahura has created or produced, Vashud, the demons by a kind of emanation from himself. 80. From this fact Spiegel deduces the answer to very interesting questions, viz., whether the evil beings have Fravahars or Fravishis like the creatures of Ahura Mazda. The doctrine of the Mazdayasna on this emanation appears to exclude the possibility of ninit, however, there is no trace of it in our texts. 1 Mk, 2, 115. 2 Ibid, 161-164. CFVD 19, 29-TR. 3 BD, XXVIII, 26. Asterisk Ibid, XXVIII, 37, 38. 6 Ibid, 43. By 3, 3, CF West, PT. I, P 215, N Ibid, 8, CF West, PT, I, P 200, N 8. The parak's are mentioned in MK, Slicks, 13, LB, Lai, 28. 9 Spiegel, EA, 2, 145. The evil spirits. 93. Another question not less important is that concerning the end of the demons. A passage of the Dinkard expressly shows that it is revealed that not only the wicked but also the demons themselves will be saved at the time of the end of the world. Pitakakshtaglavatman glr.no Venaziev menzak ahuo valbib sishno yamtnit. 1. However, we have quoted above another chapter of the Dinkard which seems to express the idea that the demons will be destroyed, though Ahura himself will remain immortal. 83. This last doctrine appears to agree better with the ordinary system of the Mazdayasnian books. 129. If the author of the Ulama-i Islam too teaches that the demons have bodies and are also composed of 4 elements, this idea seems to us quite recent and altogether contrary to the Mazdayasnian philosophy of both the Avesta and the Sassanid times. Before leaving this subject we must remark that the north asterisk is the quarter specially appropriated to the demons. The ugly and abominable maiden, who comes to meet the soul of a wicked man after his death, tells him, though one dwell in the northern regions, yet I am placed further north through thee, by the evil thoughts, words, and deeds that thou hast practiced. For it is from the north that the demons come and thither they return. If we can trust the Mazdayasna, there are no less than 99999 demons, Drujas, and Paris, in equal number to that of the Fravahars *5. However, this is the favorite number of Mazdayism. 1 DK, 3, No, 12. 2 UI, P pound, Volos translation, P 55. 3 Or else the West, the abode of darkness, cf. Per Estktar. C. Taharles, Manuel de la Longue de Via Vesta, I edit. I-878, P 117. Asterisk AVN 17, 24-25. 6 MK, Slicks, 16. 94 Cosmology. Chapter 4. Cosmology. A distinction between the spiritual firmament and the material sky. We 130. Have already spoken about the dualism that characterizes the Mazdayasnian cosmology, that is to say, the distinction between the spiritual world and the material one. This dualism is indicated by a quite particular term in Parsi, which speaks of the body and soul of the two worlds, duaknita and Orion, one which is elsewhere explained by the expression Manyo Yugathaldehashan, the spiritual and we temporal creations. 2 Have just spoken about the SPI ritual creation in the preceding chapter. It must not, however, be imagined that the division of these two creations in the Mazdayasnian system corresponds exactly with our ideas on this subject. Mazdayism, on the contrary, comprises in the spiritual world some creatures which are material according to our idea and which belong to the material world. 3 131. In order to put ourselves in the Mazdayasnian point of view, we must first of all mark the difference between the two heavens, the one spiritual, the other material. These are the Pahur and the DCMDN. It is better to give them different names, viz., those of the firmament and the sky. For the Mazdayasnian philosophy the CPHR, or CPLHDR, as we have already seen, 12, occupies the first place in the spiritual creation of Ahura Mazda, as the Akman does in the material creation. This sphere is always revolving and is the strongest of all things, for which, as we have already remarked, means that it was regarded as a form of destiny. Mk19. 2 Ibid. 1. According to the Mazdayasnian idea, everything in the good creation is presided over by an angel or guardian spirit. Therefore, by the material creature being comprised by Mazdayism in the spiritual world, it must be understood that not those creatures themselves but the Yazd equals or guardian spirits presiding over them are meant. Tr.**mk, xxviii, 10. Firmament. 95 132. Neryosen in his translation of the Maño Ik/Yerd was careful to distinguish this firmament from the material sky by the term Ufat, the circle of the zodiac and the planets. In fact, for a Mazdayasnian these astronomical bodies were not material but belonged to the world of spirits. If we are surprised at this, it must be remembered that the Mazdayasnians regarded light most probably as having a spiritual nature, because, even Ahura Mazda, although being the spirit of the spirits and invisible, was seen as light. 37. If we had, therefore, wished to follow closely the Mazdayasnian classification, we should have already treated these celestial bodies in the preceding chapter. But it has appeared more convenient to group together here, in one chapter, everything that corresponds with the visible creation, as understood in our sense. However, the distinctions, which we have established, must not be lost sight of. It may have been seen in the last chapter how the celestial bodies, stars, planets, and sea, are absolutely treated as the spirits of both creations, as yazds, or devs. 2. Firmament. A. Signs of the zodiac, constellations. 133. Ahura Mazda, therefore, having first of all created the firmament or sphere, fixed thereon the 12 signs of the zodiac, which have a common revolution with one it. The names of them are the same as in our languages, every one BD, 2, 2. 2 Cis, XXI, 2, BD, 2, 2, the names are, Barak, Lamb. Tarzuk, Balance. Tord, Bull. Gazdam, Scorpion. Dupatra, 2 figures. Namasp, half-horse, centaur. Kalakang, crab. Vatke, perhaps Natanzik, Capricornus. Share, lion. Bui, vividarpod. Kushak, virgin. Mdhik, fish. Sea West, PT, I, P11. 96 Cosmology. Constellation has 3 forms. 1. They are divided into 28 parts or lunar mansions, Kurtakai fragments of the calculators. 2. The whole history of the world is divided into 12 parts, over each of which presides one of the zodiacal signs, every period being of 1,000 years. 3. Not only do these constellations, Octaran, preside over the epochs, but the Creator has specially entrusted to them all his original creatures of the material world, Bundahi/in and Nigdi/I, in order that they may defend and protect them from the attacks of the adversarial. Also they are the 12 generals, Spavad, on the side of Ahura Mazda, who prepare and impel the worlds. 5. They themselves, however, depend upon the constellation Haptwarang or the Great Bear who holds them by the hand and makes them rise and set, so that they implore his assistance. 6. This constellation, called also Hapshakring, is specially the guardian of the northern region. The other 3 celestial regions have also their chiefs. That of the east is Tulshtar, the star Sirius, those of the south and west are respectively called Yanand and Saitaves, which, according to Drive West, may be identified with the stars Fomalhaut and Antares in Scorpio. 11 BD, 7, 4. May we compare this curious detail with the notion of the Babylonian cosmogony mentioned by Lenormant? He excellently made the mansions, 12, in number for the great gods. For each of the 12 months he fixed 3 stars origins de Vihistoire, Tournai, pages 498 to 501. 2 BD 2, 3. 8 BD, XXXIV. Asterisk BD, 2, 4. MK, 5-8, 18, 21, 12, 5. 6 MK, Slicks, 18-21. pt. I, pages 12-13, n. Geiger rather thinks that Sotakes must be Arcturus of Boötes or Vega of Lyra. OK, pages 312-313. The Material World. 105 we 148. Offer, with hesitation, an attempted translation of this passage, the version of which as given by Dester Peshotun does not at all seem admissible to us. The world is material by corporeity, visible, tangible. Then the creation is excited by itself to the struggle. Because, there is a creation opposed and with an aggressive hostility against the perpetual good progress, of things, and its action is of this nature. And the revelation of it was made when there was, as yet, no material creation. The manifest action, proceeding, from this, excitation of hostility of one half of the material world is something visible and tangible. And everything that is visible to the corporeal eye and tangible by the corporeal hand is the world, ctl. And the origin of the existing world is by the creation of the Creator, and the creation, has taken place, by means of an instrumentality of force. Then it has the scriptural name of existence. It is called the primary foundation of the world and is known as the mother, source, of the creations. Then the first corporeal existence was produced by the Creator, and its formation, proceeds, in proportion to its existence itself. The scriptural name of this production is the progress of existence. Thence the four elements are named, air, fire, water, and earth, the four foundations of the beings of the world. And the second corporeal existence was, produced, by the wise action of the Creator in the progress of existence. Thence its name the continuation of existence. And thence the four elements are said to be mortal, mixed, living, and organized. In the third place, the Fravahars and the souls are by the supreme action one of the Creator united with the mortals and direct the world. Thence mankind, animals, and the other good living beings have their names. As they become endowed with terrestrial life ksiyak, they are definitively made to abide in the bodies, and the bodies are one perhaps elevation avajara, from avadgar, one who makes superior, one who elevates. 14106 Cosmology. Made, for them. But the force is peculiar to each, that is to say to the body and soul, and this is the reason, why, the separation of the compound happens. 149 Here we have a much larger scope assigned to matter. Not only what has a body and is tangible, but also what is visible, is material. There are some indications which lead us to believe that the Dinkard would also include the firmament of the stars and celestial bodies themselves in the ranks of matter. We have already seen this opinion asserted for the sun and the moon, 88, and we shall afterwards see other traces of it. Here we have likewise an attempted ontology, existence, or being, Yehayanishan, being supposed as the foundation of all the creatures. From this indifferent foundation the animated beings are formed in three stages. First of all there come the four elements which are the basis of all matter, then intervenes apparently a sort of vitality given to a mixture of these elements, which are organized in the form of body and thus become alive though mortal. Finally, the spiritual parts, the Fravahar and the soul, are added to it, and the human or animal compound is formed. This compound lasts till its dissolution by death, when the material portion or body dies by its separation from the spiritual parts, the existence of which continues. We think we can also see an indication of the high spirituality of the Dinkard in the doctrine of the complete independence, ayatak, of the spiritual and, sor, in the compound. D. Form of the world. Material forces 150. The form of the material world is clearly determined. In reply to the question of the sage, the spirit of wisdom teaches him that the sky, dfmdn, water, and whatever else that is found in the midst of the sky, andaranakn, is formed like an egg of a bird. the sky above and 1 cf. Also the passage quoted in R84. The material world. I07 below the earth is formed like an egg by the hand, das Kar of the Creator, Ahura Mazda, and the earth in the midst of the sky is like the yolk amidst the egg. 1s number ich is also the doctrine of the Denkart, which gives a similar description of the arrangement of the material world. It is worthwhile to quote the passage, 151. Men dionakizoti, akmano freedom dam menzakitiak. Kiak va afarik d and m and ni hamd k yehabunt yekavamunit men, andarunai akmano, sigio evi andaranai kliak ekjabsant yekavamunit, akmano piramuni vikpano, si gun kaju ukmcham vi. 2. According to the interpretation of the law, the sky was the first creation of the material world. The world 5 and the other creations were placed together in the midst of the sky, like the bird in the midst of the egg. The sky surrounded everything as the egg surrounds the bird. 152 Spiegel seems to think that he can find in this metaphor some signs of a doctrine of the cosmic egg, das Weltzei, similar to that of the Phoenician and Babylonian cosmogonies. 4. And if we trust to the translation of the above passage of the Denkart, as given by Dester Peshotun, 5. This idea would be fully confirmed. But his translation is altogether erroneous, as may easily be seen from our quota 1 mk, sliv, 7-10. The Mizbi adds, and the water on the earth and in the skv is like the water in the egg. 2 dk, 2, 74, 2. 8. The material, sphliac, world seems here to be distinguished from the material sky d, id. If we compare this fact with another, viz., that the Denkart calls the sun and the moon material, 88, we shall be led to believe that this work followed another cosmological system more similar to our own. In this case the first phrase should be translated, the sky was a creation icreer to this material world. The same conclusion may be drawn from DK, 2, 81, 3, where the revolving sky, Gart Eidfman, is mentioned before the celestial bodies and without any mention of the firmament or of the sphere. 4 EA, I, 452-453. 5 Volume 2, p. 79. Just as a bird is produced from an egg, so the creatures of this WJRLD and other creation have been produced. 108 Cosmology. Taschen. It seems to us that only the form of the material world is thought of, on account of its apparent rotundity which causes the celestial vault to appear to embrace our earth. They very naturally compared it with T** egg, having the yolk or the bird in its center. There is certainly no question of a production by means of the egg, as in the mythologies quoted. 4. Material sky. Meteorology. 153 In the creation of the CTUI, the material sky Akman, occupies an analogous position to that of the firmament Wifplhar, in the creation of the spiritual world. Must not forget that this sky was not to the Mazdayasnian the space of the astronomical bodies, which were literally fixed to the ever-revolving sphere of the firmament. It was rather had it has been called the atmospheric sky. 1. It is often said that the sky is formed from the substance called chanahino, literally blood iron. This adjective is translated by Neryosenrvni frr, which means sea steel. The Persian version is exactly the same. Windishman, 5 however, followed by Justi and West, has preferred to translate the word by ruby / as if the compound word meant bloodstone. 154 It is in the region governed by this material sky that the meteorological phenomena are produced. It seems that the term Andarvdi is sometimes used as a designation of the atmosphere. 4 However, it is not always so, because the Andarvdi is spoken of in hell where there is no atmosphere. 5 And it generally signifies the void between light and primeval M1. Probably this was also the sense of the biblical JJTVIT as TNE expressions: the mountains under the sky, the birds of the sky, distinguished from the \IV2 MK, 9, 7, BD 12, 6, XXX, 5. 3 Zor. Stud, P72, IQ Chap, XXX, he translates the word by Edelstein, precious stone, jewel, p. 114. Asterisk DK28I3. 6 AVN, XXVI, 2, cf. de Harlez, Manuel du Peldavie, p. 209. Material Sky Meteorology. 109 Darkness. Tims. It is said that Ahura Mazda conducted the sun, moon, and stars in this Andarv Ni or space. 1. The atmospheric air VNI, conveys or communicates sight by means of the wind vat. 2. The wind, which blows according to its will and which one is not able to catch by the hand. 3. Has the task of stirring the atmosphere, as the life in the body has the task of purifying one it. The clouds rest and abide on the Alberts. 5. Tishtar pours out rain from the clouds as from a jar, FC/Thurim. 6. And it is the wind that restrains the rain from becoming excessive and divides it into springs, seas, and oceans. 7. Lightning and thunder proceed from the conflict between the sacred fire VDZLSHT, personification of thunderbolt, and the demon Aspenjargic, whose club produces the noise of the storm. 8. 155. The Sassanian cosmology being the inheritor of the doctrines of the Avesta attributed to rain an importance which is indeed remarkable. Its production was supernatural. It was by the action of numerous yazds that the whole economy of waters and their circulation were directed. The chief of these yazds was Tishtar, assisted by staves and also by Boeoman, Erdvisher, Vat, Horn, Dino, Berge, and the Fravahars. 9. These genii drew water from the springs, rivers, and seas, and formed it into clouds. The rain is essentially water, and the instruments, for the production, of rain are wind, cloud, and mist. Verano Kurthelmaya va Burano observato musenten va awar. 11. Whether this humidity falls in small ot large drops of rain, or in the form of hail or snow. 1 BD XXX, 5. MK, 5 XHV, I6, LVI. 5 2 Ibid 6 BD, 7, IV. 3 Ibid 7 BD, 7, 14, 6. Asterisk BD, 7, 6. 8 Ibid, 12. 9 DK, 3, 112, BD, 7, 3. 10 CF Arab, Musnad cloud. There is also PERS MyAB. Meka equals Socket Megha, but the Pahlavi would scarcely correspond to a GH. There is another word muj in Persian, Justi, Kurdish Dictionary, p. 397, 11 DK, 3, 112,6. No cosmology. Depends upon its meeting with a wind endowed with one of the four elementary qualities mentioned above. 1. If the wind contains heat, the drops are small. If it contains humidity, the drops are large. If the wind contains cold, there is snow, and if the wind contains dryness, there is hail. Karish Kaikberto va Tavar, Tthurg va Vafra 5 Meng Vito Patirislan Ihi Vado Kadri Salkno, Zak Iamat Vado Garva Yekumt, Karis Liki Kurto, Amat J Koltal Yekunit Karis Liki Ftavar, Amat Kart /H. Vafra, Amat Li Ishki, Telierg * 156. The evil spirits are always occupied in hindering the production of rain, hence the eternal struggle between the yazds and the demons. The latter are under the command of Apabsh, the demon of drought. 4. The demons try to impede the progress of nature and also the health of mankind, especially by the two evil qualities, cold and dryness. 5. But not only do the yazds triumph over these wicked beings, but often Ahura Mazda uses their own arms against themselves. Thus, like one who would cause the heads of his enemies to be crushed by their own clubs, he makes the winter, Damaktan, produced by the evil spirit, to destroy the crafttars or noxious animals of the evil creation. 5. 157. The beneficent action of rain, so highly esteemed at every time in regions like those of Iran, did not consist in the eyes of the Mazdayasnians only in irrigating the earth. They believed that the rain itself brought down the seeds of the plants and distributed them everywhere. 7. The earth. A. Mountains, Nichvars. Geology. 158. The earth which is in the center of the sky seems to have a round form according to the Dinkart which even one lit. The elements, cf. above 146. SCFPERS Tajerk, Kurd, Tegr, ZDDMG, Vol XXXVIII. P58. 3 CF Kurd, W/FR, PERS Barf ZDDMG, Vol XXXVIII, P94, *DK, 3, 112, 7, SDK, 4, 162, 2-7. DK, 4, 162, 11, 12. MK, 1 BD, 9, 2, 4 KLZI, 42, CF by, 2, 42. The Earth. 1 I relies upon the Avestadamak das Hukmendelno Gerdo I Pitke. 1 But according to other books the Earth, though circular, is rather a flat space wholly surrounded by a vast chain of mountains called the Alberts. This chain, as we have seen, is bored with 360 gates or openings, through which the sun passes every day of the year while rising and setting, 137. The Alberts, like all other mountains, is the result of the /s violent attacks made by Ahura upon the earth. 3-4 In the beginning the earth was flat, as it will be again after the final destruction of evil, when all the inequalities of its surface will be smoothed, and cold will exist no more. The Alberts has taken 800 years to attain to its present height, and now it reaches to the summit of the material sky, up to the eternal light. 5. All other mountains are offshoots of the Alberts, 6 with which they remain in connection, evidently by their subterranean roots. 7 There are in all 2,244 mountains, the principal of which are described in the Bund Hesh. 8 159. In the first instance 7 of them are very great, 9 from which the other mountains have been produced. 10 Finally, the hills, scattered through the regions of the Mazdayasnians, grew separately in several places, Dr/C Parak Pavan Sayak. 11 It is not necessary to give here all the details about these mountains, we have only to consult the excellent essay of Windishman. 12 These mountains although produced by 1 DK, I, 19. Such is the explanation of Peshotun. Perhaps Gerdo may simply mean circular and not spherical. 2 BD, V, 3-5, DK, T, 19, JUK, LG, 13. 3 BL/8, 1, 2, ZS, 7, I *BD, XXS, 33. 5 BD, 12, 1, ZS, 7. 6. A.BD, 12, 2. BD, 8, 2, 3. 8 BD, 12, 2-40. 9 Ibid, 3-27. 10 Ibid, 28-40. 11 West has translated the phrase by piecemeal. BD, 12, 41. 12 Zor, Stud, pages 1-19. See also the commentary of West, PTI, pages 34-41. 112 Cosmology. Ahura are nevertheless sources of happiness and prosperity to mankind. 1 Great rivers flow from them, the rain-producing clouds dwell, as we have seen, on the Albiers, 154. They keep back and moderate the force of the wind. Further, they are the destroyers of Ahura and his demons, and the preservers and vivifiers of the creatures and creations of the Lord, Ahura Mazda. 3 160. In the beginning the material world formed only one vast continent. But at the second phase of the great combat in which Ahura, after his defeat in the sky, attacked the waters, Tishtar, after having conquered Apis, produced a vast inundation in which perished all the Clyrophtars and evil creatures. For from this inundation the seas were formed, which covered 1/2 of the earth and also divided it into 7 parts. 5 These parts are called Keshvars. The central Nichvar is as great as the other 6 taken together, and forms the country known to the Iranians, of which Pars, Persia, itself was the center. 6. The other Keshvars are, Saba on the east, Arza on the west, Vorojarst on the northeast, Voryabarst on the northwest, Freydadafshir on the southwest, and Vidadafshir on the southeast. 7. These continents are now separated by the ocean in such a manner as to render the passage from the one to the other impossible, without the supernatural aid of the Yazds or of the Devs. 3. The last 6 Keshvars, however, are inhabited by men, who, like primitive men, do not eat meat but live exclusively upon milk. 9:1 BD, 12, 28, 41. 2 BD, 7, 15, 8, 4, and c. MK, LVI, 7. 3 MK, LVI, 6. Asterisk BD, 7. West remarks that this deluge preceded the creation of man. 6 BD, 11. 6 ZS, 7, 10. BD, V, 8 to 9, 11, 3. 3 MK, 9, 6, BD, 11, 4. In the reign of Takamorup, however, men constantly passed from one region to the other on the back of the mythical ox Karok, a reminiscence undoubtedly of the first migrations into Europe. BD, 17, 4. V9 MK, 16, 10. The Earth. 113. The continent known by the name of Kvantras is not only the greatest of the Keshvars, but it is also that place where there is most good and most evil, for it is the scene of the struggle between the two creations. 161. Earthquakes are produced by the action of air which circulates in the interior of the earth as it circulates in the human body. This air, Vato, when overheated by fire, shakes and splits the earth. This is again the effect of a want of proportion among the elements. 2. There are 33 kinds of lands. 3. The earth does not only produce plants but contains also mineral riches, and what is most astonishing is that the metals themselves have also had an animal origin. Like the plants, they were produced from the body of the first man, Geomart. 4. From his limbs were made the 7 metals, viz., silver, iron, brass, tin, lead, quicksilver and diamond. But gold, on account of its excellence, was produced from his life and semen. 5b. Water. Its circulation. Seas, rivers. 162. The extreme value attached to water by the Iranians of all epochs is explained by the requirements of their soil and the importance of rain and of irrigation for their agriculture. They have observed very carefully everything that relates to water and its circulation, and the ideas that we find exposed on these points in the Iranian authors are very precise. The water itself is one of the 17 kinds of liquid. 6 to which 1 BD, 11, Iwindish man has shown that Kvantras is probably the whole of the Central Asia from Syria to China. Zor. Stud, p. 230. 2 DK, 2, 93. Peshotun quotes a similar account from the Zdrep and Std, the translation of which is assigned by tradition to Azarpaja in the time of Anushiravan. 3 BD, 11, t. Asterisk MK, XXVII, 18. 8 ZS, X, 2. 6. Yet in the detailed list, it will be observed that only 14 are given. 15. 114 Cosmology. The general name of Maya, Semitic in origin, is given follow, ing is the list of them, I the water in the plants. 2. The water of the rivers. 3. Rain water. 4. The water of the reserate. The liquid in the skin. 9. Tears. 10. Blood. 1. Animal oil. Voirs. 5. Animal seed. 6. Animal urine. 7. Animal sweat. 12. The saliva. 113. The liquid beneath the barks, of the plants. 214. Milk. 3. 163. All these liquids mingle finally again with the rivers. The water is on the earth just as the blood is in the body. 5. The circulation of this water is regulated by the action of the wind. 6. The cloud seize water from the seas, carry it in the atmosphere and make it fall in drops on the earth. 7. The water which is concealed under the earth does not escape the action of the sun, who attracts it for the cultivation of lands and for the advantage and happiness of men and animals. 8. But the seas themselves are produced by rain. 9. The circulation of these waters follows a regular course. Every kind of water enters into the world by the Nitshvar Arza, on the west. At the rising of the sun it flows into Sava, and at the setting of the sun it enters into the Sea Pudic, the Persian Gulf, whence it passes into the Great One, the text adds, which nourishes the embryo. 8. Doubtful. This translation is suggested by West. R. Just in his glossary of the Bundhesh has also translated the word avian by rind, i.e., *bark tr. 3 BD, XXI, 1. Compare this detail of waters with that given in the Pahlavi version of Yak, XXXVIII. TR *BD, XXI, 2. SMK, 9, 8. DK, 3, 123. 7 MK, IVE, 14. 8 Ibid, 17. BD, 11, 2. The earth. I-15 Ocean. 1. The ocean extends to the 7 Keshvars and separates them from each other. 2. It is salt on account of the venom of the Kraftars, the noxious creatures, mixed with its waters during the great deluge caused by Tishtar. 3. There is a flow and ebb in some great seas, as in the Sea Pudic, and this tide is regulated by the moon and the wind. 5. For the Gulf of Satavsh, the Arabian Sea, the phenomenon is explained in the following manner: there blow 2 kinds of winds at the rising of the moon, one of which attracts the tide towards the moon and the other repels it to the opposite direction. 6. The other seas have no tide. 7. Certain lakes or small seas which are mentioned were also originally pure and contained fresh water. Now they have become salt and send forth a very bad smell, but at the time of the end of the world, they will be once more purified. 8. 164. The circulation of water through the rivers is described with much detail. Ahura Mazda has created the rivers on the borders of the Alberts for the protection and vivification of his creatures. 9. However, Ahura Mary, who spoils the creation everywhere, has introduced into them cataracts, but these differences in level will disappear after the destruction of the evil spirit. 10. All the rivers are derived from the 2 great primeval semi-mythical rivers, which flow from the northern part of the Alberts. These are the Erig and the Vet. 11. We shall not enter here upon the question as to what are the 1 mi. Sliv, 12-15. 3 BD, 19, 10. 3 BD, 7, 13. *BD, 13, 8. 5 Ibid, 11. Ibid, 13, and cf. West's note. 7 Ibid, 14, 8 BD, 13, 16, 17. 9 MKLBI, 7. S10 BD, XX, 6. 11 Ibid, E, 7, 16. I16 Cosmology. Present rivers which may correspond with these names, for it is probable that their significations have frequently changed. According to the Sassanian authors, the Erig was generally the great river on the west, and they seem to have included in it the Oxus, the Araxes, the Cyrus, and even the Nile. 1. The Ve was on the east and has been identified with the Industry. 2. After these 2 rivers 18 other great navigable rivers are described, whose geography is given in detail. 5. They all flow back into the Erig and the Ve, and it is there that the fertilization /IH, of the world takes place. 4. Finally, these 2 rivers, after having circulated through the whole world, fall into the ocean, and all the Keshvars live upon the water thus discharged Zahak. Then, these waters flow back to the sources in the Alberts whence they proceeded. 5. See, fire and its different species. 165. The great importance attached to fire in the Mazdayasnian religion is well known. It is esteemed to such an extent that the name of fire worshippers has been abusively applied to all the followers of this religion. Fire, though belonging to the elements, seems to have had also a spiritual and celestial origin. In the beginning, fire was diffused through the 6 substances, that is to say, the works of the 6 periods of creation. It enveloped each of these substances just as the eyelid envelops the eye. 5 kinds of fire are known. 7. The fire Barazi Savang shines near the Lord, Ahura Mazda. 8. It seems to be a spiritual fire which is incorporated 1 BD, XX, 8, cf West's note. C2 BD, XX, 9. It is sometimes confounded with the Oxus, C West, PT, I, pages 78, 80, note. 3 BD, XX. Asterisk BD, 7, 17, XX, 3. 6 BD, XX, 4. EZS, I, 21. Asterisk BD, 17. The Bundi Hesh does not agree in its definition with the Pahlavi version of the Avesta. There is an inversion of the attributes of the first and the fifth fire. See Spiegel, EA, 2, 48. Asterisk Organic World. II7 in the various forms of material fire, especially like 3 souls, Nismo, in the 3 sacred fires, 2 and which dwells in the earth and in the mountains, 3 probably in volcanoes, petroleum springs, etc. 4, 2. The fire Vohufrayan dwells in the bodies of men and animals and feeds upon water and solid food. 3. The fire Urvazist is the fire which is found in plants. It feeds upon water and has no other food. 4. The fire Vazist is the lightning which dwells in the clouds, it is the weapon by which the demon Panjargik is struck. This fire has no need either of food or drink. 5. V. The fire Knist is the common fire of this world, which consumes food but not water. 166 The fire Varum, the sacred fire of the Mazdayasnian altar, is associated with the fire last mentioned. As we have seen, this fire is rather an incarnation of the celestial fire. It has 3 bodies or principal centers, viz., Furbak, which is in the mountains of Kabbalistan, Gushak, on the Isnavand mountain and Bilradal Mitra, on the Mount Ravand. 6. The 3 souls of the celestial fire lodge in these 3 corporeal fires, all of which form the entire body of the fire Varum, just as the human soul enters into the embryo whilst it is still in the womb of the mother and imparts life to it. 7.6. Organic world. A. Sex. I6y. The transition from the inorganic world to the T-organic one is facilitated by a very remarkable doctrine of the Bundi Hesh, according to which all beings, even inorganic 1 BD, 17, 3. 2 Ibid, 4, 9. 3 Ibid, 3. 4 West, PTI, P62, and 5 BD, 17, 2. 6 Ibid, 4 to 8. 7 Ibid, 5. IL8 Cosmology. Ones, are endowed with sex. Thus the sky, Akman, metals, wind, and fire are always and exclusively males, but the water, earth, plants, and fishes are exclusively females. Other creatures are divided into male and female. 1. 3. Vegetable Kingdom. Botanical notions. 168 As we have seen an animal origin attributed to the metals, so it is the same with the plants. But whilst the metals were produced from the body of Geomard, 161, the plants and the animals were developed from the several parts of the primeval ox. 2. Thus 55 species of grain and 12 species of medicinal plants grew up from the marrow. From the horns arose peas mijuk, * from the nose, the leek, gondayak, * from the lungs, rue, pendon, from the middle of the heart, head or liver, 5 The time which keeps off evil odors. From the blood arose the vine, from which wine is made, it is on this account that wine is rich in blood. 169. However, Quite another origin and a much more natural one is assigned to the plants in another passage. The earth had become quite dry during the primitive battle of the spirits. Then the Amashokpanda Meridot pounded the plants and mixed them up with water. Tishtar poured this water in the form of rain upon the earth, then innumerable plants grew up on the whole earth like the hair upon our heads. There grew forth first of all 10,000 species possessing the property of keeping away diseases, and from these, 100,000 more species have been developed. 7 These plants are perhaps different from those produced from the body of the primeval ox, for it is said that the seeds 1 BD, 16, 6. 2 BD, 14, X, 1. S or lentils, mizu, curd. Nzlai. Equals asterisk undoubtedly on account of its odor, RL God to stink. 5J asterisk can be read either as dill, far or jigar. This is a curious example of theme Vy of Pahlavi 6 BD, 14, 1,2. 7 BD, 9, 3. CFXXVII, 2, and ZS, 8, 2. Organic world. Ig of these 110,000 plants as well as those coming forth from the ox are on the tree of all seeds, van I Harvik. Pitokamak, one also called Vitdish, opposed to harm. 2 This tree itself grew forth from this action of Meridot and Tishtar. 3 It is in the ocean by the side of the other mystic tree called Gokart or the white hum, which is the chief of the plants, the tree of life, whose fruits bring on immortality. 4 Near the tree of all seeds is the mystic bird Kamrosh, and on the tree is the slow Namru, Shnurg. 5 The latter, when it rises aloft, shakes off the seeds from the tree, 6 Which seeds are gathered by the bird Kamrosh and are carried by it to Tishtar, who mixes them up with rain, and in this manner the seeds are a number spread over the whole world. 7 According to the Bundi Hesh this action of the bird happens once a year, probably in spring. According to the Mainyoi card, it seems to be often repeated. 170 The water, Maya, or sap in the plants circulates like the waters of the earth, or like the blessings, Afrin, which the righteous utter, and which come back to themselves. 8 It is the sap which connects the plant with its root. It seems to be distinguished from that liquid which appears in the form of a drop, when a twig tekli, is placed at a little distance before a fire, and which is called the maya in the avian, probably the bark. 9 1 In Yt, 12, 17, this tree is called Kana which is in the middle of the sea Vorakasha. It is also called Hubislai, the tree of good remedies, Aridvobish, the tree of powerful remedies, and Vifipobisli, the tree of all remedies. Tr. 2 BD, XXVII, 2, CF 18, 9. Asterisk BD 9, 5. 4 BD, XXVII, 4, 9, 6, 18, 1-6. 8 MK, LZI, 37-42. 8 Ibid, 38. 7 Ibid, 41-42, XXVII, 3. BD, XXI, 5. 8 Ibid, 1. S/120 Cosmology. 171 The classification of plants according to the Bundhesh comprises 16 genera as given in the following table. 1 Perennial trees, SDLVDR, which do not bear any fruit, as the cypress, the plane, the white poplar, etc. 2. Perennial trees that give food, as the date, the myrtle, the vine, the apple tree, etc. 3. Grains, cereals, Gilardok. 4 Aromatic herbs Cyparam. 5 Cultivated flowers Gil. 6 Wild plants, Vahar, or Nihal. 7 Grass guide, food for animals. 8 Spices, Avzariha, for cakes, tarts, etc. 9 Salad Tarak. Asterisk 10. Textile plants Jama, as cotton. 11 Oil plants Rocano. 12 Dyeing plants Rag. 13 Perfumes Bod, as frankincense, camphor, etc. 14 Gums Zatok. 15 wood cibba. 16 medicinal plants dryic. 172. This simple classification is commercial rather than scientific and does not differ much from what would be found in a collection of commercial products. The fruits are divided in the following manner: 1. Those of which both the inner and outer parts are eaten. They are of 10 kinds, as the fig, apple, grape, etc. 2. Those of which the inner part only is eaten and not the outer one. They are of 10 kinds, as the almond, walnut, chestnut, etc. 3. Those of which the outer part only is eaten and not the inner one. They are of 10 kinds, as the date, the peach, apricot, etc. In all, 30 principal species. 2_1 BD, XXVII, 5-22. VA Ibid, 23. Organic World. 121. All the flowers, as we have already seen, are dedicated to some one of the Amashogpan sand yazds. 31 of them are mentioned. 1. Mystic trees. 173. The Dinkart also teaches, undoubtedly in the same sense as the Bundi Hesh, that all the medicines are derived from the Gakart tree. 2. But, if we may believe Peshotun, the Dinkart distinguishes this tree from the white H6M, because therein the Gakart, the source of all medicines, is spoken of as growing out of the earth, Vano Iangd Mendamak Gokurtu, and afterwards the white horn, which will furnish man with immortality at the time of the resurrection, is spoken of as being in the ocean, or the sea with the wide shores. Sijian Hamipato Ayin Frakakardo Zire, Pavan Frashkardo Ahashi I Mardim Potash Kardo Yem Alanet. S. Dester Peshotun thinks that Spiegel, West, and Justy are mistaken in regarding these two trees as one and the same. In support of what he says, he does not only rely upon the above quoted text and the Avesta, but also upon the Bundhesh and the Mainyo Ikard. The first of these Pahlavi books, however, seems clearly to confirm the identification of the two mystic trees. 5. Whilst the other speaks only of the Jadbish tree, the tree of all seeds, the Harvai Cpo Tokamak Vanoik Vitbish, about which we have already spoken. It is possible, however, that the Dinkart has intended to identify the latter, rather than the white horn, with the Gakart, on account of the medicaments which it produced. Peshotum prefer this last identification. 6. Which, however, does not seem 1 BD, XXVII, 24. 2 CF Vend, XX, 4, where it is said that Ahura Mazda has produced innumerable health-giving and medicinal plants round the Jayokarana tree. Tr. 3. See the translation of Dinkart, 4, 157, 45. Asterisk translation, DK, 4, p. 235, N8 BD, XXVII, 4. 4 DK, TV, p23s. //16 122 cosmui.ogy. To agree either with the Avesta or with the other Pahlavi books. 174. It does not lie in our plan to discuss here the origins of the Mazdayasnian notions, but we must remark by the way with surprise that in the two mystic trees of the Iranian Spiegel seems to see the origin of the trees of knowledge and of life mentioned in the book of Genesis. 2. The illustrious Iranist remarks that the mention of the tree of life made in the Old Testament is altogether isolated, and that we only know of it from what the biblical account teaches us, viz., that immortality was obtained by eating of its fruit. On the other hand, among the Aryas, both the Hindus and the Iranians, the legends regarding this mystic/tree are fully developed. It is therefore quite reasonable to believe that the Jews borrowed this legend from the Aryan mythology. 175. In answer to this objection, it is sufficient to refer to the discoveries made in Assyriology since the publication of W. Spiegel's Alter Thumbskind. Quote what Lenormand says about it: the decipherment of the cuneiform texts has now greatly changed the point of view of science and destroyed the Aryan theory from top to bottom, which now counts not more than a very small number of tardy defenders. 3. The whole question of the comparative mythology regarding the two trees may be seen treated at full length by the same we author. Should not wonder, however, if Spiegel by this time agreed with this opinion. 5.1 As regards the Dinkart, I now think Peshotun is clearly in the right. See my trait de Medicina Mazdayasna, Luvat, 1886, pages 6, 40. 2 ea, I, 464 to 468. S. Laerigiaes de Vihas * war tip no. On the remark of Spiegel on the name Yeti, p. 467, cf. Lenormant, p. Hot. Les origines de I Histoire, I, pages 74 to 98. 5 other eminent scholars who are in favor of the Aryan theory bring forward decisive arguments in defense of their theory and prove the anti-Aryan theory of Lenormant and other Assyriologists to be false. Tr. Organic World. 123 We must also notice the very sensible development which the legend of the two divine trees has undergone in the Sassanian system as compared with the Avestaic doctrine. Thus, we can easily see a real evolution of a pure Aryan nature worship of the natural plant, effected under influences evidently foreign and clearly Semitic, an evolution the history of which commences with the Gathas and is continued down even to the most recent parts of the Avesta, where these Semitic influences distinctly appear. 2 In YT 12R17, for example, we find for the first time the second tree, that of the good remedies. The Jehohirana makes its appearance in the Vendidad, and has again nothing to do with the Hauma. But at the time of which we are speaking the systematizing spirit of the Iranians has distinguished two kinds of Hauma, one the yellow and terrestrial one, the other the white and supernatural one, and this latter is identified with the Gakar Jehohirana. The tree of remedies or of all seeds has acquired a very great importance. It has been placed by the side of the first tree in order to obtain the symmetry so dear to the Iranians. And the whole legend of the two trees has assumed an essentially non-Aryan character and leaves no doubt as to its origin. 3.1 Even the form given to the white horn in plastic art is of Semitic origin. See Lenormant, Les Origines de vie Histoire, I, 78. The figure of the horn is reproduced by Reusius in Ptolemy de Chinon. See Archaeologicretion, 2nd edit. 1884, ti, p. 266. Here we see not only the tree but also the bird Camroche. One is tempted to ask whether the Figift called Pirsus or fire altar is not rather the tree of all seeds. Le Toph de Chinon belongs to the Sassanid epoch. 2 In refutation of this remark of the author, see the opinions of other scholars quoted in the translator's note 3 on p. 47-49 tr. 3 The two kinds of Hauma plant were also known to the Avestaic people, viz., the Hauma zederi and the Hauma duraosha, of which the former is the yellow and the latter the white horn of the Pahlavi books. Hauma duraosha appears to have borne in the Avestaic time the same supernatural qualities as the white horn possessed in the Sassanian time, which is also evident from the root itself of the wak duraosha from dura equals year, distant, and aosha aohan from ush equals to burn, equals sickness, death. Thus 124 Cosmology. C. Animal Kingdom, N. Zoological Notions. 176 The animals like the plants have been formed from the body of the primeval ox. His semen was carried up to the lunar heaven, Makdayak, where it was purified. Then a pair of oxen, male and female, was produced from it, and afterwards a pair of every species of animals. Hence it is said that the ox was created twice, Debar Yehabant, first as ox, and secondly as having produced the animals of manifold species, Pavan Gokpend per Karnak. X. Spiegel remarks that nothing is said of the formation of birds and fishes. 177. The classification of the animal kingdom is more systematic than that of the plants. Give Koloit's 3 classes, 5 genera, and 282 species arranged in a table, class, Karnak. Genus, Kadwinak. Species, Karnak. I. Animals that graze Ji. With cloven are goat 5 kinds. And are found in feet, J2 sheep. 5. The valleys. / 3 camel. 2, 4 ox 15, underscore 2. Ass-footed v horse. 3. 8. Zoroaster literally means keeping off sickness or death, hence giving immortality. The Pahlavi authors, instead of identifying their white HDM with the Hauma Zoroaster of the Avesta, have wrongly identified it with the Gokar tree, the Jayokarana of the Avesta. Again, the Avestaic Jayokarana from its description in YDXX 4, and Gana of YT 12, 17, seem to be one and the same tree, but quite different from the Hadma Zoroaster or White Horn of the Pahlavi books. But the legend of these two trees in the Pahlavi books and that of the trees of life and knowledge in the Genesis seem to have originated and to have been developed from two quite different sources. There is no doubt, however, that the former legend has the Avesta for its origin and development, which indeed owes nothing to the Semitic people for its ideas and theories. Tr.1 BD, 14, 3, 4. AEAI 5-2. V3 comprising S, hippopotamus, and C** 4 organic world. 125-2. Animals that travel afar and dwell on the hills. F3. With toes, F6 dog. 10 kinds 7 hare. 5, J8 weasel. 2-5, I9 muskani 4. Winged, mal, 8, X birds 3, in 8 groups. 110, 3. Aquatic animals. 5, Xi fishes star. 0.10, 12 wild animals. 5 178. These numbers give a total of 186 species. The remainder of the 282 species mentioned above are the species created within species, the subspecies as we should call them. Also, observes Sad Sparam, some species must be added for the pigs, which are not mentioned above, so that, with the species mentioned and those that are not mentioned, there are in all 282, and again these species are divided into 1,000 varieties. 7 179. One must have already noticed that many superior animals, all reptiles, and all insects, are wanting in this list. It is because a great part of the beings in the animal kingdom are the creatures of Ahura Mazda, who created them in opposition to those of Ahura Mazda. Thus the animals are arranged in 2 hostile armies, and every animal of the good creation, one comprising the otter, fox, ichneumon, porcupine, and civet cat. 9 comprising squirrel, and CS comprising, according to West, the bat, which partakes of the threefold nature of a dog, bird, and musk, says the text, v24. The kinmerg, simurg, is also referred to here. Asterisk, the latter divisions do not agree in the manuscripts. Windishman gives the following order: 11. Bat, 2 kinds, 12. Fishes, 10 kinds, 13. Wild beasts. Zor. Stud, P80. 5 BD, 14, ZS, 9. BD, 14, 27. 7 ZS, 9, 14. / 126 Cosmology. Has its adversary in the hostile rank. One among these opposed animals we find the following mentioned: the white falcon destroying the serpent. The magpie, Kiskinak, the vulture, Carcass, locust. The crow, Valdke, the kite. The mountain ox, the one, putrefying matter. Mountain goat, the wild ass, etc. The dog, jay, snakes, wolf. The fox, the ichneumon, the musk animals, demon kava, venomous serpent, sea garzik. Intestinal worms. The hedgehog, the otter, ants. Demon of the waters. The cock and the dog, demons, and the Yadis 180. The noxious animals, chiefly reptiles and insects, are grouped under the name Kh of Ptars, often associated with the demons and Druj. The ant is placed among them as the thief of grain. 5. The wolf is said to be the destroyer of its own young. 4. Besides, every animal that has no fear whatever of the hand of man is evil. 5. The Bundihesh gives many particulars of the various animals belonging to both creations. These are mostly fragments of popular beliefs and superstitions, very interesting for the students of folklore, but to which we need pavi little attention at present. 6. 1 BD, 19, 2R. 2 Ibid, 21-36. 3 Ibid, 28, and also in the Vendidad. DK, 2, 78-9. 5 BD, XXIB, 10, 6 For the principal animals of every species, see Butylic share, XXIB. The animals which men ke forbidden to kill are chiefly, the lamb, goat, ox, horse, hare, bat, cock cte bird of Bodman, magpie, javite, eagle, and swallow. Sis, X, 9. S. Organic World. I-27 Although the fox belongs to the good creation, we find il mentioned as descended from dog and wolf, and par taking to a certain extent of the qualities of either. 1. Besides the ignorance of natural history, which this fact betrays, it also proves that there can be an intercourse between the two creations, and that some creatures can even belong partly to one and partly to the other. 18. However, the principle of heredity and the transmission of qualities of the parents on both sides by generation and also the sterility of hybrids were known to the Iranians. 2. The books of the Sassanid period do not allude directly to the question of the souls of the inferior animals, though they distinguish between the instinct of animals and the moral knowledge of man. 5. But the ulama-I Islam formally denies that they have a soul or z.frabahar*. On this last point it is in contradiction with the Pahlavi authorities, which assign frabahars to all the good creatures, even to inanimate beings. Mythical animals. 182 It will be no more necessary to insist upon the different mythical animals, good or evil, of which mention is made. Nothing can be more extravagant than this odd mythology. Among the good creation we find the three-legged ass of gigantic proportion and grotesque attributes. 5. The ox, Hadeos or Karkok, who, like the bull of Europa, transported on his back the first emigrants to the other Keshvar across the ocean. 6. Among the birds, we find Gomrosh Mantionid above, 169, Karshipt which can speak, and which 1 DK, 2, 80, 7. According to the version of West, PT, 2, 403, who translates the word Rufe, as Ruds in BD, 14. Peshotun translates quite differently. 8 DK, 2, 80, 8-9. 3 MK, 13, I*ul, P8, Volas translation, P63. Y6 BD, 19, 1-12, MK, LZI, 26, 27. 6 BD, XTF, 27, 17, 4, 19, 13. /128 Cosmology. Carried religion into the var of Yimel Chinmerg or Simurg, of colossal size and of three natures. 2. Among the fishes we find the carfish, which protects the gokard tree from the lizard Vasic, created by Ahura Mazda. 3. And the oxfish * the strange being Gopat Shah, half bull and half man, who dwells on the shores of the sea, pouring out into it holy water. 5. Reminds us in a striking manner of the great bulls with human heads of the Assyrian sculptures, and seems to have been borrowed from those monuments. Of the evil creation we find mentioned only the serpent Krivar, the wolf Capita, which is also called Pehan, and, we the bird Kamak. Do not find, however, any description of them in detail. 6. Number MK1 BD, 14, XXIV, 2, 29, 19. 16, LZI, etc. There are other birds which speak, BD, 19, 19. _CF Vend, 2, 42, according to which Vishkaripta carried religion into the var of Yuma. Tr. 2 BD, 14, XXIV, 19. MK.MZIBD, 18 XXIV. *BD, 19, 17. 5 MK, LCI, 31-36, is the only passage where he is spoken of. 6. Some of the animals described in 182, such as the three-legged ass, the bird camroche, the car, and ox fishes, appear only to be allusions to some natural phenomena. Tr/anthropogeny. 129 Chapter VL Anthropogeny - the first man. 183 Man rules over the rest of the world Tubino mehim $1 afamp $tih. 1 He was the last of the creations of Ahura Mazda, and the evil spirit has never been able to create a being in opposition to him. 2 The Mazdayasnian anthropogeny is of the most eccentric kind. The human race is not only descended from the primeval man, Geomart, from whom the metals are also derived, 161, but it has also passed through a vegetable existence before being constituted in its present state. 184 Man was in fact the work of the sixth epoch of the creation. 3 Ahura Mazda formed Geomart, a solitary male human being, from the fore-earth. He was white, brilliant-looking as the sun. 5 He had 3 characteristics, viz. Life, speech, and mortality. The first 2 were communicated to him by Ahura Mazda, the last is owing to the influence of Ahriman. The whole of mankind has inherited these characteristics by its descent from Geomart. 6 He and the primeval ox were the only living beings on earth during the first 3,000 years. Both of them lived in peace and happiness till the commencement of the millennium of the constellation of Libra. Then Ahriman attacked and overwhelmed them with evils during 30 years, and at length put them to death. 7 Geomart, while succumbing under the blows of his adversary, predicted that mankind 1 DK, 2, 77, 2. 2 Spiegel, EA, 2, 145. 8 BD.Phi, 28, *DK, 2, 80, 3. 9 BD, XXIV, 1. DK, 2, 80, 3. 7 BD, XI, and 4, 1, 2, 3, 20-24, /17 130 Man would be born of him. 1 Then he bequeathed his body very justly, fide stained, to Ahriman / vegetable origin of the human races. 185 Geomart while dying dropped his semen, which was purified by the light of the sun. 2/3 of it were absorbed by the earth. 340 years after, it produced 2 human beings under the form of a plant, the rivets, having only 1 stem, 15 leaves, and of 15 years of age. These 2 beings, Mashia and Mashioi, otherwise Matro and Matriad, were united together at the middle, in such a manner that it was impossible to know which was the male and which, the female. It was not either known if ni possessed reason, sense, nismo. 5 Then they passed from the vegetable form to the human one, the reasoning faculty, sense, which is the soul, nismo mun alt raubn, spiritually entered into them. 6 We give below the comments of Windish man on this curious legend. 7 The plant with a single stem is the type of the unique origin of the 2 sexes, or of their original inseparableness. The stem is aged 15 years, for this is the perfect age assigned to Geomart himself. It has 15 leaves, for an equal number of human races inhabited the Keshvars. The plant appeared after 40 years, for that is the normal age of generation in the Var, Mashia and Mashioi 1 BD, 3, 23. 2 MK, XXVII, 14. Mankind could not have been formed from his body if he had not died, yielding to the attacks of the evil spirit. 3 BD, 15, 1, DK, 2, 80, 4. According to West, this is a plant allied to the rhubarb, the shoots of which supply an acid juice used by the Persians for acidulating preserves and drinks. According to Windish man, it is the rheum rebes. 5 BD, 15, 2, 3, cf West, and a BD, 15, 5. 1 As to the traditious other nations relating to the vegetable origin of man, cf Windish man, Tor. Stud, pages 214, 215. Earliest genealogies. 131 were twins, like Yama and Yami in the Vedas, like Yuma and his sister in the Bhayandik share, XXIII, 1, XXXI, 4, which derives its information from more ancient sources. 186. Another plant was formed resembling this one, it produced 10 races of monstrous and fabulous men, as the cynocephalous, winged men, men having tails and others, but all of them were the issues of the semen of Geomart. Those of the forests having tails and hairy bodies are undoubtedly the great quadrumana, like the gorilla of Africa. Besides, other cases of relationship between men and some inferior animals were admitted. The Pahlavi version of the Vendid also asserts that all that which appertains to Tihi monkey capped is precisely like that which appertains to man. 3. Elsewhere the monkey, bear, and Negro are grouped together as degraded human races, issued from the intercourse between men and evil spirits, devs, drudges, and perics. 3. Earliest genealogies. 187. The remarkable legend of Mashia and Mashioi has been expounded and commented upon at full length by Winwi Dishman and Spiegel. 5. Shall therefore be content with a cursory examination of the most salient points of the extraordinary account. As soon as the two beings obtained their soul or sense, Ahura Mazda spoke to them. He declared them to be perfectly created, and commanded them to obey the law with good thoughts, words, and deeds. After which, both tried to please each other and declared aloud Ahura Mazda as the creator of all the creatures. They covered their bodies with grass and had no need of food but drank only water. 1 Zor. Stud, pages 216, 217. 2 BD, 15, 5, 31 and N of West. One may compare the fabulous races meant by Tizias and Silax and the Hindus. 3 Vend, v. 107, mentioned by West. 4 BD, XXIII. 5 Zor. Stud, pages 215 to 231. EA, I 511 to 514. 6 BD, 15, 6, 7, CF I/132 man. IIJ afterwards enmity took possession of their minds. The evil spirit got hold of their souls and induced them to say what was untrue, that the earth and all the beings were created by him, Ahura man. Then they went forth into the wilderness, where having found a she-goat, they began to milk her. Milk was thus the first human food, 1, and for that reason it is always the best of all foods. 2. 3. The taste of this animal food induced them to utter a falsehood a second time, and after 30 days and nights the two beings came across a fat sheep, which they killed and ate. At the same time they found the means of producing lyre by friction from the wood, of the jacunar 5 and of the box tree, but it is very remarkable that, although driven by evil instinct at that time, they were still directed by the celestial Yazds in the production of fire. By means of this fire, which was nourished by grass and the leaves of several aromatic plants, they roasted the sheep. They offered a portion of it to the fire and a portion to the Yazds. On this very occasion they covered themselves with garments of skin, and a little after they learned to weave garments in the wilderness, according to West they perhaps wove the wool of the sheep. 4. They also found the iron by digging in the earth, they hammered it and made it into tools, with which they built a hut /peshkhdr, of wood. 5. Here is an entire epoch of the history of development of the human race digested into a few years. 4. This third stage was followed by bloody struggles between these two primeval human beings. Even Thaddev succeeded in persuading them to make offerings to the Arch 1 BD, XSR, 10. Cf. Windishman, Zor. Stud, p. 221. 2 MK, 16, 4-12. 3. A thorny tree allied to the jujube and bearing a small plum-like fruit. West. Windishman translates quite otherwise, Sie Jinjnof die Jagud Derthera, Generthera von Velkem man Kleider mocht, p. 222. They went a hunting Sani mals, those animals, from which garments are made. Tr. Asterisk 8 BD, 15, 11-16. Earliest genealogies. 133 Demon. They lived without concupiscence till the end of their 50th year. This was owing to the influence of the evil spirit, who does not at all like the propagation of mankind. 1. At the end of 50 years they drew nearer to each other and knew at the same time that it had been their duty to do so even in the past 50 years. After 9 months a pair of children was born unto them. They devoured these firstborn children. 3. But Ahura Mazda deprived them of this unnatural taste. Then, during 7 years, 7 pairs of children were again torn unto them, who were to each other as brother and sister, husband and wife. From the first couple, Siakmak and Nashak, are descended the 15 human races. Vgo inhabit the 7 Keshvars. 188 It seems that the 6 other couples had no children, for the very explicit genealogy of the Tindi Hesh asterisk can be represented in the following table, Geomart. The plant Riv and S from which, Mphysia Mashioi, 15, 1-5, a second plant, 15, 5, from which, first pair, devoured, 15, 22, Siakmak Nashak 6 other pairs, 15, 24, 25, Fravok and 6 inhabit Vanaras, 15, 28. J races of which X9 inhabit the other Keshvars, 15, 27. The 10, monstrous, races of man, 15, 5, which, with the 15 races issued from M. Fravok, Ake in all 25 Gadmer Dian races, 15, 31. 1 DK, 2, 80, 5. 2 BD, XXXIV, 3, 15, 20, 21. 3 BD, 15J22. West supports his translation, against Justi and Windish man, by a very explicit quotation from a Palaviruf diet, Mchivi aim Chivi, Najdistofart Sandai Nafshman Bard Vasilitamund. PT, I, PY, and 4 BD, 15, 2431. /134 man. Of these 15 races, being too numerous, 6 remained in Vanaras and 9 migrated on the back of the mystic ox Parkok to the 6 other Keshvars. 1 We 1s9. Have thought it necessary to give the sketch of the origin of human life according to the Mazdayasm of the period which we are now discussing. The position occupied by man in the scale of the creation stands out more clearly from this investigation, and the foundations of the ethics of the system appear distinctly. The principal points of it are therefore, I. The original unity of the face, 2. The moral nature of man, 3. His original innocence, 4. His fall by the influence of the demons, and, v. His successive progress in the arts of life. Number 4. The constitution of man. The body. Physiological notions. We 190. Must now pass on to a more minute examination of the human constitution, under its physical and psychological aspects. Man is essentially of double nature, material and spiritual, we body and soul. May 2nd recall the very formal texts quoted above, 84,85, where the human compound and its dissolution at the time of death are discussed. It is said therein that death is nothing else than the separation of the two parts of the compound, the spiritual part Gohar, which is immortal, and the material part or body, Tanv, which ceases to exist and to act. 191 The body is created after the soul, Ribian, and TQ act as an instrument to the soul already created. The soul is introduced therein to give it activity. 3 The body is wholly material, its elements are 3 in number as in the bodies of all other animals, water, fire, and wind. 4 It is for these reason 1, 1 BD, 15, 27, 28. 2 DK, 4, 137, 5. 8 BD, 15, 4. Asterisk SLS, 8, 4. In the system of Mazdak also there were only 3 elements, but they were what vf, fire and earth. Spiegel, E.A., 3, 233. The Constitution of Man. 135 That the Creator, Ahura Mazda, commanded Arda I Viraf to proclaim to the faithful his memento homo kia pulvis, be ye aware of this, that the cattle are dust, Afra, the horse is dust, gold and silver are dust, and the body of man is dust. 1. The body, developed through generation, which springs from the union of the male and female semen, 2. Is formed as an embryo in the womb of the mother, and a soul, belonging to the spiritual world, enters therein and directs the body during the whole of life. 3. In the interval the embryo is nourished and its members are formed and developed by the spirit of wisdom. 4. The air circulates in the body as it circulates in this material world. 5. It is purified by the action of the Frayihar, it is necessary for the health of the body. 6. We 192. Have 7 senses terjammed. 1. However, 6 only are mentioned by names, viz., sight, hearing, taste, smell, feeling, and the tongue. The first 5 communicate the impressions from the exterior, dirino, to the master of the house kataklarutij, i.e., to the soul. The 6th expresses the thoughts, knowledge, and desires of the master of the house, soul, to the exterior. 8. 193. As we have seen in the preceding chapter, health depends upon the harmony of the corporeal elements. It is Ahura and his demons, who introduce disease in the body, disturbing its proportions. 9. It is for this reason that the body 1 AVN, CI, 20. 2 Set BD, 16, where the physiological reasons are given. Proceeds from the male semen, and blood from the female one. The milk 3 BD, 17, 9. 4 MK, lay II, N 5 DK, 2, 93. 8 DK, ill, 123. 7 Lit. Interpreters. Peshotun reads the word as trilum di or turim and gives it an impossible derivation from the Sanskrit. See his edition of the Dinkard, I, Glossary. 8 DK, I, 60, 3. BDK, 4, 157, 50/I36 Man. Depends chiefly upon the soul, as the latter in its turn depends upon the health of the body. 1. The maxim F mens sana in corpore sano has always been one of the favorite sayings of Mazdayasm. The principles which originate diseases in the body are called cold, dryness, evil odor, putrefaction, hunger, thirst, old age, and grief, BCSH. 2. It is by acting on the blood that cold and dryness derange health and compromise the vitality of the body. 5. Heta and deity, on the contrary, keep up health and cure the body. 4. The influence of the evil eye Kashniya was also believed in, and there was a special demon for it. 5. On the other hand, mention is made of the beneficent influence of the good eye Yukit for MLH. 6. These diseases will last only till the time of Frlishkurto, the final resurrection. 7. 194. On the death of a man the soul is separated from the body, which is then mingled with the dust, Parsi K/Iyaki. 8. If the souls, as they are in heaven and hell, still possess bodies, they are rather fantastic bodies. 9. Made expressly for their stay in these places of reward and punishment, because it is only at the time of Vaslikarito that the bodies will rise up again from the dust. Though the elements of the bodies 1 DK, 4, 157, 14, 24, 25, also 37, 11, 12. 2 DK, 4, 157, 42. 3 Ibid, 157, 49, so Ibid, 162. SBD, XXVIII, 14. This effect of the eye is called Zanano equals a blow wound, in DK4, 157, 15. SDK, 1, 56, 6. 7 DK4, 157, 43. For all these Mazdean theories of physiology and medicine, the reader may now refer to my separate study on the subject. Trait de médecine Mazdean Tvadet du Pahlavi etcommant, Luvat, 1886, where the subject is discussed in extenso. I have tried to show the very long chapter 157 of DK is an entire medical treatise absorbed into that important work. MK, I, 22. 9 AVN, Passim. /psychological notions. 137 will be then dispersed by wind and water, yet Ahura Mazda will gather them up as easily as he has formed them in the womb of the mother. 1 And if the body will be punished, it will be on account of the sins of the soul. 2 psychological notions. 195 The spiritual part of man is the subject of predilection of the Pahlavi treatises. They sometimes seem to understand everything under the name of soul, as FNR terminology. Thus the body and soul are the integral parts of Mashya and Mashioi, 3 and these two parts are very often opposed to each other but several spiritual faculties or powers are very often mentioned, and the soul is said to be one of them. The number of these faculties varies in a very remarkable manner. Mention is made of 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and sometimes even more. Nothing is more variable than these lists, as we shall now see. 196. A. The most extensive list is in the Ding card. Give below the enumeration of all the powers or psychical operations together with their definitions as mentioned in that work. 5. 1. Wisdom, Farjanaklah, that is to say, the knowledge of final ends, derived from knowledge of the religion. 2. Development, of Zionaklah, which produces many things out of one only. 3. Knowledge, Naki/I, which distinguishes one thing from many. 4. Discernment Wi, the knowledge of the advantages and disadvantages of everything. 5. Faith and belief Mehim Monno Vafium Nunishno, or the intelligence of things appertaining and not appertaining to life. 1 BD, XXX.J, 5, 6. Cf 39. DK, 4, 137, 9I. 3 BD, 15, 4, 5. *MK, I 22, Slay 8, 10, DK, 4, 137, BD, 17, 0, and C8 DK, 4, 146, 147. 18 I38 Man. 6. Reasoning VLR, the faculty of understanding the aim of things. 7. Sense, which supports the instrumentality in the inner part of the body. 8. Intelligence, Cardo, which examines and chooses. 9. Thought, Minishno, which guides the faculties through reflection. 10. Speech, Gubishno, which reveals what is concealed in man and describes the invisible powers. 11. Action, Kadnisno, the result of the guidance by the instrumentality of the corporeal powers. Desire, Xim, passion, Thera, and religion Dio, are later on added to them. This is certainly a very obscure enumeration. Can compare with it the following, which is found in the Shayist Eldisht Diast. 197. B. The 11 elements of spirit are, life, conscience, religion, soul, Frabahar, thought, speech, action, seeing, smell, weighing and hearing. Are surprised to find in the above list some of the corporeal senses and even not all the senses. C. Peshotun in a note to his edition of the Dinkar 2 gives also a traditional list of 11 faculties, which is of some consequence for comparing with that which we have just quoted. They are, 1 innate wisdom Fafno card, 2 acquired wisdom, Gashtenfruit card, 3 reasoning, VTR, 4 sense, Hosh, 5 natural disposition, Kern, 6 contentment, Kerfan/H, 7 religion, Dino, 8 hope, Humid, 9 nature, Av, or Akho, the practical conscience, Das Chwissen, 10 consciousness, boi, and 1 Frabahur. The learned Dester does not mention the asterisk source of this list. 198, d. 5 faculties are very often mentioned. Thus the Dinkart enumerates, 3 consciousness, 2. In APA 1 cis, 13, 4. We of all. p. 44. Have thought it necessary to correct the cryption and the translation of several terms. 3 DK, 1, 60. Trans-psychological notions. 139 Sage, attributed to the Genjai Sadiag and N asterisk of Abujarka Mayurvajrag Milir, the minister of Khosrav Anushiravan, the Sassanian king. 1 It is said that consciousness is a faculty which knows better Gagdar. 2 In another passage of the Dinkart it is compared to a lamp and to the Sunday. 3 Then follows, 2 Reasoning Veer, 3 Sense Hosh, 4 Wisdom, Cart, and 5 Nature A/M, or Akho equals judgment. The Mainyoi card for its part mentions 1 Sense Hosh, 2 Reasoning Veer, 3 the Semen T and KHM, as having their place in the brain and depending upon the condition of the brain, asterisk 4 Wisdom card, which abides in the heart, 5 the Soul Ravn, which occupies the whole body Ju, T as the foot fills up vie boot. 5, elsewhere 4 faculties are attributed to the soul corresponding to the 4 elements of the body. 6 Their names are not mentioned, but Dester Peshotan gives them in his note, viz. The vital principle Jan, consciousness Boi, judgment Okho, and the Frabdar. G. In another passage of the same work 6 faculties of life Zavarano Ikea, are mentioned, viz. Action, speech, thought, reasoning Veer, sense Hosh, and wisdom Cardo. 199. Further on it speaks about the 3 powers of the soul, viz. Veer, Hosh, and Card. Besides, the copyright Ul and the Frabdar are called the 2 spiritual parts of man, and then there is mention of the Vakshare, which is connected with those 2. This is probably the principle of growth or of vitality. 8ax The Treasure of Princes, since published, Pahlavi text with Gujarati and English versions, glossary, etc., by Peshotan, Bombay and Leipzig, 1885. 2 See also Genjai Shtayagn, 14-26. 3 Quoted by Peshotan in his note, Vol. I, p. 56. Asterisk MK, Slavify, 4-7. 8 MK, Slayath, 8 Io. Dr. 4, 157, 55. Dr. 2. 81, 5. SDK, 3, 123. 140 Man. Similar doctrines are found in the religious systems of both Mani and Mazdak, both of whom flourished under the Sassanids. 1 From the post-Sassanian writers we know that they distinguished 5 faculties Jan or the vital principle, Akho, or judgment, Ravn, or soul, Boi or consciousness and Frahar 2 or 4 faculites, soul, Ravn, sense, Hosh, consciousness but, and Fr6 Har. Z200. From these numerous quotations the reader must have now inferred, that the Mazdayasnian philosophers were very fond of making psychological distinctions as to the spiritual elements of the human compound, 2, that they had not however very fixed principles in their divisions, and thus their analyses varied greatly, 3, that the terms cited, though we have tried to translate them by identical terms in our language, had probably not always the same sense in every treatise or in every passage. 201 If we now try to arrange in some order these several data, we shall be tempted first of all to agree with Spiegel in admitting, on the authority of more recent texts, the existence of certain forces in the human compound, which did not belong to the individual soul, and which consequently did not undergo the responsibility for the acts of the soul, and which on death separated themselves from the compound in order to return to heaven. For such a case seems to be that of the Akho, a very mysterious power, which rather recalls to our mind the 8ai/SY of Socrates, because it must warn BQTH body and soul to act virtuously and to avoid evil. It is not easy to make a distinction between it and the Ahu. The latter, which designates nature, is written exactly like Akho 1 Spiegel, EA, 2, 228, 234, Mazdak distinguishes 4 faculties, viz. Discernment, die Unterscheidung, intelligence, die Einsicht, memory, das Gedächtnis, and joyfulness, die Freude. Sad dar Bundhesh, according to Spiegel, TL. P 174. 3 ul, P 7, Volos translation, P 61, V *EA, 2, 228, 92. Psychological notions. 1 4 I. The Jan or vital force, according to the same Iranist, is the element most intimately connected with the body, and therefore it is destroyed on the dissolution of the latter. The 3 parts which remain together, viz. The soul, sense, boi, j and Fravdar must obtain the reward for their merits and chastisement for their crimes. 1 The Fravdar, adds Spigel, seems to be the intermediate part, der vermittelnde Thiel, between the soul and the body, and to possess a distinct personality. 2 We 202. Are here once more brought back to the sense of these mysterious beings of the Iranian philosophy. We have already discussed in Chap 3. The nature * of the Frabahar considered as members of the spiritual world, 113 to 120. We have seen from our authorities that these spirits have existed like the Platonic Ibu, before the creation of the individuals for whom they are destined, and that it is by their own wish that they enter into the bodies. They are closely united with the souls during life. It is the duty of the Fravdar to purify, Hilchtavene, the air in the body by means of fire, and thus to maintain 3 life. This trait recalls its part in the post-Sassanian writings, where it has become a mere principle of digestion. 4 203. The word boi, according to West and Peshotun Bod, which we have translated as consciousness, seems to mean the internal reflex or sentiment by which a man knows himself, das Bewusstsein, according to Spiegel. He 1 According to the Avestaic philosophy only the soul seems to be responsible for its actions and to obtain reward for its merits and chastisement for its sins, while the Frabislai or Fravdar seems to be irresponsible. The business of the Frabishi in connection with man in this world is only to guide the soul aright, turning it aside from evil actions and leading it to the path of heaven. Cf. Daster Dr. Jamaspji Minukher I, Lecture on Frahar, Bombay, 1874, 4 Ptr *EA. 2, 92. 3 DK, 3, 123. The word hushed vinai is perhaps from hush equals death, and toft equals destroyed. Is it the animal heat? Asterisk in the Sad Dar Bundhesh, cf. Spiegel, TL, p. 174. 142 Man who is dead is said to be separated from the body and the Baal, which seems to be contrary to the doctrine of the Sad Dar Bundhesh quoted by Spiegel. On the death of man, the Baal passes at first to the nearest fire, then to the stars, to the moon and finally to the Sunday 204. The faculties properly called intellectual are the Kart, VLR, and Hosh. In our first chapter we have spoken of the Kart considered as the divine wisdom, the being who holds his place near God. But there is also a human Kart, the faculty of intelligence in man. This intelligence comprises the innate intelligence no Kart, and the acquired intelligence, Gos Hanfrut Kart. 3 The innate intelligence is i.e. source, the foundation of knowledge, Nkibun. The acquired intelligence commences in the marrow of the finger, that is to say, from experience of the material world, and then settles itself in the heart. 5 The innate intelligence expresses outwardly what exists in the interior of the being. The acquired intelligence communicates to the interior what is outside. 6 205. All the sources agree in representing the VLR as the faculty of reason or deduction. Hush is generally associated with vir. Is it perhaps the memory or rather prudence, the practical good sense, like the hush of the modern Persian, which would explain the fact that makes man the possessor and protector of force, aojo dast and rva patdar. 7. Wine moderately taken not only assists the digestion and the animal heat and increases the seed and blood, but also augments the vir and hash, whilst drunk excessively at 1 mk, 2, 156. 2 Sis, 12, 5, quoted, from the DDM Nisk. 3 DK, 2, 81,4. Asterisk DK, 3, 109, 4. 5 MK, Slai, 8, 9. CFDK, 3, 109, 5. DK, I, 63, 2. 1 Ibid, 60, 2. Psychological notions. 143 lessons them. 1. Nobody can buy the V% and hash at any price, as nobody can rob us of our knowledge and talent farhang va lihuner. 1 can never be quite satisfied with knowledge dandy, wisdom, card, makes all those who possess it we satisfied and contented. 2. See that psychological terms are not here wanting, so much so that we are often at a loss to know how to translate them. 206 Religion, Dino, is continually mentioned among the spiritual elements or faculties. This word indicates religion not only in its objective sense, which was individualist as existing with God from with human and wisdom, 3 but sense, piety or the religious spirit. The beginning, created also in its subjective we 207. Are surprised not to find in these psychological enumerations any mention made of free will, the supreme faculty of the human soul. It is only in the Dinelkart that we find any precise notions about this faculty. It is said therein that man is distinguished from the other creatures by this that he is the master of his wishes hamkutti. It is in this sense that the Avestaic term ahui act ie and hus act veo, is interpreted asterisk as the lord of the corporeal world kutti tanu homand. Thus he has the power of governing himself, the power which the rest of the material creation has not. 5. Paul the Persian has already informed us that there were some philosophers in his time who denied the free will of man. 6. 1 Mil, 16, 40. 2 MK, XL, 19-22. See Chapter 3, 93. Asterisk for example, Yas, 19, 24, VD, I, 4, 15, I, and C. These words signify the corporeal world. It is curious to note how they have by this time lost their real signification. 8 DK, 4 star dot, 174, 2. The same idea seems to be expressed by the words, az is no ivakutti, anshut, which we would translate, we accept God, the only master is man, have already referred to Peshotun's translation of it in 24. A chap I 144 men. 208 The fatalist doctrine that every man has his star /pound, which he must obey in the same manner as he obeys his other superiors, is found only in the Manuai card ly whose tendencies we know well enough. 6 Men and demons. 209 Though there are men created by the evil spirit / yet men can become devs by their crimes. Thus Afrasiab has become a dev and for that reason he will not be saved at the end of creation. 3 Those very wicked beings, who have only the name of humanity, whose actions are all bad, and who understand neither virtue nor sin, are called demi-devs. Asterisk There are also demi-devs properly so called, produced from the intercourse of Pip and demons. For these demi-devs there will be no resurrection, for on account of their demoniacal origin they are themselves called devs, and for that reason they are not immortal. 5 It is the same with those who commit sodomy and apostasy. The souls of such men will become respectively devs and /serpents, and shall therefore deserve to be destroyed. From this we see that the Iranians had no very clear notion of the spirituality of the devs, nor of the essential difference between human nature and that of the devs. 1 MK, XXXIX, 40. 2 Easing rightly ridicules the Mazdayasnians of his time for believing in the animals hurtful to men as created by Ahura Man, and not men who are more injurious to animals. Refutation des Sects, 2, 11, translation of L'Evaliant de Flaivel, 1853. 3 DK, 3, no, 13. K *MK, Sly, 12-16. 5 Sis, 17, 7. Bases of Ethics. M5 Chapter 6. Ethics. 210 If the Mazdayasnian writers were fond of psychological distinctions, they were still fonder of ethical problems. The quantity of materials gathered for this chapter is so considerable, that we shall be obliged to confine ourselves to a very rapid summary, leaving aside a great deal of these data. Among all other non-Christian religions, the Mazdayasnian religion can justly boast of having the soundest, the highest, and the most reasonable system of ethics. Yet along with this eulogium, must not be forgotten that some eccentric and ridiculous elements are also found in it, chiefly in what regards the legal purifications. Again we shall also meet with certain notions scarcely reconcilable with true morality, as for example, the striking instance of the kvitukta dollar, which will be discussed in the course of this chapter. Bases of Ethics. A. Intellectual nature of man 211. The bases of morality are in the intellectual nature and consequently in the free will of Allen. This is the reason why infants who cannot yet exercise their reason, as well as insane, are irresponsible. 1. The age of reason has no fixed limit, it varies between 7 and 8 years, for before this age sin does not take root, Vandi fratumka val bun la yehavunit. The reason for this is that without intelligence or sense, one can neither lean towards 1 DK, number 13. 2 Ibid, 14. H3 AVN. In the Persian translation, of the Ms 28, quoted by Hang, p. 16. DK, 4, 170, 2. 146 Ethics. Good nor towards evil. 1 And the soul is only judged by its natural desires and by its faculties of knowledge and learning. 2. B. Action of the evil spirit. 212 Man is naturally created good. 5 If he does evil and obeys Ahura Man, it is on account of his being ignorant of the why nature of the latter. Does not man then perceive with his intellectual powers the nature and deceit of the evil spirit? Is because Ahura Man blinds his intelligence, concealing from his eyes the future reward of virtue and punishment of we sin. 5 Have already seen in the history of the fall of Mashia and Mashioi, how they were induced by degrees, both by the temptations of the demons and by the weakness of their appetite, to eat animal food, to be angry with each other, and lastly to deny God and to offer sacrifices to the demons, forgetting even that God had created them and all other things. 6 The same is the case with every sinner. 213 Ahura Man wishes chiefly to gain the soul of man. This is the greatest damage which he can do him. 7 Ahura Mazda has revealed to Zarathustra that it is better for one in this life to cause his body to be lean and hungry and to have his soul fat in heaven, than to make the body fat here and thereby his soul lean and famished in hell. 8 Kio did animam suum in hoc mundo, in vitam aeternam conservat urn. For righteousness is the unum necessarium and heaven garot man, is the only thing which has any worth. 9 This 1 DK, 4, 136. 2 DK, 3, 79. 3 Ibid, 105. MK, XL, 26-28. SMK, 13. 6 C Chap 4, 187. MK7, Sylvie 4. 5, cf also I, 27-29, the quotation from a lost portion of the Avesta. S by, 2, 56. 9 Sis, 11, 3 Bases of Ethics. 147 World must be regarded as nothing, /6 ito. This world and everything that exists in it is worth only for the welfare of the other world, i.e., the spiritual world too, c. the spiritual combat. 214 There is a real spiritual combat, an incessant warfare, which is being waged in all ages between the good and the evil, in which every man must take his part, as this world is only a place of trial. 5 The cause, /car, of this struggle of the worlds, Geheno Rajam, is the spirit of evil knowledge, Dush Aksik, he who brings it to an end is the spirit of wisdom, Gnalim Noi, the creator, Ahura Mazda, is the general who directs everything, Ryaknuk. The field of battle Thgufj is the intermediate SBS*. O the two rivals in the combat, which extends up to the stellar heaven, Gar Ijweek Fano Imen Hamak Tarku Shishkan Vad Tarpayak. The whole material creation, CTLH Dashnan, takes part in it. The commander, RAR, among men is either a superior being, a good, Vitwas Kang Hilkutha Dd Yupato, or a_Dester well versed in Lahudan Akdal no Daktobar. He who delivers men from the battle is also the holy spiritual director, Ratai Arubo, and he who causes them to perish, Yematil Ntano, in this battle is wicked, Darvand. 215. Pursuing this same image, the spirit of wisdom counsels us to take up a spiritual armor, the spirit of contentment as a coat of mail, Zair/I, the spirit of truth as a buckler, the spirit of thankfulness as a club, the spirit of devkjation, Burita Mainshni, as a bow, the spirit of liberality as an arrow, the spirit of moderation as a javelin, and the spirit of perseverance as a gauntlet. The spirit of wisdom will be our support and the spirit of destiny our protection. 5 1 DK, I, $5, 3. 2 DK, 4, 137. Do, 4, 17,4. Asterisk DK, 3, 124. 5 MK, Sloane. The comparison of this passage with St. Paul, 14:17 has not escaped the commentators. F6. 148 Ethics. 216. Three kinds of enemies attack us, the spiritual enemies who are the devs and drujas, our passions, Pavansahar, and corporeal enemies. 1 Are these not the three adversaries of Christianity, viz. the devil, the flesh, and the world? It must be remembered that the corporeal enemies are only those who cause us a material wrong, such as the worshippers of devs, Deva Yafno, wolves, and Kraftars, because the Mazdayasnians did not distinguish moral evil from physical one. The temptations of the demons that prompt men to do evil commence from the time when the faculty of thought is developed in the child. 2. D. Destiny. 21J. The above are certain moral notions that correspond exactly with our own. Must not be surprised if in a work like the Manuai card we come across some fatalistic doctrines irreconcilable with the principles enunciated. Have seen that similar contradictions occur elsewhere, for example in what concerns the nature of God. Thus this book teaches that it is impossible to contend with destiny even with the assistance of wisdom and knowledge, since when there is predestination Brieinchen, Z for good or for evil, the wise man becomes foolish, and the foolish becomes wise in action, the coward becomes courageous, and the courageous becomes a coward, and the industrious becomes lazy, and the lazy becomes industrious, just as it is predestined for a certain thing, the cause enters into that thing. Asterisk on the other hand it is said that though no exertion can 1 DK, I, 48. 2 DK, 4, 170, 3. 5 cf the word bvet, quoted in our chapter I, 7. Asterisk IMK, XXIII. The Armenian historian Esnig quotes a passage more similar to this as the doctrine of the Persians of his Turdv, in the 6th century. Refutation des Sects, 2, 15. Classification of virtues and vices. 149 Prevail against destiny in this world, yet it will not remain unfruitful. It will outweigh in the balance patarja, of deeds in our favor in the future life. 218. It is in the same order of notions that this work teaches that though the good deeds done unwittingly by man have no merit, the sins committed unwittingly remain as sins. 2. It is needless to add that these fatalistic notions are not found in the other writings of the period. That they were current among the Mazdayasnians under the Sassanian kings is certain, and we have a formal testimony of it in the contemporary Armenian writer, often quoted above. 2. Classification of virtues and vices. A. Virtues and good deeds. 2. General lists. 2*9. The enumerations and classifications of the virtues and vices are often met with and even developed at length. We in our authorities shall mention some of them. Sometimes the virtues Hitner, and the good deeds, Kerfik, Hukonischen, are arranged in the order of value. Thus the following list is arranged according to the excellence of the virtues: 1. Liberality, 2. Veracity, 3. Practice of Kvitu Jake Dac, 4. Celebration of the season festivals, Ga Hambars, 5. Observation of the ritual, 6. The worship of God, 7. Erection of caravanserais for merchants, 8. Kindness towards everybody, 9. Friendliness towards the good. 3. See that these are almost all external acts. 220. Much more elevated is the enumeration in another chapter: kindness towards everyone, thankfulness unto God, and the G.90d, continual meditation on the creative power of Mk, 1xxii. 2 Mk, 25, 26. 3 Mk4. 150 Ethics. Ahura Mazda and the malice of Ahura Man, firm belief in the existence of God, and also in the religion, the soul, and heaven, and in the judgment, the resurrection, and a future life. This is what is called the most essential good work, Kurba, which is the greatest, the best, the most precious, the most advantageous of all good works, and which can be accomplished without trouble or expense. 1. The two most excellent virtues, Hunerdn, of wisdom card, again are liberality and love of peace tva ashta. These are the virtues belonging to the nature of God, and Hudal Hizdan. 221. Again we read that the virtues Fnundra and N, which depend upon the innate wisdom, Apio card, are 6 in number: I virtuous, Bunik, thought, without thought of infidelity, Agbo. 2 Courage, Fakiki/I, without discord, Ashmoka. 3 Industry, without avarice, Ajura. 4 Contentment, without idleness, Ashishnel. 5 Love of wisdom Kart das Hake, without, Khit das Hak ih egotism. 6 Research of knowledge, Persitara Danishriya, without illegal research Uranak Babahunishnel. These virtues form 3 pairs of daughters, Hamdikto, of wisdom, and he who has through perseverance Adkla, attained to these 3 couples of means is a superior possessor, Avarder Byarder, of wisdom, the best delivered from sin Bak Takter, and the most sublime Burgish Nectar. 222. The practice Varjl, of the good law embraces liberality, veracity, gratitude, obedience 1, area, modesty 1 Mk, Lziath. 2 DK, 4, 141,2. Asterisk 3 DK, 2, 74 4 Classification of virtues and vices. 151 Slyer Ton, contentment, Kerfanda, perseverance, Khvd, Para, 1 Justice, Dato, and the other virtues. 223. It is interesting to compare with this the commencement of a list of 33 good works, Kurba, given in the Manual card, by which one attains to heaven. 3 These are, liberality, veracity, gratitude, and contentment, orphodi. Then come the desire of doing good to the good and of being a friend to everybody, firmness of faith in the creative power of Ahura Mazda, in the malice of Ahura Man, in the resurrection of the dead and the future life, the practice of Ktudak, astrology, industry, firm belief in religion, the good eye, Hukasm, towards the efforts of every one, seeking the favor of the good and appreciation of their virtues. The other WCJKs consisting of the absence of certain evil qualities and vices are negative, with the exception of 2 or 3 which are positive. Let us now examine certain virtues of which special mention is made in our sources. 2. Special virtues. 224 Faith, avidyamani/I, or want of firm belief in God Yazdun, * and in the creation of the whole world by Ahura Mazda and in other dogmas of the religion is often inculcated. 5. The good Mazdayasnian proclaims with emphasis, I am without the slightest doubt as to the law, religion, and I believe hemnanam, in it as Ahura Mazda has taught it to Zarathustra. 6. Loy towards the creed or, Kambal Dater, 2, is taught in express terms. It seems to be considered as necessary and sufficient for salvation, except in the case where a man is one derived from a difficult word which we have spoken of in chap. I. 3 I2 DK, IL, 109. 3 MK, XXXVII, CFDKI, 56. *MK, XXXVII, 27, Li, 6, Lz8, 7. MK, 5XXXVII, 9, Sequentia, Lz8, J, Sly, 6. 6 Padded II Code, 28. 152 Ethics. Deficient in respect of it by some defect of his nature, Ahu, in which case he is no more responsible for it. The passage which we allude to here we shall have occasion to deal with afterwards from a different point of view. 235 If we turn to the virtues which have to do with our neighbors, we remark first of all the importance attached to liberality rated. This importance is clearly perceived from the place assigned to this virtue in the lists mentioned above. Arda Ivirov saw the souls of those who practiced liberality in this world elevated above all others in heaven, because Ahura Mazda ever exalts them, and they were brilliant, exalted and powerful, and Arda Ivirov cried out, Happy art thou who art a soul of the liberal number of that is thus above the other souls. V2 The deeds of spiritual mercy are also recommended. Thus he who possesses the power of learning and wealth should instruct those who are ignorant in religious matters. 3 Father is bound to reform his children and instruct them. 4 Honesty, frerine, is better than riches. 5 Justice is so great a virtue that a judge who is just is compared to Ahura Mazda and to the Amashogpans, whilst an unjust judge is similar to Ahriman and the demons. 6 226. Among the virtues which the priests should practice is the keeping of the 5 senses in restraint. 7 Every one in his heart must abandon the world and seek rather what is one. DK, 2, 79. AVN 212, 1-6. This tradition is perpetuated to the present day among the Mazdayasnians, for the princely liberality of the wealthy Parsis of Bombay is something incredible. 3 DK, 1, 43. *DK, 4, 170. UK, 15. 6 MK, XXXIX, 45, 46. \DK, 4, 157, is classification of virtues and vices. 153 Spiritual. He must also endure with patience and with a will accept the afflictions that come upon him from Ahriman. Every man must hope for heaven, even the sinner must never despair. 3 Industry is specially praised and is often mentioned, chiefly combined with honesty, as the source of real happiness. 3. Duties of the state of life. 227 Every state of life has its duties which must be scrupulously discharged. Thus, taking the 4 classes or professions P/Shakano, into which the people were divided, we are informed that the duties of the priests are to preserve the religion, the worship of God, the decrees, traditions and practices of the good law, the instruction of the people in the matter of virtues and vices. They must also show the way to heaven and keep the world back from hell. The duties of the warriors are to chastise enemies and to keep the people in peace and safety. The duty of the agriculturists is to till the earth. The duties of the artisans are to do their work well and to ask only fair and reasonable wages. 5. The duties of the rich are also mentioned. It is their business to assist the most indigent and to bring agriculture into a flourishing state. The inferior classes have other obligations. 622s. The duties of husband and wife are often mentioned in the vision of Arda I Virov. It follows from this that the husband should instruct and reform his wife, otherwise he mk1, xxxix, 29. 3 mk, xxxix, 31. 8 cis, 12, 28, 2 grams. Asterisk mk, if, okay. I, 56, 2. mk, xxxi, xxxii. CDK, 2, 69, 2-5, this passage is very obscure. In the BD, 19, 36, the 5 qualities of the priests are treated. See Wests and CXE. It is also very interesting to compare the passage of the Bhagavad Gita, 18, 42-44. DK, 2, 69, 6, 2154 Ethics. Will be responsible for her faults, whilst the wife should be faithful to her husband and obey and honor him. Her body, life, and soul are his, but the husband should furnish her with what is necessary for her life. 1229. But it is the duties of the king and those of the subjects towards the king that are most frequently and minutely related. It is chiefly in the Dinkart that the subject is treated. There is, first of all, the praise of the good king. He is like the water on the mountains, which, while flowing from them, spreads fertility. He is like the light on a mountain, which reflects its splendor afar. 2. Give below the 19 virtues and duties enjoined to a king, mmi the good religion, 2 good wisdom, 3 good natural disposition juahulha, 4 beneficence, hva panoi 3, 5 submission to the commandments of God, 6 good thought, 7 cheerful nature, 8 constant holding in mind that sovereignty passeth away, 4 9 patronage of the arts, 10 severity towards the wicked, 11 communion of will with the people, 12 just orders, 13 sitting openly at the gate of the city for the dispensation of justice to everybody, 14 liberality, 15 repression of avarice, 16 delivering his subjects from fear, 17 bestowing favors on the good, 18 carefulness in the observation of the conduct of governors, 19 the service of God. 5 230. It is the duty of a king to extend his protection to his subjects by defending them from every danger, to agriculture and industry, by supplying cattle and implements, ABN, 1 Lxiath, etc. DK, 3, 133. In DK, 4, 154, a king is also compared to the cool refreshing water. 3 For this word, c. 31, 222, etc. King Chosos and Asharavan must have had this in me *nd when he spoke his Dving discourse, c. Andarji Khusro I Kabn, ed. Peshotun, Bombay, 1885, which I have translated in the Babylonian and Oriental Record, Vol. 1, Number 7, 1887. SDK, 3, 133. Classification of virtues and vices. 155 To defenseless women and children, and to the old, to hospitals and medicine, to the purity, good perfume who boi, of, the fire, water and earth, and to the preservation of the atmosphere, perikoi and arvai, i.e., to the hygiene, as we should call it. 1. The prosperity and adversity, the virtues and vices, of the kingdom, depend upon its king, who is responsible for it. 2. This is why a really incapable, id Tubino, king deserves to be conquered and deprived of his kingdom. 3. 231. The power of the king in return becomes exalted to the highest point, even, it seems, above the religion and conscience. 4. Obedience to the laws of a good king, aiiiy \n valm tunhiakuti de fupato ddtdn, is declared to be the most beneficial of all human actions, Kunishnanai Martim, 5. And the most pleasing to God. Also the recompenses of a good king in the future life are altogether peculiar. 6G6 SHTI Friano in answer to the 11th enigma of the demon compares a king with Ahura Mazda, and his courtiers with the Amashokpans. 7 The excellence of the union of the glory Gadmano, 8 of royalty with the good religion is again praised as very fatal, Shakaftar, to the evil spirit and very beneficial to the good spirit. 9 Moreover, the reciprocal benefits of the good religion and the royal power are frequently mentioned in the Dinkard, and furnish hints of a high value for the determination of the age of this work. 1 DK, I, 46. 2 DK, 2, 96. 3 Ibid, 92. Asterisk DK, 4, 164. 5 DK, I, 15. 6 AVN, 9. GFH, 55 to 61. 8 Peshotun is probably right in considering this to be the royal splendor he ancient Karano of the Iranian kings. 9 DK, 3, 129. 156 Ethics. 232 Fiv. Good deeds peculiar to Mazdayism. We have spoken about the principal virtues and meritorious works which are inculcated in the Pahlavi books. The reader will have certainly formed a very favorable opinion of the level of these Mazdayasnian ethics. There remain upon this point some notions in which the Iranian mind goes much beyond ours, and even boldly contradicts our principles. 233 Quite a special value is attached to agriculture and to the breeding of cattle. These works are exalted even above the sublimest virtues. Arda Ivarov describes fully the splendor and happiness in heaven of the agriculturists, Z7 Trioshan, shepherds Shapanan, and those who labor for the irrigation of the fields and for the tillage of the earth. All of them are in the society of the spirits, Mindi, one of water and earth, of trees and cattle, and they utter praise and benedictions to them. This importance of agriculture is explained both by the influence of the Avestaic doctrines, from which the Pahlavi traditions are derived, and by the natural requirements of the soil of Iran, which render agriculture and the proper care of cattle necessary in the highest degree for the welfare of the inhabitants. V. Vedvkadak. 234 But among certain doctrines which are sound and reasonable, some even which, according to our notions, are strange, we are surprised to find the approbation given to a custom which is quite inconsistent with our principles of morality. This is the Kvetkadak exalted, as we have already seen, as one of the most holy and meritorious deeds. And yet this is nothing else but incestuous marriage between near relations, even between father and daughter, son and mother, brother and sister. What could be more disgusting to true morality? And how could a religion of so high a nature as Mazdayism inculcate such a practice? These one in chap. 15 they are the Fravdars. AVN asterisk, 14, 15. Classification of virtues and vices. 157 are historical questions that are connected with the Avestawi itself. Shall therefore pass them over. The modern Parsis have not retained this practice, nay they even energetically defend their religion from the imputation of having ever taught such a doctrine. 235 After the profound and judicious study of this question by Drive West in the second volume of his Pahlavi texts, 1 It will be henceforth impossible for the Parsi scholars themselves to deny that the practice of the Kvitukta, in its strictest sense, that is to say, the marriage between parents and children, between brothers and sisters, was taught and vehemently recommended by the Mazdayasnian priests of the Sassanian period and probably also in the time of the Avesta. 2-1 pt. 2, 389-430. Hardly a trace of such a practice as the incestuous marriage between near relations is found in the Avesta. Neither could anything of the sort be inferred from the etymology of the Avestaic term Kaetvadatha, which is found employed in Ihe Avesta only as a qualifying attribute in some passages. The term Kaetvadatha is a compound of two word eq letva, from q.I sans self, equals oneself, one's own, hence, related, allied, and dutha, from da equals to give, equals a giving, or what is given, and means a giving of one's self, a giving in relationship, self-dedication, devotion. In Yak 12:9, the term is used as an epithet of the Mazdayasnian religion, and means bearing relationship with God or teaching devotion. In Visp 3:3, YT XXIV 17, and Ga 4:8, the term is an attribute of Yavana equals youth, and means devout. In VD 8:13, the words Kayatvadathiksa Kayatvadatheka are also adjectives qualifying Nuram and Andiranam and mean devout men and women. Thus T word has no meaning of marriage at all. The words which bear any such meaning in the Avesta are Upavidaya, in VD 4:44 and 14:15, Visyamna, in Yaslayin, 5I, and Tadhri, in Abhanyash 87. Moreover, these passages, which really treat of marriage, do not say anything of such incestuous custom. On the contrary, the term Kaetvadutha implies a highly meritorious and religious action, whose nature, ho percent vever, is not clearly described. It is therefore quite unjust to accuse the Avesta of inculcating such a sinful practice. Cf. West, Pahlavi Texts, 2, Appendix I2, pages 390 to 392, Kr, Zardosht Abhids, Vol 1, p. 43, Zarthoth and Mua, p. 170, and Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana, the alleged practice of next of kin marriages in Old Iran, London, 1888, pages 21 to 26. Tr. 158 Ethics. 236. It is chiefly in the Dinkart that a long chapter is wholly devoted to an enthusiastic defense of this practice, which it explains and tries to justify by some mythological absurdities. It is indeed strange to find how the Destur, to whom we are indebted for the edition of this work, has struggled to give quite the contrary signification to this chapter, a condemnation of what it approves. One wonders if one can believe his eyes while reading the version which the learned Parsi gives of his text. Let us be satisfied with quoting just a short passage from it. 12. Va Rashano Jasto Azroi to Hamdi Kadiv Nakt, Yin and Myaka Avir Vasto Road Mishuk Mano Ash Fartsandal High Fartsandate, Hamatksa Menhada Hik Vit TJJs Mach VAG.VT.O. Zakakakar kan vayak sazit yehavuntano zakshita va surlnya va ramishno mano bentnan I gabra men nafshmanashtakto zaranoid, mano akasi yehavitnat va ham matar? 13. Va zaki men benman va matar zaranat akasi yehavunat va ham avatar. Hamarodsai vesh rodmishno, nyashno va hurabd kaminishti, id va 8 potash hizid no paired men sido, idea ahyuki pard men kupgar. 1:12, and a light flashing from the face of the law is constantly seen, 2 at the moment when pleasure is produced, which, comes when, one gets children through his own children, even when it is by someone of a different race and different religion, then how much delicious that joy, that sweetness and pleasure must be, when the son of a man is born of his own daughter and when he becomes also a brother of this same mother. 1 DK, 2, 80, 12. 13. We do not understand how Drive West has been able to translate the phrase, light flashed forth or unflashed is always seen at the time when it is much exposed. P404I. What does this mean? Nevertheless, he seems to read the very explicit terms azfo as aparvto. The phrase appears to us as simple as it is clear. Classification of virtues and vices. 159. 13, and he who is born of a son and a mother is also brother of this same father. This is the way of a Gita pleasure, benediction, and joy, and there is neither any harm in it that can counterbalance its advantages, nor any vice that can surpass its good work. 237. It must be remembered that this passage is only a small portion of a long special pleading, in which this kind of marriage is defended with every species of mythological, physiological, political, social, and religious arguments. The translation of the whole chapter is given by West in his Palazzi texts, 2, pages 399-410, so that it is no longer necessary to dwell upon it. Here is then a case where the whole chapter in which the passage in question occurs is very obscure and difficult, and contains a long controversy between a Jew and an erpat regarding the propriety or impropriety of the doctrine concerning the creation of mankind and the advisability or inadvisability concerning marriages between Mazdayasnians and non-Mazdayasnians. Notwithstanding the general ambiguities and difficulties that lie in the way of reading and interpreting the Pahlavi language, the confusion of different ideas contained in this chapter of the Dlngart augments our doubts and renders us quite unable to distinguish the words of the erpat from those of the Jew, and to determine whether it is the erpat or the Jew who advocates or attacks a certain dogma. The above passage, therefore, may be attributed to the Jew as well as to the erpat, and may be read and translated according to the sense in which it is understood. It cannot, then, be positively affirmed whether Dr. Casartelli or Dastur Peshotun is right in his reading and interpretation of the passage. Either of them followed his own way. Perhaps a third gentleman would make out quite a different sense from his own point of view, arj thus change the meaning of the same passage altogether, for, in the case of the obscure and ambiguous Pahlavi, it often happens that one and the same passage is translated by different eminent scholars in such different ways that it becomes quite difficult for one to say whether they are versions of one and the same passage or of two altogether distinct ones. Moreover, it is quite impossible for a work like the Dlngart, which in a certain passage severely attacks and denounces those who indulged in the sinful practice of promiscuous intercourse between the sexes as of the nature of wolves and other lawaninals, see Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana, the alleged practice of next of kin marriages in Old Iran, p. 37, to advocate in another passage the same abominable custom. I, therefore, prefer Dastur Peshhotan's translation and venture to say that the L60 ethics, a practice, considered by our ethics and even that of the other religions of antiquity one as one of the most shocking of vices, is transformed by Mazdayism into a transcendent virtue. B. Sins and evil actions. I. General lists. 238. These contrasts, however, between the ethics of the Mazdayasnian religion and our own are much more frequent in the sins than in the virtues. Here the complicated system of legal impurities and other particularly Iranian notions have included a goodly number of indifferent actions in the list of grave sins, and created quite an artificial morality. May, therefore, follow Hogg in distinguishing between, I. Sins contrary to the Christian morality as well as to that of Mazdayism, and, 2. Sins which are considered so only in the Mazdayasnian code. But we shall first of all give some lists of crimes in order to give an idea of the scale of their gravity according to the Mazdayasnian principles. Thus there are 30 sins and evil practices opposed to the 33 good deeds, which are as follows: 1. Sodomy, 2. Pederasty, 3. Murder of a pious man, 4. Dissolution of Kvitit, 5. Impeding astrology, 6. Destruction of the pisage of the Dlngart, quoted by Dr. Casartelli above, instead of advocating the horrible custom of next of kin marriage, which appears to have been common at the time among certain heretical sects and non-Mazdayasnian races, denounces it as quite contrary to the law, I/Ra, I-2, and as having no pleasure, praise, and joy. Ramshni Nyashni Orayakayame law, book a work, it says, instead of bringing any advantage does much harm, and of however good aspect it may be, it is yet very unpleasant. Va et potash hi zydni farhi men $ut, valdca jashnakai for I men who see I/ur. 1r. 1. It is very curious to compare the strange dialogue between Yama and his sister Vamai, regarding the same notions and also the same mythological arguments, that we find in a more recent portion of the Rig Veda, with the doctrine of the Avesta and Pahlavi books. The doctrine developed therein is precisely the reverse of the Iranian theory. RVX, 10. VA edition of the Ard I Firafendmuk, Introduction. Classification of virtues and vices. L6 Sacred fire, 7 Destruction of the water otter, S idolatry, 9 Carelessness for religion, 10 breach of trust, assistance afforded to falsehood, 12 idleness, 13 heresy handike, 14 sorcery, 15 apostasy, 16 worship of demons, 17 theft and assistance given to thieves, 18 breach of promise, 19 malice, 20 oppression in seizing the things of others, 21 persecution of the just, 22 calumny, 23 pride, 24 adultery, 25 ingratitude, 26 falsehood, 27 affliction given to the helpless or to the dead, 1. 28 pleasure in disturbing the good, 29 continual sinning, 30 regret for having done good to others. 239. The deeds of the evil religion ca/its redio, opposed to those of the good law are, avarice, deception, ingratitude, discontent, disobedience, violence, absence of mercy, tyranny, heresy, spiritual blindness, kikla, spiritual deafness, karaja, opposition to the law, ad and I, 3 and other vices. For the faults and vices of the 4 classes of the people in the Mazdayasna must be again compared to their virtues mentioned before in the same chapter, 227. I. The vices of the priests are, hypocrisy, covetousness, negligence, slothfulness, attention to trifles, and unbelief in religion. 2. The vices of the warriors are, oppression, violence, breach of promise, encouragement of evil, ostentation. 5. Arrogance and insolence. 3. The vices of the agriculturists are, ignorance, envy, ill will, and malice. 4. The vices of the artisans are, incredulity, ingratitude, improper discourse, rudeness, and slander. 6. It must be confessed that the Iranian moralists were not wanting in accuracy in their appreciation of characters. 1. Substituting E. E. West, in the Houston, Torn. To number 3, 1883. 2. MRXX6. 8. This word is written just like the Verchigte, i.e., peace. C. 220. Asterisk DK Ilraj. 3. 5. Substituting Daksha for Via. MK, Lix. C. West, UT sub 21 162 Ethics. 240. Elsewhere we find some precepts which forbid certain vices. Thus we have, do not slander, do not covet, do not give way to anger, be not anxious, commit no impurity, bear no envy, commit no sin through shame, indulge not in slothful sleep, do not talk out of season, plunder not the wealth of others, commit no adultery with another's wife. But along with these excellent precepts we find therein others very ridiculous, as for example, walk not with one shoe, 1 and C2, 2. Sims specially condemned. 241. Among the sins specially reprobated we can mention pride and contempt for others. 3. Adulteration of food, false weights and measures, * cruelty to animals, and needless destruction of cattle. 5. Do not understand how illegitimacy of birth can be punished as a crime of the children themselves. 6. As for intemperance and drunkenness, the doctrine is very curious. These sins are blamed not on account of their effect on the mind, but because excess in drinking produces excess in eating, and excess of food makes one unable to recite the Gathas. 242. The Dinkart often speaks of fari but dxi and .ay but apparently 2 vices or faults. For the first, Peshotun quotes 1. The word imak may also mean without a shoe, barefooted, from a number equals not and mock equals a shoe. The word in the Mk2, 37, probably, bears this meaning, which also appears more reasonable. Cf. also West Cis, 4, 12n, and x, 12. Tr. 3 Mk, 2, 8-50. 3 Dk, 3, 104. 4 AVN, XXVII. 5 AVN, LXCI, and XXX. Seahawks note. 8 AVN, Sly. Seahawks note. DK, 1,9. And 8 DK, I, 45, etc., Fajayoj, QI *Joe / classification of virtues and vices. 163. The following definition from the Genjai Shayagn of Vahorg Meir, 1 Frakbayat Minishni and Mano Tipavan Mdhmna, Va Manoipavan Muktagarikanet, Kade Mok Methim Zak Mind Davam Yedri Anyen Mano Pavari Farj and M Vasofishno Itungno Va Puhul Va Frak I Rub Nafash Yek Vuni I. M. Fairdebiat is the opinion which maintains that the material world is a durable abode lit hospitality, 2 and that the spiritual world is full of trouble, the love for which will cause at the end, of things, the destruction of the body constituting the bridge, sinvat, and the retribution of the soul. It is, therefore, the crime of neglecting eternal interests for temporal ones. 243. For Abhabat Peshotun quotes a phrase of the Pahlavi version of the Corde Avesta, which says, Abhabuda, Kier Ishno Cm Patentno /-2no Va Kempsush. Al-Babai Idol consists in keeping the measure, strictly, and in giving little food, during, a famine. But elsewhere the Dinkart itself, in associating these two crimes Drudj al, as the cause of the sickness of life Vimari Ikade, explains these terms in the following manner, El Fardibild is the proud thought, Avar Minishmite, which says, there is no person who can be superior to me, Lokhavit and Namaka Lifrets met him, and Ababat is arrogance, Tar Minishna, which thinks, this other does not know, anything, being, backward and inferior, Zaktani id Kavi Tunat Lokb and Rva Avir. 3. Legal impurities philosophical theory, we 244. Shall dispense with entering into the question of legal impurities. The ceremonial legislation of the one about the middle of 7 in Peshotun's edition, Bombay, 1s85. 8, C Avenue 7, 8, 9, and Hogg's Glossary, S via DK, 3, 104. 164 Ethics. Avesta finds its continuation and its natural evolution in the Pahlavi treatises. The legal defilements caused by contact with a dead body, or with the excretions of man or dog, or with a woman in her period of menstruation, the distinction between direct and indirect pollutions, the ceremonies of purification, and all other points which are in the Avesta, are here reproduced. But the details cf them are generally more minute. A greater number of cases have been examined and explained in a word casuistic science has been developed. 245. It is of some consequence, however, to remark that the doctrine of legal defilements among the Iranians rests upon a philosophical basis quite different from that among other ancient people, the Jews, for example. For the Iranians there was question of something more than ceremonial purity. Indeed we must recollect the Mazdayasnian theory of death. Mortality was not only the effect of sin, but death itself was the work of the evil spirit. This is the reason why it was already denied in the Avesta that the good creatures of Ahura Mazda, such as fire and water, could kill anybody. It was the invisible demon who struck, the mystical Baids carried away the corpse which the water even tried to throw off. This corpse was impure, for the Druj Naga seized it at the time of its death, and being thus possessed by an impure spirit, it was itself impure and defiled those who touched it. In other words, the inanimate body then belonged to the evil creation, to the beings of Asur man. The same principle was applied to the solid or liquid excretions proceeding from the body, including hair and paring of nails, for everything that proceeded from the body was dead matter. The same notions are applied to women in the state of menstruation. The demons take possession of all this rejected matter and turn it into weapons against M1K, 8, 27-30. 2 VD, V classification of virtues and vices. 165 living creatures. 1 Hence 2 consequences, I, defilement of those who come in contact with this matter now become diabolical. 2. Prohibition of throwing it into fire or water, of burying it in the earth, the holy and pure elements. 246. It therefore remained for men either to avoid these defilements, or to purify themselves from the defilements contracted, or to extricate themselves from the consequences of the fault committed by defiling fire, water, or earth. Hence all these prescriptions, all these decisions in doubtful cases, of which we have just spoken. 3. This likewise explains the reason why the sins against morality properly so-called and legal defilements are not distinguished. In this case Mazdaism logically followed its philosophical principles. We 247 may likewise silently pass over some cases of crimes purely fictitious, proceeding from notions peculiar to the Mazdayasnians, the killing of certain animals sacred to the Mazdayasnians, viz. Dog, water otter, cattle, and c. 4. Use of warm baths, 5. Negligence in taking care of the sacred fire, 6. Use of cosmetics on the face and of artificial hair by women, 7. Mourning and weeping, the habit of walking with one shoe, 9. And others. The Mazdayasna, a treatise on moral theology, translated by West in his Pahlavi texts, Part I, is a collection of all the prescriptions of this kind. 1 Sis, 12:4. 2. This is the reason for the use of the dakams or towers of silence by the Parsis, in which they expose their dead bodies to be devoured by carnivorous birds. The animals of Ahura Mazda are the agents employed by him for clearing the earth from all impurities. 3. See Daharles, Introduction, pages 30-35. *AVN, XLV, LXXV, LXCI, and C5AVN/SLI. AVN, LV, and C7 AVN, LZ8. 8 AVN.OAI. 8 AVN, XXV, Sis, 4, 12. See the translator's note I on p. 166 Ethics. 4. Classification of sins. We 248. See that some attempts are made to classify offenses. On the one hand, two classes are distinguished, the sins which do injury to one's neighbor, called haymalan, and those that affect only the soul of the sinner, called robinlke. One on the other hand, the vices ahuk and n, are divided into two sections, antecedent FRDZ, evil attributes, such as covetousness, azo, anger, kaskm, and c, and the consequent, avj, sins, such as slothfulness ukth, murder, fbajaktri/I, and c2, that is, to say, into internal and external sins. 3 249. It is a favorite custom to assimilate the diseases of the soul with those of the body, and the Mazdayasnian medicine comprised the treatment both of bodily diseases and of sins. This was, however, quite natural, for the diseases as well as the sins were attributed to the action of Ahriman and his demons. Thus the soul had certain principles of spiritual diseases, viz. Ignorance, deception, fripthrili, anger, kashmvadalha, idleness, siigde, 5. Pride, contempt for others, immodesty, murderous intention, impurity, jahid, and slothfulness, 6. Just as the body contains certain principles or germs of diseases. 7. These principles closely resemble the capital sins of the Christian theology. In other words, they are natural passions, sahar, exploited by the demon Varun, the personification of passions. 3. They were also conceived as female demons, druj, peculiar to each person and one cis. 8. I. See West's note. 2 DK, 4, 157, 45. 3. They are also compared with the internal and external corporeal diseases. CDK, 4, 157, 44. This word is wrongly transcribed fracteric in the text of Peshotun. 6. Peshotun reads this word Deve Yapne, which is impossible. At least it must be Deve Yagde, but the sense does not agree here. Hogg, Old Pahlavi Pazend Glossary, p. 209. DK, 4, 157,41. 1 cf, R 146. 9 DK 148, 4, 157,43. 4 PWP/ C merit, responsibility, casuistry. 167 He who is able to fight against his own peculiar dryage, and to keep off from his body these 5 drujas viz. Avarice, anger, impurity, shame, and discontent, is the strongest of men. 1-3 Merit responsibility casuistry. 250 The Iranians had very precise notions about merits and demerits, about the responsibility and recompense of we actions. Have already seen that the good works done carelessly or unwittingly have very little or rather no merit. 2. In the same way the sacrifices of the worship are always productive of merit kerfik, but in case of any neglect of the officiating priest, that merit is not attained. However, it is not lost altogether but passes to the treasure, ganjay, of merits, placed in the hands of the yazds, who can give it to the souls of the three pious. In the same manner the merits of the good deeds, lost by sins, revive in the soul after the repentance and confession of the sins, accompanied by the determination to improve. For a righteous man should instruct his sinning friend, otherwise he becomes, in a measure, culpable of his faults and will reap great shame on the day of the last judgment. 5. It is the same with a husband who does not instruct and correct his wife. 6. Mention is often made of the responsibility of parents for their children. 7. And of superiors for their subjects. 8. 251. If the righteous do not receive their recompense in this world, it must be on account of the influence of Ahura Mazda. 9. This is the manner in which the retributions of the future 1 Mk, Sli 8-11. 2 Mk, I, 25, 26. 3 Sis, 8, 4. Spiegel has shown the Semitic origin of this doctrine. Sis, 8, 8. 5 BD, XXX, 11. 6 AVN, Lz 8th. DK, 4, 170. 8 DK, R, 46. \MK, XXXVIII. 68 pounds Ethics. Life take place, at the end of everyone's life, his good and evil actions are weighed, and the result determines the condition of the soul after death, as we shall see in the following chapter. 252 Again, man will be judged from the natural gifts which he possesses. These gifts have some connection with the innate love for God KDM Valdater, and the capacity of intelligence, Nishno Tub and No. Thus, the man who naturally possesses these two gifts as well as love for religion, who desires to know the truth and to make the search for it, and who is moreover virtuous, will be saved, even if he does not attain to the complete truth. In the same manner, one who is wanting in the capacity of investigating the truth, but who possesses the love for God and for religion and knowledge, and who performs good deeds, will also be saved. Again, one who has the love for God and religion, and who is capable of making inquiries, but does not possess the knowledge of the law, will be saved by his natural knowledge of God. And again, one who has only the love of God and religion, and who is wanting in intelligence, will nevertheless be saved. Lastly, he who has never received the natural gifts of the love for God and religion, on account of this involuntary deprivation, Bharatakashi Kamrai, will also be saved in spite of his sins. 253. Elsewhere the principle necessitas non habet legem * is admitted, also in cases of legal defilements, a certain UI is made use of, * it is considered that intention is * more important than the action itself. 3. In case of doubt, where one cannot know whether the action is lawful or unlawful, he must not do it, but avoid it, if possible. 6. It is taught 1 AVN, 6, 9-11, CX, 9. 2 DKIL, 72. Sis, 2, 53. Ibid, 38-39 Ibid, 90, SQQ. 6 Sis. X, 25, 27. Contrition, confession, penance. 169 That one must always speak the truth, even in cases where that truth might bring him or others into trouble, or where the lie might be fruitful of advantage. However, one can do harm even by speaking the truth, for there is one who speaks the truth and thereby becomes wicked, and also there is one who tells a lie and thereby becomes righteous. 2. Apparently, therefore, it was not permitted to speak the truth in certain cases. /v-contrition confession penance. 254 The means for extricating oneself from sins and their consequences are contrition, resolution to amend, and confession. West believed that he could find in the Mazdayasnian pietet a penance, which bears a closer resemblance to the Protestant repentance than to the Romish penance, and for this reason the remission, in the Parsi system, is dependent upon the mental change rather than upon the bodily act. 3. Admit that we cannot understand this at all. Has any religion ever made the remission principally dependent upon a bodily act and not upon a mental change? But we have only to look upon the text itself, which West comments according to his own version. For the renunciation of sin, the principal thing is this, that he commits no sin voluntarily, but if a sin arises through inexperience, weakness, or ignorance, then the sinner presents himself before the desters and thepius for confession, pietet. After that, if he commits the sin no more, then that sin which he has committed is removed from his person, in the same way that 100-fold powerful, quick, and strong wind sweeps over a wilderness, carrying off all grass and weeds that are lying therein. 4:1 DK, I, 32, 3, 4, 5. 2 Sis, XX, 14. 3 MK, p. 178, and version of the Pazend and Sanskrit texts. *MK, Lee, 16, SQQ. 22 170 Ethics. The principal thing is evidently the internal change, but the public confession before the priests is an essential condition, which differs toto silla from the justification of the Protestant system. 255 Repentance of mind and penitence by word and action also deliver the soul from hell, under the direction of the Dester of the Good Law, who is the doctor of the soul Rubano Bezishk, and who is always mentioned as absolutely indispensable for the pietet. 1 Again, repentance, pietet, is necessarily internal and external. The external duty consists in this, that the sin which the penitent knows to have assailed him must be specially confessed, in words, Bamgobishno, by him. The mental duty consists in this, that the penitent renounces the sin with this thought, henceforth I will no more commit the sin. 2 It is a crime to conceal any committed sin, and this doctrine is supported by the anecdote of Adaropat, the son of Zarathustra. 3 Again, it is said that grief and repentance and the confession of the sin must be followed as much as possible by good actions for the remission of the sins. 4 256. These penances were organized by the priesthood to such an extent that they minutely systematized all sins as a development of the 7 degrees of violence against the body mentioned in the Avesta. 5 The scale was applied to all crimes, and the gravity of each crime was estimated by weights dirhams and ktirs, Greek spax m, or araj. These weights were those of the golden scale of Rashnu, who weighs the deeds of the dead. 6 Then these values were 1 DK, I, 14. In MK, Lying, it is said that if a sin is committed, one is to be sorry, repentant, and in renunciation of sins either before the sun, Meir, the moon, or the sacred fire of Ahura Mazda. Tr. 2 Sis, 8, 8. 3 Ibid, 9, 10. *MK, Lying, 7-9. 8 VD, 4. ABN, v. 5. Religion. IJI reduced into real silver coins, and thus a true scale of we finds, a tax upon sins, was established. One can thus estimate the tax upon a certain sin mentioned by Arda I pound Virov at 2000. 257. There still exists certain formulas of pietet or confession, of which some is long and some short. These formulae commence with a prayer, an act of praise of God, a proclamation of good thoughts, words, and deeds, and a detestation of the evil thoughts, words, and deeds. Then follows a long list of sins with their respective gravity, sins in thought, word, and deed, Minishnke, Gubishnke, Kunishnik. It ends with an act of faith in Ahura Mazda and in the truths of religion. 3 V-Religion, Duties of the faithful with regard to it. A. The good law. The only true religion. 258 The relations of the faithful with religion, the good law vedino, shaperdino, are so important, that it will be necessary for us to devote a special paragraph to their consideration. This good religion is personified as existing from the commencement together with Ahura Mazda. It can be known to men only by revelation, pitke. This revelation was first made to Mashia and Mashioi, and then to Yim. 5 There is only one religion, Ibakdino. 6 All other religions are severely attacked and condemned, chiefly those of the Jews, the Manichaeans, and the Christians. 1 For its detail see West, PTI, pages 239 to 242, and Harles, Introduction, c. 6. P2 Hogg, edit, of ABN, p. 170, and 3 See the Paytet I Cud, de Harles, Manuel du Pahlavi, pages 144-151. 4 DK, I, 57. 8 Ibid, 26 DK, 4, 150-172 Ethics. The tradition is highly respected. 1 There are 6 authorized systems of interpretation, but they do not always agree with one another. 259. The sage, who is spoken of in the Manual card, was sorely troubled by the variety and number of religions on the earth. If it is certain, he said, that the religion of God is the truth, that his law is excellent, and that he is benevolent and merciful to his creatures, wherefore are there so many religions, beliefs, and principles among men? Then he considered that much trouble must be undergone by the soul, because the body returns to dust and everything depends only upon the soul. It is for this reason that he traveled from town to town and from C/AE country to another, consulting the learned doctors of each and every religion. But he was grieved to see them all differ from and contradict one another. And this made him confirmed in the good, Mazdayasnian, religion. He eagerly asked for instructions from the priests on the questions that troubled him, so that the spirit of wisdom at length disclosed itself to instruct him. 260. All those who belong to the good religion do not necessarily belong to it in the same fashion. They can adhere to it either from wisdom, Danishno, or by natural disposition, Hini, or by simple habit, Iric. Thus 8 kinds of men are distinguished. Those who belong to the religion by these 3 bonds, those who adhere to it by 2 of them, and there are 3 varieties among them, those who are attached to it by only one of these means, there are 3 kinds of these, and lastly, those who are in no way attached to the religion. 41 DKI, 17. Cis, I, 4. 3 MK.JI, 14 Fin. Asterisk DK, 4, 149. Religion. 173, 6, the priesthood its importance. 261 The importance of the Mazdayasnian religion assured that of the priesthood, not only in the social body, but also in its relations with every individual. Indeed, the priest had to be not only the minister of worship, the preserver and doctor of the sacred traditions, the judge, vasseur, of the law, but also was the spiritual physician of every soul. 2 In cases of difficulty a Mazdayasnian must consult his deity, for he has been created with qualities which enable him to fight against error. 3 It is he who assists us in avoiding hell. 4 Among the 4 professions, Pishak, of the people his is the most excellent, Aphardim. 5 There are 5 reasons for this superiority. The priest possesses the attributes of the 2 classes of the warriors and agriculturists, for it is his duty to declare war against the demons and to cultivate the earth with the worship of God. 2. All men must learn from the priests the rules of morality and their religious duties. 3. The priest is superior on account of the excellence of his recitations, of the sacred books, by his position and the marks of the priesthood. 4. In the social body the priest corresponds to the head, whilst the warrior corresponds to the hand, the agriculturist to the stomach, and the artisan to the foot. V. the priest is nearest the soul and commands it. 262 The high priest, the Mobd of Mobds, Magyapatan Magi Ipat, 6 is a kind of supreme pontiff, whose decisions ex cathedra are of the highest authority. 7 In the Pahlavi book, Kadranamak Ardasharipe Pakan, Deeds of King Ardashir, 1 DK, 2, 69, 22 DK, 4, 157 3 BD, 19, 36, 37 4 DK, I 14 5 DK, 2, 69 6 The term was evidently meant to correspond with the title Standschat or Mnlgatu of the king in the civil order 7 DK, 2, 67 174 Ethics The founder of the Sassanian dynasty, the king is made to consult the Mobd of Mobds as to how he must act Meman Yekum Hafash Meman Kunishno, in a difficult case. One support and aid for the religion was expected from the civil power, hence the importance of the union between the two powers. 2. See, other religions infidels apostates. 263 The Mazdayasnian religion was anything but tolerant. It was the only good one among several other religions, all others were bad. 3. The Jewish, Manichaean, and Christian religions were specially condemned, for a Mazdayasnian should fight against the Jewish religion, Kesk Yuhud, of Aram, the Greek Empire, against that of the Messiah Mazda, of the West, and that of Mani, Mdi, of Turkestan. It is elsewhere said that the only pure religion is the Mazdayasnian. That of the Cynic is mixed, that of the Zendik, the Christian Tarzk, the Jewish and other religions are still worse. The Christian religion had a third name, that of Kilisayaka, 5, for which we have the authority of Nuryosang in his Sanskrit translation of the Yakna. This word is formed from the Persian equals we Kilisaya grk ekrajaya. 6 Have seen that there is a special demon, Shedpoi the white demon / attributed to Christianity. 7 It is very remarkable and, at the same time, very important for determining the date of our authorities, that none of these passages, while attacking evil religions, breathe a single word about Islamism. Moreover, they always one text given by Peshotun in his Dinkard, Vol. 2, p. 69, and 2 DK, I, 58. 3 DK, 4, 156, 138. 4 DK, I, 29, 4, 150, Sis, 6, 7. 5 by, 2, 19. 6 West, pt. I, p. 200. These explanations are taken from M. Darm's Tedder. L by 3, 3, 5, 8, CFR 127. Sententious morality. 175 Associate Christianity with Aram II or Rum, that is to say, the Greek Empire, which was constantly at war with the Sassanian kings. All these indications are valuable, from the historical point of view. 264 Speaking about the non-Aryan worshippers of demons, Dvayan and Anal, and about the sectarians or apostates, Aharmokan, the Dinkart teaches that any communication with them is a cause of impurity, that one should not eat with them, that one should wash 3 times with hot water the vessels from which they have eaten or drunk. Tashto va potishvari v almansha.no potashvadunand geb and arpavanzak I garmdvo shoftan, a Mazdayasnian is polluted by eating out of these vessels. 2v 265. The conversion of an adherent of an evil religion Akdalno, into the good religion is permitted. 3 Such an infidel Akdalno, can, according to Kushtanobujt, the commentator, escape from hell by good deeds. 4 But for an apostate, Aramak, there is no more hope, he will not rise up again from the dead even on the last day. 5 The government must not be tolerant to apostates but must deliver up their bodies, to torture, on account of the soul. 6 Sententious morality of Mazdayism. 266 In conclusion we must say a word on the proverbial form which the Pahlavi treatises and specially the Maino card affect. 7 These are the moral sentences that strikingly one it is scarcely necessary to notice the error of Peshotun, who identifies this with Armenia in DK, 2, Glossary. 3 DK, I, 36, 49 33 DK, 15, 70. Asterisk SLS 6, 6, DK, IL 97, 5. 5 Cis, 17, 7. 6 MK, 15, 22. 25 7 C are remarks in chapter I, 53. 176 Ethics. Remind us of those of the sapiential books of the Old Testament. The enumeration of contraries, the aphorisms, were specially favored. It would be evidently impossible to mention here all of them, we shall briefly indicate just a few. 267 The following are the things which cannot be relied upon: wealth, a king, human respect, relations, ancestry, and life. 1. Do not dispute with a wicked man, be not partner with a covetous man, go not to the door of kings with a slanderer, form no connection with a man of evil repute, be not an associate with an ignorant man, do not quarrel with a foolish man, walk not in the streets with a drunkard, accept no loan from an ill-natured man. 268. There are 4 kinds of women: one who is good and not bad, one who is good as well as bad, one who is bad and not good, one who is neither good nor bad. If you wish to be happy, select the first. The second, however, will also be able to become a good housewife, but take care not to select either of the last 3. The following 4 things must always be thought of: the mutability of the world, death, judgment, and hell. 4. 269. The 7 worst things are: a king who is unable to maintain his kingdom in peace, a governor who is without skill, ungrateful and without affability, a friend who is not fit to be relied upon, a kinsman who does not assist in adversity, a wife with whom one cannot live in peace, a child who does not behave well, a city where there is neither virtue nor safety. 51 MK, 2, 102 to 110. 2 Ibid, 54 to 63, CFBCCLES. 8, 1 to 5, 18 to 21. TDK, 2, 72. Asterisk MK, 18. 5 MK, XXXIII. Sententious morality. I-77 The 4 things which must be taken great care of are: a child, a wife, a beast of burden, and lire. 1 270. Poverty with honesty is better than wealth without honesty. 2 Liberality out of the wealth of others does not benefit the donor, but blesses those from whom it has been robbed. 3 The root bun is known by the fruit bar, and the fruit by the root. Wine moderately taken is good, but drunk in excess is injurious. Wine manifests the good and the evil disposition. 51 MK, XXIX. MK 15:4, DK, H, 68. 3 MK, 15, 7,8. DK, 4, 153, 2. 5 MK, 16, cf Ecclesiastes, XXXI, 3139 M17's Eschatology. Chapter 7. Eschatology. 271 Our description of the Mazdayasnian ethics would be incomplete without a sketch of eschatology, which forms the necessary complement to it. 4. Here below Ahura Mazda bestows his benefits upon the good as well as upon the evil, plut super justos ct injustos, and the benefits of this world do not always accrue to the virtuous. It is only in heaven and hell that the righteous and the wicked will have their recompense and their punishment. 1 Undoubtedly, we have not much to add on this point to the doctrine of the Avesta, except certain natural developments. This circumstance will admit of our stretching this part of the religious philosophy as briefly as possible. We have, then, to consider, I, the last end, the novacyma, of men taken individually, death, judgment, and the state after death, and, 2, the novacyma of the whole world, the last days, resurrection, and rose/cardo 2 if. I fate of the soul after death, a, before the individual judgment. 272 The adventures of the soul after death form the favorite subject of the descriptions of the Mazdayasnian literature. This picturesque history is already told twice in the Avesta. In our Pahlavi treatises of the Sassanian period we find it repeated thrice, viz. in the Mainyo card, we in the Art I Viravnama and in the Ding card. Shall endeavor to reproduce briefly the striking scene beyond the tomb from these three sources. 1 MK, XXXVIII. AVD, 19, 89-112, Wester, 27-34, YT, XXI and 3. HD Joklo Nash, 2. Fate of the Soul After Death. I 79-273. The dogs and birds devour the body after death and the perishable Schinak, part of it falls to the earth. 1 Rut the soul, separated from the body, remains seated near the head of the body for 3 days and nights, reciting a verse of the Gathias. During this time the soul enjoys an immense happiness, if it is one of a righteous man. 2 On the dawn of the 4th day 3 The soul of the righteous advances towards a place, where blows a wind from the southern quarter, from the direction of God, a wind surcharged with sweet perfume of the trees, sweeter even than any which the man has ever scented in this one life. It must be remembered that the soul in the Mazdayasnian system is represented by a young man, an idea contrary to our poetical and mystical language, which attributes to the soul the CHNRMS of the fair sex. On his way the soul meets a beautiful apparition, a damsel of graceful form, very beautiful, virtuous, charming to the heart and soul, brilliant, delightful to the eyes, 5 And more beautiful than any damsel in this world. 6 The soul cries out in wonder, Who art thou? For I have never seen in my life a damsel more beautiful and more elegant than thee. I am not a damsel, answers the apparition, see but, O youth of good thoughts, words, deeds and religion. I am thy good actions. It is on account of thy will and actions that I appear to thee so great, good, sweet-scented, triumphant and imdistressing as thou seest. When thou didst 1 Mk, 2, 113. /Yeti, in the Museum, Torn. 2, number 3. AVN. N. S14. CFYTXXII, 2, 4, 6 and YTXXIV, 53, 54-TR. 3 MK, 2, 115. In AVN, 4, 15 the third dawn is mentioned, which comes to the same thing, counting the Day of the Dead as the first of the 4 day. AVN, 4, 16, 17. CFYTXXII, 7, Sand YTXXIV, 55-TR.SAVN, 4, 18-20, DK, 2. 75 CFYTXXIIQ.NYT.XXIV, 56-TR. 6 MK, 2, 126. This book however differs from all our other authorities, including even the Avesta, in that it places the interview with the clause after the passage of the Sinvat bridge, while in all the other books the apparition assists the soul in passing the bridge. 180 ESCHATOLOL Tain from idolatry, from axoi violence and oppression, from deceit and falsehood, and on the contrary didst practice the worship of God, when thou hast been kind towards thy neighbor, hast practiced hospitality and hast taken care of the fire, then I, who was already robust, am made more robust by thee, then I, who was already virtuous, am made more virtuous by thee, then I, who was worthy, exalted, honored, excellent and brilliant, am made more worthy, more exalted, more honored, more excellent and more brilliant, than I, who possessed a resplendent throne, am seated more resplendently by thee. 1 Lo! I belong to thee, because I represent the good thoughts, words, and deeds, which were thought, spoken, and done by thee. J 274. Precisely the reverse fate awaits the soul of the wicked. He also passes 3 clays and nights flitting about near the head of the body, chanting a very sad and mournful verse of the Gathas, O Creator Ahura Mazda. To what land do I go? Where will be my refuge? 3. During this time, the soul sees with his own eyes all the sins and crimes committed by him in his whole life. 4. His anguish and misery are as much as all that an unfortunate and miserable man suffers in his mortal life. 5. On the dawn of the 4th day the soul quits his station 6 and advances towards a place, where he meets with a cold northern wind, horribly piercing, and of worse odor than any in this world. 7. And in this wind he sees a profligate Mk1 AVN, 4, 21 to -33, 2, 127 to -139. CFYTXXII, IO14 and YTXXIV, 57G0. TR. 2 MK, 2, 136. 24 3 ABN, 17, 5 to 7, MK, 2, 158, 159. CFYTXXII, 20, 22, TR. 4 MK, 2, 160. CFYTXXII, 24-TR. 5 AVN, 17, 8, 9. C. According to MK, 2, 161, the demon Visarsh first of all comes and binds the soul closely with a chain. Seconds also BD, XXVIII, LS. Exactly similar description is found in VD, 19, 29. TR1 AVN, TR, and 111. 17, 1. 11 CFYTXXII25J. 26 JJHN Fate of the soul after death L8 woman, like a prostitute JH, naked, decayed, gaping, bandy-legged, lean-hipped, covered with scales, or spots, and like a hideous, dirty, and stinking craftar one who then the wicked soul cries thus, Art thou? I have never seen among the creatures of Ahura Mazda or of Ahriman a creature uglier, filthier, and more stinking than thee. Then she answers, I am not a woman, O monster, Zisht, that thou art. O young man of evil thoughts, words, and deeds, one it is only by thy will and actions that I am rendered hideous and vile, iniquitous and diseased, rotten, and stinking, unfortunate and miserable, as thou seest me. Seeing others practicing the worship of God, protecting water and fire, practicing hospitality and giving alms, exercising strict justice and incorruptibility, thou hast, on the contrary, followed the will of Ahriman and hast been avaricious and hast shut thy door, thou hast been unjust and hast committed perjury. It is therefore thou who hast made me more wicked than what I was already. I was hideous, full of terror, dwelling in the north, dishonored, and despised, and thou hast rendered me more hideous, more full of terror, dwelling further to the north, more dishonored and more despised. Lo, what I know of thee. They curse me a long time with continual execrations and in company with Ahriman 2/we 275. Have already noticed the strange idea of Hogg about Fravdars. He considers these two damsels meeting the soul as the Fravdars of the righteous and of the wicked. 3. A Fravahar is never considered as wicked or hideous, neither is it considered as capable of being changed nor 1 AVN, 17, 12, DK, 2, 75. The latter book calls the evil and ugly woman Cardidea, transcribed in the Avestaic characters, in opposition to the name Kalno, in the same characters, applied to the beautiful virgin apparently for the Dinkart. The Avestaic word Kavj.hi had a bad meaning, but it seems to signify merely a young, hard-working woman. See Justi, Handbook, Daharles, VD, v. 171 Wester, 61. MK, AV /.1713-26, 2, 168 to 181 1 Chap 2 117. I-82 Eschatology. Corrupted by the actions of the soul. They are never represented by women but rather by warriors. 1. Moreover, these damsels explicitly tell us what they are, viz., the personification of the good or evil deeds of man. 2. This is, then, a perfectly reliable testimony. But one cannot believe his eyes when he reads the statement of the learned editor of the Dinkart that these two apparitions are respectively the forms of what he calls the Spinamsno and the Ganamanopi. The whole idea of the exact signification of these terms must have been lost to allow such a confusion. *b, the Sinvat bridge and the GDGMCNT of the soul. 276. Quite close to the place of these interviews there is the celebrated CHJ@_BRJ_Sinvar or Sinvat Puhe, 5, which unites this world with the world beyond the grave. This bridge is situated upon the peak of judgment, Gad Idity/C, which is in the middle of the world and which seems to be a part of the Albiers. This is the bridge of the soul/ the place for judgment. 7. When there is mention of future retribution *, the bridge only is sometimes mentioned, thus are omissions of the ceremonies of worship go to the bridge as sins. 8. Certain man on account of his 1 BD, 6, 3. In YT 13, the Frajases/Ishis are often represented by warriors. See Paras 17, 23, 31, 33, 37, 38, 39, 45, and c. Tr. 2. Eben builds seiner Guten Werke image of his good DDS, as Spiegel calls it, EA, 2, 228. Translation of the Dinkart, Vol. 2, pages 82, 83. 4. In Mani's system also a damsel meets the soul of the righteous after his death, and the description given therein of the fate of the soul during this time, except that of the judgment, agrees exactly with that of the Dinkart. Cf. Spiegel, EA, 2, 227, 22s. 5. The Paz. Name is Candor. RBD, 12, 7. Ibid H. Sis. 12, 31. Fate of the soul after death. 1s 3 sins will pass over the bridge Pavan Vanity Daghamite Puhal, 277. This is the place where are found the 3 judges of the dead, Mitro, Prosh, and Rashno. Many other angels, such as Adaro, Vi the good, Varum, and demons, such as Isham, Vi the bad, Frizist, Nizist, and chiefly Vizarsh, assemble there to contend for the soul. 2. Justice is administered by means of the golden balance of Rashno the just, whose scrupulous exactitude, as we have already seen, weighs the actions of the deceased. 3. Now if the good deeds weigh heavier than the evil ones, the soul is admitted into heaven, and if on the contrary the evil deeds outweigh the good ones, it is destined to hell. But when both the good and the evil actions are evenly balanced, then the soul must enter into a middle state Hamstagen. As soon as the decision is given the soul advances towards the terrible bridge, whose passage is the most dreadful road that exists. 278. The passage of the bridge depends upon the state of each individual soul. If the soul is virtuous, the beautiful damsel, who personifies his good life, assists him in passing the bridge with ease. 6. And then the bridge has the breadth of 9 javelin throws, 7 or even of a league. Krush, Adaro and other angels also assist the soul in passing from the bridge, just as they had done for Arda Ivirov. 9. Bui. If the soul is sinful, it soon falls into the hands of the /demon Vizarsh, who beats, and torments it without pity. In 1 DK4, 158,9. MK, VA2, 115, SQQ. 3C Chapter 3, 104. S*MK, 12, 13-15. 5 MK, 12, 13. 6 DL, 2, 75. 7 ABN, 4, 1. SMK.VI, 123. ABN, V, 2. Eschatology. Vain does the soul lament and weep, imploring for mercy and struggling for life. Nobody, either of the angels or of the demons, assists it. At length Vizarsh drags it quite exhausted into hell. 1. Does this soul pass the bridge? According to the Dinkart it does. 2. But our other sources do not we mention this. Know that the more recent authors have represented the bridge as having the form of a razor, with one side very broad and the other as thin as the edge. This bridge is capable of turning and presents to the righteous the broad and flat surface, and to the wicked the thin edge, so that the latter cannot pass at all but must fall into hell. Nothing of the sort is mentioned in our treatises of the period. As 279. Spiegel 4 and others after him 5 represent the Sinvat bridge as guarded by a dog called Zarangosh, that is to say, having yellow ears / a kind of Cerberus, who repels the demons and the wicked from the bridge, and who is compared very naturally to the two yellowish dogs, Zidumba / a, RV, X, 14, 12, of the Vedic hells. But we now know that the passage of the vision of Arda-I Virov, upon which this belief is based, exists neither in the Pahlavi nor in the Pazan texts, but only in a Persian poetical translation of recent date / the English translation of which by Pope was alone known to Spiegel when he wrote his traditional literature. There is no mention made of this dog in our other sources of the period. 71 Mk, 2, 164-166. DK, 2, 751 Distnidinic, XX, XXI. C. West, PT2. Asterisk trad. Lit. P 124. 5 Van Dengeen, CCRBHC, Brussels, 1883, p. 14. But he has since modified this opinion. See his SC de Mythologie et dt Phiolovi, p. 85, Brussels Paris, 1885. Hogg, Introductory Essays to AVN, pxx. 7 As to the two dogs of the Avesta, Ven 13, 25, Wester. 1 Harlas, / Pekelvi. The World Beyond the Grave. 185-280. It is on this point that the Manuai card differs from the other books, inasmuch as it introduces at this stage the meeting of the soul with the damsel, the incarnation of his actions, for the first time. After passing the bridge the soul of the just feels once more a delicious, fragrant breeze, sweeter than any, and he cries out, "What breeze is this? For I never met in the world with such a wind of so sweet a perfume." "This is the heavenly breeze," replies J. Roshwan, and at that very moment indeed the soul enters into heaven, to the consideration of which we must now pass. See, the world beyond the grave. Heaven. 281 If we endeavor to find our way to the mystical regions beyond the grave, we shall meet first of all with the following fragment of cosmology in the Dinkard, Akmano Playardmiani Vipno C Gun Kamermvat, Va Enderani Aqmd.no Gut GT Alnyok, Ivok Roshano Iam Dik Turn, 2 Viam Dik Karateri, Vash de 3 Iam Dik Bish. C Gunkuaki Avartiun A / Ashshem Garotn no Vahisto. Avar turn Zagish Dik Dei DDTDRA Harmazd, Va Psiak Dei M Drokpand Va of Drulkayazn, Va Azardnta, W Fravdar Va Roshan Ivinishm K Va Pavanafal Zakamen Agi Dat Asterisk Hedvan surrounds the whole creation, just as the egg surrounds the bird. And in the midst of heaven there are three kinds of locations, and also, a light without darkness, one a goodness without wickedness and a pleasure without misery. As it is the supreme place, its name is the most excellent one Mk, Ti, 140-144. Correcting the reading Iamactum. 3 Reading, HOVHX, instead of HOV *0001 DK, 2, 74, 2. 24 LS6 Eschatology. Garotman. This supreme place is the region of habitation of the Creator Ahura Mazda, and the region of habitation of the Amashokpans and of the other Yazds, and of the Fravahars of those who have not yet taken birth, and of the brilliant visions, and possesses stainless purity. Here, therefore, we have a triple heaven, above which is Garotman, the supreme heaven, the dwelling of God and of the good spirits. 282 Elsewhere 4 other heavens are mentioned, Humat, the heaven of good thoughts, 2, Heik/it, the heaven of good words, 3, Hilversht, the heaven of good deeds, and above all these heavens is, 4. The brilliant Garotman, which is preeminent. 1. The Humat region extends from the stars to the moon, the Ahiak from the moon to the sun, and the Huvarsht from the sun to the heaven Garotman, where dwells the Creator. 2. 283. The same division precisely is found in the vision of Arda-I Virov. We know that this holy Destrurer, according to the legend, flourished under the Sassanian king Shapur II. AD 300 and 9380. The Mazdayasnian religion was exceedingly corrupted, the traditions were altered or lost, and the prime minister of this king, the zealous Adaropadai Markpandan, known in K1 MK, Lai 13. These four heavens are also found mentioned in YTXXII, 15, and YTXXIV, 61. But according to Rashnu Yaslit, 25-38, there are 7 heavens, viz. IJ that of the stars or Satardaya, 2, that of the moon or Mapaya, 3, that of the sun or Kershedpaya, 4, that of endless light or Anagar Roshan, v. the bright, happy, and blissful abode of the pious, 6, the shining Gridnamna, and, 7, the Hadhana Hadhan Tanishadalar. The 3 heavens, Humat, HNKHT, and Huvarsht, described by Arda-I Virov, may be identified with the Satardaya, Mthpaya, and Kershedpaya ol the Rashnu Yasht, which identification has the support of MK, 7, 12. The last heaven of the Rashnu Yasht has no definite meaning, but it is certainly a place superior to the Gridnamna or Garotman. Tra MK, 7, 112. The world beyond the grave. 187 History under the name of Adarbad Mirzpand, sought means to re-establish them in their original purity. Arda-I Virov was chosen as the most holy of all the Desturs of the kingdom. It seems that one of his principal claims to this reputation had been his practice of the Kvitukta Cj. He had each of his 7 sisters for wives. After performing several ceremonies, a dose of the narcotic called mang was administered to this holy man, who soon fell into a kind of sleep and his soul departed to the next world and remained there for 7 days. During this time Arda-I Virov, like Dante, traversed the Sinvat bridge and visited in detail the heavens and hells, a minute description of which he has left us, and which reminds us in a striking manner of the immortal Italian epic. His guides were the 2 AI.Gels, Pound Rosh and Adaro. 1 AVN, 2, 1-2. These 7 sisters of Virov were not actually his wives, but were quite dependent upon him for their maintenance and support, just as a wife is dependent upon her husband, which is clear from the 2nd chapter of the Arda-I Virov Namet. In the beginning of this chapter it is said, and that Virov had 7 sisters, and every one of these 7 sisters of Virov was like a wife unto him. Yavarmanverd fry haft man Yehavunt, va Varmanschenkand haft man Virov Segun Neshman Yehavunt Homand, Paras 1, 2. Here the term Segun implies a condition similar to that of a wife and not the actual condition of a wife. Further on, these 7 sisters themselves say, and we all 7 sisters are, like, wives unto that brother, just as the door of a house whose 7 lintels are fixed in one pillar. He who shall remove that pillar will make these lintels fall. In like manner, for us 7 sisters is this the only brother who is our life and maintenance, va kod haft man varman okneshmani haman y, segun knak bob maven haft $pia $ton ia zire dian anton janimimid. Maven zak dun band jiskund varmanschen fragten band often and. Aven Roman haft man ryok goman ivok 8 maven man ziva shnavadd unashna, paras. 10-13, thus these 7 sisters of Virov were not actually married to their brother, but being unmarried and without any support in life were merely dependent upon him for their maintenance. It is still a custom among the modern Zoroastrians, as it was in the time of Arda-I Virov, that unmarried sisters and daughters remain dependent for their support in life only upon their parents or a brother or even a brother-in-law. Cf. Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana, Tli alleged practice of next of kin marriages in Old Iran, p. 35. TRL 88 Eschatology. 284 After having passed the bridge he first of all visited the place of Heimstatten, one about which we shall speak later on. Then he traversed the three inferior heavens. In the Humad heaven which occupies the starry region Ftar Efik, he saw some souls whose radiance was glittering like stars. These souls belonged to those who had offered no prayers and chanted no gdthds and practiced no ktuktuk, they had exercised no sovereignty and had governed no province or tribe kud, de yupadal fardari/I, but they had been pious and had done good works. In the second heaven the souls had the splendor of the moon. Nothing is said of their social position, but they had not practiced the 3 acts of piety mentioned above, though otherwise they had been virtuous. 3. The third heaven Huvarsht contained good kings, rulers, and chiefs FC 285. Each pious soul has to go by exactly the same path to the 3 heavens in order to arrive at the supreme light of the Garutman. At the threshold of the supreme heaven, all the Amishakpans 5 and the Yazds as well as the souls of the pious 6, with genuine oriental courtesy, advance to receive the newcomer, as they did for Virov. They ask him how he has been able to come from the material world to immortality, and invite him to accept the hospitality of heaven. 7-1 AVN, 6. 3 Abid, 7. 3 Abid, 8. AVN, 9. Hogg is of opinion that the inhabitants of these 3 inferior heavens are not the righteous belonging to the Mazdayasnian religion but to the foreign religions, and this seems probable enough. Introductory Essay, P. Ixi. C5 MK, 2, 147. 6 AVN, X, 2. MK, 2, 148, 149, AVN, X, 3-5. Cf also YTXXII. /I, and YT. XXIV, 62-TR. X. The world beyond the grave. 189 Do not ask him anything, then cries out the Creator Ahura Mazda, since he, separated from his body, has arrived by the terrible way, but bring him the most delicious food, the Mazdayasnian Rabgan, one so that he may rest himself from the bridge of the 3 nights, and make him sit on a throne adorned with precious stones. 2. This celestial food is called Anish by Arda I Virov, which literally means ambrosia, from Hash equals death. The former name signifies oil or butter of the Mazdayasnian feast, one of the Gahambars or feasts of the seasons, a kind of thick liquor. This drink is offered by the Yazds to the soul of every pious man and woman who enters into glory. 3-6. Arrived at this point of his itinerary, Virov tells us that Vohuman held him by the hand and presented him to Ahura Mazda himself, who, however, as we have seen, is only visible under the form of light, like the Entai 1 degree F the Old/Testament. There he met the Fravahars of Geomart, Zar/Tyist, Vishtasp, and other heroes of antiquity, as well as the Yazds. Are these Fravahars united with the souls of the saints mentioned above? Virov does not say anything about /this, but one may deduce it from psychological principles. 287 Then he went round the supreme heaven and saw all the recompenses of the righteous. His description of them is however very short. Hogg has drawn up a list of virtues and good deeds worthy of recompense. 5 These are AGAIN1 those which we have already spoken of in the preceding chapter, viz. Liberality, chanting of the Ksiths, practice of Kvituktuk, good government, veracity, destruction of 1 CFYTXXII, 17, 18 and YT, XXIV, 63, 64 TR.J2MK, 2, 150 to 154 64 3 Ibid, 56. CFYT, XXII, 18 and YT, XXIV, TR*CFBD, 19, 31 TR. 5 ABN, Introductory Essays, pages Ixiathics of 6 The kings and chiefs in the Warsht heaven are probably non-Mazdayasnians. 190 Eschatology. Craftars, care of cattle and agriculture, instruction of the ignorant, peacemaking, etc. 1. All these souls were in glory, splendidly clothed and full of happiness. The souls of women, virtuous and obedient to their husbands, seemed to be placed apart. 258. As to the pleasures of heaven, Viruf does not say anything. But we learn from the other sources that the souls of the blessed are immortal, impassible, fearless, resplendent, full of joy, full of happiness, and full of kindness. They perpetually enjoy an odoriferous breeze, the fragrance of which resembles that of basil, parham. They have no satiety of their celestial life, they enjoy forever and ever the society of the Yazds, Amashokpans, and all the righteous. 3. Right parenthesis hyphen hell. 259. The souls whose sins exceed their good deeds go to hell, Dusahua, the bad place, world. Have a description of this place of torments given by Viruf. It is much longer and more full of details than that of heaven. There are first 3 primary hells, corresponding to the 3 divisions of heaven, and a deeper place. The first 3 are called Dishmat, Dushyakt, and Dushvarsht, after which a 4th step conducts the soul of the wicked to the deepest darkness, Tankturn, where Ahura himself rules. 290. Hell is in the middle of the earth, Dushaiyylnm Handamtk. It must also be distinguished from the endless darkness where Ahura lived before the creation. 6. The evil spirits come out from it through a hole, the opening of 1 ABN, 12:15. 2 ABN 13. 3 MK, 7, 13-17, ABN, 15, 21-22. 33 MK, 7, 20-22. CFYT, XXII, TR. 5 BD, 3, 27. Spiegel, EA, 2, 121. The world beyond the grave. I-91, which is on the Mount Arazur, which is in the direction of Aram, the Greek Empire. 1. All around hell there is a great river, which is gloomy and miserable. It is formed of the tears of those who had made lamentations for their departed, which action was forbidden by Mazdayasm. 291. After having described at length the pains of those condemned to hell, Viruf says that Krish and Adaro conducted him into a desert on the mount at Idadivk, 5 below the Sinvat bridge / and showed him the hell on the earth in the middle of this desert, below the Sinvat bridge. Hawk believes that this passage refers to a different hell. But although this passage is obscure, yet it seems to us that it describes nothing else than the darkest hell where Ahura lives, because the groans and cries of Ahura and his demons resounded from this place in such terrible wise that Viruf was frightened and much disturbed, for he imagined they would shake the 7 Keshvars of the world. Then, reassured by his guides, he went on further into this gloomy hell, 5 the description of which is given by him in the next chapter. 292. As soon as the soul enters this frightful place, the cowardly and cruel Ahura and his demons begin to treat him with mockery. What evil hast thou done to Ahura Mazda and his sweet why-scented, well-pleasing heaven? Comest thou to see us and our gloomy hell? 3. Is it in order that we may do thee harm and have no pity on thee, that thou mayst suffer a torture of long duration? 6. 1 BD, 12, 8, 16. 2 AV.N, 16. 3 C 276. 4 ABN, Lyene, 1,3. 5 IBI. 42. CFI, YT, XXII, 34 TR. IQ 2 Eschatology. Then they begin to maltreat him. Here he suffers a cold like unto that of the coldest ice and snow, there he suffers heat equal to that of a burning fire. Elsewhere the craftlers gnaw him just as a dog does a bone, there is such a stench as he totters and falls. 1 There the darkness is such that one can hold it by the hand. 293. Viruf describes with full particulars the torments of different sinners, which he saw in hell. There is a total want of order in his description, and the same sins are often repeated in several places. The faults punishable in hell are those which we have already described in our chapter on ethics. Hogg has arranged all of them in order in his introduction, 3, where we find no less than 50 sins compared. 294 The punishments of sins are highly varied. Nothing is more hideous and more horrible than these atrocious torments, which surpass the most grotesque representations of the Middle Ages. Heat and cold, noxious animals, all kinds of filth and every manner of torturing the body are made use of in this punishment. There is no doubt that during the lifetime of the author many such tortures were employed in Persia, perhaps as at present. The cruelty of the executioners of the East is well known. 295 There is often a certain analogy between sins and their punishments, an application of the law of retaliation, which reminds us of many of the pains of hell described by Dante. 4. Those who have maltreated cattle are trodden under their feet. Serpents gnaw the tongues of slanderers. The tongues of liars are cut off. Those who have used false weights and measures are always occupied in weighing and measuring ashes which they are forced to swallow, and C51 Bartsend, C. West, Musean, Vol. 2, Number 3. Mk. 7, 23-31. 3 pages LX Excelsi. Asterisk CF Ordelin, Les Penaliles DCV Infra Dante. AVN, HLV, IXI, SCAI, XXVII. The World Beyond the Grave. 193-296. Zarathustra also had a vision of hell, which reminds us, 511 a striking manner, of the parable of the wicked Dives and Lazarus. I have seen a celebrated man possessing much wealth, whose soul, which had lived, infamously in the body, was sickly and famished in hell, and did not seem to me, more, exalted and, I have seen a beggar, without either wealth or help, whose soul was flourishing in heaven. 297. The interior of hell, as described by the Bundi Hesh, V is cold, drv, stony and dark. Its darkness is such as can be grasped by the hand, and its stench is such as can be cut with a knife. But its solitude is worse than its punishments, because if there be 1,000 men in the space of a span, each of them thinks himself to be alone. The 7 planets exercise their malignant influence over it. The food of the souls condemned to hell is brimstone, lizards, and other abominable dishes. 298. In the same manner Viruf says that the souls of the wicked stand as close as the ear is to the eye, and they are as many in number as there are hairs in the mane of a horse, but they neither see nor hear each other, and each of them thinks, I am quite alone. And when a soul has been only one day in this place, he thinks that he has been there for 3,000 years. 299. In another chapter we have already remarked that the bodies which the condemned souls assume are probably special bodies formed ad hoc before the time of the final resurrection. There is also a case in which a man condemned to hell assumes the body of a serpent with a human head. 300. The justice of the punishment in hell is so scrupulous that the lazy Devanos, who is punished for not having one by 12. 2 BD, X.Ween, 47, 48. CFYTXXII, 36. According to Yakna XXXI, 20, a long duration of misery and darkness, bad food, and woeful words are the punishments in hell. C.A.V. Williams Jackson, A Hymn of Zoroaster, Yagna 31, p. 15, also Darmstedter, the Zend A Isla, pr2, p. 321n. ITR. 3 AVN, Liv, 5-11, 18, IO, 2. Asterisk AVN, XXXVI. 25 IQ for eschatology. Made a good use of his riches during life, suffers nothing in his right foot, with which he once pushed a bundle of grass before a ploughing ox one or a sheep, 2 for no good deed remains without its recompense. In the same manner the right foot of a lascivious man is exempt from the punishment of the boiling cauldron, because in his lifetime he destroyed with this foot the craft-tars of Ahura Mazda. 3 It is in the same order of ideas that a husband, though in heaven, is reproached for having neglected the instruction and correction of his wife, whose punishment in hell is only darkness and stench. 4301. As regards the duration of the pains of hell, the Mazdayasna card says that the punishment of the wicked in hell is for all eternity, and ahaim uhaim ravshnt. 5. However, other authorities do not agree on this point, as we shall see when we speak about the end of the world. But the Mazdayasna card itself expressly mentions that Ahura will be annihilated or destroyed. 6. It is therefore evident that the above-mentioned expression indicates only the end of the world, as it is well shown by Windishman. 7. 3. The Hamektag NN. We 302. Must not consider the Hamektagan or the third place where the souls go as the purgatory of the Christians. It is rather the place where go the souls of those whose good and evil deeds are in equilibrium at the end of this life. 8. This region extends from the earth to the stars. The souls suffer there only the heat and cold produced in the atmosphere. 9. 303. This remarkable conception is altogether post-Avestaic and offers us one of those developments so natural to the Iranian mind, ever fond of systematization. However, 1 avn.xxxii. 2 cis, 12, 23 avn, 9. Asterisk avn, ixi mk, sxl, 31. mk, 68, 13. Zorstud, p. 232. avn smk, c8, 15, 6, cis, // 2. mkavn 19, 6, The World Beyond the Grave. IQ 5. Dr. Roth has recently tried to prove that this doctrine is found also in the Avesta, by giving a new translation of a wee stanza of the Yajna, XXXIII. I do not think that the learned Sanskritist of Tübingen will be successful in convincing his readers. His theory is principally based upon an altogether new interpretation of the word hemyakade, which he translates sich ausgleichen to equalize oneself, and identifies with the name of ha, nektag, in asterisk. Further, he believes to have found a related term in Pahlavi, the Hamayato of the Dinkart 304. Although the argument of Dr. Roth on the Avestaic word seems to us feeble enough, yet it does not fall within our limits to refute it. It will be sufficient for us to refer on this subject to an article which Professor de Harles has contributed to Bizenberger's Byte RDGE. In the meantime, it remains for us to raise some points regarding the argument drawn from the Pahlavi language. There can exist no doubt of the etymology of the word Hamektagan or Hametfaken. It is, as Roth himself sees, a plural, and was first applied to the souls themselves, but it is evidently composed of Hami and Tuk derived from the root Ada. It signifies therefore those who are in equilibrium / or according to West, the ever stationary. No Pahlavi scholar would admit its connection with the root Yak, whatever signification may yet be given to this word. 2. Roth would like to read the Pahlavi term rather as Hamayaktaken. But although this reading can be quoted for several texts, along with such forms as Hamayaktaken, Hamaktaken, etc., yet it is seen at once that for the theory of Roth it should be Hamayaktaken with a long a in the middle, of which there is positively no trace. 1 ZDFTL. G. XXXVII, pages 223 to 228. Die Seelen des Mittelreichs in Parsismus. Asterisk. He is surprised that neither Bartholomew nor de Harles has discovered th number s etymology, p. 226. 3 DK, 2, 87, 3. Asterisk. Tom 9, pages 294 to 299. IG 6 Eschatology. 3. That drive west may first rather be right in interpreting the word Hama acto given in the Dinkart as is with or is in harmony with, follows from the fact that the whole chapter treats of this Hama or harmony, which even gives its name to the chapter, the harmony of the lowest, of the mid-dle and of the highest, Jkqt va melhanak va maliakt Hama. Thus, again, the word has no connection with the root ydr. 305. Moreover, Roth has misunderstood the phrase that he quotes, which simply means, all mankind in the material world are in harmony with the spiritual world. Hamthano Miriam Nunishan /K Lebatman Ahau Hama Acto. We therefore come to the conclusion that the Avesta does not know anything about the Famtagan. 2W-End of the world, A. The last millennia. 306 The Mazdayasnians possess a kind of apocalypse which describes with much detail the end of the world. This is the Bamanyasht, translated by West in his Pahlavi texts, one quoted by Roth, p. 226, who confesses that the eminent Pahlavi scholar is against him, and recognizes the possibility of the necessity of abandoning the argument. 2. Though the doctrine of Hamegdagn is not to be found in the extant Avesta texts, yet there is possibility to believe that, like other doctrines, it was developed in the Pahlavi works from some Avesta Nask which is now lost but which might be extant in the times of the Sassanians. However, Irvad K. Kanga in his Glossary of the Vendidad, p. 204, translates the word Mikey Dna good to by the place of the middling reward, i.e., Hamektagan, and Professor Justy in his Handbuckly, p. 233, under the word Migvana says that it is the always useful place, i.e., the place where the supernumerary work of the pious is preserved in order to add something, if necessary, at the judgment of a believing soul, which is yet wanting to counterbalance the number of evil works. This treasure is preserved in a space which the Minok Kairad and the Ardai Virav Namek call Hammertagan. But mit Vidna GDTTF / probably the Sinvat bridge which is the place of perpetual retribution. This is also evident from VD, 19, 7 Finas Bayami Mikvna Higut Vahikadta Hi Sinvat Tretfam Mazdad. I praise the Mazda Creek Sinvat bridge of the natural place of perpetual retribution. Tr. End of the world. 197 Vol. I. The BRTND Hesh also contains an important chapter on the last days. It is at the end of the millennium of Zarathustra, the millennium in which we are, and which therefore should have ended many centuries since, that the signs of the end of things will begin to appear. These will be the spots on the sun, the growth of all kinds of crimes, the barrenness of the earth, the physical and moral degeneration of man. The demonation will rage everywhere, the religious rites will be neglected. There will be hot and cool winds but no rain, the sky will be covered with the clouds of night. The Turanians and the Aryans will be the sovereigns of the world. 1307. Then come the 3 millennia of Hashadar, Mag, and Sasyans. 2 Each of these prophets, born miraculously, makes the true religion and the Iranian people triumphant for a time. The first is he who as the sign of his mission makes the sun to stop for 3 days. 3 During the millennium of Hashadar Mag men will make an extraordinary progress in the science of medicine and will no more die so easily. Also Kirikokht will be roused up from his sleep of centuries and will kill as Idahak. 4 308. At last comes the millennium of Sasyans, the last prophet. During this epoch the appetite will gradually diminish and men will desist at first from eating meat, then from eating vegetable and milk, then from eating bread and lastly they will live only upon water. 5. D. Resurrection of the dead. 309 Then there will be the resurrection of the dead. We know that it will be easily accomplished by the power of 1 by 2, 31-53. 2 Tsis are Ukshyatherta, Ukshyatnema, and Istvatherta of the Avesta. Tr.J 3 by 3, 45. Asteriskibid, 52, SQQ. 5 BD, XXX, 1-3. CFYT, 19, 96. Horvatat and Amarita, i.e., health and immortality shall destroy hunger and thirst. Tr. 198 Eschatology. Ahura Mazda. 1 Every man will rise from the same place where he fell dead. 2 Sodomites, apostates, and men born of the demons are excluded from the resurrection. 3 And among these will be Aphrasiab who has himself become a demon by his crimes. 4 Men will revive in the order of their creation, firstly Geomard, then Mashia and Mashioi, then the other righteous and wicked men, and this resurrection will take up a period of 57 years. 5. They will know their relations and friends. All will be brilliant, but Geomart will have as much luster as that of all others taken collectively. Then will take place the great assembly where the good and evil actions of each man will be made visible. The wicked will become as conspicuous as a white sheep among the black ones. The righteous man, who has however neglected to check his friend who acted sinfully, will reap great shame for his negligence. 6. Then will follow the separation of the righteous from the wicked, a separation painful even to the righteous. Then the wicked will be horribly tortured in hell for 3 days. 7. 310. All this regeneration, Tani Pakln, 3 will be accomplished under the direction of the prophet Sassanids, who will have for assistants certain men and women who have been preserved from death in the mystical regions, like that of Aranvej, the reminiscence of the primitive country of the Aryas, which has become a sort of Officina Gentium for the last ages. This country seems to be in Kvanarak 9, on the shores of the ocean. 10. It contains the Var or the enclosure 1 BD, XXX, 4-6. 3 Cis, 17, 11-14. CFYT, 19, 89. Yat irida pain v aliista. TR. Cis, 17, 7. 5 BD, XXX, 7-8. Asterisk DK, 3.116, 13. A BD, XXX, 9-11. BD, XXX, 12-16. 8. Literally the future body, the new body that everyone will assume at the time of the resurrection. This term is generally used for the resurrection itself, cf 52. Mk.jci, 31. 10 Mk, Lzi, 34. End of the world. 199 Formed and governed by Yim, it is under the earth 1 and is one of the abodes of these immortals. 2. Professor de Harles has demonstrated that this minute description of the resurrection of the body is probably a second apocalyptical narration inserted in the midst of the other, which occupies the remainder of the chapter of the Bundi Hesh, 3 and which runs on in the following manner, Arokatarat. 311 The star or comet Gossihar will fall from the sky and will make the whole earth tremble like a sheep before a wolf. Then will burst out the great conflagration of the earth, which will melt all the metals even in the mountains, and will make a vast river of burning liquid metal. This river will be the ordeal which all the righteous and wicked must pass through. For the righteous it will be pleasant and agreeable like warm milk, and will be the source of their splendor. But for the wicked it will be a terrible punishment. 4. I2. But this burning matter will purify everything. Even the wicked will be purified by it from all stains. Sasyans will make the great sacrifice of the ox Hadeos, 3 and from his fat and the juice of the white horn the ambrosia, Jush, will be prepared and given to all men. Thus men will become immortal. The adults will have the age of 40 years, and the young that of 15. Husband and wife, parents and children will meet together, but they will beget no more children. 6. 313. Then will follow the last great battle of the spirits of which we have spoken before, 7 and the destruction of as 1 Mklzi, 15. 2 BD, XXIX, 1-5. 3 Introduction, Peakslai. The first narration occupies chap, XXX, 1-3 and 17-35 TNE. Second occupies chap, XXX, 4-16. Asterisk BD, XXX, 18-20, DK, 6, 169. 5 See Chapter 4, 182. BD, XXX, 25, 26. 7 See Chapter 3, 102. 200 Escat 0L0 GY. We in the molten metal by the power of the star Gossihar. 1 have already treated elsewhere of the end of Ahura Mazda. Asterisk 314. But the river of the molten metal will finally purify hell itself, so that this place of punishment will be restored and added to the world. By the will of Ahura Mazda the renovation of the universe will be accomplished and the world will be immortal forever and ever. 3. Praise be to him, cry out the faithful, praise be to the merciful Lord, who makes the final retribution and who will at the end deliver the wicked from hell and restore the whole creation in purity. I1 BD, XXX, 30, 31. 2 See Chapter, 2, 82, SQQ. 3 BD, XXX, 31, 32. See the dissertation of Windish Man on the end of the world, Zor. Stud, pages 231 to 259. DK, 2, 81, 6. It will not be out of place to give here the following description of the final resurrection of the world, which is found in the Avesta, chiefly in Yash 19, Astavatirtha, Ayashyak, shall take birth in a place on the lake Kakava, YT, 19, 92, of a woman of the name of Vikpatorvari, otherwise called Aradotfatri, YT, 13, 142 and YT, 19, 92. He shall look down upon the whole creation of the world with the eye of wisdom. He shall see the good creation with an eye of love, and the evil one with an eye of contempt, and the whole of the living creation shall get immortality merely by his sight. YT 19, 94. Those who are victorious and of good thought, words, and deeds, and who follow the good law and speak nothing but the truth, shall be his friends and will assist him in making the resurrection. YT 19, 95. Then shall follow a mighty combat between good and evil, between angels and demons, between the powers of light and those of darkness, and this all end in the final destruction of the evil spirits. Ishma shall bow and flee before Kashyap and his comrades. Kashyap shall smite the most wicked Druj, YT, 19, 95. Vohumano shall smite Akamano, truth shall smite falsehood, Orvidit, and Amrita shall smite hunger and thirst, and the evil-doing and gross mania becoming powerless shall bow and flee. YT, 19, 96. The Druj and her hundredfold progeny shall thenceforth perish. YT, 19, 90. Then the world shall become fresh, it shall never decay nor become rotten, it shall live and increase forever, and shall rule according to its wish. Then Rafi dead will rise up and the living will be immortal. YT, 19, 89. __tr. Index I things places and persons referred to. Aban log. Abraham 54. Achaemenian Artaxerxes 3 and Dynasty 2 and Achaemenians 3. Achaemenid Kings 2. Adam 54 Adurbad Maharaspand, Tur, Prime Minister of Shapur 2, 3, 87 n, 283. Ishm 126, 127, 277, Ishma J 306, 314 and Deva 126 and Afrasiab 209, 309. Africa 186. Afraniard Afrabish 116 and Igahambar 143 and Aharman 5, 44, 45, 52, 53, 65, 66, 68, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, and 79, 80, 81n, 82n, and 84n, 85n, 90, 91, 2, 101, 102, 115, 123, 124, 126, 128, 139, 158, 159, 160, 164, 179, 182, 184, 187, 193, 208, 212, 213, 220, 223, 225, 226, 245, 249, 250, 274, 2s9, 290, 291, 292, 300, 301, 3i3 asterisk 7i-73 80s5. A Harmony 71. Ahriman 24, 69, 71, 72. Ahinoverva 13 and Ahura 24. 26 Ahura Mazda 4n, 13n, 17n, and 23n, 52n, 59n, 6411, 73n Einen Name 145n Aaron Veg 310. Airpat 237n Akamano 23n, 94n, 31411, Akoman 80, 94, 124, 125, 126. Alberts 52, 54. I3S 37, I54, 158, I59 164, 276. Alexander the Great 2n, 3. S Empire 2n Alexandrine School 57, Alexandrines 55. Alger, WR, 61n Amarak _Pans 96. Ambrosia 285, 312. Amerktat 308n, 314n, America 61n American Author 61n Emeridate 96, 169. Amashik Japantas 13n, 24, 60, 95,98 Amashaspans 24. Amashok.pand 169, pi. 34, 400, and 1550, 52, 75, 88, 89, 90, 91, 95, 96, 99, 116, 118, I2I, 123, 125, 126, 172, 225, 231, 281, 285, 288, 93 to 97. Andar 125. Andar Ji Kusro I Kavatan 229 N Index Angel 130 N, The Fallen and 65, 66 N, The Reprobate, PL, 24, 34, 61 N, 95, 96, 98, 108, 130 N, 277, 278, 283 Guardian 91, Inferior 24 of Resurrection 108. Angelic Hierarchies 95. Angramaniash 17n, 23n, 82n Ankal Sharia, Temuraz Din Shaji, 116n Annals of the Mazdayasnian Religion, 2. Anasharavan 161n Ain Quitil du Peron 17n Anthropomorphism 37. Anti-Aryan Theory 175n Apes 109, 127, 156, 160. Apocalypse 306. Apocalyptical Narration 310. Apostate 265. Dash, pi. 264, 265, 309 Arab Conquest, I, 4, 6, 86. Arabian Sea 163. Arabs, I. Arag 164. Aramaic 122. Araxes 164. Archangels 95, 96. Archdemon 187, pi. 75. Archfiends 123. Arcturus 133 and Arda Ivirav 37, 76, 90, 105, 108, 191, 225, 228, 233. 2562722 273, 278, and 282n, 283n, 285, 286, 288, 289, 291, 293, 298. Vision of 279, 280. Holy Dester, 283. Arda Ivir of Namet, 4, S3, 238n, 272, 283n, 305n. Pope's English translation of 279. Ardashir I, 3. Papakan. To the founder ol the Sassanian dynasty 262. Ardvikar 121, 155. Arazur, Mount, 290. Aristotle, 2 and Arhaman 16. Armenia 263 and Armenian historian 217, P13 is writer 218 pi, 9 and n Vardabed 6. Armenian 17. Mr Sassides, Arsasidi / Arshasang 110. Artno. Artavash 96. Artaxerxes, 2. 33. 3 Aram, v 263, 290. Arians Arians Arian I. C, 11 JN, and asterisk 3 degrees 06. Mythology 174 Nature Worship 175 Origin 103 Theory and 75 N Areas 174, 310. Arza 160, 163. Akman, Created Heaven, 12, Personification of the Four Material Sky, 109, Spirit of the Sky, $10 1. Akmano 109. Aknavand 166. Aknokart 1 Io, 124, 126. Aktovidat 127. Ashavash T2I. Ashtad 108. Asia 160 and Asmodeus 126 and Aspenjargic 73, 154. Assyrian Sculptures 182. In DFX 203 Assyriology 175. Assyriologists 175 n Istvaterta 307 n, 314 n Adaro 90, 105, 277, 278, 283, 291. Adaroprobag 145 n Adark di Marspandan Seater Bad Marspand. Son of Zardish 255. Al-Harmazd 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, and 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 and 23, 24, 27, 31, 32, 33, 34. 35-36, 37. 38, 39.40, 42, 43, 48, 5 degrees. 51 to 52 and 54, 59, 64, 66, 68, 70 n, 72, 73, 75, 76, 77, 79 and 80, 81 n, 82, 89, 90, 91, 92. 93, 95, 96, 98, 99, 100, 101, 106, 115, 116, 119, 121, 123, 124, 126, 128, 131, 132, 133, 134, I39H2, 150, I54 156, 159, 164, 179, 183, 184, 187, 191, 193, 213, 214,220,223, 224, 225, 231, 245 n, 257, 258, 271, 274, 281, 285, 2s6, 292, 309 34, 18 to 22 27 to 44, beneficent to all, 27 creator and preserver 27 and benevolent and merciful 27 all in all 30 combats with the evil spirit 28 creator of all creatures 41 author of the sacred writings 43 God 3. 14, 15, 17 spirit of the spirits 27, 132 intangible spirit 27, 37 omniscient and omnipotent 27 supreme sovereign 27, 31 supreme possessor and lord, 29 supreme in omniscience 28 perfectly good 27 wise creator 31 supporter 31 protector 31 giver of good things 31 virtuous in actions 31 merciful 31 pure legislator 31 lord of the good creations 31 supreme being 27 the Lord 159.165 Ahura Mazda 2 Avon 109 pounds Avesta I 2n 46 cn 4n 8, 11, 13n, 14n, 23nn, 24, 26, 31, 37, 43, 48, 50, 55n 56, 59, 60, 71, 81n, 82n, 85n, 89n, 93, 94 95 103, 107n, 108, 113, 118, 122, 127n, 136, 142n, 143n, I55 158, 165n, 173, and 175n, 213, 234, 235 nn, 237, 244 245, 256, 3h 279 n, 303, 305, n origin of the two and commencement of the two. Development of the three. Translated into Pahlavi 3. Nask 6. N. 305 n texts 2. Alphabet 3. Doctrine 85 and Document 143 and Beliefs. 9 times 129 Traditions 6. Avestaic Avestian Book 61 and J Characters 274 Doctrine 175, 271 Do, Trines 233 People 20 F Index 175 and Philosophy 201 and Religion I, 2, 93 and 23 System 98, 112 Time 175 N Words 304. Azarpuja 161 N as 82, 313. Idahak 107, 307. Babylonia 9. Babylonian 1 Captivity $61 and Babylonish J3 Cosmogony 133 and 152 Traditions 101. Babylonian and Oriental Record 229 and Babylonians 2. And Bactria 2, 61 and Bactro-Persian Circle of Ideas 61 and Doctrinal Belief 61 and Speculation 61 and Baghdad 26. Bahman-Yasht 4, 306. Bartholomew 303. Battle of the Spirits 313. Belan 54, 56 and Berzazavang 165. Bizenberger's Beit Rage 304. Bhagavad Gita 227 and Bible 143. Biblical Account 174. Bombay v. 116 n. 225. Boötes 133. Brucker, Har, 69. Bundy Hesh 4, 6, 3, 11, 13, 17 n, 28, 30, 35, 38, NSI, 65, 70 n, 73, 76, 82, 85, 9 tons, 92, 93, 101, 123, 125, 127, 134, 14,311, 144, 158, 162 n, 165 n, 167, 169, 171, 173, 180, 185, I88, 297. 306, 3J0. Barge 155. Burden Mitro 166. Bushist 127. Kakatiditic, Mount, 291. Camroche 169, 175 n, and 182, North Candor Bridge 52. Dakara 126 n. Casuistic Science 244. Categorical Assertion v Celestial Archetypes 119 Antitypes 119. Cerberus 279. China 160 and Josr.oes and Asherabton 229 and Christ 61 and Christian Art 37 Circle of Belief 61 and Circle of Ideas 61 and Doctrine 60, 61, 65 Doctrines and 85 and Idea 5 Ideas, and 6 and 61 and Influence 23 Influences 5 Morality 238 Religion v. 23 and 6 in, 263 Sense 1 Source 61 and Theology 61 n, 65, 95 982 49 Christianity 61 n, 64, 66 n, 263. And Christian 61 n, 64, 66, 258. Sinvat Bridge 103, 105, 108, 127, 242, 273, 276, 279 283, 291, 276 to 280, 305 and Comparative Mythology I.75 Cosmic Egg 152. L Cosmogony 13, 134 Babylonian 133 n, 152, Mazdayasnian R91 Phoenician 152. Index 205 Cosmological System 147, 151. Cosmology 52, 281, 131 S2, Mazdayasnian 130, Sassanian 154. Tisias 186 and Cuneiform Inscriptions, 3, 26 Texts 175. Cynocephalus 186. Cyrus, the Anointed of the Lord, I, the River 164. Dodistonidinic. 7, 30 and 76, 27s and Der Ishar I Documus 245 and Damasus 13. Damdad Nask 203 and Dante 37 n, 283, 295. Darius, I3, 3 and Darms Tedder 263 n, 297 and Davinos 300. Demidevs 209. Demon 122, 193,231,245, 309 of Anger 106 of Christianity 127 of Death 127 of Drought 156 of Septicism 124, Pi, 44 52 66 70 73 74 75 80 82 90 94 97 99 TT 100 101 103 106 107 116 123 125 126 127 128, 129, 132, 135, 139, 156, I-59 L60 I-79 L80 187, 188, 193, 209, 212, 216,225, 238, 245, 249, 261, 277, 278, 279, 291, 309, 22 129. Destiny 5, 6n, 7, 8, 9, 10, 33, 40, 46, 47, 48, 6, 2J7, SJ3 attached to sphere 13 attached to infinite time 13 of the Greeks 13 the strongest being 13, Sipir, 13. Dester /00214, 23 a 625.1 Daster J of the good law 311 255, pi, 17 and 21, 254, 283. Dev 122, 209, pi. 186, 209,216, female 122, 127, Christian 65, 66. Devil, Jewish, 65, 66. Dina I Managai Kairad 49. And Dinkard. V, 6n, 7n, 3, 5, 23n, 24, 31, 32, 33, 34 35. 36 37 38, 41 and 55n, 57, 60, 61, 6z, 74, 85n, 87, 93, 128, I47H9 150, 151, LS2 and I58 asterisk 73 and J92N, 196, 197, 198, 207, 229, 231, 236, 237N, 242, 243, 262N, 264, 272, 275, 278, 281, 303, 304. Dino No, 155. Durams 256. Dives 296. Divine Name 21 Nature 14 Wisdom 48 to 56, 56n, 204 Divinity 10, 99 of Time 6 pi. 22. Div 17. Doctor of the Soul 255 of the Sacred Traditions 261 pi. 21, 259. Doctrine of Angels 61n of Destiny 7 of Iter 97 of Eternal Zervan 9 of Zervan 9n of Resurrection 61n of Satan 61n, 66n of Wisdom 55n, 206 Index Drawn Ceremony $ Consecration 121 121, PL, 121, 126. Driasp 121. DRNJ 78, 115, 122, 314N, Female Demon, 249 NAFTS 245 PL, 100, 129, 135, 180, 186, 216, 249. And dualism 4n, 10, 17n, 23, 35 63, 64, 66, 67, 70n, 87, 130. Dualistic doctrine 70 symmetry 262 and system 14,67, 63 to 70. Dishmat, hell, 287. Dushyikt, hell, 289. Dushvarsht, hell, 289. Ecclesiastes 54. Ecclesiasticus 54. Edict of Meir Narse 3, 3, 9 L516. Egypt 61 and Egyptian culture 61 and doctrinal belief 61 and speculation 61 and Eliseus, historian, 3, 16. Encyclopaedia Britannica 2 and Epistles of Meniasayer. 7, 76. Aaron I Iran/66 leaders NI 5. 233 Iranian 1 IT Rani. NJ, authors EQ1 R62 Kings 231 Languages 4. Literature 21 Love of Dualistic Symmetry 262 and Mind 67, 87, 91, 232, 303 Moralists 239 Notions 238 People 307 Philosophy 202 Religion 2, 21, 61 and Religions 4 Sects 2, 24 Spirits 95 Terms 56 Theology 21 Theory 237. Aaron Ians 4, 12, 13, 14, INI 35, 37, 55N, 56, 72, 87, 160, Iranians 162, J 174, 175, 181, 209 245, IJ 25 degree. Aranist 1. 113, 201, pi, 4 I 971 Fadri 314 and Eschatology 271, 271 to 31 Eternity 5, 7, 54. Ethics 55, 81, 189,210 to 270, 210, 237, 238. Elitov * Dashinan 175 and Europa 182. Europe 61n, 160. Evolution 23, 175, 244 of a pure Aryan nature worship 175. Extramundane deities 36. Esnig, the Armenian historian, 3, 16, 209, 217, Vardabed, 6. Fargard 4n, 23 and Farohars 112. Farvardian 52. Fatalism 47. Fatalist doctrine 20s Doctrines 27 1 Ideas * 10 Notions 218 Tendency 120 * Female Spirit 97, 127. Fire Altar 175 and Temple 121 Worshippers 165. Firmament, Space, I2. Firazabad 37 and Flaival, Levalianta, 209 Folklore 180. Fomalhaut 133. Index 207 Formula of Paytet 257. Frey.Afshir 160. Frashkir to 194. Fravakan 188. Fravahur 114, 117, 118, 119, 149, 181, 191, 197, and 199, 201n, 202, 275 of A'i Harmazd 118 of Zartusht 116, pi. 101, 112, 115, 116, 118, 119, 120, 121, 128, 129, 135, 148, 155, 181, 202, 233, 275, 281, 286, 112 to 120, 201 to 202, of celestial spirits 118, of animals and inanimate objects 118. Fravish 112. Fravishi 201:11. Fravishis 113, 120 n, 13,511, 275 n, prototypes, 91, 128. Verdun 53, 54, 81. Free will 207. And Fresist 127, 277. Frobach 166. Frahar 199 pi. 112, 120 and funeral spirits 103, 116, 103 to 108. Graham-bar feasts 126, Ganambars 52, 219, 285, feasts of the seasons, 285. Ganakmanoi 70 and n, 71, 72, 73, 84, 71 to 73. Genjai Shayagan 198, 242. Gonrikmanoi 71, 73, 82, a 124. Jaokarana 173 n, 175. Garodman J 41, 51, 52, Grotman 116, 281, 282, Grotmano J 285. Gathas 6n, 4n, 5n, 28n, 64n, 175,241,273, 274, 284, 287. Gatiria 6n, 16n Gaomart 953, 102, 120, 168, 183, 185, 186, 75, 161, 184, 188, 286, 309. The first man 54. Gaomarthians 24, 68, 69. Geiger, Wilhelm, Drive, 2n, RJJ 33 and Geldner, Karl F., Professor Drive, 2n and Genesis 143, 174, 175 of Aharman 68. Genii 155, Abstract No, Physical 109. Gazania 61 and Ganamino 275. Geen, Van Den, 279. Gnostics 55. Gossiher 140, 311, 313. God of Destiny 8. Gokard 169, 173, 175, Gokar J 182. Gopat Shah 182. Gosh Typhriano 4, 231. Goshurvan 95n, 116. Gospel, the 4th, 62, pi, 62. Great Bear 133. Grecian Circle of Ideas 61n, Kings 3. Philosophy 61n, Greece 2. And Greek authors 9, Civilization 4. Empire v. 263, 290 Writers 2n, 9. Greeks 13. Guardian Spirit 130n, pi. F30n. Gujarati version 6. 808 Index Gus Hasp 166. Gilch Tasp 53, 54. Hauma 175 and Zahiri 175 and Duraosha 175 and Hadaos 182, 312. Haddock Nask 272. Hamektagan, Hamektagan J2 asterisk G3 305 and N, 302 to 30s. 302, Haptwarang 133, 135 and Haptakrang 133. Haraman 17. Harman 66. Harlez, Sita, Professor, I, 411, Ion, 11N, 13N, 19, 21N, 23 317 degrees LL 7484. 91N, 95, Ioid 103N, 113, 118N, 120N, 129N, 147N, 154N, 175N, 246N, 256N, 257N, 274N, 279N, 303, 304, 310. Hogg, Martin, Professor, 9N, 17N, 19, 20N, 22N, 23N, 43N, 52N, 59N, 61N, 117, 21N, 238, 241N, 242N, 249N, 256N, 27s, 279N, 284N, 287, 291,293. Heaven 281 to 288, Humat 282, 284, Huck 282, 284, Huvarsh 282, 284, 287N, Anagar Roshan 282N, Garotman 41,51, 52, 116, 281, 282, NN, 285, Starpayak 282N, Mapayak 282N, Kershidpayak 282N, Hadhana Tanasus 282N Hebrew, 24, 43 Origin 143 N Hell 289 to 301, Dushmat 289 Dushyik 289, Dushvars 289. Hermapose 2N. And Herodotus 3N, 13N Heroes of Antiquity 286. Hierarchy 56. High Priest 262. And Hindus 34, 174, 186 N Holy Spirit 23 N of our Harmas 23. Horn 121, 155, 175 N, Yellow, I75 N, White, 169, 173, 175 N, 312. Hormas 23. Horvatat 96. Horvat 308 N, 314 NH Chadar 107, 138, 307. Hashadar Mag 138, 307. Hurus 117 N Hukt, the Heaven of Good Words, 282, 284, 287 N Region 282. Humat, the Heaven of Good Thoughts, 282, 284 Region 282. Huvarsht, the Heaven of Good Deeds, 282, 284, 2S7 N Region 282. Husvarish 18, 38 words 126 N Hybrids 181. Indus 164. Innate Wisdom 51, 54, 56, 221. Inscriptions of Darius I, Cuneiform 3, 26, Pahlavi 19, 20 Sassanian 19, 20, 26. Islamism Ion, 263. Israel 54. Italian Epic, of Dante, 283 and X 209 Jackson, A.V. Williams, 297 and Jadbishtri 173. Jamispji Minukherji J.A. Maspasana, Daster, Drive, 201 and J 101, 127 Female Demon 75, 76. Gem 1, MJJJ 53 54, 81. Jews 21, 55 N, 60, 61 N, 66, 174, 237 N, 245, 258. Jewish Circle of Belief 61 N, Doctrine of Faith 61 N, Influences 5 Nations 61 N, Religion v. 6 in, 263, Theology 61 N, Writings 61 N, John Disciper 2. Job 3911. John, St. 62, 93. Joshua 107. Judea 61 N, Judaism 61 N, 66 N, Judge of the Law 261. Judges of the Dead 277. Justi, Ferdinand, Professor, 3 N, 15 N, 17 N, 37 N, 71,91, 126, 153, 155 N, 62 N, 173, 187 N, 274 N, 305 N. Justinius, the Latin historian, 11. N. Karnamak Ardshurji Papagon 262. Karship 182. Kakava 314 N. Kales 53, 54, 81. Kavasji Adalji Kanga, Urbad, 12 N, 17 N, 305 N. Komarthian Belief 9 N. Komarthias 9 N. And Kirkasp 107 N, 307, Keshvar 160, 163-pi. 52, 54, 109, 160, 161, 182, 185, 187, 188, 293. Kashm 126. Kava 179. Corday Avesta 243. Khosrav 2 Anasharavan 4, 1, 198. Craftstar 274, pi. 160, 163, 164, 180, 216, 287, 292, 300. Kundak 73. Ker 109. Kirscht 109. Vanaras 160, 188, 310. Vitudak 1. Vuk Vituk Dacjncl 2,6, 210, 223, 234, 235, 238, 284, 287, 234 to 237. Praktis of 219, 283. Kobad 3. Kurdish 2 and Kushtnobuj 265. Kiasti Formula 73. Kabbalistan 166. Kaikasrav 52. Kr, 2n, 61n, 235 n. Kamak 182. Kamarakan J. Kra. Manak. On 1 VJEESS 123, 140. Capita 1,82. and Carfishes 182 and 27 Lang, Samuel, 4 and Land 1, 2, 61, 141. Law, Religion, 58, 187, 214, 222, 224, 227, 236, 239, 252, 258, 259, 314 and Rus 296 of Farb, The Historian, 3, 16. 3/0 Index Lenormant, author of the Chaldean Magi, 4n, 113 L31n, x75n Libra, Millennium of, 184. Lord of Men 24. Elok 61n Lyra 133n Magi 3n, 6, 17n Tura and Nean 4. Magism 3n and Magu 3n Me 109. Mazdayasna Feast 285 Rayogan 285. Manuikard. 4, 3, 5, 7, 10, 13, 24, 31n, 40, 45, 47 49 So, SL 55 NN, 56 NN, 74, 81, 120 N, 128, 129, 132/134, 135. 14 degree 169, 173, 198, 208, 217, 223, 239, 259, 266, 272, 280, 301. Manius Spinishted 23 and Manius Spentotimat 23 and Manes 118. Mani 9n, 263, Heresy of 3, System of 3, 199, 275 and Manichaean Religion v, 263. Manichaeans 23n, 84n, 258. Manuscript Material, v Manishsayer. 7, 76. Mashia 185, 187, 188, 195, 212, 258, 309. Mashioi 185, 187, 188, 195, 212, 258, 309. Matro 185. Matroeo 185. Mazdak 9n, Heresy of 3, System of 3, 191n, 199n Mazdakias 9n Mazdayasnian 132, 224, 261, 263, 264, Pi, I, 9n, 17, 44 52, 54, L asterisk for 132, 157, 9 208, 216, 218, 225, 237n, 247, 287n, Altar 166 Anthropogeny 183, Authors 113 Beliefs 9n Books 128, 146, Classification 132 Code 238, Cosmology 130-Cosmogony 71 Doctrine 64 Doctrine 67 Dualism 9 Ethics 232, 271 Idea 130 N Kings, 3 Law No 6. 93, Literature 272, Medicine 249 Notions 173 Paytet 254 Philosophers 200 Philosophy 129 131 Priests 235 Principle 238 Religion 4, 36, 10, 13n, 16, 17, 60, 66, 70, 90, 165, 210, 235 n, 238, 259,261, 263, 283, 284 n. School 993 School 17, 86 Sex 9 n, 10 System 130, 143. 273 Theory of Death 245 Theories 11, 193 n. Writers 210. And Mazdayasm 3, 4, v, 7, 3 n, 9 n, 60, 61 n, 63, 64, 87 93 103, 112, 120, and 129, 130 n, 189, 193, 234, 237, 238, 246, 290 Doctrines of 9n, Decay of under Alexander 3, Final suppression of by the Arabs 4, Records of 2. Media, 2, 3n. Index 21 I. Medians. Medes J. Messiah 263. Middle Ages 64, 294. Mir Narseh, Minister of Yazdegard I, 2, 9, is, 7 Mir 103, 255 n. Millennium 306, Pi, 138, 307, 306 308 of Hashadar 138, 307 of Hashadar Mah 138, 337 of Shos Hyas 307, 308 of Zartcht 138, 306. Minoy 89. Mino Kairad 49. Mino Kairad 305 n. Mithra 103. Mitocht 124, 126, Mitra 103, 105, 106, 107, 277, Sassanian 103. Mobd of Mobds 262. Modi, Jivanji Jamshedji, 120 n. Mohammed 117 11. Mohammedanism, v. Monotheism, 6 n. n. 4 n. 523 33, 47. 6-7 Monotheistic notions, 6 n. Mohammedan 1 Writers 9 Mohammedan J.N., 64 Return 9 n. Musulman Conquest, 7 period 9. Musean 49, 23s n. 273, 292. Mush Par 140. Mayazd Feast 126. Mythology 3n, 182, North Iranian 3n. Nakias 125. Nakahet 125. Nakshari Rajab 37n. Rustam 37n. Nashak 167, 188. Nasks 55n. Nonghas 125. Neander 61n. Neryosan T 31n, 107, Neryosang J 132, 153,263. Nile, 164. Nisibis 2. Nizisht 127, 277. Noah 54. Non-Aryan 264 Character 175 Pi. 52, 54. Non-Mazdayasnian races 237 n. Non-Mazdayasnians 237 n. Novosima 271. Nishas 136. Ecumenical Council 61. Ontology 149. Oriental Religions 10, 34. Armized /JJ Ortolan 295 n. Oxfish 182 n. Oxus 164. Parak 127 Pi. 127. Parable of the Wicked Dives and Lazarus 296. Paragna ceremony 35 and parallelisms 54. Parix 186. Parodies 122. Pars 160. PZT 236 PL, 5.8, 23, 3761 and 64 to 225, 234, 245 and books 131 doctors 21 religion 66 savants 19 scholars 235 scriptures 61 and 212 index Parthian kings 3. Parthian S2 and Paytet 234, 259, 261. APAT, TI code 224N, 257 and Patriarchs 54. Paul, St, 215 and the Persian 4. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 141 N, 207. Pazend 45 and texts 279. Chin 182. Pahlavi 7N, 23, 45, 49, 71, 89, 168 N, 303 authors 175 N Authorities 181 book 262 books 24, 25, 42, 56, 73, 81, 118, 119, L 73, 175 N. 232, 237 characters 21, coins 18 inscriptions 18, 20 language 237 N, 304 literature 4, 18, 71 Ribayat 187 N scholar 304 system 254 term 304 texts 2, N, 8, 9, 59, 235, 237. 247, 279, 306 Traditions 283 Translators number 81 and Translation 84 and Treatises I, 4, 195, 244, 266, 272 version 165, 186,243 writers 4 and Paris 135. Persepolis 26 N, 37 N Persia 2, 4, 3 N, 17.11, 61 N, 81, 160, 294. Persian, Old, 24 N, 26, Modern, 24, 205 Empire I, 2 N Faith 61 N Gulf 163 People 13 N Province 61 N Rivayet 7 Supremacy 61 N Theology 61 N Tradiliony 3 N Translation 211, 279 Writers 4 N Persians, 2 N, 3 N, 18, 61 N, 217. Peshotun Biramji Sanjana, Daster, Drive, V, 6 A 720 N, 23 N, 24, 27, 31 34, 37 57, 7H 74, 83, 147 N, 148, 152, 158 N, 161 N, 173, 180 N, 192 N, 197, 198 NN, 20,711, 229 N, 231 N, 237 N, 242, 243, 249 N, 262 N, 263 N Peshiatanu 107, 121. Pharisees 61 and Philosophomena 145 and Philosophy, Religious, 13, Sassanian 13, Speculative 4 and Phoenician Cosmogony 152. Plastic Art 175. Pizzicato I6 and Polarity 4 and Polemics, V Pontiff 106. Pope, translator of the Persiana Rdd Iverd Fendma, 279. Post-Avestaic conception 303. Post-Sassanian writers 199. Writings 202. Pre-Achaemenian epoch, 2n pre-Median epoch 2n priesthood, v. 256, 261. Priests 254, 259, 261 of Ormuzd 3n principle, evil, 423, 63, 70n, good 4, 23, 63, 70n, prima eval 5, of vitality. Principles, unity oi \4, good and evil 5, 24 1 and dkx2 Protestant repentance 254. System 254. Prototypes 91. Proverbs 54. Providence 26, Divine 45 Purgatory of the Christians 302 Putik 163. Pyro 175 NQU Adrumina 186. Rabbis 21. Raga. 2n Ration 103. Rashno 104, 107, 277 of Chino 104 and the Just 277. Rashno 105, 256. Radhan Shah Iraq Shah Kohi Yar. 6 Rawlinson, George, 3n Regulus 139n Religion, Mazdayasnian, I, 10, Naturalist 13n, Zoroastrian I Religions, Oriental, 10, 34 of Antiquity 237. Religious Doctrines, I, 64 Ideas 37 Philosophy 23 Writings I Resurrection 89, 84n, 85n, and 309, 310n, 314 of the body 310 of the dead 51, 61 and 309, 310, final 39, 82 and retribution, final, 314. Ravand 166. Riasias 175 and rhetorical figure 50. Rig Veda 237. Rivayat, Pahlavi, 187n, Ribayets, Persian, 7. Roman authors 9n writers 2n Romish penance 254. Rosenmeiler 61n Roth, Professor, Drive, 303, 304, 305 The Learned Sanskritist of Tübingen, 303. Roth, Edward, Drive, 61n Rum, v. 263. Sina 169n, 175 and Koshiak 314 and Kargiaok 160, 182, 188. Cinmerg 177n, 182. Panakmanoi 54, 61, 70n, 7 star. 7273, 93 Pendarma 96, 97. Penist 165. Panjargic 165. Pentumanius \23 and 64n, Spentumanius J71. Krish 90, 95n, 103, 105, 106, 107, 126, 277, 278, 280, 283, 291. Krivar 182. Sabaean Doctrine 4710 Denkei 120. Sacred Books 261 of the East Books 47 Writings 43. Sadar. 7 Sadari Bundi Hesh 8, 199n, 202 n Saints 280. Sam 107 and Ensanjana, Darab Dastur Peshotun. 2n, 235n, 237 n 28 3 n Sanskrit 24, 192 n Translation 31 n, 263. I Index 1 Sanskritist 303. Sapanchal Books 54, 55, 266 Writings 56. Sassanian So Asamj, R.J., Al-Rafabet R5 Io. Authors 164 Characters 18 Cosmology 1 to 55 Dynasty, I, Epoch 4, v. 17, 19, 37, 175 N Form 22 Inscriptions 19, 26, _7 I King 198, 283 Kings I, 218, 263 Literature 4, 49, 70 Mitro 103 Parsiism 98 Period v. 9, 48, 86, 181, 135, 272 Philosophy 13, 55 Religion 17 Sculptures 37 Speculation 23 System 175 Texts 114 Time 2, 9, 35 N, 59. J 75 N times 5, 9 N, 22, 61, 129, 141 Treatises 6 Writings High 33 Work 10 Works 55 N dash, pi, I, 3, N v, 3 N 69 N, 17 N, 18, 23, 55 N, 60, 199, 305 N Satan 61 N, 66 N, 69. Sataves 133, 135, 139, 155. Satavsh, Gulf, 163. Sava 160, 163. Savants 143 N, European 6 N, 4 N, Parsi 6 N, 19, Zoroastrian 4 N. Savar 125. Schindler, Buddhism, 2 N Schools 3, 5, 14, 15, Mazdayasnian 17. Scorpio 133. Schismatic 84. Silax 186 N Season Festivals 219. Sectarians 264. Seleucids. 3 Semitic 18, 20 N, 21, 24, 38, 74, 143, 162 Influence 23 Influences 175 Origin 143 N, 175, 250 Peoples 2, 175 N Religion 23 N Shanames 6, 13 N Shapur 2, 3, 283. Sharistani, Muhammad Ash, 3, 9 N, 68, 69. Shatvario 96. Shayist La Shayist. 4, 3, 196, 247. Simurg 169, 177 N, 182. Sinamru 169. Cynic Religion 263. Sirius 133. Syriza 56. Socrates 201. Sachios 152, 138, 307, Sashias J 308, 310, 312. Space 12, A Creature, 13. Firmament, 12, Infinite 12, 13, 14, Vague and Immense 12. Speculative Ideas 61 N Theories 14 Philoso Phy 4 N, Spianamino 275. Sphere, Celestial, 13, A Creature of Ahura Mazda, 13. Spiegel, Friedrich, Professor, Drive, H3. S6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 17, 20 N, 21 to 23, N, 24 N, 36 37 38, 40, 45 N 55. 56, 59. 69 70, 71, 75 N, 81, 83, 84n, 91, 101, 103, 110, 126n, 128, Index 215 139, 143, 144, 145n, 147, 152, 165n, 173, 174, and 175n, 176, 183n, 187, 191n, 199n, 201, 202n, 203, 250, 275n, 279. Great Iranist, 3, Illustrious Iranist, 174 Spiegels Alter Thumbskunda 175 Spirit, Celestial, 112. Evil 5, 23, 28, 35, 43 52n, 63, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 75, 76, 80, 82, 85, 9 degrees 91 asterisk I0 I asterisk 45 IJ 56, 164, 183, 184, 11, 187, 209, 212,231,245. Good 5. 63, 68, 75, 79, 82 asterisk 11, 231. Holy 54, 58, impure 245, murderous 80, systmatizing 175 of Ahura Mazda 51 of Amisho spans 51 of anger 126 of contentment 215 of destiny 215 of devotion 215 of evil knowledge 214 of liberality 215 of the Mazdayasnian religion 86 of moderation 215 of perseverance 215 of the asterisk spirits 37 of thankfulness 215 of truth 215 of wisdom W 49 5 degrees 54. 191, 214, 215. 259 pi. 35, 82, 95, 98, 104, no, 3, 112, 119, 121, 123, 132, 169 2 tons 2, 233/313 of the blessed 99, evil 66, 73, 91, 10 127, 156, 290, good 24, 73, 89, 9 liters 95. 98 J39, 281, funeral 104. Spiritual archetype 120 armor 215 counterparts 91 court 95 enemies 216. Stirs 256. Steward 61 and Siakmak 187, 188. Syria 160 and Syriac civilization, 4. Tacitus 24 and Tomurath 76. Tarib 125. Takamorup 160. Talmud 61 and Taprab 125. Terminology 24. Testament, New, 23, 60, 61, and N Old 23, 37, 54, 55, 61 N, 174,266,286. Theodore of Mopsuestia, Greek author, 6, 17. Theology, 6 and Theological Doctrines 4. Time F7, 12, 13, 33. Boundless 11, 12, 40.1 and Finite 9 L3 L4 Unlimited 5 Tier 102, 109, 139. Tishtar 94, 102, No, 133, R3s, 139, 154, 155, L60, 163, 169 Sirius, 109. Tobias 126 N Towers of Silence 245 N Traditional Version 50. Treasure of Princes 198 N Tree of All Seeds 175 of the Good Remedies 175 of Life 174, 175 N of Knowledge 175 N, 174. Tübingen 303. Index Turanian Magi 4. Turanians 306. Turkestan 263. Tjakshiaturda 307 and Nima 307 and Ulama-I Islam 5, 9, 17, 40, 86, 129, 139, 142, 181. Urbazist 165. Varam 108, 166, 277. Vitens the Bad 277 the Good 277. Vanand 133, 135, 139. Anvar 182 N, 185, 310. Verano 126. Varun 124, 126, the personification of Pasayans, 249. Vat 155 Vayarukasha 169 and Vasist 165. Minister of Vazorg Meir Koshrab Mithro and Asharavan, Vedas 185. 198, 249. Vedic Hells 279. Vega of Lyra 133 and Ve 164. Vendidad Vandidat J4N, 1235 11,81 N, N, 23 N, 175, J 180 N, 186 N Vernal Equinox 101. Vidat Afshir 160. Vigpatorvari 314 and Vishtasp 286. Vishtaspa 3 and Vishkaripta 182 and Vizurshal 127, 274, 277. Vizarsh J 278 and Vohufrayan 165. Vohuman 43, 50, 54, 59, 60, 61, 93, 94, 95, 96, no, 124, 126, 155, 206, 286, 314 N, the bird of 180 N, good conscience, 23, good mind, 23, the son of Ahura Mazda 5, 7, 62, 58. Vohumano 23 N, 59 N, 49 N Vorabarst 160. Vorajarst 160. Volars, translator of Ulama-I Islam, 5 N, 86 N, 129 N, 139 N, 142 N, 181 N, 199 N West, EW, Drive, the Illustrious Iranist. I, 6. N, 9, 11, 19,23 N, 30 N, 3 I 36, 38, 45, 49, 64, SIXS, 66 70, 7J 73, 74, 75, 76 N, 80, 81, 82, 91, 93, 95, 101, 103, 123, 127 NFOL 33 139 N, N, 144, J53, J59 N, L60 N, 162 N, 163n, 164n, 165n, 173, I77n, I80n, 185n, 186n, 187n, 203, 227n, 235nn, 236n, 237, 238n, 239n, 240n, 247, 248n, 254, 256n, 263n, 273, 278n, 292n, 304, 306, Westergaard, N.L., Professor, 3n, 12n, 23n, 24, 50n, 5911,81. DeWitt 61n, White Demon 127, 263. Bojane Man, Father, 7, 89n, 91, 101n, 126n, H4, 153, asterisk 59 177n L85nnn, 187n, 301, 314. Wisdom and 28, 51, 52n, S3, 54, 56, 93, 9s, 206, 217, The Book of 56 Index 217n, Divine, dash 56n, 204, 4.5 to 56, in 8-51, 52, 54. 55, 22i. Word, Ahana /Aaron, 93. Worshippers ol Demons 204. Xerxes I3. Yajism Ceremony 35 and Yakna 24, 56, 59, 263, 303. Yama 185, 237. Yami 185, 237. Yasi.T 56. Yadis 179. Yazida 5n, 14n-pi. 95-98 Yazd, female, 110. Yazdan 24, 69, 98. Yazds 24, 41, 43, 45, 47, 52, 91, 95, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 05, 106, R08, 116, 118, 2i, 122, 130n, 132, 135, 155, 156, 160, 172, LN7, 250, 281, 2S5, 266, 288 of the material and spiritual worlds 52. Of heaven and earth 54. Yezdigard 2. 3, 3, 9, 15. Il, 4. Yim 182, 258, 310. Year A 182n, 185. Yazdathrigar Mobs 35 and ZKL Sparam 9, 98n, 178. ZA.Rick 125. Zaman Dirain Kadi 8. Zamayad 109. Zandic Religion 263. Zarathustra the Chaldean 145n. And Zarathustra. 2n Zartangish 279. Zartfish 3, 37. 39, 53, 54, 13s, 218, 224, 255, 295. Zarvana 14n Zarva Akarna 5n, 17n Zendavesta 17n Texts 3n Zendix 17n Zi.Rv, Enoch belief 9 and Zoroastrianism 48, 67. Zoroastrianist 40. Doctrine 68 School 69. System 17-Systems 5 17- and 9n, 17. 69 School of -9. Zodiac, Circle of, 132. Signs of the 12. 13 133. Zodiacal constellations 120. 135 signs 133. Asterisk 44 Zorpatan 16 RN Zoroaster 3n, 61n, Zor of 3n Zoroastrian belief 3n religion, I, 2, 61n Mazdayasm 4n, Savants 4n System 61n Zoroastrianism 3n, 61n Zoroastrians 283n Zorb 9, 15. Zervan 6, 8, 11, 40,69-Akarna 5, 6, 8. Dergo Kadhada 8. Father of Armiz and Arhaman, 16, 17. Fortune, 6. Glory, 6. In night time, 2. Intangible being, 10. Primordia, 14. Primary bane? Is index 2. Pai, Istaic, Sanskrit, and Persian, terms explained. A83. Abeta 35 and Abatar 236. Abatara 57. Aptaban 2 and Abu 32, 57. Abih 57. Abun 141. Ada 26 and Adata 239. Attic 76. Adin 57. Ishm 106, 139. Ishma 126 and Ishmdev 126 and Ishmsheda 126 and AF 37 Afanik 100, 183. Afarik 151. Afarjanik 75. Afash 57, 83, 87, 93, 99%, 100, 144, 147, 242, 262, 281. Afim 128, 147. Afra 191. Afrin 40, 170. Afratera 57. Afrito 41. Afshard 125. AF Shirtsi 125. Afzar 32, 83, 126, R55. Afzari 147. Afzunke 23 and Afzunika 196. AG 74, 28 RAG Dino 221. AGI DAT 74, 115 N, 133, 281. Ahau 305. Aharman 83, 92. Ahasha 173. Aramok 265 Aramokan 264. Aribo 214. Ahu 197, 198. 201, 224. Ahu Attack 32. Awiag 207. Ahira 229. Ahukan 124, 248, Ahuki 236. Ahunvar 75. Ahilo 32, 128. Ahura 83. Ahura Mazda 22, 23, 24, 48, 59 AI. 240 and Ibdat 74. Ababat 74, 242, 243. Ababika 243. Abagad 74, 115 N. Ake 128. Aka 236. 243 Action 77. Imac 240 and Inyok 88, 281. Arano 6. Era 231. Ermino. 32. 2s0 Index Area 222. 8. Asterisk 59, 82, 8, /283 and 185, 236, AMAR5 Pandan, Amark Pandano JI 4 degree Amat 147, 155. 8 pound 90, 141. 80s7, 58, 83, 88, 147. A. T Dan 88. 100, Amishakpan 41. Amihanak 34, 96. Amihanakit 34. Amijashavand 147. Atoy 57, 59. Amin Itar 91. Atuno 83. Ibok 4, 57, 88, 100, and 2207 N, 258, 281, 283 N Ivasik 34. Ivacosto 83. Amuer 91. Amwamna 91. N 40. Anna 242. Anahit, Venus, 139. Ivakak 102. Anair 263. Ajura 221. Anaiti 83. Akamak 83. Anaitkari 83. Akanara 40. Akanarak 83. Akanarak Homandu, Akanareno 83. Ananati 83. Anayaridate. Anam 41. Anantasia 40. Akanarit 83. Anatonad 283 and Akara 83. Anayuftano 83. Akarahi 83. Akaranitano 83. Akara 57. Anbamai 236. And 57. Enda 301. AK Actor 198. And Dajishno 100. Akdino 265, Ok 283 N Andar 134 Andarun 15C, 151, 281. AKC 236. Akani 130. Andarvai 40, 154,230. Ang 7I. Akar 72. Akar 57, 83, 236. Angon 173. Atigros 71. Akardanchna 75, Akari 57. Akanha 57 Akho 197, 198, 199, 203. Akri 72. Actor 134. Octaran 133. Aconian 72, 124. A trademark 3776. Amarg 88. Amarcano 102. AMARO9 PAND 281, and Grossmania 71. On 71. And Homa 18, 19, 21, 139. And Hus Aiktbeo 207. Anash 285. Anro 71. And Romania 71. Anchita 24, 41, 99, 207 and Ayaho 147.205. Ayasha 175 and Ayashan 175 and J Apaktar 134, Index 221 Apaktaran 139. Apartar 57, 59. Apartunib 57. Aparvacto 236 and Arfig 237 and Arba 147. Arava 91. Aranak Bavaliya Anishna 221. A. Anishna 88. Agari 677, Agaritan 1 JAGMNN, SV, 134, 139, 142, 150, 151, 153, 167. Agmano 36, 41, 99, 151, 281. Agn card O, Ogno card 28, 55, 56, 60, 93, 197, 221. Ogno Kratos 56, as 71. Ash 83, 236. Asheshani 221. Aslier Wadwa 40. Ashmoka 221. Ashokakad 10-1. Ashta 220, 239. At 237 and at H 147. H 41. Al-Harmat 22. Al-Harmast 19, 23, 36, 57. 83, 281. Alier Majdi 18, 19, 22. Ahura Mazda 22, 26 and Abasido 75. Abadgar 148 and Abadgara 147, 148 and Abarik 34 147, 281. Avarmanishran 243. Avartar 41, 221, Avarturn 281. Avaz 248. Avbasji 83, 144. H7 Abejamana 44, 224. Avanak 75. Afgam 83. Avianjam 35 and Aviv 57, 59. Avijad 238 and Avin 283 and Avinishnik 88. Aviakardo 83. Avir 236, 243. Avir Vashtan. Avizak 31. AV5 Zakali 281. Avu 264. Avok Shutter 31. Avorikit 34. Avoragdo 57. Avorado 57. 59 Avoishno 147. Avoritano 38. Avorito 57. Avoyathra 84 and Avian 162 n, 170. Avzariha 171. Awaka 221. Awar 55. Axda 2 n Ayazishno 57, 59. Ayakshukdo 41. Ayamake 281. Ayamakdam 281 and Ayamaklum 281. Ayatak 147, 149. Aok 57. AZ 24, 20, N, 236. Azarj 31. Azaranatano 281. Azaranot Nafrahar 116. As 73, 74, 82. Azire 283 and Azo 248. Baba 283 and Bag 26. Baga 26 and N 222 Index Bah 26, 45 and Bagha 26. Baghobak 26, 45, 47. Baggy 26. Bag 6 n, 45. Bakhtar 129 and Bakhtari 32. Ballisto 28. Bamig 41. Bana 283 and Bandik 32 and Anbar 270. Bar 264. Baro 57, 83, 100, and 87,255. Barabertino 102. Barf 155 and Barayanatano 38. Baratakash 252. Bartsen 292 and Bathir 139. Babahunishna 221. Bajashk 255. Banufshman 23, 32, 57, -59, 83. H7 Benman 57, 72, 236. Benmana 57. Bashitar 83. Bashitarder 83. Bishne 83. Banga 81. Bihar 7 1138 N, 57, 83. Biharanitano 38 N, 57 and Biharanito 57. Biharvar 32. Birano 192. Bis 81. Bish 193, 281. Bod 171, 203. Bosishno Ioo, 128. BOI 115, 197, 198 R 99 201, 203, 230. Bakhtaktar 221. BRSH 7, 217. Brianid 40. Brianish 217. Brin 7. Bumum 26 and Bun 28, 75, 141, 147, 21 I, 2/0. Bufida Mangeni 215. Bund Dadik 57. Bundahishnaite 204, 133, 144. Bundahishno 138. Bundik 32 and Bunik 221. Bayana 147 and Bayer Hanak 147. Burgishnikter 22-1. Bertano 83. Berter 221. Berto 83. Butig 41. CA 40, 57, 83,88, 147, 2I1 236. Kahar 147, 155. Kakadidatic 276. Kan 57, 236. Kandar 276. Kariti 274. Karitia 274. Kashito 83. Chasm 147. Siba 171. Seagun 57. 83M7 LSH 173, 281, 283 and Sahar J 57, 216, 249. Sahara 196. Sinvar 276. Sinvatpuhal 276. And Kershid 2 and 38, 235 and Dadish 6. Dastaniha 184. Dashnan 34, 214. 130. 47 Index 223 Daishnano 99. Dashna 57, 276. Dashno Ioo, 147. Daksha 239 and Dam J 80, 81, 83, 99, 151. Daman 11. Domini 151 Damekton 156. Damak 99, 134, 158, 173, 290. Danak 196, 214. Danak Dater 31. Danak Manoy 214. Danakia 41, 57, 196, 204. Danakanito 57. Danish 260. Danishna 221. Danishno 32, 57, 59, 147, 252. Danish Command 147. Darmanito 147. Derek 71. Darvan 78, 214. Dakto 83. Dagonashna 283 and Dayupata 284. Dakupito 214, 231, Dashak 158. Dashtuno 243. Dastar 27N, 205. Dastkari 156. Dat 28I. Oten 231. Dayton 038. Dater 23,27 1138, 57, IOO, 102, 147, 224, 252, 281. Datha 235 and Datigar 147. Datastanik 31. Dato *6, 100, 222, 236. Dian 6n, 283 and Dahi 147 and Denman 88, 147. Denman AC 147. Derain 7. Dev 122. Devayak No 216. Devaya NIH 249 and Devayak T 249 and Devi Yanan 264. Didi 45 and Dil 168 and Din 6n, 93. Kinnick 147. Dino 6, 83, 57, IOO, 117, 126, 151, 158, 196, 197, 206, 239, 258. Dino Dactobar 214. Dinoik 147. Dirang 6. Diram 256. Dit 37. D6 bar 176. Patker 133 and Dicto 221, 236. Das Haka 221. Drahan 124. And Druj 80, 122 and Druj Gomanika 124. Drivjo 100. Drupushta 101. Drupushtar 24. Di 57. 58, 130. Dul 133 and Dura I 75 and Dura Osha 175 and Fakakaja 75. Dushahu 289, 290. Dushakok 214. Dushkashmi 193. Dushdanak 78. Dushdino 78. Duzdeo 74 and Dusdot 78. Erethvobish 169 n, as 40. 224 Index Farhang 205. Farjam 83, 242. Farjanak 147. Farjanaka 196. Farmano 102. Farran 12, 1 AMD 532, 18, 136. Fartsandiki 236. Frat 23N. And Freebut 242A, 243. Fraftera 249. Frat 237, and Frakaret 81 and Frakakardo 0 173. Frarina 225. Fraktera 249 and Frak 283 and Frakjan 283 and Frashigard 120. Frashkardo 173. Fraspkir 283. 84, 193. Freedom 57, 59 equals 47 ILS 21 1. Frathwarig 81 and Fravahar 147, I97 28 liters, Fravarishno 99. Fravarder 31. Fravish 120. Fravisby 201 and Fraz 23 n, 243, 248. Frasbarayanidin 81 and Fraskaranidin sin. Freshtamut has Rab 5. FR6T08. Fsush 343 Gabro 57, 236. Gadman 72, 231. Gastia G83 and Gan 71. Ghana 71. Ganagmin 6 I 71. Ganak 71. Ganakmanoi 23, 83. Gand 168. Gondan 71. Gandvtuk 168. Ganjay 250 star. Ganradmiti 71. Ganru, and no/idollar, Ganri. A7 Ganrakmanoi 76, so. Garez 83. Gara 147. Gariktik 83. Garm 264. Garmi 155. Gartman 41, 213, 281. Gartoy 41, 151. Garzik 179. Gag 6, 214, 281. Gatu 305 and Gatbahi 305 and Gayak 147, X48 Gayakvad 147 Gazdam 133 and Gan 78. Gihano 214, 305. Gathai 130. Gan 59, 71. Banksa 23, 57. Ganakik 71. Ganamino 23. Bertseven 83. Girano 128. Angurto 158 NG, Ya 171, 187. Gobishno 255. Gossihar 139. Gohar 83, 190. Gokurtu 173. Goman 283 NG 6 Pan 4 I 99 Changrudi Hart 56, 19204. Fibishnik 257. Gubishno 196. Gup 23 and Guftano 57. Index 225 Gafto 83, Giahara 75. Jewel 171. Gumijishna 91. Gumiktano 214. Gusa 126 and Gvitbish 69, 173.0236. Vid 75. Tukmak 236. Vitaki 83. Vida 147. Vito 155. Half 283 and Halk unto 147. Ham 83, 236, 304. Dast 101. Dukto 221. Gohar 147. Karda 32. Nizaka 57. Patvandi 147. Riktaken 147-Tuno 83. Vakakya 57 Yagto 303. Zak 93. Ham 83, 305. Hama 236. Hamagtaken 304. Hamajatar 147, 214. Hame 236. Hamaik 57. Hamaik 57. Hamak 83, 151. American 133. Hamad 57, 236. Haim 301. Haimalan 248. Haimegtagan 277, 303, 304. Haimegdahan 304. Haimegdar 147 and Hamhoktakan 304. Hami.agdo 304. Hama 83, 304. Hamaagdo 304. Hamakar 32. Hami.itari 147. Hamaigtaken 304. Hamaigtaken 304. Hana 83. Hanbeshne 83. Handatok 32. Handatar 32. Hanjamiha 83. Haptwarang 133, 139. Haptkring 133. Harvikt 144, 169. Akok 51, 115-Akaja 28. Harbikpo 83, 173. Haktishna 147. Hashish 81. Havistock 32. Hazankriksem 138. Hem 197, 260. H pound mmi Nishno 196. Hem Nanam 224. Himayakate 303. Heshm 139. Hi 236, 237 NH 150 147 Hishm 126 N Horn 173. H6 Manan 34, 83, 141, 147. Homand, 144, 147. Homandi 147. Hormazdatin, 19, 21. Hosh 94, 197, 198, 199, 202 N, 204, 205, 211, 285. Hashtaf 147. Hashtafak 147. Huawik 229. Bish 169 and Boi 230. Kazm 223. Kazmi 193. Sahar 237 and Anak 214. Kutai 214,231. Kunish 219. Hwapar 31. Hwazar 31. Hook 260. Humit 197. 29 226 Jaindex Hunar 2IG. Hunaran 220, 22I. Hunarano 93. Hunaravad 93. Firavakaminishn 236. H. Gravar 41, 99. HFTSH 312. Hashka 155. H. Hashmarit 75. Mushtavana 202. Whose Morishno Ioo asterisk Hustikan 31. Hvapari 229. Hvar 41. Hvaranitak 32. Hvaranitar 32. Haya 26N Imam 26N, Isates 24N, Janimimad 283 and Jam 84 and Jamak 171. Jan 71. Jan 198, 199, 201. Jashnak 237 and JS to 236. Jopound Tandik 147. Jet 274. Jekka 249. Jigar 168 and Jinak 79. Jogilm 283 and Jas 40. Jumbaktano 83. Jumbidan 83. Jid and K 171. Cabe 41, 80, 99. Kabadai 41. Karkas 179. Kaino 274. Kair 147. Kalakang 133 and Cam 83. Cam 196, 207, 224, 252. Kamak 242. Kamarakan 75, 123. Kamar Icano 123. Connor Homand 83. Konarak Homand 83. Kand 81. Cap K 186. KR 57. Hi, 47 2I4 Carafa 239. Cardaram.120. Kariha 83, 147. Karanit 80. Kart J44. Kardak 177. Karto 83, 173. Kaj IT 304. Kakinak 179. Katak Kutai 192. Kern 243. Kerba 220, 223. Kerfik 219, 259. Kerfikar 31. Kerfan 93, 147. Kerfano 93, 124. Kesh 57, 263. Keshiarano 57, 59, Kevin 139. Katahi 236. Katatunak 236. Katatunt 76. Tikadianaka 77. K28R. Cake 151. Kaki 194. Kanak 283N. Kapara 31. Cart 28, 51, 56, 94, 115. 126, 198, 199, 204/220, Cart das Hall 221. Carto 196. Cash 106, 126N, 248. Kashmaken 127. Index 227 Kashmveda 249, Kotmanan 283 N Kavar 31 N Ksivarik 31 N Kavatuna 9 to 147, Kavatil Nam 243. Ka 83, 243. Khay 6 Bit 74. Koda 29. Koida 155. Korishno 243, Konjanda 222. Korshid 88. Kurtu 155, 198. Koda 31, Kraftar 156. Kratos pound 50, 93. Kshathro 83. Kupton 83. Kum 154. Kumbo 83. Kanahino 153. Kanar 205. KMP 125. Kupgar 236 Kilrayada 197. Kurduk 133. Kushak 133 and Kuzhito 83. KMT Das Haka 22 Arkamtai 24, 29, 32, 207 and Kamte, 83, 207, 284. Kamda 57, 59, 88, 136, 1.55, 220. Vapar 31. Vapardari 164 Vapari 222. Kshit 34. Kshnik 32. Kvit and Kata 126. Kvitunat 243. Kika 239. Kiliya 263. Kilisayaka 127, 262. Kola 57, 141, 147. Kokas Hashnik 147. K6, 283. Koshishno 100. Klin 83. Kunar 187. Kflonishnan 231. Kunishnik 257. Kunishno 57, 196, 262. Kusitano 83. Kushish 83. Kusis Hito 83. Kushishnikan 214. Kashito 83. Kushtuno 83. Kashto 83. Kusti 73. Kutak 83. Law 32, 3,7, 39, 57, 82, 83, 211, 236, 237 N, 243. Latubano 230. Laka 236, 237 N Lak 83. Lakbar 83, 243. Labatman 57, 100, 128. 305 Li 123 N, 243. Loith 90. Loito 147, 213. Ivitaiga 155 and Magi Ipat 262. Magyapatan 262. Magyapatan Magpat 262. Mag 4,1, 139. Mahik 133 and Mahikude 121. Mahiti 304. Mamani 242. Mapayak 176. Mainyava, JD 89 and Mainyo 88, 100, and 228 Index Mania 72. Malka, 262 and Makan 262 and Makan Malka 262 and Man 72, 83. Man 283 and Manai 263. Manak 83. Manak Eyes of Shno 83. Manash 144. Mang 283. Mainstack 32. Manaveo 23 and Mano 57, 72, 82, 83, 88, 236, 242. Mano Ash 236. Manosh 88. Mar 82. Maran Sinatar 80. Maran Sinataran 99. Marg 88. Margomand 88. Marinita No 83. Mardam 100, 147, 173, 231, Ma9 139 and Masha 263, Mashia 187. Mashio I 187. Matar 236. Matica 147. Motto 57, 102, 147. Maven 283 and Maya 41, 99, 147, 162, 170. Mazda 83. Mazda 1093. Mazdayasna 6 Mazdayasna 22 and Mazdayasna 22 and Mazasta 24. Me 23 and Megha 15s and Me 184. Asterisk 55. Mehim 57, 83, 100, 151, 183, 196, 242, 242, 138. Mehim Monishno 196. Meman 37, 147, 262. Men 34, 39, 57, 75, 83, 88, 99, 100, 102, 128, 147, IJI 155, I5 173. 214 and 236, 237 N, 281. Myaji 103. My 155 and me and 139, 290. Mihanak 34, 304. And Mir 2 and Mij and K 168. Malya 83. Mine Davam 5783, 147, 242. Minishna 242, 243. Minishnik 257, 305, Minishno 196. Minoy 101, 214, 233, 242. Min 6 IAC Man 101. Minoy Ash 23 and Minoyan Mino 27 and Minoyan Minoy 27 N, 37. Mino Yano 27 N, 34. Mino Yano Minoya 27 and Mivana 305 11. MIT 40. Mitot 80. Mayan 77. Mizu 168. Mach 240 and Man 185. Mairtigar 242. Maatak 124. Maj 155 and Maji 168. Muzna 155. Muznat 155 and Na6. Naankisib 139. Nafshman 41, 57, 83, 236. 187, Nahazik 133 and Nerinam 235 and Nakshir 87 and Nakaizo 57, 100, 151. Namsistic 147. Namsisto 147. Naram 235 and Nonghaz 139. Najdisto 187. Neshman 283 and Neshmana 283 and Niha 171. Nihumbo 82 and Nimandi 147. Nimadollar P 133 and Niriak 5 100. Jamira Canito 100. Nismo 165, 185. Nyuk 147. Nishni 237 and Nyashno 121, 236. Niezo 141. 0I30 often and 283 and Orvakama 237 and Pa 40, 217. Padishah 7. Periko 230, Pake 57, 281. Poiribakta 83 and Perik 127. Parika 127. Pivasta 83 and Palana 31 and Panak 32. Panak 24, 31. Panak Jali 99. Pari 236. Parik 159. Parik 159. Park 6. Parvaktak 83. Index 229 Parvatano 82 * Pa, Ajaka 57, 59. Pak Jane 310. Patak 32, 83, 128. Patarik 94. Potash 57, 83, 173, 236, 237 N, 264. Patdar 205. Paytet 254. Pay 255. Patfrak 242. Padishvar 264. Patmankara 147. Patmano 243. Patmakano 88. Patakshahi 32. Patuka 100. Patvastano 82 and Patiarak 102. Patyarashna 155. Pavan 2311,41, 57, 83, 92, 100, 138, 141, 147, 159, L73 L76 216, 242, 264, 276, 281. Payada 83 and Payadak 83. Perry 127. PSSH 57, 58, 83. Peshkur 187. Peshka 57. Pesha 57. Peshik 32. Pergamuni 151, 281. Hiramuno 83. Hiraimano 83 and Pishakano 227. Pitak. Petak VL, and 235715 and Pitaki 57, 147, 258. Pertipalana 31 and Nhul 242, 276. Paman 72. Per 83, 176. Permarg 78. 230 Purgatera 221. QA 235 and Kadi 7. Q80 Hast 7. Kadhata 12. Kaetva 235 and Katvadatha 235 and Kapara 31. Karano 231 and Kargandi 223. Kazid 238 and Kesh 40. Kuda 40. Rabba 31 Rag 171. Ra 83, 252 283 and Rajam 214. Ramishni 237 and Ramishnik 236, Ramishno 236. Ramatuntano 83. Ray 147. Rakj 236. Rakjanishnik 3-2. Rakjanitano 100, 183. Raganitar 32, Rasanitari 100. Ranak 214 Rakbi 106. Razagrakakra 132. Rathan 225. Rata 220, 22.5. Rato 32. Ratu 214. Ratvad 32. Raved 7. Raveshni 301. Regelman 72. Ravan 198, 199. Ravano 57. Rigtaken 147. Ritakaband 147. Index Rivas 185, I8S Robanik 248. ROI 236. Rojan 137. Rokano 171. Roman 2.83 and Roshan 41. Roshnan 281. Roshani 40. Roshani 36, 37, 83, 93. Roshanik 36. Roshano 36, 83/236, 28-1. Ruan 130. Ruben 185, 191, 242. Rubano 100, 147, 255. Rubishna 147. Ryabishmk 147. Rufe 180 and Rumancheta Pih 127. Ruwas 180 and Kamaniha 83. Kar 168 and Gardar 214. Kardari 284. Karask 155. Karatar 83. Dino 239 Karatera 281. Kardak 176, 177. Karda 155. Cash 41. CE 88, 2S1-bar 264, Sig 83 and Siparam 171. Sidigar 147. Pax 121. Barham 288. And Japanak Minor 23N, 5759, 93 Pendon 168. Penta Armadi 56 and Pentamanius 23, 56. Pato 173. Japir 12, 13, I3. Index 231 Apahar 131, 153. Phar 131. C/Pajakara 248. Puja 147. To 304. Tayashno 121. Tuk 304. Tarpak 284. Paya, 143. Payak 214. Tarda 92. C/Tabar 83, 155. GDI 88, 136, 148. T89, 99, 100, 133. High, 144, 147, 153, 183, 214, 242. Tihano 88, 147. Tihik 151. Tik 36, 93, 147. Otun 283 and Syak 159, 281. Sayaki 36, 281. Cu 90 249 and Syojada 248, 249. Cm 243. Kut 237 and Kuto 236. Salver 171. Sakra 83. Saman 94. Samayasiya 40. Sazat 236. Sabi 139. Sejanak 273. Shukri Inato 83 Shahansha 262 and Shapanan 233. Shaper 93, 147, 258. Sharm 222. And Sharing 236, 281 n, Shaya 9 TANO 57. Shayagdo 57. Shayat 83. Shayito 83. Shed 139. Sheda 78, 80, 122. Shedan Sheda 78. Shedak 128. Shedakbi 127, 263. Shedan 122. Shedano 99. Fkem 147, 281. Shear 133 and Shakaftar 231. Shna 100. Shnk 196. Sho9 TAN 264. Shiftano 83. Sipir 12, 13. Sirdar 125. Sirenya 236. Spabad 133. Spanyeo 23 and Spenamino 23. Star 41. Svaya 40. Taka 83. Tasishno 99. Tariv 139. Talita 126. Takaka 221. Tan 139 Ipasan 51. Tani 57 75 45 and 243 Tuno 83, 100, 242. Tanoi 83. Tanu 37, H7 190-IPA9 IN 310. Homan 207. Tar 83. Minishna 243. 9 IJAN 83. Tar 83. Taraza 217. Tarazuk 104, 133 and Tarik 77. Tarika 79. Tarikdom 289. Tarmed 139. 232 Index Taromat 139. Tarsik 263. Tashto 264. Tasmit 40. Tava 202 and Tegur 155 and Tajerk 155 and Tekurg 155. Tek 170. Tarik 171. Thwami 83. Thwasha 12 and N, 13. Tejok 41. Tikshanaloha 153. Tina 147 Tiraj 139. Tohik 77. Tokamak I 41, 169, 173, Tukmak J 236. Tokamako 147. T6RA 133 and 252. Tubano 57, 100, 183, 230, Tukm 198. Tukmakho 57. Tulaman 192 and Turaman 192 and Tirjaman 192. Twakshir 13. U7. 40, 130. 30 Ayudumbala 279. Bidayata 40. UPA Vadhaya 235 N Ush 175 N VA 27 N, 31, 34, 4 asterisk 57 80, 83, 88, 93, 99, 100, 102, 147, 151, 155. L87. 196, 205, 220, 236, 237 N, 242, 243, 264, 281, 283 N Vassar 261. VAD 83 N, 214. VAD Dil 46. Vadra 235 N Vadishnas 99. Vajanan 57. VI Poundaritar 127. Vafra 155. Vahanag 147. Vahar 171. Vadunan 264. Vadianishno Homand 147. Vahik 133 and Vahist I, 4I.28 OIF. Vahisto / Varani 139. Vi 151, 154. 281 Vakdun 73. Vakshir 199. Vakhahishno 99. Val 57, 83, 99, 128, 141, 147, 21 1. Valak S 179. Valia 57, 147. Valman 147, 231. Valmanchino 264. Van 169. Vanak 121 1, 276. Vana Anishno 88. Vanakha 128. Vanakara 83. Vanan 73. Vanatano 102. Vano J 173. Varak 133 and Varan 6 155. Varja 222. Varman 283 and Varmanchan 283 and Varun 124. Varun 32. Vagtriobhan 233. Vashtamiand 187. Vashiad 128. Vashadan 81. And Vashiev $83 Enya Solishno I-24. Index 233 Vasto 236. Vat 41, 154. Yato 99, 147, 155, 161. Yavaka 23 and Vayag 236. Vazak 76. Vazak 182. /Azar 7. Vazisht 154. Exazrika 26 Enyas Yamna 235 Enya 100, 258, via 239 N, 281. Yash 231, 237 Enyashno 83. Umari 243. Unarishno 99. Vinar take 32. Unarvan 32. Vinishnik 88, 147, 281. Veer 196, 197, 198, 199, 204, 205, Eurodollar to 83. Viruk 57. Vigpakasa 57. Kute S7-Tubana 57. Yipa 83. Vikpano 30 N, 151, 281. Yikpano Vikpo 30 N Yik 6 aka IH 27 N, 30. Bish 169 N C Yuda 30. Kuda 30. Kuda 27 N, 29 Tubana 27 N, 28, 30. Via 27 N, 29 30ths. Yahuman 57, 72. 93 Vo Humanan Ho 50. Vo Yemano 29, 56 and Voyathra 83. Wafra 155 and Yadman 72, 147. Ya 40. Ya Itunand 83. Yajada 24. Yajishno 100. Yakart 22. Yamtunit 128. Ya 304. Yazida 24. Yazidan 41. Yaz 20, 24. Yazdakardi 20, 22. Yazdan 19, 22, 24, 45 11, 47, 99, IOO, 220, 224, 281. Yazdano 24, 88, 207 and Yazdigard 20. Yedri Anyen 242. Yehabunt 80, 147, 151, 176. Yehavim to 100. Yehavunanahik 34. Yehavunishno 99, 147. Yehavunit 39, 57, 82, 83, 211, 236, 242. Yehavunt 39, 283 and Yehayan take 147. Yehavuntano 57 and 3, 236. Yehavunto 23, 57, 83. Yekuna 262. YJH, FNID 155, 242. Yekavamunand 147. Yekavamunand 147 Yekavamunit 57, 147, Yematuntano 214. 151 Yemlalanit 173. Yetibyanakto 83. Yuhan 20. Yuha 263. Yin 57, 75, 100, 173, 231, 236, 290. Gomijit 91. Yan 22. Yad 83 and 30 Zahak 164. Zagish 34, 281. 234 Zahirik 139. Zak 34, 57, 83 88, 100, 283 N, 147, 155, 236,242, 243, 283 and Zak 93. Zakak asterisk 236. Zaka.no 155. Zakish 57, 59, 83. 147 Zaki 147, 151, 236. 264 Zam 84 and Zaman 6, 7, 11, 141. Zamana 6, Zatnani 6 like 41. Zamanitano 83. Zan 71. Zandik 83, 84 and Zandika 23s. Zainano 193. Zaranoi 236. Zaret 215. Zatok 171. Zaytano 71. Zavar 41. Zdayak 147. Zayakano 147. Zihak 32. Zindagani S3 and Zindagano 83 and Zinikano 147. Zyrich 139. Zish 274. Zivash $283 and Zivshno /J83. Zophai 77, 79. Zor 126, 147, 149. Zoshai 106. Zeuran 127 pounds. Zuruan 7, 40. Ial 40. Zverano Ikea /J1 Zayakin 146. Zion, J237 Anziano 236. / printed at the Education Society's Press, MCULLA. /